This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Rebirth. When Yin Sherlan opened her eyes, she was in the Yin mansion, where she had not yet been accused of overshadowing her master, and in her boudoir before she got married. What caught her eye was Songji, who was kneeling beside the bed with a sad face and silently crying, and her parents who loved her deeply, and her elder brother Yin Xiao, who hurried home, and his second brother Yin Qingyao, who had just returned from military training and had not yet made any military achievements. Yin Sherlan slowly focused her eyes and looked at her father, Yin Xiaoling, the then governor of Huguang. She gently opened her lips and said, "Father, my daughter can only be someone's legal wife in this life. Don't send her to someone else as a concubine." Yin Xiaoling was still happy that his daughter woke up. But when he heard this, he suddenly suspected that his daughter had a nightmare when she fainted. Otherwise, how could he say something that was impossible at the moment? Not to mention that his two sons were now on the rise in the court. Even if he was the governor of Huguang, he would never let his beloved little daughter become someone else's concubine. Given the current momentum of the Yin family, although they did not live in the capital for a long time, it would be good if they were selected to enter the palace one day, but he and his wife would inevitably have to worry more at home. If she did not pass the selection, then it would be easy to ask the emperor to choose a family of equal status in the court to let his daughter become the legal wife and live a life of wealth and honor. Suspecting that his daughter had a nightmare, Yin Xiaoling could only comfort her. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lanner, your father and your two brothers will definitely choose a good husband for you. You have to take care of yourself first. Yin Sherlan thanked her father softly, and after her mother carefully fed her a few mouthfuls of porridge, she said she wanted to sleep for a while, tilting her head and closing her eyes. Seeing this, everyone in the Yin family had no choice but to ask the servants to take good care of her, and then went back to their respective courtyards to rest. But Yin Sherlan was not asleep. She just closed her eyes, recalling that long and tragic dream. Chapter 2 Memories of the Past Life. If it were an ordinary person, if they found themselves reborn, even if they were not frightened to the point of being speechless, they would definitely try to sort out what happened in their minds. After experiencing the thrilling palace fight in her previous life, Yin Sherlan accepted this fact after a brief trance when she woke up. Although she felt it was a bit absurd, the painful memories from her previous life forced her to calm down quickly. In her previous life, she was hurt by the emperor's ruthlessness and deception. She thought that the precious spice Huanyixing, which the emperor gave her alone, was a testimony of the emperor's love for her in his youth. But she didn't expect that she would have to sacrifice her whole life, or even the whole life of the entire Yin family. In her previous life, her brother and nephew were sentenced to death, and the rest were either exiled or sold. The exile was long, and the weather was bitter and cold for many years. How many people could survive? The Yin family, which was once a hot family in the court, in the end, it ended in a tragic end. When the king needed the Yin family to fight on the battlefield, the Yin family went out to fight the enemy without hesitation. When the king sat firmly on the throne, the Yin family was like a fish on the chopping board, bound to die. Yin Sherlan closed her eyes and fell into the tragic memories of her previous life. Faces flashed through her mind. There was the Emperor Ixinjuelyuo, whom she deeply loved, the Empress Elinara, who had a snake heart and a Buddha mouth, and the Empress Dowager Waya, who did not ask about the affairs of the harem, but always paid attention to them, and her enemies from her previous life. What particularly frightened her was her seemingly harmless mortal enemy, the daughter of Dali Temple Shaoqing Jinyuandao, Jin Huan. Songji knelt carefully beside the bed and waited, silently paying attention to her lady's every move. When Yin Sherlan was lost in her memories, a look of pain appeared on her face unconsciously. Songji had been with Yin Sherlan since she was a child, and she had never seen her proud lady worry about anyone or anything. But at this moment, she was looking at her lady frowning tightly. In Songji's eyes, Yin Sherlan is always like a blooming rose, with a strong fragrance and rich color, but showing her beauty to the world with thorns all over her body. Everyone in the Yin family dotes on their eldest daughter. In addition to the doting of the head of the family, Yin Xiaoling, and his wife, Yin Sherlan also has two legitimate brothers. The brothers have each started their own families, and the two sisters-in-law also follow their husbands and obey their husbands' orders. But they all love this legitimate sister on the surface. Although Yin Sherlan also has a younger brother and two younger sisters who were born out of wedlock, but because of the favor of the head of the family, Yin Xiaoling, No one dared to disobey her. The remaining concubines, maids and other people were even more submissive, fearing that they would upset the eldest lady. Yin Sherlan gently raised her hand and touched her forehead. The pain of her death, by hitting the wall in the dream, and the heartache when she learned the truth from her mortal enemy Jin Huan seemed to still be there. When Songji saw her raise her hand, she hurriedly came forward to check if there was anything wrong with Yin Sherlan's head. But she didn't find anything unusual. Songji sat back on the footstool beside the bed, hesitant to speak, thinking that the young lady didn't seem to hit her head when she fainted in the back garden. Yin Sherlan opened her eyes. She had to first determine what time it was. When she hit the wall in her last life, she was already halfway through her life. Over 30 years old. Now, she looked at Songji, who seemed to be only 12 or 13 years old, and knew that she was still young too. Chapter 3 determined to start over. Yin Sherlan had experienced the arrogance and willfulness in the palace in her previous life, and the planning and calculation of entering the palace as a concubine. Now she had many more plans in her mind. She glanced at Songji, recalling, in the dream, although Songji had ulterior motives and advised her to participate in the sale of official positions, but when she was in trouble, only Songji stayed with her and was loyal. She paused for a moment and remembered that in the dream, after her death, Songji was killed by a cup of poisoned wine. There was a bit of pity in her eyes. Songji was surprised why the lady looked at her like that. Just when Songji was confused, Yin Sherlan stared at her and suddenly laughed. Silly girl, your face is all scratched from crying, and your clothes are all wrinkled. Are you afraid that I will die? Songji immediately lowered her head and wiped her face, which was all scratched from crying, with a silk handkerchief. Then she raised her head and smiled at Yin Sherlan again. The lady is really good at joking. I was just helping you up when I got poked in the eye by a flower branch. I cried in pain. Yin Sherlan smiled and said nothing. After a long while, she spoke carefully. She seemed to be talking to herself. I fell a little too hard. My head was dizzy. I dreamed that I was over 30 years old and had white hair. Then she gently picked up a handful of her hair and looked at it carefully. As expected, Songji laughed happily. Miss, you really like to joke. You are only 16 years old now. You are in your prime years. How come you dream about something so far away? Don't talk about the absurd thing that your hair is gray at the age of 30. Even if you are 50 or 60, you are still the most beautiful in my eyes. The most beautiful color. How come you have gray hair? Yin Sherlan knew that she was reborn before she met Injin, because in her last life, she was 16 years old when she was riding a horse and was spotted by Injin and asked to marry him. But now it is midsummer, and her clothes are still thin when they met in the previous life. It was early autumn. Yin Sherlan knew the time, and she also carefully recalled the events of this period in the previous life. She knew that in more than a month, the emperor would lead his close ministers and the princes and concubines to the autumn hunting. She was 16 this year, and was a candidate for selection. But the selection was held every 3 years next year. In the previous life, she attracted the attention of the fourth prince with her strong clothes and fierce horse during the autumn hunting. And then she became a concubine and was plotted against for her whole life. Yin Sherlan thought for a moment, and thought that she must stay away from the fourth prince in this life, marry the son of an official of equal status, and live a stable life. She also remembered the hatred of losing her son and exterminating her family in her previous life, and she wanted to counterattack and kill Injin immediately. After all, the pain in her previous life was too much. Yin Sherlan decided to enter the palace. She knew that the fourth prince would be the final winner in the fight for the throne. In this life, she wanted to protect her Yin family and see what happened to that man. Now is just right. Everything is in time. She wants to settle those people and accounts in her previous life one by one. Chapter 4 Seeking a Marriage. More than a month passed in a flash. Yin Sherlan was as dazzling as the scorching sun in the autumn hunting ground. The bright red riding clothes and the white horse under her crotch really made the other concubines and noble ladies present pale in comparison. The fourth prince saw this beautiful and ostentatious scene in a blink of an eye, and couldn't help but lose his mind slightly. She had a kind of pride that the women around him didn't have. The wife of the Olinara family Ishio, who followed beside her, was startled. She knew what that look meant, because he had that look on her on the day her elder sister entered the palace, but later, her elder sister died of dystocia. Yin Sherlan saw the look of the fourth prince from the corner of her eye. She sneered in her heart, but a smile appeared on her face. She quickly looked back in the direction of the fourth prince, and rode away on her horse. The eunuch Su Peixiong, who had grown up with the fourth prince, saw the scene and quietly stepped back to ask which family this noble lady was from. When setting up camp at night, Su Peixiang found an opportunity to tell the fourth prince that she was the legitimate daughter of Huguang governor Nian Xiaoling, 16 years old, and most importantly, she had not yet been promised to anyone. The fourth prince stroked the ring on his hand and thought of the young General Nian Qingyo he had seen in the army. It turned out that she was his sister. The emperor had 17 sons, but there was only one throne, so the princes were secretly ready to make a move. But the fourth prince seemed to have no intention of the throne. He spent all day in the mansion, except for attending court and playing chess, calligraphy and painting. He could do the official duties that the emperor occasionally assigned to him, but he never asked for credit. Only when the emperor asked him what reward he wanted did his eyes sparkle, and he said he wanted a painting or calligraphy by a famous artist. He really looked like a lazy prince who was obsessed with painting and calligraphy. But after the autumn examination, when the fourth prince hunted a leopard, 3 sick a deer, and several flying birds and running rabbits and won the first prize, the emperor asked him again with a smile what he wanted. He said he wanted a marriage, and whether he could have a concubine in his house. The emperor looked at the fourth prince and smiled, and turned to talk to concubine Da. She was also the fourth prince's biological mother. I don't know whose child the fourth prince has taken a fancy to. He actually took the initiative to ask for it. Concubine Da wore a lake blue palace dress, with only a few new palace flowers and a few hairpins on her hair. She looked calm and generous. Her well-maintained face was full of smiles. It's rare that he asked for something. Let's see whose daughter she is. If her status is right, it will be a good marriage. So the eunuchs around the emperor went to inquire about the birthday of the daughter of the Huguang governor Nian Xiaoling. The royal family granted marriages, and they had to match the horoscopes first. Chapter 5: The Imperial Decree of Granting Marriage. When the imperial decree of granting marriage arrived at the Nian mansion, except Nian Xiaoling, everyone was shocked, and they were all wondering why the emperor suddenly granted marriage to the Nian family. And he wanted the daughter of the Nian family to marry the fourth prince as a concubine. No matter how noble that concubine was, she was just a concubine. When the eunuch who announced the decree happily took the silver handed over by Madame Nian and left, Nian Xiaoling remembered that his daughter said she didn't want to be a concubine after she woke up from fainting a month ago. He looked at his daughter's face, which didn't seem to resist, carefully thinking. He said, "L'honneur, this is the imperial decree granting marriage." Nian Xiaoling knew that her father was thinking about her words, that she would not take anyone as a concubine. But she remembered the tragic end of the Nian family in her previous life, when the whole family was executed. She lowered her eyes and bowed to her father. "Father, please don't worry. I just had a nightmare when I fainted that day. I have almost forgotten the nightmare these days. Although I don't know why the emperor suddenly granted marriage, I have heard that the fourth prince is a peaceful person. I think as long as my daughter is more cautious, although we may not be able to live in harmony, she should be able to live a stable life. Besides, the emperor's order cannot be disobeyed, and my daughter only wants to keep the Nian family safe." So after the shock of the Nian family, she focused on preparing for Nian Xiaoling's marriage. During this period, Nian Xiaoling said that she was bored, being detained in the mansion every day, or having tea and gatherings with other noble ladies. She was really bored. So she took advantage of the winter month, when the ground was covered with white snow, and pulled Songji out. Songji was younger after all, walking on the street. She jumped happily at the sight of fresh food and novel gadgets placed on the cleared roadsides. Nian Xiaoling was still as lively and beautiful as when she was in the mansion. She was wearing a pink dress wrapped in a moon-white fox fur cloak, revealing only a delicate face through the collar. The magnolia flower hairpin on her head looked elegant and noble, and the earrings hanging on the side of her face made her face even more beautiful like broken jade. 2 servants followed behind her, holding a few brocade boxes in their arms, which were a few hairpins and bracelets that Nian Xiaoling had just bought from the best jewelry store in the city. Chapter 6: An Intentional Encounter. Songji ran back to Nian Xiaoling holding a bag of pastry wrapped in oil paper. Nian Xiaoling glanced at the time. The sound of galloping horses came from far away. The servant behind her wanted to pull Nian Xiaoling away in a panic, but he slipped because of the snow on the roadside. Fortunately, a steady embrace protected her young lady. When the horse team passed, the figure loosened his long arms around Nian Xiaoling. Nian Xiaoling pretended to be panicked and looked up. What caught her eye was a crow-colored robe, the man with ochre-yellow embroidery on the cuffs of his robe. Standing tall and graceful was the fourth Prince Injin. Injun looked at Nien Sherlan, chuckled and said, I thought you were very brave. But it turns out you are afraid. Nien Sherlan raised her hand to tidy up her hair, and then bowed to the fourth prince. Her tone was respectful but also casual. Thank you, Lord Bale, for saving my life. I am not afraid of being trampled to death by the horse. But I am afraid that I will not be able to dodge in time and ruin Lord Bale's plan. Injun looked at Nien Sherlan calmly, then turned sideways to the restaurant opposite, and Su Peixiong hurriedly led the way. Injun turned back to Nien Sherlan and said, Since the young lady is so smart, would you please have a chat in the private room? Then he walked towards the restaurant. Nien Sherlan didn't say anything, but just gestured for Songji to follow her. The two servants hurriedly cleaned up the mess, and trembled in their hearts about what kind of punishment they would receive when they returned home. But the eldest lady didn't let them follow. They could only wait anxiously downstairs. The restaurant has 3 floors. The first floor is for ordinary people, and the second floor is for private rooms. When Nien Sherlan followed the fourth prince to the 3rd floor, she could hear the conversations of the guests on the 2nd floor. The fourth prince went all the way to the 3rd floor. The shopkeeper opened the only private room on the 3rd floor, and respectfully invited the fourth prince and Nien Sherlan in. The fourth prince was accompanied by Su Peixiong, and Nien Sherlan was accompanied by Songji. Chapter 7: A Match Made in Chess. Nien Sherlan waited until the fourth prince sat down, and gestured for her to take a seat. Then she casually lifted her cloak, and slowly sat down. Nien Sherlan looked up at the fourth prince. She did not have the shy expression of a girl in the boudoir, but was generous and frank. She looked at the man in front of her, with a dull pain in her heart. This was the man who had been close to her in the last life, who had given her love, and calculated her and her family's life. But she did not show it on her face. There was just a slight smile on the corner of her lips. The fourth prince picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, then said, How did you know that I was ruining my plan? Nien Sherlan smiled coquettishly, also picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. I guessed it. Otherwise, how can we explain the timely appearance of the prince? It seems that I guessed it right. Judging from my guess. The fourth prince looked at Nien Sherlan's smile, only felt that it was dazzling and beautiful, but did not realize that what she said was just a casual guess. He secretly laughed at himself for being too suspicious. Such a young lady from an aristocratic family, who seemed bright and lively from the first time she met him, would she have so many schemes? It's just that I can't figure out one thing. I hope you won't blame me for being stupid and help me solve my puzzle. Nien Sherlan looked at the fourth prince with her charming eyes. What? Since you want to marry me, why don't you give me a chance to see you, or ask me what I think? You know that a forced melon is not sweet. After Nien Sherlan finished speaking, she looked away and looked out the window. A ball of snow fell through the window paper, casting a light shadow. The fourth prince seemed to have known that this question would come, and he was not annoyed. He smiled and said, It's my fault that I was too impatient. When I saw the young lady from afar during the autumn examination, I missed her so much. I relied on the fact that I had hunted a lot, and when my father wanted to reward me, I was anxious to ask for this marriage. From what the young lady said, it seems that you don't want to marry me? Of course I don't want to, although my father is only the governor of Huguang. I can easily choose a young man from a noble family as my principal wife, and I can live a stable life. Even if my husband wants to take a concubine in the future, he cannot do so without my consent. The prince was anxious at this moment, but he ruined my chance to be the mistress. I have never suffered such grievances since I was a child. But I will not agree. Nien Sherlan pouted lightly while speaking. The fourth prince laughed at her. It turned out that she had said that the melon was forced. It's just because I'm worried that I'll be bullied as a concubine, and I won't be as majestic as the mistress. There are only my wife and 2 princesses in my house. My wife was married to me by the emperor, and she is kind and gentle, and she doesn't bother me much. The 2 princesses were originally my wife's maids, and they were promoted because of my wife's consideration when she was pregnant. I couldn't forget the young lady at first sight, and I was 7 years older than her, so we got married early. Although I can't promise the young lady the position of the legitimate wife, I secretly want to grow old with her, since I have requested the imperial decree to grant the marriage, and I took the initiative to ask for marriage. I will be responsible for the lady for her whole life. After saying these words, the fourth prince observed Nien Sherlan's expression, and saw that she seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, Nien Sherlan looked at the fourth prince and replied, Since this is the case, I will respectfully obey your order. Chapter 8: Headache. Since Nian Sherlan met the fourth prince in the restaurant, the fourth prince has sent people to deliver all kinds of hairpins and jewelry from time to time, saying that he was apologizing for the boxes of jewelry that were broken that day. This day, he sent Su Peixiong to deliver a box of pearls in person. The pearls were of high quality, each of them was large and round, said to be picked by the mermaids in the South China Sea with great effort. The pearls were dazzling in the sun, and very beautiful. Su Peixiong smiled carefully and reminded Nian Sherlan, "Miss, please take a closer look in the box. In the middle of the box with pearls, there is another small brocade box." Nian Sherlan opened it, and found a folded note inside. On the note was written a line of powerful and meaningful words: "I wish to have the beauty to look at me, and spend the rest of my life with me." Nian Sherlan smiled, and casually put the note back into the brocade box. She then told Songji to put away the brocade box, and send Su Peixiong away. She opened the brocade box again, and stared at the words for a long time. In her previous life, she had hoped to grow old together, and spend the rest of her life with him. Even before Zhen Huan told her the truth about Huan Yixiang, she was still hoping that her husband would believe her, pity her, and change his mind. But when she heard the truth with her own ears, she felt heartbroken. She had lived half her life in the calculations of the man beside her. She didn't know whether the words she shouted before her death, "Your Majesty, you have caused me so much pain," would be reported to him truthfully. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he could still remember the young couple with him, thinking about things for a long time. Nian Sherlan had a headache. Strangely, she had been suffering from headaches since she woke up. Songji saw her daughter frowning again, and she knew that her daughter's headache had recurred. She hurriedly asked the servant to invite Dr. Yao, the new doctor hired by the second young master Nian Qingyao. While helping Nian Sherlan lie on the bed, the doctor took Nian Sherlan's pulse and went to prescribe medicine. Nian Xiaoling and his wife followed him to the outer room out of concern. Nian Xiaoling asked anxiously, "Did Dr. Yao find out what's wrong? Why does Lanner have headaches all the time since she woke up? Is there a way to cure it?" Dr. Yao, who was writing a prescription, stood up and bowed. "Don't worry, my lord. Miss fell suddenly last time and hit her forehead. She should have a slight congestion in her brain. I will write a prescription for you. Miss just needs to follow the prescription. I think she will be fine in no time." When Madame Yin heard that Nian Sherlan might have a slight congestion in her brain, her motherly heart was suddenly clenched, and the handkerchief in her hand was twisted tightly. Nian Xiaoling gently patted Madame's hand to comfort her. "Madame, don't worry. Dr. Yao said that she will be fine if she follows the prescription. Our Lanner is a lucky person. She will be fine." Chapter 9 Bright Calculation. When Nian Sherlan woke up after taking the medicine, Songji happened to bring a set of light red pajamas over. Songji wanted to help Nian Sherlan change her clothes, but Nian Sherlan stared at the pajamas in a daze. Songji didn't understand. The young lady seemed to be a little different after waking up from the fall. The young lady used to be spoiled, and sometimes she was trembling with fear. Songji was a child born in the family, and grew up with the young lady since she was a child. Although the young lady was good to her many times, but after all, she is the eldest daughter who grew up spoiled by her family, and it is normal for her to have a hot temper. But now the young lady seems to be much calmer, no longer getting angry and throwing things over trivial matters. Songji thinks that such a young lady is easier to serve, and she wants to get closer to her. But she is also vaguely worried, and always feels that something is slowly changing. Nian Sherlan looks at this water-red pajamas, and thinks of her favorite bright and beautiful clothes in her previous life. The phrase she often says is making clothes is like being a person. It should be a grand and magnificent life. But in the end, the concubine Hua, who loved brightness and passion, died tragically in the cold palace with a plain face and plain clothes. Nian Sherlan came to her senses and let Songji change her into this nightgown. In this life, she wanted to watch the grand and magnificent life, and let the current fourth prince, the future emperor, taste the pain of her previous life. Outward charm and inner calculation are not contradictory. Chapter 10 forced you to do it. It was another spring day. Nian Sherlan had been in Prince Yang's mansion for more than 3 months. On the day she married the fourth prince, the emperor issued an imperial decree, conferring the fourth prince as Prince Yong. So on the night of the wedding, Prince Yong smiled and said that she was his lucky star, and treated her with great tenderness. Nian Sherlan was shocked. In the previous life, Injun was named Prince Yong 3 years after Nian Sherlan entered the mansion. And because when the emperor was assassinated, Injin rushed forward alone. He killed the assassin and was rewarded for protecting the emperor. The emperor appreciated his son's pure heart and made him a prince. In this life, it was 3 years earlier. In the last life, when I entered the palace, although Ishio's eldest son had died, Yunchi died of dystocia, and the second son died as well. But there was still a princess with a child in the palace. In this life, I have never heard of a third prince in the palace. After Nian Shuolan was flustered, she suddenly felt a little excited. Such a change in trajectory would make her life different in this life. Although Nian Shuolan was a concubine, the concubine Elinara had always treated her well. At least, she was given the best treatment. She had been a special favor since she entered the palace. She was also coquettish and flamboyant in her daily life, attracting Injin's eyes. When she was in great favor, the concubine and the two princesses were neglected. When Prince Yong was on leave, he either took her to ride a horse, or took her to a restaurant outside to find a chef with good skills to taste fresh food. While Nian Shuolan indulged herself with Injin, she secretly watched to see when Fu Jin would lose patience. Unfortunately, Elinara was alone in the empty room for 3 months without getting angry or annoyed. She only took care of the affairs of the palace on a daily basis, and often practiced calligraphy in the pavilion in the middle of the lake in her spare time. The lake in the palace was brought in from a hot spring outside, so the pavilion was warm and comfortable in the spring. Before entering the palace, Nian Shuolan pretended to ask Fu Jin a few questions, but her heart was as clear as a mirror. After all, she remembered everything from her last life. In the afternoon, when the sun was shining brightly, Nian Shuolan seemed to have fallen asleep in a rocking chair in her yard. Suddenly, she woke up again, and sent Songji to the kitchen to make her a bowl of lily soup. Although Songji was only 14 years old, she was very good at making soup. When Songji went to the kitchen of the public house to get the ingredients, while the other maids in the yard were doing the sweeping and other chores, Princess Hu Qinger came with her personal maid holding a bowl of soup. Hu Qinger had a round face, which made her look approachable. She knelt down when she greeted Nian Shuolan. It was not necessary for a princess to kneel when she greeted a concubine, but she looked very respectful. Nian Shuolan raised her hand nonchalantly, asking her to stand up. Hu Qinger stood up slowly, saying that she had made rose soup and brought it to the concubine. Nian Shuolan took the rose soup from Hu Qinger's hand, and a familiar fragrance wafted out. When she wanted to smell it carefully, she could only smell the strong sweet fragrance of roses. Nian Shuolan handed the bowl back to Hu Qinger, looking at her with a smile. "You made a good soup, but I never like to eat too sweet things. It's too greasy. You should make this good soup for Fu Jin every day." Hu Qinger bowed and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Since the concubine said that the soup I made was good, but she refused to taste it, I guess it's because I am too humble to serve the concubine." Nian Shuolan narrowed her eyes, sneered, and shouted, "Come here." Slap her face. Immediately, 2 young eunuchs came in from the gate of the courtyard, pulled Hu Qinger to kneel down, and after 2 slaps, Hu Qinger's face was swollen like a steamed bun. Nian Shuolan saw the figure passing by the door from the corner of her eye, but she was not afraid, but rather a little excited. It seemed that the Elinara family was finally going to take action. Chapter 11. Being spoiled by favor. When Injin returned home in the evening, the whole palace had already known that the concubine Yin, who had been favored since entering the palace, was spoiled by favor, and even beat the princess who kindly offered Rose sweet soup for no reason. When Su Peixiong came to Jinglan courtyard to invite Nian Shuolan, the sun had just set. Nian Shuolan followed Su Peixiong to the main hall. "I pay my respects to the prince and the concubine." After Nian Shuolan finished speaking, she got up and sat aside without waiting to be called. Injin tapped the table with a fan in his hand and glanced at Nian Shuolan coldly. Nian Shuolan lowered her head and picked up the teacup. Elinara spoke slowly. "Sister, is there anything bothering you today?" In the afternoon, Hu's maid came to report that Hu was not feeling well. Nian Shuolan put down the teacup after hearing this and raised her hand to stroke the jade hairpin on her hair. She looked at Elinara with a smile. "If you have anything to say, please ask me directly." Elinara maintained her usual kindness on her face. The tone was the same as before. "Sister is a straightforward person. Then please tell me about what happened today. Hu has always been diligent and dedicated. I don't know why she made you unhappy today." Now her face is red and swollen. She even avoided the prince's visit and said that she was too embarrassed to see anyone. After hearing Elinara's question, Yin Sherlan stood up slowly, bowed to Injin and Fu Jin, and asked seriously, I have not been in the palace for long. I don't know if there is a hierarchy in the palace. Please advise me. Olenara looked at Injin. He put down the fan in his hand, and gently stroked the ring on his left hand with his right hand. Although my sister has been in the palace for a short time, I should have seen her daily life. There is a hierarchy in the palace, and the elders are ranked in order. My sister has always been smart. Why would she ask such an obvious question? Olenara said these words and looked at Yin Sherlan, wanting to see what she was going to say. Yin Sherlan suddenly covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief and smiled. Since Fu Jin has said that the rules in the mansion are strict, then why did she allow Hu to be disrespectful to me? Since I have disciplined her for being disrespectful, why did Fu Jin do this to argue with me? I respect Fu Jin's daily work of managing the household, so I never want to bother Fu Jin with trivial matters, so that I can have some leisure time. The prince also has official business to think about during the day, and he has to sit here and judge cases when he returns to the mansion at night. If it gets out, I don't know whether people will laugh at the prince's unrest in the backyard, or laugh at the wife's inability to manage the household. Sherlan is so presumptuous. Injin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, with a tone of rebuke and a hint of helplessness. Prince, it was I who was disrespectful just now. I apologize to the wife. Sherlan knelt down as she spoke. This action forced Olenara to stand up. What are you doing? Sister? I haven't blamed you yet. My sister apologized first. I just said it out of desperation. I hope the lady won't blame me. But when things are unfair, they will speak out. Today, Mrs. Hu was disrespectful to me, and she refused to repent, so I gave her a small punishment. Just now, I was disrespectful to the lady, but the palace is ultimately ruled by the prince, and the prince said that I was presumptuous, so I was wrong, so I apologized to my sister. Yin Sherlan said she apologized, but she knelt straight. In spring, clothes are thin, and Olenara did not dare to ask Yin Sherlan to kneel in front of Injin. So she sent her maid to help Yin Sherlan up. When the maid carefully helped Yin Sherlan to stand up, she suddenly tilted her body and fell down. As Yin Sherlan fell, her hair bun loosened, and the jade hairpin in her hair fell to the ground. Chapter 12 Jade Hairpin. Injin rushed forward and hugged Yin Sherlan's limp body. He shouted, Please call the imperial physician. The maids and servants in the main hall all knelt down and lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. In the past 3 months, the prince's favor for this concubine was known to everyone in the mansion. Injin picked up Yin Sherlan and took her back to her Jinglan courtyard. Songji knelt beside him and exclaimed, What is this? Injin looked down and saw the broken jade hairpin. A small piece of black paste was revealed in the split magnolia flower on the hairpin. Injin frowned. Su Peixing immediately took the silk handkerchief of the maid next to him, and carefully picked up the pile of broken things, including the hairpin and the paste. When Yin Sherlan woke up, she saw Injin sitting by her bed, holding her hand and squinting his eyes, as if he was asleep. She gently pulled her hand and tried to get up, and it was this slight movement that woke Injin up. At this time, Yin Sherlan's face looked pale. The hairpins on her head had been removed by Songji. Her long black hair spread on the pillow, making her look much more delicate than usual. Are you awake? Want to eat something? Ask the kitchen to make it for you. Injin was still holding her hand, looking into her eyes as he said this. Yin Sherlan smiled weakly. I don't have much appetite. I don't know what happened to me, causing the prince to worry and work hard. The imperial physician said you are fine. Maybe your spleen and stomach are out of balance recently, and you are just a little weak. The imperial physician has already prescribed a prescription. You should take the medicine and take care of yourself for a few days. When you are well, I will take you to ride a horse. We should not waste such a beautiful springtime, Injin said with a little pampering. Really? I haven't ridden a horse for a long time. I need to make a new set of riding clothes. Yin Sherlan was like a spoiled child, with a little light in her eyes. Su Peixing, go and tell the sewing room to make 2 sets of riding clothes. Su Peixing immediately took the order and went out. After Yin Sherlan finished drinking the medicine and fell asleep, Injin returned to the study and asked Su Peixing to call the imperial physician who treated Yin Sherlan. Reporting to the prince, I have carefully sorted out the fragments that eunuch Su brought. Those ointments are indeed strange. They look like drugs that cause mental confusion, but they will not be absorbed by people for no reason. When I took the pulse of concubine Jean, I found that there were signs that concubine Jean had used this medicine in her body, But the time of using the medicine was too short, and it has not caused great harm to concubine Jean. I will prescribe a prescription for concubine Jean to remove the toxins. The imperial physician lowered his head after saying these words. In their line of work, they have seen too many secrets in the harem, and are quite accustomed to it. Injin tapped the table with his index finger, thinking about something. He thought to himself, it seems that his harem should be cleaned up. In the past few months, he has been busy with military affairs, just to see what is going on in the harem. The imperial physician said that this medicine cannot be absorbed by people out of thin air. Then according to the imperial physician, how did this medicine enter the body of the concubine? Injin asked the imperial physician. The doctor thought for a moment, and spoke cautiously. I have seen the hairpin. The medicine is wrapped in the magnolia flower of the hairpin. However, the hairpin is hollow, and has a small hole at the bottom. I know. Just keep it in mind. Without my permission, you are not allowed to mention it to anyone. Yes, I will take my leave. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Sherlan listened to Injin's footsteps and left, then sat up and smiled coldly. She called Songji over, leaned over and whispered a few words. Nien Sherlan recalled in her heart. In her previous life, that hairpin was given by Olenara. Because she didn't like the style. She never wore it. But she escaped. It was not until she was about to be banished to the cold palace in her previous life that a palace maid ran away in a hurry, accidentally fell, and the hairpin fell out of her arms. She saw that the ornament she had forgotten for many years actually contained a mystery. In this life, in the second month after she entered the mansion, Olenara said that she worked hard in serving the master every day, and rewarded her with this hairpin. She played with the hairpin carefully for a long time, and then found the small hole at the bottom. So, she decided to play along with the trick, and closed her eyes to give the maid next to her the opportunity to infiltrate the medicine into her tea. She knew that this time would not have a big impact on Olenara, but this time was enough. Don't worry. Take your time. Chapter 13 The Origin of Buyao. Songji told Nien Sherlan when she came back that it was all done. Nien Sherlan was lying on the bed and was not sleepy. The servant just came to report that the master went to the Fujin's courtyard and would stay in Fujin's Xingfu courtyard tonight. This was the first time that Injin took the initiative to go to Xingfu courtyard in the 3 months since Nien Sherlan entered the mansion. But when Nien Sherlan heard the news, she just said lightly, I know, go down. In the past 3 months, even when she was most intimate with Injin, Nien Sherlan always thinks about her past life. She can't forget those times when she was backstabbed. So her attitude towards Injin is only better at certain times. She knows that her brother Nien Qingyo has been secretly loyal to Injin since she entered the palace. She also knows that her brother has ambitions and wants to keep her safe in the palace. On the surface, some trajectories still follow the examples of the past life, but secretly, she thinks it is not necessarily the case. The next day, the spring weather was beautiful. Nien Sherlan had just stood up under the service of Songji, and was gesturing at a pink jade hairpin in front of the mirror. There were several small peony flowers carved on the hairpin, which was very delicate. The servant said that the master had just returned from court, and the wife invited the master to have breakfast. Nien Sherlan slowly stood up and asked Songji to change her into a pink cheongsam with white edges. The white edges were embroidered with delicate vines in green, and small pink flowers were interspersed between the vines. Nien Sherlan looked at herself in the mirror and felt a little dazed. She laughed at herself again, and she looked like a delicate concubine. When Nien Sherlan arrived at Xingfuyuan, Jiang Fuhai, the eunuch of the Olenara family, was directing the maids to serve the meal. Jiang Fuhai saw Nien Sherlan coming, and he quickly bowed and greeted her. But he said, My wife, be well. The wife said that you have not been feeling well recently, so you don't need to greet her. You should just rest well in Jinglanuan, and come to greet her when you are well again. As he spoke, he carefully observed the wife's expression. Nien Sherlan smiled, and smiled sweetly through the door. In that case, I will just pay my respects to the wife here. I will go back. After saying that, she turned and left unexpectedly. Injin was standing a few steps away. Greetings to the master. When Nien Sherlan saw Injin, she bowed with a smile. No thanks. You are not well yet. Why are you still walking around? Injin also smiled. My master, I feel much better today, thinking about how I fainted in the main hall yesterday and disturbed the wife. I came here today to pay my respects. I didn't expect that the wife is so kind and wise, and would understand my weak body, and exempt me from paying my respects. Yin Sherlan said this with a serious face, and there was no dissatisfaction of being rejected on her face. With the clothes she wore today, Injin only felt that the beautiful concubine made people happy. Since you are exempted from paying your respects, you should have a good rest for a few days. Come back when you are well again, Injin said, and entered the Xingfu courtyard. Yin Sherlan bowed, and let Songji support her, and walked back slowly. As she walked, Yin Sherlan suddenly said that she wanted to go to Lufang Pavilion where Hu Gij lived. Because Gij's status was not high, they did not have their own separate courtyards, and all lived in Lufang Pavilion far away from their masters. If one day she became a concubine, she would be qualified to live in a more decent courtyard. If she wanted to have her own courtyard, she would have to skip the concubine and become a concubine. A concubine was a daughter-in-law who could be recorded in the Imperial Jade Record. When she arrived at Lufang Pavilion, Yin Sherlan waved her hand and asked the eunuch next to her to wait at the door. She went in with Songji and 2 second-class maids. The maidservant of Hu Gij was sweeping the corridor. She saw Yin Sherlan coming in and knelt down to pay her respects. Yin Sherlan just waved her hand and asked, "Is Hu better?" The maidservant knelt down and did not dare to stand up. She had seen Hu being beaten that day. This concubine was not so easy to fool. The maidservant was Hu's personal maidservant, named Yutsue. She used to serve Olinara like Hu. It was only since Mrs. Hu was promoted to a concubine, and then a princess, that she was assigned to serve Mrs. Hu alone. Yutsue heard Yin Sherlan's question and answered quickly, reporting to the concubine, "The princess is sleeping in the inner room. The swelling on her face has subsided a little, but she said she can't see anyone yet. I will go in and tell her that the concubine is here to visit." "No need to tell her. I will go in by myself. If it is serious, I will report to the concubine and ask the imperial physician to take a good look." After saying that, Yin Sherlan did not wait for Yutsue to get up. Then she went into Hu's room. As expected, Hu was lying on her side in the bed. Yin Sherlan didn't care. She walked to the table and sat down, and gave Songji a look. Songji pushed Yutsue, who followed in, and went out again. "I know you didn't sleep. I just want to say one thing, I'm not targeting you. But you know where the jade hairpin came from. If you want your family and uncle to be safe, you can do it yourself." After saying that, Yin Sherlan got up and walked out, but before leaving, she saw Hu shaking violently from the corner of her eye. Chapter 14. The fire is ready. Su Peisheng came before dinner. He asked the kitchen to bring a large food box, saying that the master would have dinner in Jinglan courtyard. Yin Sherlan just stretched her head to take a look, and asked Su Peisheng with a smile, "What dishes are served today?" Su Peisheng hurriedly bit over, and named a series of dishes. The main dish was roasted lamb leg, and stewed beef, accompanied by 4 side dishes, stir-fried fresh mushrooms and bamboo shoots, walnut and celery salad, cooked daylily and cabbage with vinegar, and a dish of cucumber and black fungus. The soup was West Lake beef soup, and the snack was crab roe crisps. Other dishes were fine, but the crab roe crisps were not in season. It was only spring now, and Su Peisheng said that the crabs were specially obtained by the prince, and it was not easy to make these crab roe crisps. He was worried that the concubine had not been feeling well recently, and if he didn't have some good food, he was afraid that the concubine would have no appetite. Just as Su Peisheng finished serving the meal, the eunuch outside announced that the prince had arrived. Yin Sherlan hurried out to greet him, and after bowing, she smiled and took Injin's arm and walked in together. "You are disrespectful. Why don't you pay your respects to me seriously?" Although Injin said these words of blame, there was no anger in his tone. "Do I have to pretend to be virtuous in front of my master? In that case, then you can find some obedient sisters." Yin Sherlan pouted. "You are the only one who talks too much. Isn't it enough that I accompany you every day? Look at other people's backyards. Who doesn't have a lot of concubines from wives to maids?" Injin frowned. "Humph. Master, when you say that, you are still thinking about other people when you are with me. Don't worry. If there are some new sisters in this house one day, I will promise to disappear, so that I won't be annoying." "Okay. I'm just teasing you. Even if there are new people in this house one day, you are still the overlord of that place, and no one can surpass you except the wife." As Injin was talking, he saw Songji bringing a basin of water over, so he washed his hands and sat down to eat. Yin Sherlan also sat down with a pout, but she sighed in her heart. Fortunately, she was only 17 years old in this life. In the previous life, she felt disgusted when she did this action. After the two of them had dinner, Nien Sherlan saw that Injin had no intention of leaving. She said, "Master, are you going to stay here with me tonight?" Injin drank a sip of tea and asked back, "Why, you don't want me to stay? How can I? Who in this mansion doesn't look forward to the master? But the master has been with me for a long time. Isn't it just a way for me to attract attention? Besides, I'm not well yet. Why don't you go and see Fu Jin?" Injin frowned slightly. "Breakfast is eaten with Fu Jin. Go another day." Nien Sherlan thought to herself, "The time has come." So she said again, "I was angry that day, and I got angry with Hu. Won't you go and see?" "Master?" Injin thought about it. "This matter has not been resolved yet. It's time to go and see." Although Hu was just a maidservant of Olenara's dowry, but he was born in the three banners of the Manchu army. The Olenara family is a noble family, and the Hu family is a branch family, and there are people in the family serving in the army. Speaking of serving in the army, Injin narrowed his eyes. It's time. Now that the Yungers are invading, the emperor has appointed Fei Yonggu as a general, and Tu Hai as a deputy general to go to war. Nian Gingyo is also in the army fighting against Galdan. When he comes back, it's time to give him a try. If Nian Gingyo can serve him wholeheartedly, he will be even more powerful. If he can't serve him wholeheartedly, then he will find a way to gain his loyalty. Chapter 15 Mother is ill. When Mrs. Hu heard the eunuch outside announce that the master had come, she thought she was dreaming. The master had not been to Lufang Pavilion for almost half a year. Why did he suddenly come tonight? Mrs. Hu got up in a hurry. Injin had already stepped into the room. "I am sorry for not coming to meet you from afar. Please forgive me." "Master." Mrs. Hu bowed her head. "It's okay. I am here to see how your injury is." "Look up." "Let me see." Mrs. Hu raised her head slightly. Her nose felt sore, and 2 lines of tears rolled down. She was not really wronged, but she needed to show weakness again and again at this time. She was just a little princess, and although it sounded good, she was just half a servant. If she wanted to live a better life in this palace, she had to rely on the love and mercy of the master. Su Peixian glanced at Yutsui, and Yutsui hurriedly left. Injin seemed to ignore Hu's tears, and suddenly said, "The jade hairpin of the concubine," who was shocked, pretending to be calm. "The jade hairpin of the concubine is very good, but I heard it was broken, which is a pity. I am asking you, do you know what is inside the hairpin?" Injin's face darkened. He continued, "It's okay if you don't tell me. I have already sent someone to check. The hairpin came from the Jinbao Pavilion opened by your uncle on the street. Whether you tell me or not, I know the answer. It just depends on whether you are honest or not." When Hu saw Injin say this, gritting his teeth, he said, "Please tell me clearly." "Master." Injin pondered for a while. "Forget it. Since you won't tell me." Su Peixian. "Take the hairpin fragments tomorrow, and take the owner of Jinbao Pavilion to the government. Just say that Jinbao Pavilion is selling inferior goods as good ones, and some low-quality stuff. I obey your orders." Su Peixian said, and was about to leave. Hu was shocked when she saw this, and knelt down hurriedly. "Master, spare my life. Jinbao Pavilion is my mother's home. If this happens, I can't live like this. It was the hairpin that someone ordered at Jinbao Pavilion before you married your concubine last year. But I don't know how it was presented to you. Later, your concubine said that your concubine had worked hard to serve you, so she gave it to you as a reward. As for what it was, I really don't know, and I hope you can see clearly." Injin sneered. "So, you and your servant are innocent." Who didn't dare to speak, but just knelt with her head down. Injin stood up and left a word. "Only you and I know what happened today. I don't need to worry about it." After Injin left for a while, Hu got up from the ground in a cold sweat. Her spring clothes were thin, and her knees were a little cold. The next morning at breakfast, she heard that the master had punished a young eunuch and a second-class maid in Xingfu courtyard, saying that they did not serve Fu Jin wholeheartedly. Fu Jin said nothing, but just promoted a new second-class maid. When the news reached Jinglan courtyard, Nien Sherlan had just finished breakfast, reading a letter from home. The letter said, Mrs. Nien was ill and missed Lanner very much. So Nien Sherlan walked to the master's study, and waited outside the study for the master to return home after the court session. When Injin returned to the study, he saw Nien Sherlan wearing a green embroidered spring gown, standing under the magnolia tree in the study yard, looking very pretty. Nien Sherlan greeted him, entered the study, and then said that her mother was ill and that, as a daughter, she could not take care of her, and was very worried. Since that's the case, I'll go and tell Mrs. Fujin. Let's go back in the afternoon. I'll go with you to see your mother. Yin Sherlan was very happy to see Injin nod. Chapter 16 Whose Visit? In the afternoon, when Yin Sherlan followed Injin back to the Nian mansion, Yin Xiaoling and Yin Xiao were already waiting at the door. Yin Xiaoling and Yin Xiao greeted Injin, and then let him go to the main hall for tea. Yin Sherlan walked through the front hall and walked to Madame Nian's bedroom. The maid guarding the door quickly opened the door and invited Yin Sherlan in. The two concubines saw Yin Sherlan coming back, and knew that the mother and daughter had something to say, and they all left tactfully. Yin Sherlan greeted her mother, and sat beside her mother's bed. However, she looked ruddy, and did not look ill. Madame Yin then said, "Lauder, mother does not know how you are doing in the palace. Although I often hear you write letters to say you are safe, I want to see you in person." Yin Sherlan held her mother's hand and said, "Mother, you are really mean. If you want to see me, you can just send a letter. But you have to say that you are not feeling well, which makes your daughter very worried." Madame Yin smiled, and the mother and daughter talked for a while. Madame Yin spoke after careful consideration. "Lauder, you sent someone to deliver the message last time. What was it you wanted to do to get the contraceptive soup? Is it because the prince treats you badly?" "Mother, you worry too much. The prince treats his daughter very well, but now the wife's eldest son has died, and there is no pregnancy, and my daughter does not want to give birth to a child to compete with him." Yin Sherlan looked at her mother and said, "Although you are a concubine, you are wronged after all. My daughter of the Nian family cannot grow up to be the main wife." Madame Yin said, and burst into tears. Yin Sherlan was stunned. She thought of her last life. She met Injin at the hunting ground in the autumn examination. At that time, he admired her arrogance, and she admired his extraordinary bravery. She was very happy to be his concubine. But later, Yin Sherlan came to her senses, and smiled at her mother. "Mother, please don't be so sad. My daughter and the prince are in love. Although she is a concubine, my daughter is not unhappy in the palace." The mother and daughter talked for a while, and it was the end of the Shin time. Yin Sherlan got up and went to the front hall, thinking about going back to the palace with Injin. As soon as she reached the door of the backyard, she saw Yin Jilan, the concubine of Yin Xiaoling, who was born to Aunt Qi, coming from the front hall with a shy face. Yin Sherlan remained calm until she walked up to her concubine, and then she realized that it was her legitimate sister in front of her. Yin Jilan put away her shy face and stepped forward to greet Yin Sherlan. "My eldest sister, be well." Songji looked at Yin Sherlan and spoke to her. "Miss San, I wonder if the female teacher has taken leave to go home recently. Why didn't anyone teach Miss San how to pay respect to the concubine?" Yin Jilan was stunned when she realized what was happening. She was about to kneel down, but Yin Sherlan waved her hand and said no need. Yin Sherlan looked in the direction of the front hall and saw that Injin had stood up and was waiting for her to leave, so she left without saying anything. Yin Jilan bit her lower lip after seeing Yin Sherlan leave. Suddenly, she remembered that when she served tea to Prince Yong just now, the other party glanced at her, and she felt the girl's heart fluttering again. Yin Sherlan was sitting in the carriage thinking about something. Injin was riding on the horse. Halfway through the journey, a eunuch came to report that something happened in the palace, and asked Prince Yong to come to the palace immediately. Injin arranged his own guards, and asked them to protect the concubine back to the mansion, and then he went to the palace. When Yin Sherlan returned to the palace, it was just time for dinner. Yin Sherlan had dinner alone. Songji came in, and said that Mrs. Hu wanted to see her. Mrs. Hu knelt down as soon as she came in. "Greetings to the concubine. The master came to see me the other day. I have said what you told Miss Songji to say. You are smart. Although you used to serve the concubine, you should not help her to harm me." Yin Sherlan took a sip of tea, and did not call Hu. Hu continued to kneel. "I am helpless." "Okay, you get up. I will protect your uncle after you settle him down." Yin Sherlan rubbed her temples with her water-green fingers, looking a little tired. Seeing this, Hu left the room, and looked back at the plaque of Jinglan Courtyard when she left. On both sides of the plaque were 2 lines of poetry, which read, "Through experience, you still know things, and through people, you can see rivers." Chapter 17 Yin Sherlan pays respects. When Yin Sherlan opened her eyes in the morning, she saw that it was still early, but she had not paid respects to Olinara for half a month. It was time to pay respects. Since Injin was summoned to the palace on the day Yin Sherlan returned to her parents' home, She had not seen him for half a month. First, Supatian came back to get some daily necessities, and then Olenara sent people to notify each courtyard. The master was sent by the emperor to Hunan to relieve the disaster, and everyone in the palace had to behave themselves, and not cause any trouble. When Songji came with a basin of water to ask Nyanchalan to wash her face, she had already stood up, and sat in front of the dressing table. While washing her face, Nyanchalan asked Songji, "Is there any news from the front yard?" Songji replied, "Yesterday, I heard from the eunuch Zioxizi in the front yard that the master was in Hunan to deal with the flood. He said that the Yellow River had burst again. This disaster was very serious. Yesterday, Fu Jin sent someone to send some things to the master." Nyanchalan paused, and suddenly remembered this time in her previous life. Yinjin was injured while going to Hunan to treat the disaster. When he was carried back to the palace, he had a high fever. Later, an epidemic broke out, and 2 of the young eunuchs who served him died. Olenara ordered the palace to be closed, and ordered vinegar to be boiled everywhere to eliminate the epidemic, and the servants who served him covered their faces with scarves, and finally the palace was able to get through the crisis without any danger. At this time in the previous life, she had made a scene because Olenara closed the palace, and did not allow people to move around. Thinking of this, Nyanchalan ordered Songji, "Prepare some vinegar in advance, and prepare some fine gauze scarves." Songji was confused, but she always listened to Nyanchalan. So she planned to wait until Nyanchalan went to pay her respects to Fu Jin before she went to prepare. Nyanchalan had to pass through the garden on the way to Xingfu courtyard. It was late spring. The flowers in the garden were blooming, which made people feel happy. Turning the corner, and leaving the garden was Xingfu courtyard where Fu Jin lived. Outside the courtyard, the princesses Hu and Shu saw Nyanchalan coming, and they immediately bowed respectfully to greet her. Nyanchalan looked at Hu, then at Shu, who looked timid, and smiled. "You came early," Hu replied. "I thought it was important to pay my respects, so I came here early with Sister Shu." Nyanchalan sneered and asked, "So you mean I despise the matter of paying my respects? So I came late?" Shu was shocked when she heard this, but she was always timid, and did not dare to speak up to defend Hu. Just as Hu was sweating profusely, Chiu Mei, Olenara's personal maid, came to invite them in. Nyanchalan entered the Xingfu courtyard first, without looking back. She looked at Hu, seeing that she was biting her lower lip. She looked frightened, so she quietly pulled Hu's sleeve, and the 2 followed Nyanchalan into the courtyard. Concubine Yin pays respects to Master Concubine. "I have not been feeling well these days, and I have not been able to serve you in time. I hope you will forgive me." Yin looked at her and respectfully paid respects to Master Concubine. Concubine Hu Shu pays respects to Master Concubine. Hu Gij and Shu Gij also greeted them respectfully. Olenara was sitting in the upper seat with a smile on her face. She called them up. She also gave the 3 of them seats. Seeing the 3 of them tasting the fragrant tea at hand, Olenara spoke. "You 3 sisters look good today. Hu, is your face completely healed? As a girl, you should not leave any scars." When Hu heard her being mentioned, she remembered that the concubine had an attack on her that day. Until now, the master and the concubine had no explanation. "I just sent someone to deliver a few bottles of ointment to dissipate blood stasis and relieve pain. I was resentful in my heart, but I dared not show it on my face." Mrs. Hu clenched her handkerchief tightly, and smiled softly. "Thank you, Master Fujin, for your concern. I am much better now, and I don't have any scars left. I was disrespectful that day, and I deserve to be punished." Shu Gij lowered her head to sip tea, like a quail shrinking her head. Nyanchalan raised her hand to stroke her hair, and said lightly, "What Master Fujin said makes sense, girls. You must not leave any scars. I was angry that day, sister. Don't take it to heart. I have a box of the best facial gel. I will have someone give it to you later. Sister, take good care of your face." "That's good. I feel much more relieved to see you 2 are so harmonious." Olenara paused and then said, "The other day I went to the palace to pay my respects to the Empress Tefei, and the Empress also said that there are few people in the backyard of our palace, and we need to add 2 new people to help the master's body. Our backyard will be more lively in the future." If it was in the previous life, Nyanchalan would have gotten up and left when she heard this. But in this life, she was almost rolling her eyes in her heart. Chapter 18. The prince is injured. Nyanchalan was rolling her eyes in her heart. Hu Gij and Shu Gij were thinking their own thoughts. Olenara was drinking tea. Suddenly, the eunuch on the second gate ran over, and knelt down, in the middle of the Xingfu courtyard. Report to the wife. The prince is injured, and he has just been carried back. Olenara was startled, and the teacup in her hand almost fell. Xiaomei hurriedly took Olenara's teacup, and helped her to the front yard in a hurry. Yin Sherlan, Hu and Shu also hurriedly followed. As Yin Sherlan walked, she recalled in her heart, it seemed that it was a while later than this in her previous life. Although she was not anxious in her heart, she looked very anxious on her face, and even forced out a few tears while walking. When she arrived at Injin's front yard, Yin Sherlan's eyes looked red, and she looked 3 times more haggard. When Olenara brought everyone from the backyard to the house, the imperial doctors were already standing in the room. Injin was unconscious, and his clothes were covered with blood. The blood at the root of the thigh also soaked the pants. His eyes were tightly closed, his face was pale, and the color of his lips was the same. He lay motionless on the bed, but his handsome face was frowning. Olenara's legs went limp when she saw so much blood, but she was the wife, the mistress of this palace, she had to hold on. Olenara asked the imperial physician, "Is the prince's injury fatal?" The leading imperial physician Zhang saluted Olenara and said, replying to Madam, the prince was wounded in the chest by a knife. The wound did not reach the lungs. It looked scary, but he just needs to rest well in the future. The arrow wound on the thigh just grazed the bone. It is not fatal. But, please speak frankly. Dr. Zhang, don't just say just. Olenara's face turned pale. It's just that the prince has symptoms of poisoning, so he is unconscious. Can this poison be cured? Olenara asked anxiously. It can be cured. But, Dr. Zhang hesitated again and stopped talking. Olenara suppressed the anger in her heart. Doctor, please speak up if you have anything to say. Don't say anything. The doctor wiped his sweat, bowed to Olenara, and said, please don't blame me. Madam, the poison of the prince can be cured. But I feel his pulse, and he seems to have been infected with an epidemic. Now the prince is injured, poisoned and unconscious. If he is infected with an epidemic again, it will not be good. The doctor said it was not good, which was already very euphemistic. The royal family has many taboos, and some words cannot be said too directly. Olenara fell into a chair when she heard it, and was stunned for a moment. She said to the imperial physician, please ask the imperial physician to detoxify and bandage the prince's wound first. Prince Yang's mansion will be grateful. The imperial physician took a step back and bowed again. Don't worry, madam. It is the duty of doctors to cure diseases and save lives. I will detoxify the prince right now. The bleeding has been stopped by acupuncture just now. I will do my best to treat him. But this prescription for curing the epidemic is... I still have to discuss this with several colleagues. Then I'll trouble the imperial physician. After saying this, Olenara walked to Injin's bedside and took a look. The man lying in front of her was the one she had loved for 7 years, and she gave birth to a son for him. Although the child did not grow up safely, she could not hate him. Olenara touched the pair of jade bracelets on her wrist, remembering that Injin put these bracelets on her when she first entered the mansion. She said, I wish I had these bracelets like this day and night. Su Peixing. Olenara called. Your servant is here. Please give me your orders. Madam. Su Peixing bowed forward. Pass the order. From today on, no one in Prince Yang's mansion can leave. Let each courtyard take care of their own people, and don't move around. Before the prince recovers, all the people in the backyard will be exempted from the morning and evening visits. All food and drink will not be lacking. Vinegar will be distributed to each courtyard to boil and eliminate the epidemic. Everyone must wear a veil when entering and leaving. If necessary, this madam and my sisters will take turns to take care of the sick. Report to the palace again, let the emperor know, the several doctors who came today should be settled in the side rooms. Serve them well, and not be treated badly. Su Peixing took the order, and went to handle it. The doctors' faces did not fluctuate. After all, curing diseases and saving lives is the duty of doctors. Besides, in this situation, how could they leave? Yin Sherlan stood beside Olenara with her head down. She was just a concubine, and she had almost no right to speak in such occasions. But she was thinking about something in her mind. Chapter 19 Going back first. The front yard was crowded and busy. The servants were all trotting. Someone was boiling water, someone was decocting medicine, someone was boiling vinegar, and Yin Sherlan, who was doing odd jobs, stood in the yard for a moment. Report to the lady, the master is in a coma, and the doctor said that the master has been infected with the epidemic. I am really worried, but there is nothing to do here for the time being. I can only watch the master go through the tribulation, and I feel really uncomfortable. Why don't I go back with the two princesses first? Wait for the order from the wife. Yin Sherlan wiped the tears that were not very obvious with a handkerchief. Olenara choked and looked at her with a hard-to-describe look. At this time, if it were someone else, they would rush to serve. Not like Nian. But keeping her in this courtyard, while her husband's life and death are uncertain, she will feel uncomfortable looking at this concubine. Olenara waved her hand. Go. Stay in your courtyard. Come back when the master wakes up. Yin Sherlan took Hugij and Shugij back. Hugij looked fine. Shugij had been crying for a long time. Her eyes were red and her body was trembling slightly. The two followed Yin Sherlan to send the concubine back to Jinglan courtyard. When they were almost at the gate of Jinglan courtyard, Yin Sherlan stopped, looked back at Hugij and Shugij, and sneered. Mrs. Shu, if the servants saw you crying like this, they would think something happened to the master. Go back, don't follow me. Shu was so scared that she knelt down, trembling with fear and not daring to speak. Hu lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. Yin Sherlan waved her hand impatiently and left. In this new life, she really didn't have time to deal with these little shrimps. Back at Jinglan courtyard, Yin Sherlan sat down and asked Songji to find Xiao Linzi to come in. Xiao Linzi was a young eunuch that Yin Sherlan took in the second month of entering the palace. He was originally a horse slave who was kicked around and yelled at in the stable. He was only 12 years old this year, 3 years younger than Songji. Xiao Linzi was not originally called this name. He himself did not know where his home was. He was kidnapped to the capital by a kidnapper. Before he could do anything, the kidnapper was hunted down for kidnapping the daughter of an official family. The kidnapper felt guilty the night before he was caught and drove him out of his hiding place, leaving him to fend for himself. Xiao Linzi was living on the streets when he was 4 years old. The ignorant child was picked up by a family in the dark night. He thought he would have enough food and warm clothes. But the family just wanted to pick up another slave. And they would beat and scold him at any time. The little child suffered a lot and was in fear every day. He didn't know what he did wrong and would be beaten. Finally, when he was 7 years old, he found an opportunity to run away. But he was a child, and he had no money and nowhere to go. So he was among the people fighting with wild dogs for food on the street. And he was also the one who stole steamed buns from the store on the street corner and was knocked to the ground. And he was also the one who was busy digging wild vegetables in the mountains and didn't notice that he was almost eaten by wild beasts. He was so hungry that he went to steal on the street. He pretended to beg and approached a young master who looked well dressed. He just got the food but had no time to run away. He was called out by another little beggar who had fought with him for food in the wild dog's mouth before. He was beaten severely by the young master's servant and thrown on the street corner. He was cold, hungry, and in pain all over. It was early winter. He was wearing a single piece of clothing stolen from someone else's yard, which was torn by wild dogs. Before he fainted from hunger and pain, Xiao Linzi felt that he was going to die this time. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, he was in a dark room. The room smelled bad, and there was the sound of a horse sniffing nearby. He was startled by the horse sniffing, and just as he was about to struggle to get up, he found that his lower body was in great pain. Xiao Linzi touched the painful area and found that his only little brother, who had been with him, was gone. He couldn't hold it in any longer, sobbing and crying. But he couldn't cry loudly, because it would hurt the wound more. After crying for a while, the dark door was opened. He realized that he was in a stable. He guessed that this was a wealthy family. A limping black figure came in from the door, because it was against the light. Xiao Linzi took a long time to adjust to it before he could see the person coming in. It was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. He spoke slowly. His voice was sharp. Little bastard, you are still lucky. As he said that, the middle-aged man took out 2 steamed buns from his arms and threw them to the child in front of him. Xiao Linzi didn't care about anything else. He gobbled the steamed buns as soon as he grabbed them. But the wound hurt too much. He almost ate a mouthful of steamed bun with tears and blood. He had to swallow the steamed bun first, enduring the severe pain. After Xiao Linzi swallowed the last bite of steamed bun, the middle-aged man said, "Boy, you are lucky to be picked up by our family. You will live a good life with our family in the future." Because the middle-aged man asked him his name. He said he didn't know his full name, and he only remembered that his parents called him Mumu when he was a child. Anyway, he couldn't read, and he only knew this pronunciation. The middle-aged man sneered. Little bastard, you will be called Xiao Linzi from now on, remember? When you can work, I will teach you the rules. Just like that, Xiao Linzi. Except for losing his little brother, he had a name, food to eat, and a place to live. After enduring the pain of the wound for several months, he also had a job. It was just being a humble little horse slave in the stable, but he was satisfied. It was only later that he knew that this was the residence of the emperor's son, Prince Yong's mansion. Chapter 20, Sending a Letter. This is Xiao Linzi's 5th year in the palace. His master finally found a way for him to work for the concubine. Xiao Linzi was on duty at the gate of Jinglan courtyard. When Songji waved to him, he hurried over. Songji took out some change and gave it to him. She also gave him an envelope and asked him to keep it close to his body. She told him to find a way to go out and deliver a letter to the Nian mansion. Xiao Linzi smiled and said, Sister Songji, it is my duty to run errands for the concubine. Songji also laughed. Little boy, go quickly. Take this change to buy some food. Xiao Linzi received the task, and first went back to the servant's room to take off the eunuch's clothes on duty. He put on the plain clothes that the concubine had given him before, and then put on the eunuch's clothes again. He folded the envelope again, and hid it close to his body. He lowered his head to see if there was any flaw, and then ran to the stable. His master, the middle-aged eunuch, was named Zhou Anhai, sitting in a room next to the stable, drinking tea. The tea leaves looked like black leaves, but the water they brewed was light in color. Xiao Linzi came to Zhou Anhai's side, whispered to his master, and took out the small amount of silver to give to him. Zhou Anhai looked a little happy. You are a filial boy. Tell me, how long will you be out? Xiao Linzi smiled flatteringly. To be honest with you, I am going out to do something, but I cannot go through the main gate at this moment. Please make an exception. I will be back in an hour. Zhou Anhai said. Well, if we don't love you, who will we love? Let's go. Follow me. Zhou Anhai took Xiao Linzi to the back of the stable. There was a pile of winnowing baskets and a few broken bricks and stones under the wall. Zhou Anhai squatted down with difficulty, because his right leg was not convenient. The squatting posture looked funny. He dug out the bricks and stones, and carefully moved away a few winnowing baskets, revealing a small hole in the wall. It was almost noon. Xiao Linzi crawled out of the small dog hole and appeared in a narrow crack in the wall. He followed Zhou Anhai's instructions. First took off the eunuch's outer robe and hid in a corner. Then looked around and found a stone to press it down. When he couldn't see what was under the stone, he felt relieved to rub out through the crack and onto the street. The main street where the palace was located was full of dignitaries, and the road Zhou Anhai pointed out happened to be the street behind the palace. Xiao Linzi's thin body was not conspicuous when he crawled out of the crack. He mixed in the crowd, crossed 2 streets and arrived at the gate of Yin Mansion. The gatekeeper looked at Xiao Linzi and let him in through the side door without asking any questions. Yin Xiaoling took the letter in his hand and read it, and pondered for a while. He asked the housekeeper to send Xiao Linzi out through the back door. Before he left, the housekeeper gave Xiao Linzi a silver ingot and a few copper coins. Xiao Linzi left Yin Mansion and turned to a busy street. He bought a few meat buns with the copper coins and put them in his arms. Before returning to the palace, he put on the eunuch's outer robe, then he tiptoed back to the dog hole. He immediately presented the meat bun to Zhou Anhai. Although he had no worries about food and drink in the palace, Zhou Anhai liked the meat buns from this street shop. Since Xiao Linzi followed Nian Shuruan, every time he came back from work, he would buy a few meat buns to honor his master. Xiao Linzi smiled and said to Zhou Anhai, Master, Mr. Nian rewarded me with a silver ingot. I will take it to honor you after I report it to concubine Jean. Zhou Anhai also laughed. You little monkey. It was only 5:15 when the little Linzi returned to Jinglan courtyard to report, which was Nian Sherlan's lunch break. But she stood in the yard teasing a white feathered parrot under the corridor, feeding the bird with peeled melon seeds. Nian Sherlan felt relieved after hearing the little Linzi's detailed report, and sent someone to the front yard to inquire about the master's condition. In less than 1/4 hour, the eunuch who went to inquire came back to report that the master had taken the antidote and was now feverish, but still unconscious. Nian Sherlan sat blankly for a while after listening to the eunuch's words. She remembered that at this time in her previous life, it was Ulanara who took care of Injin without taking off her clothes, and she was scolded by Ulanara for asking to see the master when he was sick. This time, She couldn't be reckless. Chapter 21, Sending an order to serve the sick. In the evening, Yin Sherwan sent someone to inquire about the news in the front yard again. This time, the little eunuch brought back news that the prince had a high fever. The wife had been using a wet towel to cool the prince down for a whole day, but the fever still did not subside. Yin Sherwan was silent, with mixed feelings. In the previous life, she was plotted to have an abortion, because her second brother Nien Gingyo was already a fellow Jinsher, and had made military achievements. Although Nien Gingyo had secretly sided with the fourth prince's camp before Nien Sherwan entered the mansion in the previous life, but the situation was weak at that time. Until Nien Sherwan became pregnant, Nien Gingyo made another military achievement. When Prince Yong was busy in the battle for the throne, and saw that he was sure to win, Injin began to worry about the disaster of foreign relatives. Before that, Injin really doted on Yin Sherwan. All the women in the backyard of the palace could not match the favor she received. When Yin Sherwan thought of this, she remembered the truth she heard before hitting the wall in her previous life, and she was unstable for a while. Songji quickly supported Yin Sherwan, who was about to fall. The imperial doctors in the mansion were all in the front yard. But Songji didn't dare to ask for the imperial doctors when Yin Sherwan raised her hand to stop her. Compared with the prince's injury, how could she dare to add to the trouble of her own master's old illness? Songji couldn't help but feel pity in her heart. If she hadn't entered the young prince's mansion as a concubine, her eldest daughter would have been a real wife. Yin Sherwan was lying on the bed with a headache. Songji found a brocade box that the Nien family brought as a dowry. In the brocade box were pills that the Nien family's doctor, who had prepared for Nien Sherwan. Take one pill of this pill when Nien Sherwan has a headache, and drink it with warm rice wine. It will greatly relieve Nien Sherwan's headache in about half an hour. When Songji found the brocade box and asked Lulu, the second-class maid in Nien Sherwan's room, to warm the wine, the eunuch from Olinara came to pass on the message. It said that the prince had a high fever, and that the concubine had been taking care of the prince all day and was exhausted. It was reported that the concubine Yin would take care of him tonight. The eunuch who came was Fushi, the second-class eunuch from Olinara. His attitude was respectful, but his tone was unquestionable. Songji looked at his master lying on the bed, and went out to report to Fushi. The concubine has a headache, and the pain is unbearable. She needs to take medicine and rest now. Please tell the master that it is not that the concubine does not care for her, but that she is too weak to get out of bed. Fushi nodded and said to the door, in this case, I will report to the master. After he left, Songji took the warm wine brought by Lulua and went into the house. After helping Yin Sherwan take the medicine, she saw Jiang Fuhai, the eunuch in charge of the Olinara clan, standing in Jinglan courtyard. Jiang Fuhai raised his head and glanced at Songji, saying, Fujin said that since concubine is also ill, you should have a good rest. I will serve her tomorrow. Songji saw that Jiang Fuhai looked as if Fujin had done a great favor. She secretly complained that Fujin was letting a patient serve her, but she knew that her master was lying down, and it was not good for her to argue with him. So I endured it. Wait until tomorrow, Songji thought angrily. After sending Jiang Fuhai away, Songji stayed by Nien Sherwan's bed and embroidered a purse. On the purse was a fragrant rose, blooming brightly. Jiang Fuhai went back to report to Olinara. Olinara just said with a face that looked always gentle, that's all. Chiome offered Olinara a bowl of soup. Olinara sat at the table in front of Injin's bed and stared at the person lying on the bed. Master, please have some sweet soup. This is the new sweet osmanthus drink from the kitchen. You haven't eaten for a day. Chiome put the soup bowl in front of Olinara. No appetite. Master has a high fever. I'm worried. Olinara didn't drink the sweet osmanthus drink. Chiome spoke angrily. Master, you've been tired for a day, but the lady has a headache at this time. It's a pity that the master loves her so much. How outrageous. How can you talk about your master behind his back? The concubine is also the master of this mansion. Olinara looked at Chiome helplessly, and then looked at the bed. Chiome quickly covered her mouth. How could she forget? What if the prince wakes up? Olinara arranged for the maid to watch over her, and asked the doctor on duty to take good care of her. She went to the study to rest. She thought about taking a nap, but she was too tired, and it was already dawn when she woke up. Chapter 22, Questioning the Guards. It was already daybreak when Olinara woke up. Chiome helped her get up. Olinara washed her face, while scolding the maid on duty for not waking her up earlier. Chiome said, Master, don't worry. The prince's fever subsided at 1 p.m. But he is still unconscious. The concubine came to take care of him early in the morning. When Elenara went to see Injin, Nien Sherlan was using chopsticks dipped in water to moisten Injin's lips. He had been unconscious for a day and a night. She had not eaten anything and had a high fever. Her lips were pale and dry. Greetings to the lady. Nien Sherlan saw Elenara come in, put the bowl in her hand on the low couch beside the bed, stood up and waved her hand casually. Elenara asked calmly, "Is my sister feeling better? I heard that she had a headache last night." "Thanks to the lady. I still feel a little uncomfortable after getting up early, but I miss the master, so I came to take care of him. Since the lady is tired, please go and rest first. I will be the one guarding here." Nien Sherlan wore a yellow Manchu dress today, which made the room look much brighter. She wore several delicate pearl flowers on her head and a pair of pearl earrings on her ears, although she was also covered with a scarf. It was hard to hide her beauty and temperament. She looked radiant, without any sense of physical discomfort. Elenara ignored Nien Sherlan's words and called the imperial physician to ask about Injin's condition. "I took your pulse this morning. Your Majesty is young and healthy, and the poisoning has been cured. However, this epidemic is difficult to treat. Please allow me to make a prescription." The imperial physician bowed. Before Elenara could say anything else, Su Patient came in to report to her. 2 eunuchs who served the prince in the front yard yesterday suddenly fell ill this morning. Elenara took a breath. And the thing she was worried about still happened. But she didn't expect the disease to spread so quickly. 2 people were infected in just one day. I dare not think about what will happen if it continues. I am afraid that everyone in the palace will have to be carried out. Elenara looked around and saw that everyone was covered with scars. And the smell in her nose was the sour smell of boiling vinegar. She had taken precautions. How could it spread so quickly? But she did not have time to think about it. Elenara ordered the 2 sick eunuchs to be moved to the empty courtyard, and threw medicine and food into the courtyard. Poor eunuchs were just objects in the eyes of dignitaries. She had to boil medicine and cook for herself despite having a high fever. Nien Sherlan was a little anxious, and she didn't know how the matter she had entrusted to her mother's family was going. In her previous life, she remembered that the prescription for curing the epidemic was developed by Wen Xianqing, a medical family. Later, when Xianqing was invited by Elenara to the palace to cure Injin, she must find this person before Elenara. Nien Sherlan was thinking about something in her heart, and heard Elenara asking Jiang Fuhai to pass the message to her mother's family. She asked her mother's family to find a famous doctor for her, and to go to the palace to study the prescription for curing the epidemic with the imperial doctors. Nien Sherlan was just about to pick up the bowl to continue moistening Injin's lips, but she saw that Injin's face turned from pale to abnormally flushed. She reached out and touched Injin's neck. He had a high fever again. Just as they were talking, the imperial doctor hurried forward to check his pulse and spoke after a while. "Why is the prince's fever getting worse? It seems that this prescription can only stop the disease temporarily. Once it strikes back, it will be even more severe than before." Injin began to twitch at this time. The wounds on his chest and thighs were bandaged, but now they began to bleed again with the twitching. Elenara screamed, "Imperial physician! Please ask all the imperial physicians to treat the prince." Su Patient was so anxious that he almost cried. He had followed the prince since he was a child. He always went wherever the prince went. He had never seen the prince suffer such a serious injury. How come this happened after a trip to Hunan? The work in Hunan has not been completed yet. The breach has been blocked, after all. It is not the flood season yet, but many people died in the flooded villages. The spring is getting warmer, and the dead, who have not been buried in time, have been infected with the virus, and the living people around them have been infected. The prince is personally involved in every day, supervising the flood control and epidemic prevention. Someone said that the emperor summoned Prince Yong back to Beijing. The man who came was a young eunuch who was unfamiliar, wearing the palace uniform. It was said that according to the emperor's order, Prince Yong had to return to the capital urgently because of important matters. The prince gave instructions on disaster relief and returned to the capital with a dozen personal soldiers. Unexpectedly, when they were about to reach the capital, they were ambushed just as they were waiting for the city gates to open in the morning. The personal soldiers of Prince Yong's mansion were killed or injured, and they risked their lives to protect the prince. When the soldiers guarding the city saw them on the lookout, they were escorted back to the palace to treat the prince's injuries. Su Patient was a eunuch, and it was inconvenient to follow him for a long time. He could only ask about the specific situation of the last 2 surviving personal soldiers. Chapter 23 Talking in a Dream. The imperial doctors gave Injin a dose of medicine, and used acupuncture to stop the convulsions. Seeing that the prince's condition had stabilized, they gathered together to study the prescription for curing the epidemic. This whole process lasted another day. The prince was still in a coma, and the two young eunuchs, who had fainted earlier, were too sick to get up, and the medicine they took was ineffective. Two more sick people were carried out of the front yard. One was a eunuch, and the other was a maid who had previously served and washed the prince. The imperial doctors advised Olenara and Yin Sherwan not to stay in the room, lest the two of them fall down again before the prince gets better. And then, there will be no one to take charge of the palace. Olenara had no choice but to go to the study next door. She was the mistress of the palace, and she couldn't fall down. Yin Sherwan refused to leave, and she wanted to stay by the prince's bed. She sent away all the maids, even Sonji. Olenara let her go. Anyway, the prince was in a coma, and needed someone to take care of him. Yin Sherwan used a towel soaked in warm water to cool Injin down again and again. She was so tired that she just laid down on the bed and took a nap. After all, as a young lady who had been pampered since childhood, she had never done the physical work of taking care of a patient. But lying on the bed was not comfortable. So Yin Sherwan heard Injin's mumbling in a daze. She felt relieved when she heard Injin's mumbling, but sighed helplessly when she heard the content of the mumbling. Injin called out in a confused manner, "Yunshi, wait for me." In her previous life, Sherwan knew that Injin had a legitimate wife before she entered the palace. However, she died of dystocia. And later, Ishio, a member of the Olenara clan, became the second wife. The legitimate wife and the second wife were sisters, and they were the daughters of the great General Fei Yonggu. However, Ishio was born out of wedlock, and Injin was just the inconspicuous fourth prince at that time. It was said that Ishio was quite affectionate with Injin when she entered the palace. However, due to her status, Ishio was only a concubine. Injin had promised that when she gave birth to a son, he would ask the emperor for permission to make Ishio the legitimate wife. But later, I heard that when Ishio was pregnant, her elder sister came to visit her, and she happened to meet Injin, who had just returned from court. The two fell in love at first sight, and the fourth prince ignored his mother, concubine De, and asked to make Ishio's elder sister his wife. But this wife was unlucky, and died of dystocia when giving birth. After that, Injin never doted on any woman again, and he always remembered that wife. Concubine De advised him to make Ishio his wife, and he did so obediently. In the previous life, he doted on Sherwan after she entered the palace. Yin Sherwan thought she was different in his heart. The Yunchi he called now, I think it should be the deceased wife who died early. In the previous life, Yin Sherwan often heard him mention the deceased woman. After Injin succeeded to the throne, he posthumously named her the queen, gave her a posthumous title, and missed her all his life. Yin Sherwan lowered her head and smiled self-deprecatingly. You see, I am still the same after a new life. But in this life, Yin Sherwan will no longer feel heartache. She would not make a scene again because of jealousy with other women. Yin Sherwan sat there for a while, and felt that Injin was starting to have a fever again. So she continued to be busy cooling him down with a wet towel. Before dawn, Olenara sent someone to bring food to Yin Sherwan. Kanji and side dishes, 4 dishes and 1 bowl. The young eunuch put the food on the table, and immediately went out with his body bent after receiving Yin Sherwan's instruction to leave. Yin Sherwan had no appetite. She stirred the bowl of lily porridge, and put the spoon back into the bowl. Her eyes accidentally glanced at Injin, and suddenly found that his hand moved. Yin Sherwan walked over to check carefully, but Injin did not move again, just lying quietly like before. Su Patient stood outside and said, "Concubine, you have been up all day and all night. Go back and rest. There is water for you in the left wing. You can take a bath and change clothes before going back." Yin Sherwan said nothing. After a while, she laughed. "Then I'll have to trouble Eunuch Su." She lifted the curtain and looked into the courtyard. Olenara was sitting at a stone table drinking tea. Several imperial doctors were busy flipping through books, preparing medicines. People from the palace came every day to ask, but they were not allowed to enter the palace gate. For 3 days in a row, there were servants who fell down every day, and even an imperial doctor fell down. The life of this palace seemed to be being taken away bit by bit. Chapter 24 Theory of Vinegar. Yin Sherwan took a bath and changed her clothes, and was supported by Songji to go back to Jinglan courtyard. Yin Sherwan had not slept all night Even though she was only 17 years old, she was exhausted. She had changed her light yellow Chongsan dress into the light green one prepared by Su Peisheng. As she was walking, she saw a young eunuch running towards the front yard. Yin Sherlan paused, turned around and walked towards the front yard. Before she entered the yard, she heard the young eunuch reporting to Alanara. There was someone asking to see him at the door, saying that he could try to treat the epidemic. Alanara was overjoyed, and hurriedly asked Su Peisheng to welcome the person in. Su Peisheng wiped his tears, and ran out quickly. The prince was saved. Soon after, Su Peisheng was followed by a man in a green gown to the front yard, and a child carrying a medicine box followed him. Alanara exempted the man from the formalities, and smiled and said, "Doctor, you are kind-hearted. May I ask your name?" "Doctor? No. No, thank you for asking. Madam, I am Wen Xianqing, a commoner, and my family has been practicing medicine for generations. I heard that the palace was in trouble, so I brought my ancestral prescription for epidemic diseases and added a few more herbs to it to see if I could help the palace," the man said respectfully and neither servilely nor arrogantly, cupping his hands. After saying that, he glanced at Yin Sherlan next to him, and then quickly lowered his head. Alanara was overjoyed. God really helped her. The imperial doctors in the palace racked their brains, but were helpless against the epidemic. But this quack doctor could come to her door to treat it. Moreover, she had heard of Wen Xianqing a long time ago. But she had heard that he came and went without a trace, wandering around the world, and not entangled with the secular world. She didn't expect that he would come today. He was on the list of doctors she sent out to find. Alanara urged Wen Xianqing to check on the prince's condition. Wen Xianqing first glanced at the yard and frowned. Alanara asked hurriedly when she saw this, "Dr. Wen, is there anything wrong?" Wen Xianqing bowed. "There is indeed something wrong. Please forgive me for speaking frankly. It is a rumor that boiling vinegar can cure epidemics. It is useless except making the house smell sour. It is also possible that the strong smell of vinegar will affect the patient's recovery." After hearing this, Alanara was undecided. The method of boiling vinegar to cure epidemics is a widely circulated method of treatment and prevention. How could Wen Xianqing say it is useless? The several imperial doctors who were watching looked at the leading imperial Dr. Zhang. Imperial Dr. Zhang sneered and stroked his beard and spoke with dissatisfaction. This method of boiling vinegar to cure epidemics is known to all children in the folks, and it is widely spread. It has been done for hundreds of years. Dr. Wen is so arrogant. He has not even started to treat the disease, but he has already refuted the traditional treatment method for hundreds of years. Wen Xianqing turned around and looked at Dr. Zhang, and bowed. "This gentleman must be the imperial doctor. As far as I know, vinegar is made from grains, and it does not contain any medicine or the like. Vinegar has a considerable corrosive effect. Don't eat too much vinegar in daily life. Boiling it like this and letting it spread around and being absorbed into the esophagus is actually bad for the body. Your Excellency said that this method is known to the people, so you can just use the folk method to treat it. Why do you need the help of the common people?" Wen Xianqing looked respectful, but he was not polite at all. Dr. Zhang was furious, and just when he was about to say something, Yin Sherlan, who had been standing by for a long time, spoke up. "Since Dr. Wen said that vinegar is useless, what measures should be taken to prevent and eliminate the epidemic according to your opinion?" Wen Xianqing looked at Yin Sherlan, bowed, and said, "Thank you for your inquiry. My lady, I think we should remove the stove for cooking vinegar and temporarily use mugwort and atractylodes to burn and smoke everywhere in the mansion. I have found this method to be very effective in my medical practice. However, when using mugwort and atractylodes to smoke, you should avoid pregnant women in the mansion." After saying this, he stood quietly aside. Yin Sherlan looked at Alanara and bowed. "Please give your instructions." "Madam, first, the master is still in a coma and has had a high fever for the past few days. He urgently needs effective drug treatment. Second, the servants in the mansion are falling ill one after another. The epidemic is spreading too quickly. It is better to try Dr. Wen's method first." Alanara glanced at Yin Sherlan, without making any comments. She only said to let Dr. Wen take the prince's pulse first. Wen Xianqing then entered the house, and several imperial doctors followed him closely. They all wanted to see if this quack doctor could really cure the epidemic. Chapter 25: The Dispute Between Imperial Physicians. Wen Xianqing felt Injin's pulse, flipped his eyelids, and then opened the medicine box and took out a thin bird feather. He put the bird feather under Injin's nose, observed it for a while, and then put it away. The imperial physician Zhang sneered, "Humph." When Xianqing ignored the imperial physician Zhang and took out a set of silver needles from the medicine box. An imperial physician named Miao couldn't help but said, "Dr. Wen, you don't even bother to read the Princess Pulse case, you didn't ask us. But you insisted on doing it your own way? We have already done the acupuncture and feather test for poison." When Xianqing heard this, and looked up at the imperial physician Miao, "Then why didn't you cure the poison? You just alleviated the symptoms. The body temperature keeps coming back. If you continue to treat like this, I think you will die soon." After saying this, when Xianqing lowered his head and concentrated on acupuncture, several imperial physicians were so angry that they fell backwards, pointing at him one by one. You haven't come up with anything after talking for a long time." Nian Shuan smiled and spoke at the right time. "Please go outside to have some tea. The palace has the best Mingqian Longjing. It's the best for relieving heat and quenching thirst." The imperial doctors, led by Zhang Tai, stopped talking reluctantly. "They won't leave, they will watch." Olenara glanced at Nian Shuan, but her face remained expressionless, making it impossible to tell her emotions. When Xianqing inserted the needles, and after about a quarter of an hour, he pulled out the needles one by one. Then he asked the medicine boy to get the medicine. Dr. Zhang groaned again. How come Dr. Wen didn't even write a prescription? How can the little boy remember it? This is medicine for the prince. You don't want to harm the prince. When Xianqing said with a smile, while packing up the medicine box. This child is still young, and has a good memory, so don't worry about it, doctor. Besides, I'm afraid that if I write the prescription, you will steal it. Humph! A doctor should have the heart to save the world, and the virtue of benevolence and broad-mindedness. Since Dr. Wen has this prescription for curing the epidemic, he should publish it to save the victims of the world. After all, you are a commoner from the market, and you are trying to take credit for this prescription. Dr. Zhang stroked his beard with disdain. When Xianqing ignored him, and turned to bow to Olenara. So that Fu Jin knows that I am not selfish and reluctant to give out the prescription for curing the epidemic. It's just that this medicine today is a prescription for the prince alone. And it contains drugs to remove toxins. The drugs to remove toxins are my family heirlooms. It would be bad if other people saw it. After saying that, he deliberately squinted his eyes at Dr. Zhang. Olenara looked at the doctors, who were not convinced by each other, and it was really a headache. But she just thanked Wen Xianqing solemnly, and asked Su Peixiong to entertain them well. As for the doctors, it was still the same as the previous few days. They could not leave the palace until the prince was better. Olenara could not bear the blame for spreading the virus. Nian Shuan was going to go back to Jinglan Courtyard to rest in the morning, now that I see it like this. Forget it. It's very troublesome to have to bathe again when leaving the front yard. Nian Shuan wanted to go to the side room to rest for a while. But after looking at Wen Xianqing, she spoke again. Dr. Wen, I have suffered from headaches since I fell in my garden last year. I can't stand the wind, the sun, and I will feel pain the next day if I don't sleep well at night. Dr. Wen is here today. Can you see me? I can't treat the concubine, it is my honor. When Xianqing bowed. Then I will have to trouble you. Dr. Wen, Nian Shuan said as she led the way out. Xiao Linzi, who had come to serve Nian Shuan early in the morning, immediately picked up the medicine box and followed Wen Xianqing, following her to the side room. In the side room, Songji stood beside Nian Shuan, and when Xianqing felt Nian Shuan's pulse. After a long time, when Xianqing spoke, the concubine must have hit her head when she fell. I feel that there is blood stasis in her pulse. Judging from the pulse, concubine should have been using some blood stasis removing drugs. But it has not fundamentally solved the problem. If concubine trusts me, I can give her acupuncture to speed up the removal of blood stasis. But she will faint, and need to stay in bed. Nian Shuan looked at Wen Xianqing, but did not answer. Instead, he asked him, Dr. Wen's family affairs should be settled now. Wen Xianqing bowed, thank you. Concubine. Never mind. The prince is not well yet, I will stay in bed and rest. Fu Jin is tired all by herself. Wait until the prince is well again, before troubling Dr. Wen to give me acupuncture. After saying this, Nian Shuan said Xiao Linzi to serve Wen Xianqing lunch. She went to Yinzhen's room again, waited for the medicine boy to boil the medicine and bring it to him, and fed Yinzhen to take it. Nian Shuan then sat beside him, and slowly ate a few bites of food. Chapter 26 Virtuous Wife and Beautiful Concubine. Olenara came to see Injin again after lunch. As soon as she entered the room, she saw that Injin had woken up, and Yin Sherlan was feeding Injin water. When Xianqing seemed to have finished taking Injin's pulse and stood aside, Olenara was overjoyed, and unconsciously walked forward quickly, wanting to take the water from Yin Sherlan's hand. Injin still looked weak, and said lightly, "Fujin, take a good rest, and let Yin do these things." Olenara was stunned. She bowed slowly. "Master, the catastrophe is past. I am very happy." Yin Sherlan had just finished feeding Injin water at this time. She had just handed the teacup in her hand to Songji when she fainted. Fortunately, she fainted on Injin's quilt. Injin was startled and wanted to get up, but the wound on his chest moved, and he laid down again in pain. Songji and Xiao Linzi helped Yin Sherlan to the soft couch next to him. When Xianqing hurried forward to check, Olenara held Injin and said, "Master, don't worry. I think Nian is having a headache. Dr. Wen is here, so he can help Nian." Injin still had some difficulty speaking, and because of the pain in his wound, he could only wait quietly for Wen Xianqing to feel Yin Sherlan's pulse. "Your Highness, concubine Jean is overworked. No medicine is needed, just have a good rest." When Xianqing finally replied to Injin. Injin was stunned. "Overworked? Your Highness, I got up early today, and when I came here, I heard that concubine Jean was watching over you last night. I haven't slept all night. I've been working so hard until now, so I'm overworked." When Xianqing took out a silver needle and pierced a few acupuncture points. After a while, Yin Sherlan woke up slowly. She seemed confused and asked Songji what happened to her. Injin replied, "The doctor said you're overworked. Sherlan has worked hard. In order to take care of me, you should also take good care of your own body." Yin Sherlan motioned Songji to help her up, and slowly walked to Injin's bed. "As long as the prince is well, my little fatigue is nothing." After saying that, she looked into Injin's eyes with affection. Injin looked at her slightly blue eyes, and thought of how much she loved beauty, and felt a little more pity in his heart. The look she gave Yin Sherlan when she looked back was also warm. Such a scene in the eyes of Olenara was like a knife stabbing her heart. Her husband was in love with his concubine, and didn't even look at her, the wife. But Olenara was famous for her kindness and virtue, so the heartache had to be swallowed. Seeing this, when Xianqing excused himself to get another dose of medicine and left, Su Peishan came in to report that the medicines that Dr. Wen had prepared for the fallen servants had worked. He also boiled medicine for the people in the mansion, according to Dr. Wen's instructions. Dr. Wen said that if the medicine was taken, the symptoms of discomfort could be reduced, and those without symptoms could be prevented. Injin smiled, turned his head to look at Olenara. "Fujin has done a great job. If Fujin hadn't held on when I was unconscious, it is still unknown what will happen to the palace." Olenara lowered her eyes and replied to Injin, "Master, you are too polite. You and I are husband and wife. I will naturally support this palace. Master is partial. I have also made contributions. The white feathered parrot that Master has raised with me is very majestic." Yin Sherlan interrupted with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with light. Injin smiled. Okay, you have made contributions. You all have contributions. It is my blessing to have you." While they were chatting, Su Peishan came in and said that Hu Gij and Shu Gij heard that the master had woken up and wanted to come and see the master. Injin couldn't move, so he said, "Tell them that I know your feelings. Now that the king has not yet cleared the virus, it is most likely to be contagious. Let them go back." Su Peishan took the order and went down. "The master has been ill for a few days. If you want to eat something, I will ask the kitchen to make it." Olenara thought about it and asked, "Master, your wound hasn't healed yet, so why not drink some porridge? I'll ask the kitchen to cook the minced meat until it's soft and tasty, and then mix it with the porridge. I'll feed you. Okay?" Yin Sherlan smiled like a flower, and gently hooked Injin's finger outside the quilt. When Injin saw Yin Sherlan, she was proud of her red horse. Now that he was sick, Yin Sherlan became coquettish. "That's great, Sherlan. Just follow the arrangements." The servants in the room secretly glanced at Olenara, but saw that the wife's expression did not change. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The prince is so lucky. Such a virtuous wife and concubine is the dream of many men. Chapter 27 Dazzling. After Yin Sherlan served Injin a meal, she bathed and washed in the front yard again before returning to her Jinglan courtyard. As soon as she returned to Jinglan courtyard, Yin Sherlan lay down on the imperial concubine's couch. After a day and a night, she was really exhausted. Songji saw that Nien Sherlan fell asleep almost as soon as she laid down, and immediately went to find a brocade quilt to cover her, to prevent her from catching a cold. Songji was also very tired, but she didn't dare to lie down and sleep. Songji watched the servants of Jinglan courtyard drink a bowl of soup and medicine set by Su Peixiong. She then fumigated the courtyard with mugwort and atractalodes. And then she dared to let the second-class maid Lulua watch over Nien Sherlan while she went to rest for a while. Lulua watched Songji rest, picked up the pillowcase she had embroidered halfway, and sat beside Nien Sherlan to continue embroidering. The next morning, Songji came in before dawn to wait for Nien Sherlan to get up. Lulua was taking a nap, and when she heard Songji coming in, she woke up immediately. After Lulua and Songji changed shifts, Lulua quietly walked out of Nien Sherlan's room. Nien Sherlan woke up. Songji was about to call the maid who was doing the washing and dressing to come in and serve, but Nien Sherlan raised a finger and said, "Hush," softly. Songji immediately fell silent. Nien Sherlan said softly, "Change the water in the teapot, and don't throw it away. Send Xiao Linzi to find Dr. Wen to check and identify what medicine it is." Songji looked at the teapot on the table in surprise, and asked softly, "Master, did you find out? Is it the hoof of Lulua?" "Oh yes. I have known that she is not honest for a long time. But I just don't know who she belongs to. This matter should be kept secret. Don't let the news leak out. And don't scare her." Nien Sherlan said this before letting Songji call the maid to come in. The maids responsible for serving Nien Sherlan were named Guyu and Xiaoman. Nien Sherlan has never been very diligent in poetry and books, and she was too lazy to think of a name. So she cleverly named the person who served her using the 24 solar terms. Guyu hunched over, carrying a brass basin in her hand. Some rose petals were sprinkled in the basin, which made people smell particularly comfortable. After serving Nien Sherlan to wash her hands and face, Xiaoman gently tied Nien Sherlan's hair. "What kind of dress would you like to wear today, Master? Something bright or plain?" Xiaoman asked Nien Sherlan. "Just dress as usual. I will go to pay my respects to the master later." Nien Sherlan was lazy. Xiaoman first took a few drops of the best osmanthus oil and put it in the palm of her hand. Then put her hands together and rubbed them gently. After her hands were filled with osmanthus oil, she picked up Nien Sherlan's hair strand by strand, combed it with her hands, and combed it slowly. After the osmanthus oil had seeped into her hair, Xiaoman used a good rhino horn comb to comb Nien Sherlan's hair. Nien Sherlan looked at herself in the bronze mirror. Her face was like an egg, and her skin was like cream. The bright red cheongsam was well cut, and it perfectly outlined her perfect waist. Xiaoman's skillful hands made her hair in a new style. The hairpin on her head was decorated with kingfisher feathers. On her ears were gemstone earrings of the same color. They were truly dazzling, and people could not take their eyes off them. Nien Sherlan was very satisfied. "Very good. It was not appropriate to be low-key today. Today, I had to please Injun." Songji sent Xiao Linzi to do some work, and watched him take a small pot. He poured the tea leaves from the big teapot into the small pot, and then went out with it close to his body. Songji then came back to serve Nien Sherlan to pay respects to the prince. When Nien Sherlan arrived at the front yard, Olenara was already in the yard. Nien Sherlan was not surprised. However, beside Olenara stood Shu Gij, and Hu Gij was not seen. Nien Sherlan greeted Olenara disrespectfully, but Olenara did not seem to care, and raised her hand to tell her not to be polite. Shu Gij looked aggrieved and cowardly again, and greeted Nien Sherlan timidly. Nien Sherlan looked at her and smiled. "Why is Shu Gij so cautious when seeing me? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Shu Gij hurriedly replied, "No. No. I am naturally dull and timid, so I can't come for a while. I hope the concubine will forgive me." "Come on, I'm just joking with you. You look so scared of me, as if I really want to eat you." Nien Sherlan turned around and went into Injun's room. Injun had just woken up, and his eyes lit up when he saw Nien Sherlan. "Greetings to the master. Is the master feeling better today?" Nien Sherlan approached Injun, and stood still to salute. "With your concern, I will get well soon." Although Injun was still lying down, his arm could move, unlike yesterday when he woke up and felt pain in his wound. "Master, you are always making fun of me. I don't want to listen." Nien Sherlan twisted her body, and sat beside Injun's bed. Turning around, she saw Olenara was also nearby, and she chuckled. "I am indeed tactless. I took this chair and sat down. The concubine is busy, and I think she will be busy again. My sister won't move for now. The wife won't blame me. Will she? Elenara smiled faintly and greeted Injin calmly, before slowly speaking to Nianshirlan. My sister is really smart. Since my sister wants to take care of the sick, I have to go and do other things first. After saying that, she turned around and left. Injin watched Elenara leave, and seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 28 Mind Swirl. Elenara is my wife. Shirlan is too spoiled. Injin deliberately frowned and looked at Nianshirlan. Nianshirlan acted as if she didn't see Injin's expression and moved closer to him. Before I entered the mansion, the master was always with the wife. Now you spend more time with me? This is fair. Shugij stood on the ground, looking at Nianshirlan's behavior. Her face was red all the way to her neck. She really regretted not following the wife out just now. Why do you have to stay here? Shugij felt bad that she was just a little princess. But she had been attracted to Injin, since she came with Fu Jin as a dowry. Injin was handsome and unrestrained. Although his eyebrows and eyes were often expressionless, he had a strong aura. Not to mention the little girls who served them, even Elenara, who was reluctant to be married at the beginning, fell in love with the prince at first sight. Over the years, some of the maids in the front yard who served the prince wanted to climb into his bed, but all ended in failure. They were all punished and sold out. So when Fu Jin forced Hugij and Shugij to the prince during her pregnancy, they were both surprised and delighted. Unfortunately, the prince only entered Hugij's room once, when he was drunk. Shugij had never served the prince for 5 or 6 years. She only saw the prince occasionally, when she paid respects to Fu Jin. The scene in front of her stimulated Shugij so much that she couldn't move forward or backward. After thinking about it, Shugij mustered up the courage to bow, said, I pay my respects to the master. Congratulations on your recovery. I know there are still many trivial matters in the mansion, and the master Fu Jin may not be able to handle it alone, which will add to the burden. I will go to help the master Fu Jin first. Injin and Nianshirlan seemed to have just remembered that there was such a person. Injin looked at Shugij. I didn't pay attention to this person before, but today he looked well-groomed. Although her small face could not compare with Nianshirlan's beauty, she was also delicate and exquisite. A pair of round almond eyes, matched with standard willow eyebrows. A few silver jewelry on her hair, matched with a light blue Manchu dress. Looking quite elegant. Injin nodded. In that case, you can help Fu Jin deal with the trivial matters in the backyard. You have been with her in the past, you must understand her. Shugij heard the words, carefully and reluctantly said, yes. Then she left. Nianshirlan looked at Injin like this, and showed a dissatisfied look on her face. Look! I didn't see any hooks on Sister Shu. How come the master's soul was hooked away? Injin came back to his senses, and laughed helplessly. You are always jealous. You don't allow my concubine to talk to me? Nianshirlan sneered in her heart. Jealous? I was jealous enough in my last life. In this life, I will just be jealous. Nianshirlan hooked Injin's finger, moved closer to him, looked into his eyes, and smiled seductively. I'm not jealous. I can also win the heart of my master. Injin was still ill, but he was distracted by Nianshirlan's action. Seeing that Nianshirlan's face was about to touch Injin's, Songji, who was serving beside him, had already left. The maid who served Injin in the front yard also left with a blushing face. Suddenly, Su Peixing said outside, Your Highness, someone is coming from the palace. I heard that the plague has been cured, and the emperor has rewarded you with many things. Injin raised his hand with difficulty. Nianshirlan also sat up straight, just staring at Injin's handsome face with mischievous eyes. Injin calmed down and said, I know. You report to the emperor that the poison has been reduced, but the wound has not healed yet, and I can't get up. When I am well again, I will go to the palace to see the emperor and mother, and thank them in person. Su Peixing took the order and left. Nianshirlan still stared at Injin mischievously, covering her lips with a handkerchief and giggling. Injin pretended to be angry and glared at her. She just acted innocent. After all this commotion, when Xianqing's medicine was boiled and brought over, the imperial doctors had been sent back after being bathed by Elenara's people. When Xianqing stood at the door with the medicine bowl in his hand, and did not lift the curtain, but only spoke through the curtain. Your Highness, it's time to take the medicine. Injin first glanced at Nianshirlan, and asked her to go out and come back. He had something to ask when Xianqing. Then Injin asked when Xianqing to come in. Nianshirlan smiled and said goodbye, and when she left, she looked at Wen Xianqing, who was standing outside the door. That look, only the two of them knew. Chapter 29 Swear to Follow. Su Peixiang carried the medicine and followed Wen Xianqing into the house. Wen Xianqing knelt down to pay his respects to Injin. I pay my respects to the prince, may the prince be well. Get up. My health is well, thanks to Dr. Wen's help. Dr. Wen. You don't have to be so polite. Injin replied gently. Thank you, Prince. Wen Xianqing stood up, took the medicine bowl from Su Peixiang's hand, and planned to serve Injin the medicine. Injin glanced at Su Peixiang. Su Peixiang was blessed, and bowed and left. Wen Xianqing looked unsurprised, and said, as he fed Injin the medicine, Your Highness must have something to ask me in private. Please wait until you finish the medicine. Injin did not speak, but looked at Wen Xianqing inquiringly. Dr. Wen gave me acupuncture and prescribed medicine. I already know it. It's just that Dr. Wen came here strangely, and it was also a coincidence. I have to ask one more question. Who is Dr. Wen? When Wen Xianqing heard Injin ask this, he stood up and put down the medicine bowl. He bowed. To be honest with you, Your Highness, I am Wen Xianqing, a free-spirited person who often likes to travel. But last year, my family suffered a sudden change, and my parents, wife, and children almost didn't survive. My son Wen Shichu is only 6 years old. Speaking of this, Wen Xianqing thought of those days when he could not get any help from heaven or earth. His eyes were moist, and his nasal tone became more pronounced. He calmed down and said, Continue. Please forgive me. My family almost died, and I was emotional. Injin looked at him quietly, and said softly, It's okay. Under the circumstances at that time, it was Master Nian who came to the rescue and saved my family's lives. A few days ago, the prince came back injured, and Master Nian found me and asked me to come and see the prince. He said that Miss Nian was the concubine of the prince's mansion, and if the prince was ill, it was the concubine who was ill. Since Master Nian asked you to come to the palace, why did you tell the concubine that you came because she was looking for a good doctor? Injin asked, reporting to the prince. Master Nian saved my family, let alone asking me to treat the prince. Even if Master Nian ordered me, I would be happy to do it. But Master Nian is humble and never asks for anything in return. He said that he believed in my medical skills, but the concubine must not know that I was sent by the Nian family. Wen Xianqing finished speaking and bowed, and that was all he had to say. Injin looked at Wen Xianqing for a long time, and saw only openness on his face. Su Peixiang. Reheat the medicine. Su Peixiang had been waiting outside, and upon hearing Injin's order, he immediately came in and took the medicine bowl out, and reheated the medicine. I understand. Nian Xiu is afraid that I will die and delay his sister. Injin smiled helplessly. Wen Xianqing also laughed. Your Highness is joking. In my humble opinion, you are in good health. I have completely detoxified you. I have applied my family's knife wound medicine to your wound. You rest assured and you will recover soon. Okay, stop calling me a me now. It hurts me. Those imperial doctors couldn't even detoxify me. Luckily you saved me. I now ask you solemnly, are you willing to stay by my side in the future, and take care of me in the palace? Injin no longer called himself the king to Wen Xianqing. He asked solemnly. Wen Xianqing was stunned. How could he, a common doctor, stay with the son of the current emperor? Seeing that Wen Xianqing did not speak, Injin spoke again. I will not let you stay in the palace as a palace doctor. When I get better, I will ask the emperor for your merit, and invite you to take up the post in the imperial hospital. After a pause, Injin smiled. But you will have to face those old antiques again. Are you willing? Wen Xianqing knelt down and said solemnly. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Majesty. Wen Xianqing is willing to follow the prince until death. When he was stunned, he figured it out. He had been too free and easy in the first half of his life. But the common people are common people. He can't just care about himself. After the change in his family, he must be responsible for his parents, his wife and children. He is the eldest son in the family. His brothers are not only unpromising, but also make trouble every other day. If it weren't for the last young Master Nian's rescue, I'm afraid their family would have been thrown into the mass grave now. The opportunity to rise to prominence is in front of him, so just grab it firmly. Injin nodded. I hope you can always remember what you said today in the future. Wen Xianqing kowtowed and said solemnly, Don't worry, Prince. Chapter 30, each with his own thoughts. It was the beginning of summer when Injin recovered. This day, Injin got up early to attend court. In the past, He rode a horse to attend court, but today, since he had just recovered from a serious illness, when Xianqing advised him not to ride in a sedan chair, so he took a sedan chair instead. Injun leaned against the sedan chair and closed his eyes to rest. During the days of recuperation in the palace, he thought about the incident of his attack and injury for a long time. From the moment that unfamiliar eunuch came to deliver the oral order, he felt something was wrong. But thinking that he had been infected with the virus at that time, his mind was confused for a moment. He actually believed it easily. When they were about to reach the gate of the capital, they were attacked. Not only were the other party bold, the killers were well trained. Although the killers covered it up by robbing their property, their obvious goal was to take their lives. Especially to take his life. Aixinjuo Injun. The martial arts of those killers were far superior to his personal soldiers. It seems that his personal soldiers need to be trained well. While Injun was still thinking about the details of the attack, the sedan bearers had already carried him outside the palace gate. Because Injun had ordered that sedan chairs should not enter the imperial city, so Su Peixing stopped the sedan chair. Su Peixing helped Injun get off the sedan chair, and a voice came from the side. Hello. Fourth brother. Is fourth brother well? Injun looked in the direction of the voice, and the eighth prince Insi bowed to him. Thank you for your concern. Eighth brother. I'm much better. I just caught a cold yesterday. After all, it is not completely healed yet. Injun pretended to cough a few times. Su Peixing hurried forward to rub his back. Insi said, fourth brother still needs to take better care of himself. If you don't stay at home to recover from your cold, aren't you afraid that you will pass on the disease to the emperor when you go to court? Injun ignored the eighth prince, and walked straight towards the Qianqing palace. Along the way, he met many court officials, who came to ask about his health. They all knew that Prince Yong went to Hunan to treat the disaster, and was infected with the epidemic, and was attacked and poisoned. Fortunately, the epidemic did not leave Hunan. It is said that Prince Yong sent doctors to Hunan to treat the epidemic as soon as he woke up. This not only cured the flood, but also stopped the spread of the epidemic. The court was talking about how Prince Yong's actions were very appropriate. When all the court officials arrived, the emperor sat on the dragon throne. He glanced down. He was majestic without anger. The eunuch chief Liang Jiogong stood by. Injun stood in the row of princes, lowered his head. The emperor looked at him and said, The fourth son. Your son is here. Your son has not paid his respects to the emperor for many days. May the emperor be well and healthy. When Injun saw that he was called, he knelt down hurriedly. Stand up. Are you feeling better? Although the emperor usually showed little concern for his son, he still cared about him secretly. The emperor certainly knew how his son was feeling during this period, but in this court, he still had to ask. Thank you for your concern. I am feeling better. After Injun finished speaking, he could not help but cough twice. Didn't you say he was feeling better? Why are you still coughing? The emperor asked with concern. Reporting to the emperor. The poison I was poisoned with has been cured. The epidemic has been cleared. And I am well again. It's just that I was fascinated by the beautiful scenery of the garden yesterday evening and caught a cold. It's nothing to worry about. Injun looked up at the emperor, his face full of admiration. In this case, it's okay to take a leave today. Why rush to come to court? I am in good health. I haven't seen the emperor for nearly a month. I miss him very much. I came to the court today to pay my respects. Injun said respectfully. Good. My fourth son has really improved. After the emperor finished speaking, he let Injun leave. Last night, General Fei Yonggu sent back a battle report. Our army defeated the Yungers, and captured the enemy's main general alive. This battle was won quickly, and the army will soon return to the court. After the emperor finished speaking, the court officials knelt down immediately. Long live the emperor. My dear ministers, please stand up. When the army returns, I will reward the meritorious officials. The court officials shouted long live the emperor again. After the court session, Liang Jiogong stepped forward and saluted Injun. Prince Yong, please stay. The emperor has summoned you to the study. Injun nodded, thank you. Eunuch. In the study, Injun greeted the emperor. And the emperor asked him to sit down and talk. Fourth brother. I did not mention your contribution to disaster relief in the court session today. Do you blame me? The emperor asked casually while reviewing the memorials. Your son will naturally not blame your father. Your son knows that. Your Majesty is protecting me. Injun stood up and bowed. The emperor heard this, put down the red pen in his hand, looked at Injun with a smile, and said to Liang Jiogong, Look, I said that the fourth son would understand my painstaking efforts. Your Majesty is wise. Liang Jiogong echoed. I know you were attacked and poisoned, and I am investigating this matter. Fortunately, you are blessed by heaven, and you have survived safely. The Emperor said to Injin. Thanks to your Majesty. Your son, only with the help of a miracle doctor. Can you be safe and sound? Oh, is it the doctor named Wen Xianqing in your house? The Emperor asked. Reporting to your Majesty, yes. Dr. Wen is a rare miracle doctor in the world. He is a doctor from the rivers and lakes found by my son's wife, Alanara. Injin said respectfully. Okay. Since he saved you, I will reward him. You tell me, what reward should I give him? Your son would like to thank your Majesty for Dr. Wen first. Your son thinks, if such a good doctor is confined to my son's mansion, it would be a waste of talent. If he can be used by the world, it will not only show the royal generosity, but also win the reputation of the people. Injin lowered his head after he finished speaking. The Emperor looked at him for a long time, and then said, Okay. The fourth brother has the world in his heart. I will reward Dr. Wen as the chief clerk of the 5th rank, and he will join the Imperial Hospital today. He can find a way to cure the epidemic for the people of the world. Thank you, Your Majesty. I thank you for Dr. Wen. Coming out of the upper study, Injin stood outside the door and looked back at the plaque of the upper study. The Emperor looked at Injin's figure walking out from inside the door. The father and son each had their own thoughts. Chapter 31. Bumping into the princess. Injin returned to the palace. Olanara's eunuch Jiang Fuhai was waiting in the front yard. Your servant greets the prince. May the prince be well. Jiang Fuhai bowed to Injin respectfully. No thanks. What's the matter? Injin knew that Olanara might have something to do. Sure enough, Jiang Fuhai said. Your Majesty, Fujin said today, there are some excellent pickled vegetables from the palace, which taste great with porridge. I hope the prince will do me a favor, move to the Xingfu courtyard, and have breakfast with the wife. Jiang Fuhai lowered his head after saying this. Injin didn't want to leave, but the image of Olanara silently leaving his room that day suddenly appeared in his mind. He sighed secretly, and it was okay. He hadn't walked in the backyard for nearly a month. The first half of the month was because he went to treat the disaster, and the second half of the month was because he had to recover from his injuries. It was the beginning of summer, and the weather was good, so it was understandable to go to his wife's courtyard to have breakfast. As soon as Injin walked to the front yard door, Songji arrived in front of him. As soon as Songji saw Injin, she knelt down respectfully and saluted, saying, My lord, I wish you good health. Injin said, Get up. Does your master also want to invite me to have breakfast? Songji stood up and replied, reporting to the prince. When the concubine went to the main courtyard to pay her respects, she knew that the concubine had prepared breakfast early in the morning, and was just waiting for you to come back from court to have breakfast together. The concubine dare not be ignorant. In this case, what are you doing here? Injin asked. The concubine sent me to ask if the prince will go out today. If not, would you please have the honor to have dinner in Jinglan courtyard? The concubine should know as soon as possible so that the kitchen can prepare the prince's favorite dishes in advance. Songji didn't dare to look at Injin. What's going on? The concubine invited the prince, who had just recovered from a serious illness, to have breakfast. But her master had to rush over and let her intercept the prince to have dinner. She didn't know if the prince and the concubine would be angered by their master. Injin said nothing, looking at Songji, and saw that the little girl lowered her head, as if she was frightened. Go back and tell Nian that I will go to see her after I finish my work, Injin said, and strode to the Xingfu courtyard of Olanara with Su Peisheng and his close servants. Songji waited for Injin to leave, and then slowly walked to Jinglan courtyard. As she walked, she wondered in her heart. The prince's words were ambiguous. Did he agree or not? Songji thought about things in her heart while walking slowly. She didn't notice someone coming out from the side and bumped into him. You are so bold, you bumped into our princess. Why don't you kneel down? A maid dressed in the uniform of the palace scolded. Songji was stunned and quickly knelt down. She looked up, and it was Hu Gij. It's Miss Songji. Get up quickly. Hu Gij seemed to see clearly that it was Songji, and smiled. She turned to her maid Yulu and said, How come you didn't even recognize Miss Songji? Help Miss Songji up quickly. The clothes are thin in summer. If you hurt yourself kneeling, the concubine will not let you go. Yulu reluctantly stepped forward to help Songji up, and said lightly, Miss Songji, please don't blame me. I was just worried about the princess and got bumped. I didn't see clearly for a while, and I thought it was someone who walked without eyes. This Yulua was transferred from the laundry room to Hugij's side. Yulua's original name was not Yulua, but Honglian. Hugij thought this name was not good. She was renamed Yulua. She was different from Yutsue. Yutsue had served Ilinara with Hugij, and had more experience, and was more stable, without those messy thoughts. Yulua begged the nanny in charge of the laundry room, and stuffed the loose change she had saved for a long time, and was transferred to Hugij's side. Although she was an unpopular princess, she didn't have the ability to enter the side of the wife and the concubine, so it was better to stay with Hu for the time being. I can always see the prince. Right? It's better than the difficulty of even seeing the prince at Hugij's place. Seongji gritted her teeth and smiled. Hugij is too polite. I am a servant. And I accidentally bumped into Gij. It's my fault. I hope Gij will be magnanimous and forgive me. Seongji has been with Yin Shiruan since she was a child. As the eldest daughter of her family, she is spoiled. And she also has some bullying. She has never suffered such grievances. But when she followed Yin Shiruan into Prince Yong's mansion, the eldest lady had warned us not to have conflicts with any master. Even if she was a concubine. Even if concubines were neither slaves nor masters, like princesses. Seeing that Seongji was smiling, Hugij gently stroked her hand and said, "Good girl. I'm fine. Go back and serve the concubine." After that, she walked away gracefully. Seongji stood there without moving, watching Hugij and her maid go away. Then she gritted her teeth, turned around and walked back to Jinglan Courtyard. Chapter 32, Go with the Flow. Yin Shiruan was lost in thought as she stared at the gorgeous roses blooming on the courtyard wall. And then she saw Seongji coming in with a wrong look on her face. "What's wrong? I asked you to invite the master to dinner, but did he wrong you?" Yin Shiruan asked Seongji with a smile. Seongji's eyes turned red, and she knelt down. "If you have something to say, get up and say it. You have followed me since you were a child, and when have you ever knelt down like this for me? What, did the master withhold money from you?" Yin Shiruan's smile faded a little as she spoke. She motioned to Lulua to help Seongji up. Seongji stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Master, please forgive me. It's not that I intentionally upset you. But... Yin Shiruan saw that Seongji was hesitant, as if she had something to say but couldn't say it. So she went into the house and dismissed the servants. "Go ahead. There's no one here." Yin Shiruan sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Seongji had already calmed down by now. She secretly blamed herself in her heart. I just met her master. Why did she feel wronged? What if her master was impulsive? Seongji thought about it and said, reporting to the master, "It's not a big deal. I went to invite the prince to dinner. The prince only said that he would come to see you after he was done. He didn't say clearly whether he would come tonight or not. Just because of this? No. This matter doesn't make you feel wronged. Tell me, what else is wrong?" Yin Shiruan put down the teacup, staring at Seongji's eyes. Seongji was frightened by Yin Shiruan's gaze. She had always been loyal to Yin Shiruan. After thinking for a while, she said it directly, "Of course. This matter is not wronged. On the way back, I was walking with my head down and didn't pay attention. I bumped into Hugij who was coming from the side." After Seongji finished speaking, she looked at Yin Shiruan's face. Yin Shiruan sighed and said, "You have served me for so long. Don't you know that I hate people who hesitate to speak the most? Well, I am in a good mood now, all at once. Yes. I bumped into Hugij, but Hugij didn't blame me. But the jade snail beside Hugij is nothing. The dog takes advantage of the power of the master, and wants me to kneel down." After saying these words, Seongji regretted it again. Her master used to have a bad temper, not to mention that beating a dog depends on the owner. When she knelt down, didn't Hugij slap the concubine in the face? "Master, don't be angry, I'm fine. I offended a princess, so I should kneel down." Seongji hurriedly tried to make amends. Yin Shiruan looked at Seongji and sighed again. "I'm sorry for you. But today's incident, I'm afraid it's not Yulua's dog taking advantage of others." "What does the master mean?" Seongji seemed to have thought of something, but she was not sure. "Well, then Hushur was willing to be a princess under Ilinara for 5 or 6 years. How could she easily become my enemy? Hu Jin is her old master. Is my Yin family's eldest daughter someone who is easy to get along with?" Yin Shiruan asked Seongji. Seongji suddenly had an idea in her mind. "You mean, Hugij deliberately bumped into me, and used Yulua to provoke me?" "I'm afraid so." Yulu is not a quiet person. I'm afraid Hugij wanted to get rid of her a long time ago, but because of her low status, she couldn't find a good excuse. Yin Sherlon said slowly. Then the master must not fall into Hugij's trap. It doesn't matter if I suffer a little grievance. I'm fine. I was just worried that you would vent my anger and fall into a trap. Songji waved her hands, persuading Yin Sherlon. Yin Sherlon sneered. Silly girl. Do you think you will be alright if you just hide in this palace? If I don't go looking for trouble, trouble will come to me. In this case, I might as well do her a favor and teach some people to behave themselves. This Hugij returned to Lufang Pavilion and sent Yulua to the kitchen. It was not yet lunchtime, and Hugij said she wanted to have some tea and snacks. It would be best if there was milk tea, with some not too sweet fruits. Yulua followed the order and went to the kitchen. She happened to meet Li Xia, the maid from Jinglan Courtyard, who also came to get some snacks for Nian Sherlan. Li Dafu, who was in charge of the kitchen, said to Li Xia with a smile, Sister Li Xia, you are so troubled to come here in person. I was just about to send someone to deliver it. Li Xia also smiled. Stop talking nonsense. Who is your sister? I am younger than you. Li Dafu nodded hurriedly. Oh, look at my mouth. Sister Li Xia's sister. Have you prepared the tea and pastries that our concubine wants? The milk tea should not be too sweet, and the milk flavor should be strong. The chestnut cakes should not be too sweet either. You can make the rest as you like. Li Xia asked Li Dafu. It's ready. Xiao Linzi came over early in the morning and told us that the servants have prepared everything according to the concubine's usual taste. The milk used for the milk tea was just delivered this morning. Li Dafu smiled and instructed the eunuch to carry the food box for Li Xia and send it to Jinglan Courtyard. Li Xia passed by Yulua and looked at her with pride. Yulua was dissatisfied, but before she could say anything, Li Xia left. After sending Li Xia away, Li Dafu saw Yulua, who had been standing beside him for a long time. Chapter 33 The Princess Fainted. Li Dafu asked Yulua with a smile, Miss Yulua, but what would the princess like to order? Yulua snorted coldly. Oh, Li Xia is younger than you, and you call her sister. Why don't you call me sister when you come to me? When Li Dafu heard this, his face darkened. Miss Yulua said this, as if I was deliberately trying to curry favor with you. If you have something to say, please tell me. If you don't have anything, please take it to the side, so as not to block the goods from entering the kitchen. Li Dafu pointed at the door while speaking. Yulua was proud of being Hugij's close friend. There were few women in the backyard of the palace. Hugij was at least a woman who had served the master. Li Dafu was so rude. It meant that he didn't take Hugij seriously. Thinking of this, Yulua became rude to Li Dafu. Our princess said that she wanted some milk tea and fruit snacks. You should prepare them quickly. I'll wait here. Yulua raised her head, said to Li Dafu. Li Dafu looked at Yulua and sneered. I'm sorry, Miss Yulua. There is no milk tea in the Lufang Pavilion's ration. Other tea, fruit and snacks must be paid for with silver. Otherwise we, the hard workers, don't have the money to pay for it. Didn't Jinglanuan just give milk tea? Let's have a portion of that tea, fruit and snack, Yulua said. Miss Yulua, are you always confused about what people say or what? I've already said, these are not included in the quota of Lufang Pavilion. If the princess wants to use them, she has to pay for them. The things in the kitchen are not decided by me alone. Li Dafu was a little angry. In fact, Li Dafu was not wrong. Everyone in the palace had their own quota. For things beyond the quota, you really have to pay for them. Especially in the kitchen, which is well known to be a lucrative job, so the newly appointed housekeeper of the palace also paid close attention to it. These extra things given out, but Li Dafu and his men have to pay for it themselves. Yulua got angry immediately after hearing what Li Dafu said. Okay. You guys are just trying to curry favor with the high-ranking officials, because we are not favored by the master of Lufang Pavilion? I will see what will happen to you when I get back to the princess. After saying this, Yulua turned around and left the kitchen. When she left, she kicked over a basket of crabs that had just been delivered. The basket of crabs looked quite big, but they might have been too long to be transported. After the crabs were delivered, the dead ones were kicked to the ground and thrown, while the living ones were busy crawling around with their claws. Yulua took advantage of the chaos to run away, secretly feeling proud. Li Dafu was so angry that he cursed. For a while, everyone in the kitchen was busy catching crabs. When catching crabs, the inexperienced ones were caught by the crabs. and there were screams of pain in the kitchen. Those whose hands were caught by the crabs jumped up and knocked over the plates and bowls. Many dishes on the shelf were knocked to the ground by the people busy catching crabs. The kitchen was in a mess. Li Dafu's face was ashen with anger, and he turned to find the housekeeper. After Yulua kicked over a basket of crabs in the kitchen, she returned to Lufang Pavilion and pretended to be wronged. Please forgive me, princess. I didn't do what you asked me to do, but was scolded by Li Dafu, who was in charge of the kitchen. Yulua said to Hugij with sobs. Hugij smiled good-temperedly. What's wrong? Don't cry. Talk slowly. I went to Li Dafu to ask for tea, fruit and snacks. Li Dafu sneered at me. Talk about you, talk about you. Yulua wiped the tears that had only shed a few drops, but she didn't wipe them away, letting the few tears flow all over her face. She secretly looked at Hugij's face. Hugij sneered in her heart, but her face was still kind. What's wrong with me? It doesn't matter, just tell the truth. Yulua saw that Hugij didn't look angry. She felt uncomfortable. If Hugij wasn't angry, how could she go to Li Dafu to vent her anger? Yusue looked at Yulua. He hesitated to speak. Li Dafu said, You are just a princess. You can't serve the master once a year, so how can you have the right to ask for tea, fruit and snacks? He also said, if you want to eat tea, fruit and snacks, you have to exchange them with money, and he can only give you things if you see silver. Yulua stopped talking and looked at Hugij's face. Seeing that Hugij's face was gradually getting annoyed, she was relieved and continued. Li Dafu also said, he said that the maid wanted to bully others by taking advantage of her power. We have to see if the power we have is good enough. After Yulua finished speaking, Hugij slammed the table. Asshole. Is he judging me for being too good-tempered? Tell me, did he say anything else? He did, and one more sentence. He said. Yulua deliberately stumbled, as if she was afraid of irritating Hugij, so she didn't dare to say anything. You can say whatever you want, I won't blame you. After hearing what Hugij said, Yulua immediately said, I said, Princess, please don't get angry. Li Dafu also said, You princess want something as precious as milk tea. Don't you think you deserve it? Even if you have money, you don't deserve it. Hugij fell on the table in anger. Call a doctor. Go and call a doctor. And say that Hugij fainted. Yulua started to yell. Yutsue stared at Yulua. You are just afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Right? We are servants. We should just bear it when we are angry. Why do we have to imitate the master? Yulua turned her head disdainfully and ran towards the front yard. At this time, the master must have finished breakfast and returned to the front yard. Chapter 34 Yulua Regrets. Yulua ran to the front yard and asked to see the master. The eunuch guarding the gate said, The prince had breakfast and went out. If you have anything, report it to Fu Jin after all. Fu Jin is the one who manages the backyard. Yulua hesitated. Fu Jin is the master in charge of the backyard, but she wants to see the prince more. Before Yulua can figure out what to do next, Lu Yuhu, the eunuch from the Ulanara courtyard, came over. Miss Yulua, Fu Jin asked you to go to Xingfu courtyard. I have something to ask you. Let's go. Lu Yuhu made a pleased gesture to Yulua, and his tone was full of gloating. When Yin Shuolan heard that Hugij had fainted from anger, she was telling Songji to tell the maid in the yard to find a gardener to trim the roses, and add soil to the lily of the valley and roses in the yard. Songji was about to tell the maid to clean the yard, when she saw Xiao Linzi running in. When Xiao Linzi saw Songji, he said directly, Sister Songji, there is something going on. Do you want to hear it? Songji said with a smile. You little monkey? What kind of excitement is worth running around like that? Oh, I just went to say something to my master. When I came back, I saw that Lufang Pavilion had hurriedly invited the court doctor to come over. I went to take a look and heard that Hugij had fainted from anger. Xiao Linzi said with a smile. Sister Songji, do you think this is funny or not? Who could be so powerful that he could make Gij faint from anger? Songji had an idea after hearing this. She said to Xiao Linzi, Okay, you don't dare to say what the hell is going on outside. If someone with ulterior motives hears it, they might think that we in Jinglan court like to watch jokes. Xiao Linzi continued to smile. Don't worry. Sister Songji, I know the seriousness of the matter. I will definitely not cause trouble for the concubine. Yin Shuolan was in the room, listening to the conversation between Xiao Linzi and Songji outside, and sneered in her heart, It's just the beginning, and it's already a commotion. Forget it, just go and watch the fun. Yin Shuolan took Songji and Lulua to Lufang Pavilion. Shugij, who lived with Hugij, was standing at the door of Hugij's room. She turned around and saw Nyen Sherlan, and bowed to Nyen Sherlan first. Nyen Sherlan looked at Shugij. She was still the usual cowardly look. In the previous life, Shugij also had such a cowardly look, but she did things that would kill all 9 clans. In this life, I still don't know what Shugij's rules are, but it seems that he is much more afraid of her than in the previous life. Nyen Sherlan waved her hand casually, and went into Hugij's room. Shugij let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but she was always nervous every time she saw the concubine. The concubine had never done anything to her, and had never said a harsh word to her. The court doctor had already taken Hugij's pulse, and was writing a prescription. Seeing Nyen Sherlan coming in, the court doctor stood up and saluted Nyen Sherlan. Nyen Sherlan said, "Dr. Fong, please stand up. What's wrong with Hugij? Why did you suddenly faint?" The court doctor replied, replying to concubine's question. "I took Hugij's pulse. Hugij fainted due to anger. It's nothing serious. I have already performed acupuncture, and put a few drops of blood from my fingertips. Hugij will wake up in a while. I also prescribed medicine, which can help Hugij reduce her liver fire." "Thank you, doctor," Nyen Sherlan said. Nyen Sherlan was about to say something else, but Hugij woke up. Hugij saw Nyen Sherlan. She struggled to get up and bow. Nyen Sherlan looked at her, and said to Yutsue, "Take good care of your princess, and don't let her get angry and hurt her body." Yutsue was startled, and hurriedly replied, "Yes." Yutsue watched Nyen Sherlan leave the room, but was puzzled in her heart. When the concubine came just now, she seemed to be here to see her princess, but why did she leave without asking a word after the princess woke up? What does this mean? Nyen Sherlan left Lufang Pavilion, and said to Lulua, who was following her, "Go ask Yutsue, why did Hugij faint?" Luolu turned around, and went to Lufang Pavilion again. Songji was puzzled. "Master was in Lufang Pavilion just now. Why didn't you ask Hugij yourself?" Nyen Sherlan looked up at the sky. The sun in early summer was really nice. Songji didn't understand, followed Nyen Sherlan's gaze, but saw nothing. "You will know it a few days. Turn around and tell Xia stare at Luluo." In Xingfu courtyard, Yulua knelt in the yard trembling with fear. Olenara's maid brought out an armchair and placed it in the corridor. Olenara sat upright on the chair, her face full of gentleness. "Raise your head and speak. Don't be afraid. I'm just asking you a few questions," Olenara said. Yulua regretted it at this moment, because Li Dafu, who was kneeling next to her, had made a good complaint against her. Yulua realized when she was kneeling in the yard that the basket of crabs she kicked over was transported from the south by the prince with great effort. It is only early summer now, and it is far from the season for eating crabs. It is only because the wife loves to eat crab paste, and the concubine loves to eat crab paste crisps, that the prince took the trouble to get a basket of crabs. Unexpectedly, Yulua kicked them over in anger, and many of them escaped. The crabs crawled into the cracks in the kitchen wall, and everyone in the kitchen just watched, without any way to do anything. Li Dafu did not think of complaining to the wife, but Yulua was unlucky, and when Li Dafu complained to the housekeeper, Xiao Linzi happened to come to report to the housekeeper. And by chance, Xiao Linzi was met by Jiang Fuhai while he was talking about this matter with the eunuch in the garden. Jiang Fuhai could not help asking, and the matter came to the wife. Chapter 35, All Together. When Nyen Sherlan was invited to Xingfuyuan by Jiang Fuhai, she saw the scene. Yulua was kneeling on the ground, shaking like a sieve. Beside her was a man who looked like a cook. Nyen Sherlan guessed that it was the kitchen manager Li Dafu. Li Dafu didn't look scared, and seemed quite proud. Nyen Sherlan greeted Olenara and stood aside. Olenara asked Yulua, "What manager Li said, did you really do it?" Yulua lowered her head, trembling, and dared not answer. Li Dafu could not help but said, "Speak up. Aren't you arrogant? Now that the master Fu Jin is asking you, why are you silent? How dare you? The master didn't ask you. Why are you interrupting?" Jiang Fuhai scolded Li Dafu. Li Dafu shrank back in fear, and immediately lowered his head, and dared not raise it again. Nyen Sherlan raised her hand to stroke her hair, and smiled and spoke. "Fu Jin, can you let me hear what these 2 servants have done wrong? I am standing here, but I am completely confused." Olenara gestured to Jiang Fuhai. "You tell me. Tell the concubine in detail." Jiang Fuhai then told the story in detail. Nyen Sherlan smiled and said, "It seems that I have nothing to do here. But since the concubine has summoned me here, I will take a look here. Olenara looked up at Yin Shuruan. She was wearing a light blue embroidered cheongsam today. Her hair was decorated with pearls of the same color. There is also a pair of exquisite gemstone earrings on her ears, which makes her look young and delicate, and yet luxurious and generous. Olenara's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly restrained her emotions, forced a smile on her face, and said to Yin Shuruan, I asked my sister to come here so that she can watch by my side and learn the skills of a housekeeper. If I feel unwell in the future, I can also ask my sister to help with the trivial matters in the mansion. Yin Shuruan rolled her eyes in her heart when she heard this. She secretly complained. Wait until you feel unwell, then how long do you have to wait? You seem to be in good health every day, otherwise how can you have the leisure to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? After Yin Shuruan finished complaining, she still smiled coquettishly. Fujin is worrying too much. You are the mistress of this palace. You are naturally blessed as the East Sea, and live as long as the South Mountain. I am the most lazy and idle person. Even if I want to take care of the affairs of this palace, I am afraid I am not able to do it. What a joke. So they called me here today, just to let me come up with ideas that offend people. Yin Shuruan began to complain in her heart again. Yulua knelt on the ground, not knowing what her fate would be. She regretted so much that she wanted to die. She silently prayed to the gods of heaven and earth, and worshipped all the gods and bodhisattvas she had heard of in her heart. Olenara's expression did not change, still smiling. To be honest, today's incident was caused by my sister. If this servant hadn't kicked over the basket of crabs that the master had taken the trouble to find for my sister to make crab roe cakes, I don't think Manager Li will complain to the housekeeper. Yin Shuruan was shocked for a moment, and couldn't help thinking, did Olenara take the wrong medicine today? The dispute between the servants, could it be caused by her? Before Yin Shuruan opened his mouth to mock the wife. Didn't she also like to eat crab paste? Why did all the crabs in the basket belong to her? A young eunuch reported that the master was back, heard about the matter in Xingfuyuan, and came over. Olenara just stood up. Injin had already strode in. A young eunuch immediately carried out a chair. People in the yard knelt on the ground. Injin raised his hand and said, No need. Injin looked up at Yin Shuruan, who was dressed in aqua blue. Then he turned to ask Olenara, What's wrong? Why is there such a big scene today? Olenara said, It's because of this ignorant servant. He fought for food and drink, and didn't follow the rules. He refused to pay the kitchen for things that were beyond his quota. So she kicked over the basket of crabs that the master had taken the trouble to find to vent her anger. The master, please decide how to deal with it. After hearing this, Yin Shuruan wanted to start stabbing the villain in her heart. It seemed that the one who took the wrong medicine just now was not Olenara. Why didn't she mention that the dispute was caused by her? Yin Shuruan, you are the mistress in charge of the backyard. You can decide how to deal with such a shrewd servant. Injin didn't get angry when he saw this. He took the fragrant tea brought by Su Peisheng and drank it sip by sip. But I also heard that Manager Li was disrespectful, and made Hu Gij faint. This? Olenara hesitated. They were all punished. Injin said calmly, I am innocent. I am innocent. My master? I did not say anything bad. Everyone in the kitchen is a witness. Please, my master, please look into it. When Li Dafu heard that he was going to be punished, he didn't care about anything else and immediately cried out that he was wronged. Injin put down his teacup and said, Since you are crying out for injustice, I have nothing to do today. Su Peisheng, call the kitchen servants. Su Peisheng immediately sent someone to call everyone in the kitchen. When everyone in the kitchen heard that the prince was summoning them, they ran all the way to see him. As soon as they arrived, they knelt in the yard. Chapter 36, I can afford to support you. Su Peisheng looked at Injin, and after receiving the master's signal, he spoke. What happened in the kitchen today, you all witnessed it. You must report it truthfully, regardless of what is right or wrong. The kitchen is an important place responsible for the master's daily diet. If you are untrue, and let the master know about it in the future, you can think about it yourself. So today, whatever I ask, you can say it. Think it over before you speak. Did you hear clearly? The kitchen people knelt on the ground and nodded like crazy. I just want to ask you, did Manager Li insult Hu Gij today? Su Peisheng looked at the people kneeling on the ground. No. The servants are all here. The brave one spoke up immediately. Others quickly agreed. Li Dafu breathed a sigh of relief quietly, but was also terrified. Fortunately, he is not a mean person, nor a chatterbox. Su Peisheng turned to Injin and bowed. Master, do you have any more questions? That's it. Fujin, how did you deal with servants who love to gossip, instigate the master, and love to stir up trouble? Injin asked Olenara. Master, slaves like this, male servants, will be caned 30 times, and then sold as slaves. Female servants will be caned 15 times, and then taken out to be dealt with by a matchmaker. Olenara replied, while thinking to herself, this is how it was done in the past. Then let's do it. I will go to see Mrs. Hu, Injin said, and stood up, looking at Nien Shuruan, who had been silent beside him. He smiled softly and said, You are quiet today. It's just that the servants made a fuss today, and your crab meat cakes are gone. Nien Shuruan took 2 steps forward and bowed. Thank you for your concern. Master, crab meat cakes are expensive snacks. I will not eat them anymore in the future. It will save me from causing more trouble because of this. After speaking, he looked up at Injin. Inging smiled. When did you become so sensible? Never mind, the palace doesn't lack you for food, and I can still support you. Injin said this with a smile and left Xingfu courtyard, and went to Lufang Pavilion. Olenara felt cold in her heart. The prince always doted on Yin Shuruan when talking to her. He was always polite and distant to her. Which woman doesn't want to be doted on? This politeness between husband and wife is strange. Yin Shuruan looked at Olenara's face, and bowed indifferently, excusing that she felt a little dizzy, and returned to Jinglan courtyard. This Yulua had collapsed on the ground. She knew what was waiting for her. She was probably either the lowest slave, or sold to a brothel. Olenara issued an order. Yulua was punished with 15 strokes of the cane, and handed over to the matchmaker. Li Dafu had also had an argument with Yulua, but he was mostly wronged, so he went back to the kitchen to serve. He was only stripped of his responsibilities as a manager, and fined 2 months' salary as a punishment. Li Dafu thanked him profusely, and went back to the kitchen to thank the people who testified for him. This is a later story. After Yulua was beaten with a stick, she was dragged away. Chiome, the maidservant beside Olenara, followed her out, saying that she would keep an eye on the matchmaker to take the person away. The servant in the palace, who was in charge of the execution, naturally bowed and scraped to the big maid beside Fujin. After Hugij woke up, Yutsue helped her sit up, leaning on a soft pillow. She asked Yutsue to find out what was going on in the main courtyard of the concubine. Yutsue came back and said, The master has come to Lufang Pavilion. Gij, how about you? Hugij was very obedient, and laid down again immediately. Yutsue heard the eunuch outside announcing that the master had come. She went out to greet him. At this time, Shugij, who had been hiding in her room, heard the announcement, and hurried out of the room and bowed to Injin. Injin raised his hand to exempt her from the greeting. After looking at Shugij, he said, Your outfit today makes people feel refreshed even in this summer. Then he went into Hugij's room. Shugij was stunned for a moment, and her face flushed. Injin looked at Hu, sat for a while, and left. Hugij waited until Injin's footsteps faded away before she sat up from the bed. You see? This is what it means to be unpopular. She didn't even get a word of concern, and was only told that she would pick out good servants for her in the future. Hugij was very disappointed. My family background is ordinary, and my appearance is just a beautiful girl. When will the master take a closer look at me? Even today, when I fainted because of the servant, the master just told me that he had sent the servant away and asked me to take care of him. In Jinglan courtyard, Xiao Linzi was laughing and talking to the white-feathered parrot. In a blink of an eye, he saw Nien Shuruan coming back, and immediately ran to Nien Shuruan with a respectful bow. The master is back. I have something to report. When the servants in the courtyard heard this, they all quietly moved away and went to do their own things. Nien Shuruan found it funny and tapped Xiao Linzi's head. Tell me, what's the matter, my master? I found out about the tea leaves you asked me to investigate, Xiao Linzi whispered. Nien Shuruan paused and continued to walk into the house, while giving instructions. Go and make me a pot of rose tea. Lulua, who had already returned to Jinglan courtyard, went down to make tea. Nien Shuruan entered the house and sat down. Only Songji was by his side. Then he asked, What is it? Chapter 37, Eating in Vain. Xiao Linzi took out a small white porcelain bottle from his arms, and held it to Nien Shuruan with both hands. Nien Shuruan did not take it. Songji took it quickly. Songji was about to open it. Xiao Linzi said, Sister Songji, don't open it yet. What on earth is it? You are still playing tricks in front of the master. Songji stopped, said dissatisfiedly. Xiao Lingzi hurriedly said, Master, please forgive me, how dare I play tricks? But this medicine is less than 1/3 of this bottle. I am afraid that Sister Songji may accidentally spill it. What is it? Yin Sherwan stared at Xiao Lingzi. My lord, it is apple seed powder. But the bottle I got is a powder that has been processed and purified. And the ones added to the tea leaves are roughly ground seeds. Xiao Lingzi stopped talking. Go on, Yin Sherwan said. Yes, my lord. You must know that apples are sweet and delicious. And everyone loves to eat them. But very few people know that. This apple seed is poisonous. If it is processed and purified. The apple seed powder is white as snow. Extremely poisonous. And a little bit can kill a person. As for those added to the master's tea, because they are covered by the tea fragrance and the purity is not high, they are not fatal. However, if the master drinks tea with those powders for a long time, he will feel dizzy, nauseous, and have palpitations. Within 3 months, he will have cramps in his hands and feet, foam at the mouth, and die of convulsions. Xiao Lingzi said all this in one breath, and carefully looked at Yin Sherlan's face. Yin Sherlan's face was normal. In the previous life, there was no such thing. Xiao Lingzi saw Yin Sherlan in a trance, thinking that she was frightened, and regretted in his heart whether he was too direct. Songji had already received the tea brought by Lulu at the door, and sent her away, so at this moment, only the 3 people in the room knew about this. Yin Sherlan was absent-minded for a while, and when she came back to her senses, she said to Xiao Lingzi, How did you know? Seeing that his master was not frightened. Xiao Lingzi continued, My master knows that I have a master who saved my life, named Zhou Anhai. My master is a servant who manages the stables in this mansion. He often goes out of the mansion to do business. So he knows several doctors with good medical skills. One of them identified the substance in the tea dregs. He also gave my master this bottle of purified poison. Xiao Lingzi scratched his head when he talked about the poison. This apple seed powder can kill people. Isn't it just poison? Oh, it's a crude and direct method. You don't even shy away from suspicion. Do you look down on me? You didn't even cover up the poison. Yin Sherwan thought of how Lulu added powder to her tea in the middle of the night, and couldn't help but sigh. Master, are you not angry? She is such a traitor. How about I capture her and interrogate her? Xiao Lingzi was ready to fight. Although he was only 12 years old, he looked like he was willing to go through fire and water for his master. Come on, your physique is like that of a little chicken. How can I count on you? Yin Sherwan looked at Xiao Lingzi like this, and couldn't help laughing. Yin Sherwan took the small white porcelain bottle from Songji's hand, rubbed it for a long time, and asked Songji to keep it. When necessary, it can be very useful. Yin Sherwan really felt tired. It has only been a few months since she entered the palace. Forget it, I'll take a good rest first, and calm down first. After all, she doesn't need to sleep with Injin these days, and she doesn't need to prepare an excuse to hide and sleep with Injin. When Xianqing, who was now working in the Imperial Hospital, had warned Injin that his wound had not healed yet, and that he should not engage in strenuous activities within a month. Injin was annoyed when he heard this. When Xianqing's expression was as if he had engraved the words no sex on Injin's forehead. Since when Xianqing won Injin's favor, he became more casual. Injin was calm and steady, so he let him do what he wanted. The two looked like old friends. But more than half a month ago, one was the son of the current emperor, the noble and honorable prince, a commoner who is still a wandering doctor. When Yin Sherlan woke up, it was almost dinner time. She was too lazy to get up, and asked Songji, Is dinner ready? Songji replied to the master, I have already prepared dinner, all of which are what you and the master like to eat, but I don't know if the master will come. Forget it, if he comes, we can eat together. If he doesn't come, I will eat alone. Anyway, he only said that he would come to see me after he was done, but he didn't say that we would eat together. As soon as Yin Sherwan finished speaking, the eunuch in the courtyard announced that the prince had arrived at Jinglan courtyard. Songji was busy helping Yin Sherlan up, but Yin Sherlan was not in a hurry. When she got off the ground and put on her shoes, Injin was already standing in front of her. Greetings to the master. The master came really early. Yin Sherlan bowed coquettishly. She was wearing casual clothes, and her face was still red because she had just woken up. Her hair was a little loose. In Injin's eyes, she was indescribably charming. Injin stepped forward and took Yin Sherlan's white and tender hand, and led her to sit at the table. Didn't you say you would have dinner with me? What dishes have you prepared? Injin stroked Nian Sherlan's soft and boneless hand. Nian Sherlan pushed Injin's chest and said, Master, are you here for dinner? You look like you want to eat me. Injin made a hissing sound, pretending that Nian Sherlan pushed the wound on his chest, and raised his hand to cover his chest. Nian Sherlan looked nervous if she stood up. She should kneel down and ask for forgiveness. Injin pulled her hand, but pulled it into his arms, and laughed. Sherlan, do you look down on me? How could your little hand hurt me? Sherlan complained. I should have used more strength to let you feel the pain. But her face was very delicate. Master is used to bullying me. The imperial physician has warned me. She pointed at Injin's lips with her left index finger, and said, Today, we have prepared your favorite dishes. Master, wash your hands and eat. Songji had already prepared dinner while the masters were talking. Chapter 38 4 dishes and 1 soup. When Injin and Nian Sherlan sat at the table, what came into view was 4 dishes and 1 soup that seemed simple, but were actually very sophisticated. Nian Sherlan pointed at a dish and said with a smile, My master likes roasted deer tendons the most. Right? This dish today is from a sika deer that my brother happened to hunt on his way back from the army. My brother took the freshest deer tendons and had them delivered as fast as possible. I had someone use pheasants, add wolfberry, astragalus, fondo root to make the soup, put in the deer tendon, and simmer it for a whole day on low heat. It is the best for nourishing the master's body. And this dish is the duck with sauce that I like to eat. I know that the master doesn't like sweets, so this dish is salty and fragrant. This is the first-class braised beef brisket with tofu pudding, and this is the jade belt shrimp. For today's soup, I asked the kitchen to stew burdock and black chicken soup. Is the master satisfied? Injin looked at Nian Sherlan and smiled coquettishly. His mind was full of thoughts. Nian Gingyo was only a small commissioned military commander, but he could use manpower and horses to transport supplies first. If he could help him in his great cause in the future, he would be superior to him. But if he could not use Nian Gingyo, it would be a pity. But Injin did not show any of these thoughts on his face. He still smiled, watching Nian Sherlan point at the dishes on the table with her fingers like scallions. Although Nian Sherlan was telling Injin about the dishes, in fact, she was also quietly testing Injin's bottom line. She knew Injin was suspicious and thoughtful, so she first let Injin adapt to Nian Gingyo's flamboyant way of doing things. She wanted to guide Injin to use Nian Gingyo, and also let him tolerate Nian Gingyo. Only in this way could she protect herself and the whole family. Nian Sherlan knew that her father had been promoted to the governor of Huguang and was getting old. Her eldest brother Nian Shio only wanted to study, and was not very flexible. The only one who the Nian family could rely on to make a name for himself was the second brother Nian Gingyo. As for his half-brother Nian Kyo, he is only about 12 years old this year, and he is always timid. It seems that he will not become a big shot. Nian Sherlan thought of her last life, when she often had meals with Injin. At that time, her heart and eyes were full of this man. She only wanted to be by his side for the rest of her life, to bear children for him, and to be bound by him. In this life, the two of them had their own thoughts during the meal. It was summer, and after dinner, Nian Sherlan broke out in a light sweat. She pestered Injin to go to the garden to cool off and digest the food. After dinner, Shu Gij was bored for a while, and couldn't go to bed immediately, so she took her maid Zijing to the garden. A lantern was lit in the pavilion in the center of the lake in the garden, and the breeze on the lake blew gently, and the shadow of the lantern swayed like a play. There was a row of lotus in the lake, and since late spring, the lake water in the palace garden was drawn from a pool of hot spring water outside. Therefore, the lotus in the palace bloomed the earliest, and was the most beautiful. Shu Gij walked towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake unconsciously. She heard the sound of stringed instruments floating in the distance. She listened attentively. Yes, it should be the new group of actors who came to the palace a few days ago practicing. I heard that the new songs of those actors were intoxicating. When I listened to it today, it was true. Shu Gij held a round fan with a beautiful woman's face painted on it in her hand. She gently stretched out her arms, and could not help twisting her slender waist to the sound of stringed instruments. She almost forgot how long she had not danced. It was probably when her family fell into decline that she entered the general's mansion of Anbei and became the personal maid of Miss Ishio. Later, she entered the palace of the prince and became a princess. She only dared to dance in her own room. Shu Suyen was the original name of Princess Shu. Injin and Nian Sherlan watched from afar as Princess Shu danced in the pavilion in the center of the lake. She stretched out the round fan in her hand from time to time, as if inviting her lover to dance with her. Sometimes she opened and closed it vigorously and vigorously, as if she was directing a female general on the battlefield, until the distant string music stopped. Shugij slowly stopped, with a beautiful hand-holding movement. Injin looked at Shugij dancing, but he was thinking of another person. Yin Shuan looked at Injin's lost soul, and thought of Jinhuan's stunning dance in the previous life. At that time, Yin Shuan didn't understand why the stunning dance made the emperor at that time. Exenjuo Injin, full of surprise and nostalgia. Later, Yin Shuan realized that Injin was looking at another woman through the dance. The woman who died young, but occupied all of Injin's love. After Shugij finished dancing, she turned around and saw a pair of well-matched people standing by the lake. She hurriedly covered her face with a fan, and after a closer look, she saw that it was the master and his concubine. Shugij reached out her hand, and let Zijing support her, and walked towards the direction where they were standing. Chapter 39 Concubine's Reward. I pay my respects to the master. May the master be well. After paying her respects to Injin, Shugij bowed to Yin Shuan. I pay my respects to the concubine. May the concubine be blessed. Yin Shuan gave her a slight support. She said politely, Princess, why are you so polite? Shugij lowered her head, revealing her white neck. Injin's eyes moved, and he said calmly, Shu, what dance did you just dance? Can you dance again? Princess Shu looked up in astonishment. Her face flushed all the way to her neck. I just heard the sound of stringed instruments coming from the other side of the lake, and I was moved. I hope my master doesn't blame me. I will never dare to show my ugliness again. After saying this, Shu lowered her head again. Princess, you dance like a swimming dragon, like a startled swan. Your figure is graceful and beautiful. There is no need to be modest. Yin Shuan did not wait for Injin to speak, and said slowly with a smile, What concubine said is very true. I didn't realize before that Shu had such dancing skills. The pearl is covered in dust, and this is the situation now. Injin couldn't help but sigh. Olenara was sitting in Xingfu courtyard drinking tea, listening to the servants reporting the situation in the garden. With a slight smile on her face, she said to Chiome, Go find the 2 pieces of brocade cloth and send them to Shu. In addition, there is a jade hairpin and a pair of jade bracelets in my dressing box. Send them to Shu. Chiome frowned and replied, Yes. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Olenara looked at Chiome's movements and couldn't help laughing. Are you trying to tell me why I gave so many things to Shu? The reward from Madame Fu has her own reasons. But I was thinking selfishly. Madame Fu, you also knew how to dance before you got married. Why didn't you ever dance for the prince? Now you've given the opportunity to those useless people. Chiome was puzzled. Olenara heard this, raising her hand and stroking her face. When she got up early and washed herself recently, she could already see fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She was only 23 years old, and had only been in the palace for 7 years, but why did it feel like half a lifetime had passed? Olenara smiled softly. Okay, I asked you to deliver something, so just go. After all, you are the master's person, as long as the master likes it. Chiome reluctantly went into the house to find something. Fu Jin asked her to deliver it, so she did. At night, Olenara lay on the bed, turned over gently, and touched the place where Injin slept when he came. Since her elder sister came into the mansion, she became pregnant and died of dystocia. Since her eldest brother died, the master has not favored her for a long time. Eldest sister, you are really capable. When you were alive, you were the favorite of the room. Even after death, you can still occupy the master's heart, leaving no room for others, especially his own sister. When Ishio was young, she always lived under the shadow of her elder sister Yunshi. I thought that I would be able to get rid of the shadow of my elder sister, after being appointed as Injin's concubine and entering the palace. I didn't expect that my elder sister would find her. On the one hand, she said that she would accompany her pregnant sister. On the other hand, Injin fell in love with her at first sight, and quietly took away my favor. Olenara thought of her son, who lost his life at the age of 3 due to delayed treatment of fever. Originally, he should have grown up well. Originally, he should have been the eldest son. The master promised her that, when she gave birth to a son, he would ask for her to be the wife of the emperor. Unfortunately, when her son was born, her elder sister Yunchi had already become the legitimate wife, and her son was only the eldest son of a concubine. Olenara Ishio was originally a concubine. So how could she be willing to let her son be a concubine? However, Ishio's eldest son caught a cold when he was 3 years old, and a small cold took his life. Her son died because of untimely treatment. The eldest sister was pregnant, and she needed someone by her side all the time. The imperial physician, the housekeeper, the nanny, the maid, and all the servants working in the palace were all worried and wanted to serve the legitimate wife well. Her eldest brother was only 3 years old when he closed his eyes. Ishio walked with him in the rain all night. He finally fainted at dawn and was carried back to her own courtyard. Unfortunately, the eldest brother would never wake up. Fortunately, God had a good eye. The eldest sister died of dystocia during childbirth, and both mother and child were killed. But the eldest sister died, and the prince's heart seemed to die too. Olenara fell asleep with tears and hatred. Chapter 40 Serving with Writing Materials. The next day was the 15th day. Yinsherlan, Hugij and Shugij went to the Xingfu courtyard in the main courtyard to pay their respects early in the morning. Xiaomei said that Fu Jin was not feeling well, and exempted everyone from paying their respects. Yinsherlan stood up and left. Hugij also followed him out silently. Shugij looked around, thought about it, and decided to stay. Xiaomei went in and asked Olenara, and came out to invite Shugij in. She entered Fu Jin's inner room, but saw that Fu Jin was not haggard, on the contrary. It looks very well maintained. I pay my respects to the master, Mrs. Fu Jin, and wish you good luck and happiness. Shugij bowed respectfully and lowered her head. Olenara sat on the bed, with a soft pillow behind her. Shu, do you have something to say? Shugij said seriously. That's right. Yesterday, I got 2 pieces of fine brocade fabrics and jewelry from the master, and I came to see the master today. One is to thank you, and the other is to ask the master, but what do you need me to do? Shugij asked directly and frankly. Olenara lowered her head and fiddled with her nails, while saying casually, Shu, you are worrying too much. I just thought the colors of the 2 pieces of brocade suited you very well, so I rewarded you. Girls, it's time to dress up while you are young. Or should you wait until you are old to dress up? When Shugij heard Olenara say this, she breathed a sigh of relief. So she thanked her again, then he left Xingfu courtyard with a heavy heart. When Yinsherlan was sitting in Jinglan courtyard admiring flowers and drinking tea, she heard the imperial decree from the palace. Empress Tefei was grateful that Prince Yong's mansion had no heir, so she specially rewarded Prince Yonginjin with 2 concubines. One of these concubines was surnamed Feng, and the other was surnamed Duan. In the mansion, a concubine was only slightly higher than a maid, but she was also a slave, not a master. When Injin returned to the mansion in the evening, he suddenly remembered the dance he saw Shugij dancing yesterday. Su Peixing, go and ask Shugij to come to the study to serve the writing materials. Su Peixing was surprised. Why did he suddenly think of this person? This Gij had been promoted to a higher position, but she had been sitting on the bench for 5 or 6 years. Although he was surprised, he did not stop, and went to Lufang Pavilion to invite Shugij. Hugij, who lived with him, stood at the door and watched for a long time. After a moment of distraction, she turned around and went back into the house. When Shugij heard that her master asked her to serve the writing materials, she was also surprised. But she thought again. It must be that her dancing yesterday won the favor of the prince. Before following Su Peixing to the front yard, Shugij put on her own underwear under her Manchu dress. This set of clothes has been made for a long time. Maybe it can be used today. Injin was writing big characters in the study. Su Peixing came with Shugij. Shugij was about to salute. Injin said, no need. Can you grind ink? Shugij replied, before I entered the general's mansion of Anbei, my father was a scholar. She often taught me to recognize a few words. I often served my father with writing materials. She spoke slowly, and her voice was like a clear spring. Injin glanced at Shugij. Then come and grind the ink. I obey your command. Shugij said as she stepped forward, picked up the ink on the table, and added a few drops of water to the inkstone. She stretched out her delicate white hands and began to grind the ink bit by bit. Injin glanced at Shugij calmly and began to write. Before Yinsherlan went to bed, she heard that Shugij stayed in the front yard. She lay down without saying anything, but she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. She didn't say anything all night. She thought of Injin's love for her and softened her heart. She thought of the betrayal in her previous life and felt extremely heartbroken. She was tired after all and fell into a deep sleep. Olenara woke up early and heard that Shugij was sleeping with her. and she was absent-minded for a while. In this palace, there has never been a woman who can be favored all the time. The eldest sister died. And there was Nien. The novelty of Yin wore off. There is Shushur. You see, there has never been one. Shugij served the prince in bed the night before, and got up early the next morning to serve the prince in court. Then she returned to Lufang Pavilion, forced herself to get dressed, and walked slowly to the main courtyard with the help of the maid. According to the rules, the day after serving the prince in bed, one must pay respects to the wife. The new concubine who came to the mansion yesterday arrived early, and Hugij also arrived. Even the concubine, who was often late for paying respects, was already serving tea. When Shugij arrived at the main courtyard, she was the last one. She blushed, lowered her head, and walked to Elinara to pay her respects. Greetings to the master. The wife. I am late. Elinara had her usual smile on her face. No problem. You just served the emperor yesterday, so it is normal to be tired today. I wanted to exempt you from paying your respects today, but I remembered that you stayed in the front courtyard last night, and it was not convenient for the servants to pass on the message. I was waiting for you to return to Lufang Pavilion, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. The master, the wife, is kind, and I dare not break the rules. Please accept my respects again. The master, the wife. Shugij knelt down after saying this. Chapter 41. The prince lied. Elinara smiled, and signaled the maid to help Shugij up. When Shugij sat down and was served tea, Elinara spoke. I haven't congratulated Sister Shu yet, but the clouds have finally cleared and the moon has appeared. Yesterday, the Empress Defei issued an imperial decree, and 2 new sisters entered our palace. When Feng and Duan heard Elinara's words, they stood up together and stood in the hall. I am Feng and Duan, and I pay my respects to the master. The wife. Then they all bowed together. Elinara called out, and continued with a smile. The 2 sisters are new to the mansion, and it's time for them to meet the other sisters. In the future, you will all serve the master together, and naturally you should treat each other like family members, and don't separate each other. After saying that, she asked the maid to bring a plate forward, which contained a pair of sparkling jade bracelets, and a pair of round and colorful pearl earrings. The jade bracelets were given to Feng, and the earrings were given to Duan. When the newcomers entered the mansion, as the mistress of the mansion, this is what Elinara should be rewarded with. Feng and Duan received the reward and thanked her. Then she turned around to meet the concubine Nian, the Princess Shu, and the Princess Hu. Nian Sherlan saw the 2 concubines paying their respects to her, and said lightly, You 2 sisters just arrived, and I don't have anything else to give you. She paused, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile on her face, Of course, I am not qualified to reward anyone. I only hope that the 2 sisters can serve the master and his wife wholeheartedly, and give birth to many children for the palace. Elinara looked at Nian Sherlan, and still had a faint smile on her face, as dignified and easygoing as ever. Although Sister Nian has only been in the palace for half a year, the master has been in her room most of the time. Sister is still young, and it's time to take care of her body, and give birth to many children for the master. I am not blessed. Although the master loves me very much, I have not been able to get pregnant. The concubine should pay more attention to the other sisters. Nian Sherlan drank tea without raising her head. When Feng and Duan were at home, they heard that the concubine Yin was very favored by the master. Looking at the situation today, if she is not favored, she would not dare to speak to the concubine like this, who listened to what Nian Sherlan and Elinara said, and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Shu was always cautious and protected herself, and refused to say a word. After greeting, the sun had risen, and Nian Sherlan returned to Jinglan courtyard. Luoluo had already prepared breakfast, and was waiting at the table, waiting to serve Nian Sherlan. The breakfast was 6 refreshing side dishes according to the quota. The kitchen cooked lean meat porridge according to Nian Sherlan's taste, and added a crystal steamed dumpling. There was a teapot with green glaze on the table. Luoluo said that the newly brewed Phoenix Narcissus tea had turned green, and was just right for drinking. Nian Sherlan sat at the table, and sent Luoluo away, saying that Songji and Xia Linzi would be enough to serve her. Nian Sherlan came back to life, although she retained some of her temper. But some of her living habits have quietly changed. In the past, she liked everyone to serve her, but now she feels annoyed when she sees too many people serving her. After Luoluo left, Xiao Linzi took out a silver needle and tested all the food on the table. He opened the teapot and smelled it for a long time. Xiao Linzi said, Report to concubine. There is no problem with the dishes and food. But I looked at the tea carefully. And still, Xiao Linzi didn't dare to say, she was still poisoned. Nian Shuolan picked up the jade chopsticks, thought about it, and put them back on the table. She suddenly got a little angry. In the last life, the struggles in the palace were just to prevent her from getting pregnant. In this life, she had only been in the palace for a few months, and they were trying to take her life. No matter who it was, since he could do this, don't blame her for not being able to tolerate it. When Injin came to Jinglan courtyard in the evening, he saw that Nian Shuolan looked unhappy. Even when she greeted him, she was angry and reluctant. Injin was amused, and said, "What's wrong with my Shuolan? Are you blaming me for being late?" Shuolan glanced at Injin lazily. "Your Majesty is a noble man. And you are busy. How dare I blame you?" After saying that, she continued to lie back on the couch lazily, reaching out to take a fan to cover her face. "Who made you angry? Why are you taking your anger out on me? You don't even call me master." Injin was surprised. Nian Shuolan suddenly took away her fan, and sat up after hearing this. "Are you teasing me? Your Majesty? How come you have forgotten what you said?" Injin frowned and thought for a moment, as if he suddenly realized something. "I don't remember." Nian Shuolan looked at Injin's frank face, with an expression of, "I don't know what I said," and didn't speak for a long time. When Injin teased her again, Nian Shuolan spoke. "Your Majesty has been teasing me since late spring. He said he would take me for a ride." She pursed her lips, and said with a bit of grievance, "It's summer now, and the prince hasn't kept his promise. I'm bored in this mansion." Injin was stunned, and then laughed. "So it's about this. Why, don't you know I was injured and sick a few days ago? You're upset about such a small thing. I'll take you for a ride the day after tomorrow?" After hearing this, Nian Shuolan turned from anger to joy, and threw away the fan. She climbed up Injin's neck. "Then it's a deal. My master can't lie to me again." "Nonsense. When did I lie to you? I didn't think about what would happen later." Injin pretended to be annoyed, and put his hands on Nian Shuolan's waist to hold her. Nian Shuolan was not only not afraid, but also moved close to Injin's face, breathing like orchid. Yes, my master never lied to me. My master? Please don't lie to me for the rest of your life, okay?" Injin couldn't help but tighten his hands. Chapter 42 Contraceptive Decoction. When Nian Shuolan woke up, Injin had already gone to the morning court. She sat up slowly, rubbing her waist. Her collar was loose, revealing a spring color. Her well-maintained long hair was like ink, and scattered on her shoulders. She was wearing a water-red nightgown, and she looked delicate and lazy just after waking up. Songji saw this scene when she came in to help Nian Shuolan wash up. She couldn't help but hold her breath. Songji knew from a young age that her eldest daughter was extremely beautiful. Nian Shuolan has never been the kind of woman who is as delicate as a willow in the wind. Every inch of her skin is as white as jade, and every muscle and bone is extremely moist. But the flesh on her body is just right. One more is too much, one less is too little. Even if she wears a casual outfit on Nian Shuolan, it can make the outfit look much more expensive. So Nian Xiaoling and his wife hold her in their hands for fear of dropping her, hold her in their mouths for fear of melting her, and are afraid that their daughter will suffer any grievances. Nian Shuolan had been very successful since she was a child, so she was arrogant and straightforward. However, she seemed to have become a different person after she fell down for no apparent reason last summer. Others might not be able to see the change in Nian Shuolan's personality, but Songji, who was with her every day, knew it very well. Her master had changed. Nian Shuolan saw Songji staring at her blankly, and she lowered her head following Songji's gaze, only to see that her collar was open. She stretched out her bare hands and buttoned her clothes. She said to Songji, "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Haven't you seen what I look like?" Songji came back to her senses and stepped forward with a smile. "Master, please forgive me. It's because you are so beautiful that..." I was stunned for a moment. "When did you learn to be so slick? Go. Bring the bowl," Nian Shuolan said angrily. Songji agreed, turned to the small kitchen and brought out a small bowl. The bowl contained brown liquid, which was the contraceptive medicine that Nian Shuolan asked her mother to find for her secretly. "Master, do you really want to drink it? I am worried about your health." Nian Shuolan took the medicine bowl and drank it all. A drop of medicine fell from her lips. Songji wiped it clean with the silk handkerchief in her hand. "What are you worried about? What is there to worry about? It's just that you don't want to get pregnant for the time being," Nian Shuolan said casually, thinking of the male fetus in the previous life who had already taken shape, but was instructed by Olenara to become concubine Duan, who died of a bowl of soup with abortion medicine. I couldn't help but feel a pain in my heart. Seongji stopped talking, and silently helped Nien Sherlan get up, and helped her wash and dress. Nien Sherlan was the last one to arrive at Olenara's Xingfuyuan. She greeted Olenara saying, "May the wife be blessed." Her hands moved casually and unfocusedly. After greeting, she didn't wait for Olenara to speak, and went straight to sit down below Olenara. Olenara looked normal, and only smiled faintly, and asked the maid to serve tea. "Sister, you seem tired today. But were you tired last night?" "Thank you, madam, for your concern. I didn't sleep well last night. I will go back later, and make up for the sleep. I have greeted madam, and will go back first." Nien Sherlan smiled, and stared at Olenara's eyes. She tried to find a trace of annoyance in Olenara's eyes. She wanted to see what Olenara looked like under her gentle face. Unfortunately, Olenara was famous for her virtue. At this moment, she looked at Nien Sherlan with a kind look. "Since my sister is tired, I will end my greetings today. Sisters, please go back slowly, so as not to get your feet slipped by the dew last night," Olenara said with a smile, watching the rest of the people leave. Fong and Duan walked at the end. Duan quietly watched Nien Sherlan, and Hu Gij and Shu Gij walk away, and then she slowly walked back with Fong to Jianjiaxuan where they lived. Walking on the road, Duan said, "You said this concubine? She always has something to say when she pays respects every day. How can she not be angry?" Fong looked up and looked around. There were only maids following them. And in the distance, there were a few eunuchs sweeping the floor. She looked at Duan. Duan had a pretty face. Her fair skin was shining, and she was wearing a well-cut pink Manchu dress. Although she was a concubine like her, Duan's father was Duan Xuanqi. Those were Chunfong Zanshan, and he was a sixth-rank official. Duan should also be favored at home. The dowry should also be generous. I just don't know why she is willing to enter the palace as a concubine with such a family background. Fong thought, probably because in the capital, where a brick can hit an official, the six ranks with Chunfong Zanshan Lord also wants to have a support in the court. You and I have just entered the palace, and I think Fu Jin is gentle and generous. I think as long as you and I behave ourselves, Fu Jin will not embarrass us. Fong said. What am I telling you? What are you talking to me about? Duan was dissatisfied. Fong did not answer her, but turned to talk about Fu Jin's gentleness. Who can't see this? Even a new concubine like herself can see that Fu Jin is not a good mistress, who will make things difficult for others. Fong said nothing more. She didn't even see the prince. In the future, I don't know what the situation will be like. Chapter 43. The horse farm was attacked. Injun was on a day off. Seongji had packed Nien Sherlan's belongings early. Although they were only going to ride horses, Seongji had taken care of all the food and drink expenses. Nien Sherlan looked at the red riding uniform that the embroidery shop had sent early in the morning. It was the one that Injun had asked the embroidery shop to tailor for her and carefully designed. She looked at it for a while, and then asked Seongji to find the riding uniform she had made earlier and put it on for her. When Injun saw Nien Sherlan, he did not hide his amazement. Nien Sherlan wore a lake blue satin skirt with narrow sleeves, a silver short jacket with gold weaving on it, and a long silver ribbon with a bow tied around her waist. Half of her hair was tied into a bud shape, and the bud was decorated with 3 large round pearls, and the rest of her hair was loose. There was nothing on her ears, and she looked fresh and neat, and very elegant and gorgeous. Nien Sherlan always knew her advantages. Her dress today would not get in the way when she rode a horse, but she showed her beauty just right. Married women would tie their hair up in a bun, but Nien Sherlan didn't do that today. She was only 17 years old, and she didn't want to follow the crowd and act like a woman in the boudoir. Injun didn't think there was anything wrong with Nien Sherlan's dress. He liked the heroic spirit she exuded when she rode a horse. It was different from her usual charming look. Injun took Nien Sherlan to the royal horse farm in the suburbs of Beijing. The horse farm was halfway up the mountain. The weather in June, it had been hot since morning. Nien Sherlan chose a white horse, and the servant knelt down, using his back as a stool, waiting for Nien Sherlan to mount. She glared at the servant, but took the horse 2 steps away, and then jumped on the horse neatly. She pushed hard on the stirrups, and the horse ran forward without even a whip. Injun once again did not hide his amazement. His Sherlan was so different. Su Peixiong was a eunuch and could not ride a horse. He could only wait aside. The guards of the palace had been replaced by a new batch, and were scattered around the horse farm at this time, protecting the safety of Injin and Nien Shirlan. Injin chased Nien Shirlan to the depths of the horse farm, and the guards around him hurried to catch up. Injin didn't expect Nien Shirlan to run so fast, and he couldn't catch up. When Nien Shirlan turned around in front, and turned back to ride back, an arrow flew through the air. The arrow didn't hit anyone, but hit the red horse that Injin was riding. The horse flew up in pain. Injin was unstable for a moment, and was almost thrown off the horse. Fortunately, he knew Kung Fu. He tried his best to hold onto the saddle, and fell on the side of the horse that was not hit by the arrow. At the same time, Nien Shirlan rode to Injin. She actually reached out and grabbed Injin's hand. Injin used the force to jump onto her horse. Injin held Nien Shirlan in his arms and galloped forward. Several feather arrows were shot at them. Some of the newly replaced personal guards were really good at martial arts. While swinging his sword to block the arrows, he ran towards the entrance of the horse farm while protecting Injin and Nien Shirlan. In the chaos, a group of people rushed in from the entrance. Injin was startled. Before he could think about it, he saw the group of people running straight into the depths of the horse farm, as if they had a target. The arrows gradually stopped, and the second Prince Inring, the current crown prince, rode out from the depths of the horse farm with a human head in his hand. Inring walked up to Injin, but saw that he was protecting a woman in his arms, and Inring threw the head in his hand into the distance. Nien Shirlan looked pale as she watched the scene. The daughter of a wealthy family, who had been raised in luxury, felt sick for a moment. Injin noticed that Nien Shirlan was not feeling well. So he turned over and carried her off the horse, and arranged for Su Peisheng and Songji to take care of her. Then he walked to Inring's horse, knelt on one knee, and saluted. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life." Inring laughed, got off the horse, and helped Injin up with both hands. "We are brothers. Why should we be polite? I originally thought that the weather was good today. I came to ride my horse. I didn't want to meet your guards at the foot of the mountain, who said you were at the horse farm with your sister-in-law. So I rode up the mountain at full speed, wanting to learn horsemanship from you. Who knew that I would see you and your sister-in-law in danger, which was really scary." Injin stood up, looked at Nien Shirlan not far away, turned back to Inring and said, "Did the crown prince leave anyone alive just now?" Inring waved his hand. "No. I wanted to leave 2 people alive for interrogation, but who knew that they were dead soldiers? The one who was captured committed suicide by taking poison." Injin was silent for a moment, and then he said, "I will go and see if there are any clues on them." When Injin went to the depths of the horse farm to check and came back, his face was so gloomy that ink could drip out of it. "Did fourth brother find out anything?" Inring asked. "No, so I am wondering who wants to kill me. In my opinion, it's probably him." Inring's him was very meaningful. Injin just had a gloomy face and did not make any comment. Nien Shirlan paused for a while, walked over to Inring and bowed. "I am the concubine of Prince Yong, Nien, and I am here to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I wish His Royal Highness a long life and good health." After hearing the Crown Prince Inring say, "No need to bow. Please stand up," Nien Shirlan raised her head. Injin did not ignore the surprise in the Crown Prince's eyes. His Shirlan was really beautiful. Chapter 44 Prince Inring. After paying his respects, Nien Shirlan walked away at Injin's signal. After the attack, she stopped thinking about riding a horse. As for Injin's situation, Nien Shirlan saw the clues for the first time. In the previous life, she only knew that Injin was the final winner. Nien Shirlan was a concubine in the palace, and she was also pampered for many years. How Nien Gingyou and Long Kodo helped him achieve his great cause, Nien Shirlan only heard the final result. Then she was carried into the palace, and became the precious and noble concubine Hua. Men like them have always believed that women only need to take care of the household affairs. But they cannot give up the idea that women have a strong enough family to support them. In the previous life, Nien Shirlan enjoyed the peace and quiet, and never asked about Injin's affairs outside. I only know that he also encountered dangers, but not as frequently as in this life. Could it be that, in this life, the process of the prince's fight for the throne is also different? Nien Shirlan was lost in thought, and Injin, not far away, walked towards the head thrown on the ground by the prince. Inring watched Injin walk over, and suddenly turned his head to look at Nien Shirlan. Nien Shir, presumably, was the sister of Yang Gingyou, the lieutenant commander of the Bali Guards, who rode alone with a spear into the enemy camp and captured the enemy commander alive during the expedition to Yungar. Yinring had heard before that the eldest daughter of Huguang governor Nian Xiaoling was extremely beautiful. But she rarely moved around among the noble ladies and participated in elegant gatherings, poetry gatherings and banquets. Yinring was already the crown prince publicly appointed by the emperor, and there was little chance for them to meet. Yinring just took it as a joke and let it go. The next time he heard rumors about the daughter of the Nian family, it was because his fourth brother had taken a fancy to her at the imperial examination last year, and boldly asked for her hand in marriage. Yinring knew that since his fourth brother's legitimate wife, the eldest daughter of the Anbei general's house Fei Yonggu, married him and died in childbirth, he had almost no woman in his heart. Other princes had sons and daughters, but his fourth brother's family had no children. So he had always asked the emperor to marry the daughter of the Huguang governor. The emperor and consort agreed almost immediately. There are not so many rules for marrying a concubine. A concubine is a concubine. Unlike marrying a wife, there are 3 books and 6 ceremonies, and various procedures need to be prepared for a year, or even several years. When a concubine enters the house, the procedures are much simpler. Therefore, from the granting of marriage to Nian's entry, it only took 4 months. When I saw Nian today, I realized that the rumors were true. She was really beautiful. It's just a pity that she followed the fourth brother. Nian Shuruan felt a beam of eyes looking at her. She did not look for that gaze, but with a glance, she knew it was Crown Prince Yinring. After Yinjin inspected the traces of the attack on the horse farm, he came to Yinring. He clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "I was in danger today, and fortunately, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince rescued me. But my concubine was frightened, so I will take her back home first. I will go to the Crown Prince's mansion to thank His Royal Highness someday." The Crown Prince laughed when he heard this. "Why are you so polite? Fourth brother? You and I are brothers, although they are not born of the same mother. They are both the sons of the Emperor. Then take your sister-in-law back first, and we will meet again some other day." "Thank you, Your Highness. Although we are brothers, but the etiquette cannot be abolished. You are the Crown Prince, the future Emperor of the Qing dynasty, and I, your humble servant, should observe etiquette." Yinjin still clasped his fists and bowed. Yinring, with an unchanged smile on his face, waved his hand and sent Yinjin back first. But he stared at the figures of Yinjin and Yin Shuruan getting on the carriage and going back, thinking. The guards came forward to ask what to do with these assassins in the horse farm. Yinring casually said, "They are useless now. You guys can handle them as you see fit." Even the servants in the horse farm today were replaced by Yinring. Yinjin and Yin Shuruan took a carriage back to the mansion. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the carriage. Yin Shuruan sat on his left. Yin Shuruan glanced at him a few times and hesitated to speak. "Just say whatever you want to say. There's no need to follow so many rules when you come out." Yinjin still closed his eyes. He spoke lazily. Yin Shuruan asked with concern, "Master, things have not been peaceful recently. But who did he offend?" In fact, Yin Shuruan's heart was as clear as a mirror. Who could he offend? Now there is a crown prince who is publicly appointed by the emperor, but can the emperor control everyone's thoughts? Yinjin's thoughts are the deepest. He still looks gentle and harmless now. He is also the most suspicious, otherwise how can he make it to the end? What happened today? Even Yin Shuruan didn't believe that it was the he that Crown Prince Yinring was referring to. But Yin Shuruan couldn't show anything. After all, Yinjin's thoughts were a secret now. Yinjin closed his eyes and didn't answer Yin Shuruan's words. The carriage bumped forward. Su Peixing sat with the coachman and drove the carriage. He sighed in his heart. He didn't know what his prince had provoked recently. Why were there assassins everywhere? Su Peixing had followed Yinjin for many years. He could vaguely guess a little, but he didn't dare to believe it. However, he would definitely follow his prince in whatever he wanted to do. Let's take it one step at a time, Su Peixing thought. Chapter 45 in Chaos. The next night, Yin Shuruan lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. What came to mind sometimes was the head that the prince threw away, rolling to the side with eyes open. Sometimes it was the sinister look in Yinjin's eyes after he walked out from the depths of the horse farm. Sometimes it seemed like thousands of troops were running in her mind, but the picture was that the prince led people to the depths of the horse farm to capture and kill the assassin. Yin Shuruan's mind gradually became chaotic, and in this chaos, the headache started again. Songji saw that Yin Shuruan had been frightened in the past 2 days, so she prepared pills and rice wine for headache early in the morning. At this time, Songji heard Nien Shuolan tossing and turning on the bed, and faintly moaning in pain from her mouth. She hurriedly took down a pot of water that was warming on the sealed coal stove in the corridor, filled a basin that had been prepared long ago with water, and put the rice wine pot into the warm water, and warmed the wine through the water. The little girl on duty outside tonight is grain and ear in cold dew. Seeing that it was late at night, Songji. So she didn't use them. Mongjong heard Songji lift the door curtain and come out to get some water. She quickly got up and walked to Songji's side. She took the kettle from Songji's hand, turned around and put it back on the stove, and bent down to test the temperature of the wine. The temperature was just right, suitable for the concubine to take medicine. Songji and Mongjong entered the house, and gently called Nien Shuolan to take medicine. However, Nien Shuolan could not be awakened, just like a nightmare, muttering inaudible words. Nien Shuolan fell asleep when her headache occurred. She had a dream. In the dream, she followed Elinara, and Elinara seemed to be unable to see her. Elinara sat in front of the carved hollow table of Wang Wali Wood in her inner room. Chiome, who had always been following her, was nowhere to be seen, and there was no one else to serve her. Nien Shuolan stood beside her, but she was unaware. She was flipping through a medical book. The medical book looked like an ancient book, and the edges of the pages were already damaged. Elinara flipped through the pages one by one. Every page was carefully read. Nien Shuolan followed and read for a long time. The ancient books recorded the treatment methods of some common diseases, but those treatment methods did not seem to be seen in daily life. After reading for a while, Nien Shuolan lost her patience. She muttered in her heart, "I didn't realize that this Elinara family was quite knowledgeable about medical skills." Nien Shuolan looked around and found that there was a child about 2 years old sleeping on the bed in Elinara's inner room. Just as Nien Shuolan was about to move over to look at the child, she saw Elinara stop turning the pages of the book. She stared at that page for a long time. Nien Shuolan was finally curious and moved over. The child on the bed suddenly cried, and Elinara closed the book. Chiome walked in from the outer room and called the wet nurse to coax the child back to sleep. The scene changed. Nien Shuolan saw Elinara supporting a pregnant woman walking slowly in the palace garden. Nien Shuolan followed, but she still couldn't see what the woman supported by Elinara looked like. The people here still couldn't see Nien Shuolan. Nien Shuolan only saw that the outline of the woman was different from that of ordinary pregnant women. Ordinary pregnant women look plump when they are 7 months pregnant. When Nien Shuolan was in the mansion, her 2 sisters-in-law were like this during their pregnancies. The woman in front of her was different. Only her belly looked bigger. Her limbs still looked thin, and her shoulders and arms were not as thick as those of ordinary pregnant women. Nien Shuolan wanted to see what the woman looked like. Approaching Elinara, she saw her carefully helping the pregnant woman to sit down, saying, "Fujin, go slowly." The woman who was called Fujin seemed to be smiling, but Nien Shuolan still couldn't see her face clearly. The pregnant woman smiled, gently patted Ishio's hand, and said softly, "There are no outsiders here, sister. Please call me elder sister." Nien Shuolan knew in her heart, this should be the eldest daughter of the Anbei general's mansion later. The 4th prince's wife. Elinara? Yunchi. Ishio also smiled gently, and told Chiome to open the food box she had been holding. There were several kinds of tea and snacks in it, and there was a bowl of unknown food, which looked like mud, and was made into a flower shape in the bowl, which was very delicate. Ishio watched the maid take out everything in the food box, and put it on the stone table in the garden. She held the bowl of delicate flower-shaped food with both hands, brought it to Yunchi. "Eldest sister, try it. This is the newly developed cheese banana from the kitchen. It is sweet and delicious, and it suits your taste best." Yunchi still smiled, but did not take the bowl from Ishio's hand. Ishio saw this, took out an empty bowl from the bottom of the food box, gently picked up a petal with jade chopsticks, brought it to her mouth, and ate it slowly. Yunchi smiled and said, "Sister, what do you mean by this? You know I was lazy during pregnancy, and before I could say anything, why did you do this poison testing behavior first?" As if she was blaming her sister for not believing you. Ishio slowly swallowed the food in her mouth, and said, "Eldest sister, you are too worried. I just tested the temperature, and it is just right now." She picked up the bowl of cheese and bananas again, and held it in front of Yunchi with both hands. "Eldest sister, why don't you try it?" A few days ago, the kitchen heard that the eldest sister had difficulty defecating during pregnancy, so they took the trouble to prepare this bowl of dessert. The eldest sister always loved sweets. This bowl of dessert is made by the kitchen mashing bananas into a paste, adding milk and cheese, Add sugar and steam it. There are no other ingredients in it, so the elder sister can eat it without worry. According to the imperial physician, steamed bananas are good for the spleen and stomach, and are just right for the elder sister's current body. Yunchi took the bowl, ate a few bites slowly, and spoke softly. Sister, I know you have always been resentful, but you shouldn't tamper with my food. Ishio was shocked and knelt down quickly. Did the elder sister misunderstand something? How dare I? Yunchi put down the bowl in her hand, looked at Ishio for a long while, picked up the bowl again and took a few bites. She said slowly, Eldest sister is teasing you. You look nervous. Did you really do something to let down your elder sister? Ishio bit her lower lip, and after a moment, she said with dissatisfaction, Eldest sister is always making fun of me. How dare I have any other thoughts about my elder sister? Even if I have 10 courage, I dare not. The importance of my elder sister in the master's heart is unmatched. Unless the younger sister doesn't want to live anymore, the elder sister is always the elder sister. After hearing this, Yunchi covered her lips and laughed. Okay. I know you don't dare. You are my biological sister, and you came to the mansion before me, so the master naturally has you in his heart. She looked at the sky, and then spoke slowly, and asked the maid to help Ishio stand up. This bowl of dessert is good, and asked the kitchen to make it often in the future. Yunchi stood up, and Ishio still came forward to help her. Yin Sherlan was watching from the side, and suddenly heard Injin's voice. Chapter 46. A Little Fright. Yin Sherlan heard Injin's voice, but she couldn't see him. Yin Sherlan turned to look at the other end of the garden, still couldn't see anyone, only heard Injin calling, Sherlan. She thought, it doesn't matter if she can't find anyone, why not follow these two sisters to see what they are going to do? Injin held Yin Sherlan in his arms. She didn't wake up. The court doctor who was pulled out of the bed by Su Peixiong was sweating all over his forehead. He took her pulse. This concubine had no disease except for the sign of irregular menstruation. Injin was invited away from Duan by Songji. Seeing that she could not wake up Yin Sherlan, Songji was anxious. So she went to Jianjiaxuan with courage. The eunuch on duty at Jianjiaxuan did not dare to report directly, nor did he dare to delay the concubine's business. He hurried to the servants' resting room next door. Su Peixiong saw that his master had gone to bed, so he laid down in the servants' room for a while, just to rest. After hearing the eunuch's report, Su Peixiong did not dare to delay. He could only bite the bullet and go outside Duan's room to wake up Injin softly. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Duan sat on the bed dejectedly, wrapped in a quilt, looking at the place where her master had just lain. Tonight was her first time serving her master, and she encountered a sudden illness of the concubine. Duan's maid Chang Wu looked at Duan sitting there in a daze, and she couldn't help feeling sad. When her young lady was at home, she was a concubine's daughter, and was not loved by the master. The young lady's aunt died early, and when she reached the age of marriage, there was no one to make the decision for her. So the mistress decided to send her to the palace as a concubine. The master got very angry when he got home and found out about it. He said that although he was only a small official of the 6th rank, his daughter was a concubine, and a concubine of the lowest rank, which really made him unable to hold his head up in front of his colleagues. However, the mistress spoke cleverly and comforted him overnight, and the master was no longer angry. In order to save the master's face, as a concubine, the young lady also brought a considerable dowry when she entered the palace. Tonight, the prince finally came. I thought that the young lady's good days had come. At least it would be better than before in Zanshan Mansion. Who knew that Chang Wu picked up the pot on the table, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Duan. Duan looked up at Chang Wu blankly, and slowly focused her eyes. Today's humiliation. I will remember it in my heart. Chang Wu. Do you know that when people are weak, anger is not worth mentioning? When I can stand shoulder to shoulder with her one day, I will let her taste my power. Duan gritted her teeth and said word by word. Chang Wu was shocked. This she refers to the concubine. Yin Sherlan in Injin's arms still did not wake up. But now she stopped talking in her sleep and became quiet. Fortunately, the eunuch who was sent to invite the imperial physician came back. The eunuch knelt down as soon as he entered the door. Your Highness. Imperial physician Wen is not on duty today and is resting at home. This servant has invited Imperial physician Wen to come. Please call Dr. Wen, Injin said anxiously. When Xianqin came in and wanted to kneel down to pay his respects, Injin said repeatedly, no need to pay your respects. First, Come and see what the concubine's illness is, and why she can't be awakened. When Xianqing took a few steps forward, Nian Shilan's bed curtain was down. He took Injin's hand and covered Nian Shilan's wrist with a thin handkerchief before taking her pulse. After a long pause, when Xianqing said, "Your Highness, doctors only see patients, regardless of gender. Now I need to see the face of the concubine." Injin has never taken the separation of men and women very seriously. He deeply agrees with what Wen Xianqing said. He asked Songji to tidy up Nian Shilan's pajamas, lifted the curtain, and asked Wen Xianqing to see Nian Shilan's face. Nian Shilan's face was rosy, and there was nothing wrong with her. When Xianqing stepped forward and stretched out his hand, gently lifted Nian Shilan's eyelids, but saw her pupils moving. He sighed, retracted his hand. He bowed to Injin. "I just felt the pulse of the concubine, seeing that the pulse was stable, and looking at the concubine's eyes. She must be trapped by a nightmare. Your Majesty, rest assured, the concubine is fine. But has the concubine been frightened recently?" Songji thought of what happened the day before yesterday and wanted to say something. But when the prince did not speak, she shut up. But she was anxious in her heart, and this anxious look was on her face. Injin glanced at Songji and said to Wen Xianqing, "The concubine was a little frightened the day before yesterday. Could it be related to that? May I ask?" "Your Majesty, what kind of shock is this?" Wen Xianqing asked. "I was attacked, and my concubine saw a dead person." Injin frowned. "This is called a little shock?" Wen Xianqing rolled his eyes in his heart, and he thought, as expected, "You nobles don't take human life seriously. My concubine is a woman, and this is called a little shock?" Wen Xianqing said slowly, "In this case, I will prescribe a dose of medicine to calm your nerves. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will give my concubine 2 injections. Take this medicine again, and you will be fine." Nian Shilan followed Yunqi and Ishio. A servant came to report that the eldest prince was fine, but had a fever. Ishio said goodbye to her elder sister and turned to her own courtyard. That courtyard was not the Xingfu courtyard where Nian Shilan usually went to pay respects, but the Xiaoyao pavilion. Nian Shilan looked at Yunqi and smiled contemptuously at Ishio's leaving figure. She was about to follow Ishio to see the child with a fever, but suddenly felt a pain. The world was spinning. When Nian Shilan woke up, she was in Injin's arms. She looked blankly at the people standing in the room in front of her, and turned around to look around. Why was she in her own room? She was just about to go with Ishio to see the child. Nian Shilan felt a headache again. She huddled in Injin's arms, and clung to his arm tightly. Injin felt the strength of Nian Shilan's grasp on his arm, and patted her back to comfort her. Nian Shilan slowly relaxed, and felt a pain in her hand, when Xianqing saw her face in pain just now. So he gave her another injection. After all this, it was time for Injin to attend the morning court. Injin was the most diligent. Except for the time when he was injured a few days ago. He never missed the morning court. But today, he asked Su Peixiong to go to the palace to ask for leave, saying that he was not feeling well. When Su Peixiong came back from the palace, he received a letter from the prince. After reading the letter, Injin's face was gloomy. Chapter 47 Songji falls down. Helenara woke up early and heard about what happened last night. Seeing that Injin did not go to the morning court, she waited for Hugij, Shugij, Feng and Duan to pay their respects, and then took people to Jinglan courtyard. When they entered the door, Injin was having breakfast with Nian Shilan. Nian Shilan looked in good spirits, not as Jiang Fuhai had said when he came to report in the morning. Nian Shilan saw Olenara coming, wiped her mouth, and slowly stood up. Waiting for Olenara to greet Injin, Shilan bowed to Olenara and went down. Following Olenara, Hugij and Shugij came. Feng and Duan were sent back to Jianjiaxuan by Olenara. Has the wife had breakfast? Shilan's side dishes are good. Would the wife like to have breakfast together? Injin took the bowl of porridge, took a sip, and said to Olenara. Olenara had her usual gentle and virtuous smile on her face. Thank you, my master, for your concern. I got up early and had dinner. I heard that Sister Nian was not feeling well last night, and even alarmed the master. I thought Sister Nian was seriously ill, so I waited for the rest of the sisters to pay their respects, and came to see Sister Nian. After saying these words, Olenara stopped. She looked at Nian Shilan, and continued. When I came in just now, I looked at Sister Nian's face, and she didn't seem to be in any serious condition. It can be seen that Sister Nian is blessed with great fortune, and good luck. Yin Sherlan raised her hand and stroked her hair, just about to speak. Injin put down the bowl of porridge, looked at Olenara, and said, Fu Jin came to see Sherlan early in the morning. It is the affection between you two. This prince feels very relieved. Sherlan was frightened the day before yesterday. This prince did not want to make it public. However, Sherlan was weak and suffered a nightmare. Now she is much better under the care of Dr. Wen. Fu Jin's face looks a little pale today. Why not ask Dr. Wen to check Fu Jin's pulse later? Sherlan covered her lips with a silk handkerchief, she chuckled. She acted like a spoiled child to Injin. I am not as delicate as the master said, I just haven't seen such a scene. Besides, I am a woman, my nature is Yin, I can't handle such a scene. Or the master has strong yang energy, as soon as the master comes to my Jinglan courtyard, I will be fine. Injin smiled at Yin Sherlan. Don't be too naughty. In this backyard, you are the one that I love the most. After saying that, Injin turned his head to look at Olenara. But he told Su Peixiong to ask Dr. Wen. No need. Olenara spoke softly, stopping Su Peixiong. She bowed again and said to Injin, Thank you for your concern. Master, I feel fine. I came to see my sister Nian. Now that my sister is well, I am relieved. After saying that, she led Hu and Shu to leave. Injin stared at Olenara as she left, and he had no appetite to continue eating. In the past, Olenara was a very kind and gentle woman, respectful to her superiors and tolerant to her subordinates. When did she change? Her words were full of traps that were difficult to detect. But she was Yunqi's sister. He promised Yunqi that he would keep Olenara safe. More importantly, Yunqi and Ishio were both daughters of the great General Fei Yonggu. Thinking of Fei Yonggu, she heard that the triumphant army was almost outside the capital. Yin Sherlan watched Injin stop eating, so she signaled the servants to clear the table. She acted like a spoiled child again, asking Injin to accompany her to drink the medicine before leaving. Injin came back to his senses and smiled dotingly. Okay. I will watch you drink the medicine before you leave. Yin Sherlan looked quite happy, with a little bit of cunning of being a spoiled child. Injin felt that his eyes were instantly brightened. Songji watched the masters finish their breakfast and cleared the table. She asked Luluo to bring the Biluakan tea that she had brewed early in the morning. Luluo hurriedly and respectfully brought the tea from the outside to bring it into the house. Songji stood at the door, took the tea from Luluo, and said, The master is inside, you go outside to serve him. Luluo nodded, and handed the tea tray in her hand to Songji. Thank you, Sister Songji, for bringing it in, and serving tea to the master and the concubine. Xia Lindsay lifted the door curtain, and watched Songji carry the tea tray into the house. He lowered his head, his eyes flickered, and took advantage of no one's attention. He stretched out his leg and tripped Songji's foot. Songji lost her balance for a moment, rushed into the house, and fell to the ground. The teapot and teacups on the tea tray were all smashed to pieces. Songji's hand was cut by the broken porcelain pieces, and blood gushed out. Su Peixiong protected Songji at the table the moment she fell. Yin Sherlan and Injin were sitting behind the table, and Yin Sherlan, who was shocked, rushed into Injin's arms. Ouch! Miss Songji. What happened? How could you fall down while walking? Su Peixiong said, as he stepped forward to check Songji's injuries. Injin was not angry. He just thought that the servant had tripped and fell, and he would let him go and let someone else serve him. Xiao Linzi ran into the house after hearing the sound. He did not look at Songji's injury. He went to clean up the broken pieces of the teapot first. Songji did not care about the blood on her hands. She knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Master, please forgive me. I tripped. I did not mean to do it. It's okay. Go down. Ask the palace doctor to get some medicine, and put it on the public account. Injin patted Yin Sherlan in his arms, and said to Songji, Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Songji kowtowed to Injin to express her gratitude. Yin Sherlan sat up from Injin's arms, looked at Songji and said, You have been by my side for so many years. Why are you getting more and more irritable? Master, please forgive me, and don't punish you. Thank you, and go get some medicine. Bandage your hand. Your servant. I don't know what happened. When I entered the door, I twisted my foot and fell. When I fell, it seemed that the bricks I stepped on were loose. That's why I slipped. Songji raised her head and said anxiously with tears. After hearing this, Su Peixiong immediately stepped forward to check the tiles near the door. He stepped on them again and tried. and sure enough, one of the tiles was loose. Chapter 48 Black Dregs. Su Peixiang reported, Master, there is indeed a loose brick here. No wonder the servant sprained his ankle. Injin's face showed no expression. How could the brick be loose? Turning it over, it is full of water. I will ask the craftsman to fix it later. Yeah, Su Peixiang responded. Xiao Linzi spoke at this time, with doubt, as if talking to himself. Huh? Where did all the dregs come from in the tea leaves? I remember that this tea was given by the master a month ago. It won't go bad. What is it? Bring it here. Injin heard what Xiao Linzi said. Xiao Linzi hurriedly picked up the tea leaves on the broken porcelain pieces, and knelt in front of Injin to wait for him to check. Injin looked down at Xiao Linzi, who was holding a pile of things in his hands. The white broken porcelain pieces were filled with Bilyukan tea leaves, and there were some black residues between the tea leaves, which looked like insect eggs. Xiao Linzi saw the prince checking. He quickly used his fingers to push away the tea leaves, so that the prince could take a closer look at the black residue. Near the door, Su Peixiang also pried up the loose bricks and stones. There was no water under the bricks and stones, only a white paper bag was exposed. Su Peixiang took out the paper bag, opened it, and found some white powder inside. He stood 3 feet away from Injin holding the paper bag, so that Injin could see it clearly, but it wouldn't be blown away by a sudden breeze. Injin looked at the black residue in Xiao Linzi's hand. He looked at the white powder in Su Peixiang's hand again and said, Please ask Dr. Wen to show me what this is. Su Peixiang thought about it, and immediately went out to ask the eunuch to ask Dr. Wen. When Xianqing was prescribing medicine for Nian Shiruan in the palace, and the palace doctor was asking him for advice. After Su Peixiang arranged the matter of asking the doctor, he asked several guards of the prince to surround Jinglan courtyard first, and not allow anyone to go out. When Xianqing arrived at Jinglan courtyard, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. I had just left for a while. Why did it seem like something big happened in Jinglan courtyard? But the servants in Jinglan courtyard were all doing their own things, and it didn't look like anything had happened. When Xianqing shook his head, and went into the house after Su Peixiang informed him, maybe he was overthinking. Songji was still kneeling on the ground. She wrapped her injured left hand with her silk handkerchief, which was full of blood, but at least it had stopped, and it was no longer dripping. Xiao Linzi knelt beside him, in his hands. He was holding broken porcelain pieces and tea leaves. There were 3 servants and 2 masters in the room, and only Su Peixiang stood on Injin's right hand. When Xianqing bowed and said, Your Highness, I am preparing medicine for the concubine. I wonder why you suddenly called me here? Injin gave him a look, and Xiao Linzi turned and knelt before Wen Xianqing. Sir Wen, I was serving tea in Jinglan courtyard just now, and I slipped and fell, and cut my hand. When I was cleaning up the broken pieces, I found this. It doesn't look like something that was originally in the tea leaves. It looks like insect eggs or something. Please have a look. Lord Wen. Xiao Linzi raised his hands high, and said with his head down. When Xianqing looked down at what Xiao Linzi was holding, and saw the black residue between the tea leaves, but it didn't look like insect eggs. He took a closer look, and said to Injin, Your Highness, I don't think these residues look like insect eggs. They should be some kind of fruit or vegetable seeds. But I don't know what kind of seeds they are. I need to identify them again. So, please ask Lord Wen to investigate again. But there is another package here, Lord Wen. Please take another look. After Injin finished speaking, Su Peixiang took 2 steps forward, and held a paper package in his hand to show Wen Xianqing. When Xianqing looked through Su Peixiang's hand, and saw that it was a package of white powder, he thought for a moment, and replied to Injin, Your Highness, this package of powder, I have a simple way to identify it. You say. Injin rubbed his eyebrows. There is really nothing that makes people worry about recently. Yes. I would like to ask, are there any live chickens or ducks in the mansion? If so, bring one here, put this powder in your mouth, and you will know immediately. After hearing what Wen Xianqing said, Su Peixiang immediately bowed and said to Injin, My lord, there are live chickens and ducks in the mansion kitchen every day. Do you want me to ask someone to catch one? But if we catch them in such a big way, I am afraid it will alarm the Xingfu courtyard. Go and catch them. Just say that I am having dinner at the concubine's place, and ask the small kitchen in the Jinglan courtyard to cook it for us. Injin said calmly. Nian Shiruan looked at Songji, who was still kneeling on the ground, and secretly felt sorry for her servant. In the previous life, there was only one Songji who had always been by her side. After her death, Songji was killed by a cup of poisoned wine. Nian Shiruan thought of this, and hooked Injin's left little finger with her right little finger under the table, and spoke with a kind look. Master, who wants to harm me? I have only been in this mansion for a few months, and I have never provoked anyone. Injun felt Yin Sherlan's action. I couldn't help but soften my tone. Don't worry, I'll protect you. No one can harm you. Yin Sherlan took the opportunity to speak. Fortunately, the master loves me, otherwise Sherlan really doesn't know how to live in this palace. Although Songji slipped today, she was injured. It's also fortunate that she slipped and found these things. Master, can you let her get up? Injun smiled helplessly. I never punished your servant. She was just too timid to get up. After saying that, he turned to Wen Xianqing and said, It just so happens that Dr. Wen is here too. Please check this servant too. Don't really hurt your hand. You won't be able to use it in the future. You won't be able to serve Concubine Jean. Concubine Jean will cry to me. Songji had been kneeling for a long time. First, she didn't dare to get up. Second, she couldn't get up. Now, after hearing what Injun said, she immediately kowtowed to thank him, slowly stood up, limped to the side, followed Wen Xianqing's instructions, stretched out her hand, tear off the silk handkerchief on her hand, and let Wen Xianqing check the wound. Chapter 49 White Powder. The eunuch who was sent to the kitchen to catch a live chicken was very quick. Wen Xianqing heard the eunuch catch the chicken and stand in the yard. Just then, he had treated Songji's wound. Injun and Yin Sherlan came out of the house and stood in the corridor. Su Peixian ordered 2 servants to move chairs to the corridor for the 2 masters to sit. After the 2 masters sat down, the eunuch followed the Dr. Wen's instructions and poured the water with white powder into the live chicken by pinching its neck. The young eunuch held a rope in his hand, and the other end of the rope was tied to the chicken's feet. He let go of the live chicken. The chicken took 2 steps at first, and struggled to flap its wings to escape. But it only flapped its wings twice, and before it even took the 3rd step, it fell to the ground and died. White foam even flowed out of the chicken's mouth, and the white foam gradually mixed with blood. Everyone in the courtyard changed their faces. This powder is so powerful. The young eunuch who had just given the chicken the medicine looked pale, and with Su Peixian's permission, he hurried to find water to wash his hands. It was because when he poured the medicine into her mouth, he accidentally got 2 drops of water on his hands. Yin Sherlan couldn't help it, and stood up all of a sudden. Injun was born in the royal family, and he had seen all kinds of tricks and heard all kinds of poison since he was a child. But today, the poison took effect faster than any poison he had seen. If it was poured into a living thing, it would kill it immediately. Injun also stood up. He comforted Yin Sherlan and patted her back gently. Yin Sherlan was trembling all over. She had only heard from Xiao Linzi before that this thing was extremely poisonous. But she didn't expect it to be so effective. Even the red-crowned crane would have to stay away from it. Yin Sherlan didn't dare to think about what would happen if she hadn't discovered that Lu Luo had put something in her tea leaves and had been drinking tea leaves with added ingredients for a long time. She was trembling all over at this moment, not because of fear, but because of anger. Injun felt Yin Sherlan's trembling and thought she was just scared. He sighed in his heart. In less than 3 days, he was frightened twice in a row. If it were an ordinary woman, she would have cried by now. Luckily it was Sherlan. Luckily she was different from ordinary girls. When he asked Sherlan to marry him, he had his own plans, but at this moment, he felt a little pity in his heart. When Xianqing stepped forward and, Bold, Your Highness, I have carefully identified the black residue in the tea leaves. It should be apple seeds. According to medical books, occasionally, apple seeds are eaten by mistake, which is harmless to the human body. However, if eaten for a long time, it can cause dizziness, nausea, palpitations, convulsions, mental confusion, and even death. In severe cases, it can kill people in a short time. Today's powder should be a large amount of purified apple seeds, which is why it has such a toxic effect. Injun's face became gloomier as he listened. Yin Sherlan took a deep breath and bowed slowly to Injun. Master, these things are actually added to the tea that I drink every day. This courtyard of mine is not clean. Songji was the first to kneel in the courtyard. She was the servant who served Yin Sherlan most closely, so she was naturally the most likely to be suspected. Songji knelt and said, Your Majesty, I have been with concubine Jean since I could walk and talk, and I have no second thoughts. To prove my innocence, I am willing to accept any method of investigation. Xiao Linzi also knelt in the courtyard when he saw this. Although I have only been in concubine Jin's courtyard for a few months, I have been sympathized and cared for by concubine Jean. I am loyal, and I dare not have second thoughts. I am also willing to accept any method of investigation. Jinglan courtyard was surrounded by ancient guards. The servants in the courtyard immediately knelt in the yard. Guyu, Xiaoman, Mongzhong, and Hanlu all knelt beside Songji and Xiaolinzi. Several other third-class maids, and 2 maids knelt behind them. There were also 2 young eunuchs who did rough work and knelt at the end. Su Peixian glanced around, but did not see Yin Sherlan, who was often ordered to walk outside. A second-class maid who was fetching things and clothes. He replied to Yinjin, Master, I just checked, and it seems that there is 1 person missing from the servants. Yinjin had already pulled Yin Sherlan back to the chair. Check for me. Find all the people in Jinglan courtyard for me. Yin Sherlan suddenly spoke, and said seriously, Master, today's incident happened in Jinglan courtyard. It must be the work of an insider. I beg you to show mercy, and let me check it myself today. Okay. You can check whatever you want. Yinjin agreed without hesitation. I want to borrow your master's people. After that, Yin Sherlan asked Su Peixian to bring 4 guards in, and asked them to check the Jinglan courtyard carefully. After a while, a guard came out of the servant's room carrying Lulu. He threw Lulu in the yard, and the bag in Lulu's arms fell to the ground. Seeing her collapse like mud, the guard couldn't help but look at her with contempt. Your Highness, I just checked the servant's room and found this servant in a big box. The guard left after saying this. Then another guard came with a package in both hands. He put the package on the ground and opened it. Inside were 2 women's pajamas, and a small paper package was wrapped in the pajamas. When Xianqing took the small paper package from the guard, opened it and took a look, and said to Yinjin, Your Highness, these things are the same as those added to the concubine's tea. They are roughly ground apple seeds. Yinjin did not speak. His eyes swept over everyone and fell on Lulu. Chapter 50. Lulu commits suicide. Lulu lies on the ground, limp into the mud. Lulu really doesn't know how she was found. But she thinks of her family, and yesterday, someone came to her and told her that her family was in a safe place. If she obeyed, her family would be safe. If she didn't obey, Yinjin asked Lulu slowly, Who told you to do this? Everyone in the courtyard looked at Lulu, but she seemed to be unaware. She just lay on the ground with her head down, and her whole body began to tremble. The guard received Su Peixian's instructions, stepped forward and grabbed Lulu's hair, forcing her to look up. Lulu's lips trembled, and she couldn't speak. Yin Sherlan looked at her with disgust. I've been kind to you. Although you are not from the Yin mansion, I think I treat you equally. It's not easy for you to be slaves. I never beat or scold you, and I treat you better than the monthly allowance. I didn't expect that I would raise an enemy. Songji looked at Lulu. Her eyes were about to burst into flames. If it weren't for this hoof, how could the master be dizzy all the time? It was unknown how long the poisonous apple seeds had been added to the master's tea. The pain in Songji's hands made her hate Lulu even more. Lulu didn't say anything, just pretending to be dead. Yinjin had no patience for such a traitorous servant. If you tell me who is behind you, I will spare your life. But if you insist on not telling me, I will report to the emperor that you poisoned my concubine for no reason. Poisoning a member of the royal family, even if you have to pay with the heads of your 9 clansmen, it is not enough. Lulu suddenly put her finger into her mouth. Before the guards could check what she had eaten, she began to foam at the mouth. Lulu thought, I can at least save my family's lives by using my own life to pay for the mistake. Su Peixian was shocked, and he hurriedly asked the guards to drag Lulu out. She must not die in the concubine's yard. But hidden between Lulu's fingernails was the extracted apple seed powder. Before the guards could drag Lulu to the gate of Jinglan courtyard, she had already died. Yin Sherlan felt a headache. For 3 days, she had seen dead people. She was not afraid of gods and ghosts. But even clay figures have tempers. She wanted to atone for her sins by dying like this, which was a beautiful thought. Yinjin's eyes were full of sinisterness. This slave, she actually didn't even want her life. I don't know what the person behind her promised her. Or, he was pinching her something. Yin Sherlan sighed. Yinjin held Yin Sherlan's arm. Don't be afraid. I will take care of it. I will give you a new courtyard to live in. Yin Sherlan looked up at Yinjin and sighed again. Then she said, I am not afraid. I never believe in any rumors about gods and ghosts. The master said that a gentleman should not talk about strange things. I am just worried that Lulu died like this, and the person behind it did not surface. I am afraid. Nian Sherlan didn't finish her words. Injin knew in his heart that she might encounter something else. After a moment of silence, Nian Sherlan spoke again, in a voice that only Injin could hear. Lulua has committed suicide. And I am fine. I drank a small amount of poison before. And I think Dr. Wood is very skilled in medicine. And he can treat and remove it for me. Master, let's forget about it. Injin listened to Nian Sherlan's words and looked down at her. What do you mean? Master is wise. If we continue to investigate, Lulu is dead and nothing can be found. It is better to expose this matter, so that the people behind her can relax their vigilance and take action again. In this way, Master can take down the other party in one fell swoop and protect me. Nian Sherlan still used a voice that only Injin could hear. Injin's mind turned rapidly. He didn't realize that his Sherlan was a brave and resourceful woman, using herself as bait, lure the other party to take action. However, looking at the current situation, the person behind this is in the backyard of the palace. Otherwise, according to Injin's investigation of Nian Sherlan, she has no enemies in her boudoir, so as to be so vicious as to take her life. Even if there is, I am afraid no one has the ability to sneak into the inner courtyard of the palace. It's just that in these days, he has been pampering Sherlan, and I am afraid that the tree attracts the wind. Injin thought about it, and ordered Su Peixing to clean up the Guanji courtyard, which is closer to his front yard. Nian Sherlan silently recited the 3 words Guanziyuan in her heart. Guan was a good name in her previous life. Injin saw that Nian Sherlan didn't say anything, and said, What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Nian Sherlan looked at the lush rose tree on the wall of the courtyard and said with a smile, I was just thinking about the courtyard that the master just mentioned. What are the 2 words? The master knows that I don't like to study hard in books. Injin heard this, laughing. You are really honest. I rarely see anyone like you who can admit that he has not studied much. I just suddenly thought that the name Jinglanuan is not good. Because of this word, you have been frightened for no reason. But this name was also chosen by the master in the beginning. Nian Sherlan blinked, looking at the girl's expression. This name is not good. I just thought that. When I first met you, after a quick glance, I chose Jinglan Courtyard. Who would have thought that so many things would be related to this word? Not good. Injin thought for a while, and continued with a stern face. Since you admit that you don't study much, how about changing Wanji Courtyard to Sherwin Pavilion? Nian Sherlan looked at Injin in astonishment. My master? Are you going to embarrass me everywhere? Everyone will know that the concubine of Prince Yong's mansion is a fool. After saying that, Nian Sherlan rolled her eyes lightly. Injin was amused by her, and the tension caused by Lulu's sudden suicide also dissipated. Well, then, whatever name you choose, I will do as you say. Nian Sherlan thought about it, and said proudly, Let's call it Chang'an Garden. I just want the master to favor me openly. Okay. I will do as you say. I will do as you say. Let's call it Chang'an Garden. I will make a plaque for you tomorrow, when the king personally writes the name. Injin finished talking to Nian Sherlan. I saw servants in the yard still kneeling, but they all bowed their heads. When Xianqing did not kneel or bow his head, he stood calmly in the yard, watching Prince Yong coax his concubine to be happy. It seemed that he was not satisfied with what he saw, and wanted to applaud and encourage Prince Yong to continue. Injin pretended to be angry, glared at Wen Xianqing, and told him to go home and rest. Su Peixing was sweating in his heart. These days, why didn't he have a single day of peace? Injin ordered Su Peixing to clean up the main house of Chang'an Garden today, and to move the concubine in today. As for the explanation from the concubine, she said that a servant in Jinglan courtyard died suddenly, and the master thought it was unlucky, so he vacated the courtyard first, and would move in after it was repaired the next day. As for how the servant died, it was simple. An acute illness. Su Peixing followed Injin's order, and issued a death order to all the servants in Jinglan courtyard. Whoever asked, Lulua would die of a sudden heart attack. All the servants in Jinglan courtyard responded, and the matter was over. However, Nian Sherlan did not believe that there was a wall that was impenetrable in this world. Chapter 51 Mandarin ducks playing in the water. When the news of Nian Sherlan's move spread, everyone in the backyard was puzzled. How could she move suddenly from Jinglan courtyard, where she lived so well, and change the name to Chang'an courtyard? Hu Gij stood in the courtyard of Lufang Pavilion, looking up at the sky in all directions. What's the use of the blue sky, when she will be trapped here for the rest of her life? Shu Gij looked out the window of her house, and saw Hu Gij. She was sitting in the house embroidering a bellyband, on which was a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water. But she was looking at Hu Gij. And she was also distracted, and didn't notice that she was pricked by the needle. A drop of blood came out from Shu Gij's fingertips. Shu Gij looked down at the blood, and saw that it was almost solidified. So she gently printed it on the embroidery cloth. Then she began to embroider around it, and embroidered it into a red sun pattern. The bellyband formed a scene of the rising sun, and the mandarin ducks playing in the water. You see, as long as it is used properly, even blood can be turned into a beautiful scene, Shu Gij thought. When Feng heard the news, she didn't react much, but told the maid to collect the jewelry. She picked and chose from her jewelry box to find a decent item to send to Chang'an courtyard as a gift for the concubine's housewarming. But after searching for a long time, she only found a gold bracelet, which was just barely presentable. Feng sighed, found a brocade box, and put away the carved hollow gold bracelet that her mother gave her on the eve of her entering the mansion. When Duanshi knew that Nian Sherlan had moved to Chang'an Garden, she was having dinner without any appetite. A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes, but it was so fleeting that even her maid Changwu suspected that she had seen it wrong. Changwu lowered her head and dared not look again. Following such a master, she really didn't know when. Olenarishir didn't react much, but just told the eunuch who came to deliver the message that she knew. She didn't ask why, because the master must have his reasons for doing this. She is the mistress of this palace. She is protected by her aunt, concubine De, and her elder sister who died young. In this courtyard, no woman can surpass her. She only needs to be a virtuous and generous wife, a knowledgeable and polite wife. As for love, she no longer has extravagant hopes. She once wished to win the heart of one person and stay together till old age, but now, she just wants to hold on to what she has in her hands. Let those empty feelings drift away with the passing years. Su Peixing mobilized a large number of servants, and finally cleaned up Chang'an Garden before dinner according to Injin's instructions. Except for the plaque on the door of Chang'an Garden, everything else looked like a courtyard where people could live. This courtyard was once lived in by the deceased first wife, but after she became pregnant, she moved to the courtyard next to the front courtyard. And this courtyard has been empty ever since, although no one has lived there for so many years. The master is grateful that this courtyard was once the home of the person he loved deeply. Therefore, this courtyard is repaired and cleaned every year, and it has never been abandoned. Today, Su Peixing was in a hurry to clean up, which made it much easier. He only needed to sweep away the dust and put the things that concubine Jean often used in it. Su Peixing saw that Chang'an Garden was cleaned up properly, and then he ordered the kitchen to serve dinner to concubine Jean, and he went to report to the prince. Nian Sherlan looked at the dinner table in front of him. In addition to the dishes that should be included in the portion, there were also 2 more appetizers, and a bowl of light ham and lingbao soup. But she really had no appetite, and fearing that Songji and Xiao Linzi would worry, she picked up the chopsticks and tasted a bite of each. Songji's left hand was seriously injured, but she insisted not to rest, and insisted on serving Nian Sherlan. Seeing Songji's insistence, Nian Sherlan did not force her to rest. Songji raised her hand and called Xiao Linzi over. Xiao Linzi, why don't you have any sense at all? The master can't eat, and the master will be distressed. Hurry up and serve soup to the master. At least let the master drink some. Because of Xiao Linzi's leg stretched this morning, Songji was justified in ordering him around. Xiao Linzi looked at Songji with resentment. I know that Sister Songji is still angry about the kick I gave her this morning. I apologize to Sister Songji. You are so generous. And I had to do this for the master. What are you talking about? You mean I blame the master? You are becoming more and more cunning. Ah? You are setting traps for your sister, Songji said, twisting Xiao Linzi's arm with her right hand. Xiao Linzi immediately dodged and cried ouch. Ouch. Nian Sherlan saw them making such a fuss, and she felt much happier. She drank up the bowl of soup that Xiao Linzi had served without realizing it. Songji breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Nian Sherlan finish the soup. According to the custom, Nian Sherlan gave the leftover dinner to the servants of Chang'an Garden. Only then did she have time to take Songji's hand and examine it carefully. Silly girl. I just said, I asked you and Xiao Linzi to find a way to expose the apple seed to the master, but you are so cruel to yourself. Nian Sherlan felt helpless and distressed. She ordered someone to bring medicinal wine, and applied it to the swollen skin around Songji's wound, and rubbed it slowly with her fingertips. Master, you worry too much. I am not afraid of pain. I am willing to do anything for the master. Songji's words were sincere and honest. Yin Sherlan's eyes turned red. She quickly turned her face away. But she did not stop rubbing the wound on Songji's hand. After a long while, Yin Sherlan smiled at Songji and said, "Who said I was afraid of your pain? Don't flatter yourself. If you treat yourself so harshly next time, don't blame me for sending you away. Always remember, love yourself first. This is the eternal truth." Songji was stunned. No one had ever told her that a servant should also love herself. Chapter 52, The Best Ginseng. In the previous life, Yin Sherlan never treated slaves as human beings. When he was happy, they were still useful. If they did their job well, they would be rewarded with something. If they didn't do their job well, they were useless. You should take the punishment. In the past, Yin Sherlan always believed that only an iron fist, and a heart of stone could control people. Everyone would retreat under an iron fist, and no one would disobey. But in the next life, sometimes she was lost in the memories of her previous life. And then she re-examined everything. She discovered that, in many cases, the art of roundaboutness was more effective. When dealing with servants, one should be more lenient and strict, and use both kindness and power. Su Peixing replied to Yinjin's words, and hurried to Xingfu courtyard. Olenara had finished her dinner, and was sitting in front of the small flower bed in the courtyard drinking tea. Su Peixing waited for Jiang Fuhai to pass on the message, and then ordered him to go in to see Fu Jin. And then he entered the door of Xingfu courtyard. Olenara put down the teacup, with a smile on her face. She asked after seeing Su Peixing greet her, "Why did eunuch Su come here at this time? Does the master have any instructions?" Olenara didn't think that Su Peixing came here at this time to ask her to sleep with the master. First, since her elder sister came into the mansion, she had never slept with the master again. She saw the master every day, either to talk about things or to greet him. And that was it. Second, there were gradually more concubines in the mansion, and everyone stretched their necks to look forward to seeing the master. How could the master think of her? Men all love the new and dislike the old. Olenara thought to herself. Reporting to the concubine, the master asked me to come and tell you that a servant in Jinglan courtyard is not feeling well. He had a heart attack at noon today. He died within 3/4 of an hour. The concubine was quite frightened. The master said that Jinglan courtyard has not been peaceful recently, so he simply allocated Wanji courtyard for the concubine to live in temporarily. And because Wanji courtyard has not been occupied for a long time, to get rid of the dust, so it was renamed Chang'an Garden. The master also said, "You are the wife in charge of the household. These things should have been handled by you." But when the servant died suddenly today, it happened that the master was in Jinglan courtyard. The master took care of it. Su Peixing said this long paragraph in one breath, paused, and glanced at Olenara's face. But Olenara always had a tolerant face in front of others. Su Peixing thought about it, and he had to make the master's meaning clear. Then he continued. The master said that the concubine had suffered a series of frights recently, and she couldn't sleep at night, and was absent-minded during the day. It would be better to skip the greetings this month. When the concubine recovers, she can serve the concubine together with the other girls. After Su Peixing finished speaking, he lowered his head, with a respectful and humble attitude. Olenara didn't have a trace of impatience on her face, and still smiled and replied to Su Peixing. "Please report to the master." Eunuch Su, the master of the master and the concubine coincided with. "I heard from the morning, and heard that Lien Fujin was a nightmare last night. I even invited Tai. I know that the side of the side Fujin is not good. Originally planned to wait for summer, when the autumn is cool, let the side Fujin help me deal with the trivial matters in the house. It seems that it can't. The backyard should be worried about it, but the master is the master in this house. The master of the master can naturally dispose of anything in the government." After Olenara finished speaking, she sent Chiome to get a brocade box. She opened it in front of Su Peixing. Inside the brocade box was a piece of top-quality ginseng. "Please, Eunuch Su, send this ginseng to Chang'an Garden on my behalf. It will nourish my younger sister Nian. It is also my intention." Chiome took the brocade box from Olenara, closed it carefully, and handed it to Su Peixing with both hands. Su Peixing held the brocade box, and bowed his head to Olenara. "Fujin is kind, I will report the truth to the master." After saying that, he left Xingfu courtyard. As soon as Su Peixing left, The smile on Olenara's face disappeared. She stared silently at the direction where Su Peixiong left, put her right hand on the table, and rubbed her temple. When Yin Sherlan heard Xiao Linzi's message that Su Peixiong wanted to see her, it was already the morning of the second day. Under Yinzhen's suggestion, Olenara temporarily exempted Yin Sherlan from getting up early every day to pay respects, and Yin Sherlan slept peacefully until noon. Anyway, the master stayed at Shugija's last night, and she didn't have to worry about getting up early to serve the master in the morning court. So she slept a little longer. But she still felt a little uncomfortable. When Xianqing had clearly said that the prince could not have the Zhoulong ceremony within a month after recovering from his injury. But he didn't take it seriously. I don't know what trick Shusher used to trick the master into calling her to sleep with him twice within 7 days. But wasn't it her own unwillingness to sleep with him? When Yin Sherlan got up, Su Peixiong had been waiting in Chang'an Garden for a while. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Eunuch Su has to make a personal trip. Yin Sherlan sat lazily, holding a cup of tea brewed during the grain and ear season. But it was brewed by Songji. Lulu had died tragically, so no one in Chang'an Garden dared to do anything wrong and drug her diet. Thinking of this, Yin Sherlan remembered that there was also the matter of the jade hairpin. She is still holding it. Su Peixiong greeted Yin Sherlan, and waited for Yin Sherlan to wake up before holding a brocade box in both hands and saying, reporting to the concubine, "This is a top-quality ginseng. The concubine heard that you have been frightened recently, and you have trouble sleeping at night, and you are absent-minded during the day, so she gave it to you specially. She said it would be very good for your health. The master has asked the court doctor to check it, and it is indeed a good thing of good age, so I asked the servant to bring it to you." Yin Sherlan sneered. "In that case, please thank the master and the lady for me." After saying that, he casually pointed at Hanlu. Hanlu hurriedly stepped forward and took the things in Su Peixiong's hands with both hands, and then took a handful of golden melon seeds from the treasure box on the table and rewarded Su Peixiong. Su Peixiong's eyes instantly smiled. He accepted the reward, thanked the grace, and left Chang'an Garden and went back. Yin Sherlan looked at the brocade box in Hanlu's hand, and called Xiao Linzi over. Chapter 53 Impatience Box. Put this ginseng away. It may be very useful if you get the chance someday. After Yin Sherlan finished speaking, she stretched out her hands lazily, and looked at Xiaoman kneeling in front of her. Xiao Linzi received the order and took the brocade box containing the ginseng and went down. The impatience flowers were in full bloom in June. In front of Xiaoman was a 4-grid wooden box, which contained 4 colors of impatience petals, pink, purple, red, and another kind of pink-purple. Xiaoman used a nail file to gently polish the surface of Yin Sherlan's nails, and asked her what color of petal she liked. Yin Sherlan looked at the wooden box. "Let's use the bright red one." Xiaoman lowered her head and polished her nails carefully. Thinking and speaking, the concubine is as beautiful as a fairy. In my opinion, any color you use will look great. But a few days ago, I saw that the concubine also used bright red. How about changing to a more beautiful color? Guyu was fiddling with a small pottery jar with a small piece of alum in it. She was crushing the alum with a wooden pestle. Yin Sherlan looked at Xiaoman, who was lowering her head, for a long time before she chuckled and spoke. "You are a good talker. Girl, you were just afraid that if I use the same pattern as Fu Jin, people will say I am presumptuous. Right? But I don't care about that much. I just know that red looks good, so I use it." Xiaoman stopped talking and became more serious and careful in what she was doing. Guyu ground alum into powder, held a wooden box containing the petals, put all the bright red impatience petals into the pottery jar, put them together with the alum, and continued to grind them gently with the wooden pestle. When Guyu had mixed the petals and alum, Xiaoman also polished Yin Sherlan's nails. Xiaoman took a fingernail-sized amount of flour mud, and gently covered Yin Sherlan's nails. She also took wild hemp leaves, and wrapped the nails with impatience mud one by one, tie it with cotton thread. Neither too tight nor too loose. Yin Sherlan wrapped impatience on her nails. The food for the day was served by servants. The evening meal was served by Mongzhong and Hanlu. Mongzhong was responsible for holding chopsticks to feed the concubine with small mouthfuls of food, and Hanlu was responsible for serving tea. Yin Sherlan took a bite of lotus and chicken slices, and said with a smile, it would be fine if it took half a month, but if she had to dye her nails every 2 or 3 days, she would rather have bare hands for the rest of her life. Mongzhong picked up a chopstick of asparagus corydalus. Yin Sherlan shook her head. "I won't eat this today. I've eaten all the lip balm." Hanlu, who was serving tea, covered her lips and smiled secretly. The master really loves beauty. Nian Shuolan had stopped eating and drinking at this time, waiting lazily for Mengzhong to wipe the corners of her mouth for her, then said, "Women, there is no one who doesn't love beauty. Don't you little girls love beauty? Then I will reply to the master, starting tomorrow, stop using rouge and powder." As Nian Shuolan spoke, there was a smile on her lips. The maids in the room knew she was joking, and they relaxed their tense hearts. "Hanlu was always bolder among the servants," she said with a smile. "The master loves to joke with the servants. You are only 17 years old, and you are naturally beautiful. Even the servants in this mansion are not as beautiful as one finger of the master. The servants know that they are crude, and can only try their best to decorate themselves with some external things, but they are just monkeys in human form. Why don't you give alms to help the servants?" Nian Shuolan listened to Hanlu's words, and had a new idea in mind. This girl. She was clever in her words, and she could read a few words. At present, she only had one servant named Songji, which was far from enough. If she asked the housekeeper to choose someone useful, she would be afraid that someone else would come in and tell her about it. It would be better to observe and train a few useful servants in her own courtyard, which would be useful in the future. Nian Shuolan suddenly realized that, in this life, she was only 17 years old. Looking at those 14 or 15-year-old girls, she was addressing them with the memory and habit of the previous life. She couldn't help but laugh and shook her head. She had to be more careful in the future. She should be arrogant and spoiled now. If she was too old-fashioned, Injin might be on guard against her. Songji came in, with a delicate box in her right hand. Hanlu took it and opened it. It was a box of spices. The spices were made into several small plum blossom cakes. The color is like red plum. A box full of spices, exuding a rich fragrance, like 100 flowers blooming, is the smell that Nian Shuolan likes most when she is in her boudoir. Hanlu blew away the smell of the spices with her hand, took a deep breath and sighed. "It smells so good, but not greasy. Master, look, this is also exquisite. Do you want me to light one for you? Let your clothes be fumigated with this fragrance." Nian Shuolan only took a look, and sent Hanlu to close the box and put it away. Before going to bed at night, Xiaoman and Guyu took off the impatiens and wild hemp leaves that had been wrapped on Nian Shuolan's hands for a day, and helped her wash her hands and face, and applied facial cream before she lay down. But others didn't know that Nian Shuolan closed her eyes and fell into a dream again. This time the dream was not only real, but also frightened her. In her dream, she vaguely glimpsed something that she had never thought of in her previous life. Chapter 54: Cheese and Bananas. Nian Shuolan was sleeping quietly on the bed. Guyu and Xiaoman, who were on duty, were taking a nap on the floor of the bed. Nian Shuolan came to the kitchen of the palace in her dream. She stood in the kitchen and looked around. The servants were busy, but no one could see her condition. She walked around the kitchen casually. It was strange. The kitchen manager was not Li Dafu, whom she had seen a few days ago. He was a thin eunuch, who looked to be about 30 years old. The steward was arranging tasks for other people. A third-class maid accidentally knocked over a salt jar, and the steward scolded her in a sharp voice. Nian Shuolan thought there was nothing interesting in the kitchen, and was about to go out and look somewhere else. A head popped in from the kitchen door. It turned out to be Jiang Fuhai, the eunuch close to Elenara. But she didn't understand why he was wearing the clothes of a young eunuch, not the clothes of the steward eunuch in front of the concubine that Nian Shuolan usually saw. Jiang Fuhai poked his head out to take a look, and the eunuch in charge of the kitchen just happened to see him. The eunuch squinted his eyes and said, "Why are you here? It's not time for dinner yet. Does the concubine have any instructions?" Jiang Fuhai put on a flattering smile. "Eunuch Zhou, our concubine sent me here to see if the steamed cheese bananas for the concubine are ready. The concubine likes to eat this recently." When the eunuch Zhou heard this, he immediately changed his face to a smile. "You should have said so earlier. It's ready. I'll send someone to deliver it right away." No, don't bother the kitchen staff. You still have to direct everyone to prepare dinner for the masters. It's just a small matter. I can do it myself." Jiang Fuhai waved his hands. "Okay. It's not heavy. Then you can deliver it to Fu Jin. Let Fu Jin fill her stomach first, and we'll deliver it after dinner is ready." When eunuch Zhou heard what Jiang Fuhai said, he was also happy to be free. Jiang Fuhai took the food box handed over by the eunuch in the kitchen. He walked out. Nian Shuolan was curious and followed him. Jiang Fuhai took the lunch box and turned around and came to the peony pavilion. the courtyard where Ishio lived that Yin Sherlan had seen in her dream last time. Yin Sherlan followed him all the way to the peony pavilion and watched Jiang Fuhai enter the small kitchen. Yin Sherlan followed him in. Jiang Fuhai looked around and saw that there was no one in the small kitchen. He opened the lunch box, took out the bowl of cheese and bananas, and uncovered the steaming pot in the small kitchen. There was a bowl of identical cheese and bananas in the pot. The same bowl, the same flower-shaped food, and even the color was exactly the same. Jiang Fuhai replaced the original bowl of food in the lunch box with the bowl in the small kitchen, and then took up the replaced bowl of cheese and bananas and ate it in no time, then wiped his mouth, packed the lunch box, and left the small kitchen. Yin Sherlan couldn't figure out why Jiang Fuhai did this, but she continued to follow Jiang Fuhai's footsteps this time. They arrived at a courtyard she had never been to before. This courtyard was actually next to Injin's front yard. Yin Sherlan didn't have time to see the name of the plaque on the courtyard. Jiang Fuhai walked very fast, and she almost had to jog to catch up with him. After entering the courtyard, Yin Sherlan saw the two sisters of the Ulinara family, Yunchi and Ishio. There was also a woman next to them that Yin Sherlan didn't know. Judging from her dress, her status was comparable to Ishio's. Jiang Fuhai first handed the food box to Yunchi's personal maid. He bowed respectfully to Yunchi again, kneeling on the ground and saying, "Please forgive me, madam. I was late in getting the cheese and bananas from the kitchen, because they were afraid that the food would be prepared in advance and cooled down, and the taste would be bad. So I went and waited for a while, got the fresh food, and hurried over. Please taste it, madam." Yunchi sat under a pomegranate tree. Ishio stood beside her, and the unknown woman stood on the other side of her. This time, Yin Sherlan saw Yunchi's face clearly. It seemed familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen it. Yunchi stroked her round belly, which looked like she was about to give birth. "It's okay. The kitchen is thoughtful and wants me to eat something fresh. Get up. Don't kneel. Be careful of your knees." Yunchi had a smile on her face, and she looked a bit kind as a mother. "Thank you, Master Fujin." Jiang Fuhai kowtowed and stood up. Ishio stepped forward to open the food box, and saw that the small bowl in the food box was still emitting hot steam. The other woman reached out and took out the bowl, held it in front of Yunchi with both hands, and took out a small spoon. Yunchi smiled and nodded, picked up the small spoon, and slowly ate the bowl of dessert. But just after she took a few bites, she saw the woman who Yin Sherlan didn't know suddenly covered her mouth and retched. Yunchi lost her appetite instantly, frowned and put down the spoon. "Su, what's wrong with you?" The woman called Su hurriedly knelt down, kowtowed and replied to Yunchi, "Master Fujin, please forgive me. I am just feeling uncomfortable because of my pregnancy. I did not mean to cause trouble to my master." After saying that, she kowtowed like pounding garlic. "Forget it. Get up. It is not easy for a woman to get pregnant, considering that this is your first time. Get up. Take good care of yourself. You don't need to serve me these days." Yunchi sighed and picked up the spoon again. She also experienced discomfort in the early stages of pregnancy. Why bother to embarrass a woman who suffered the same pain as herself? Su kowtowed to thank her, just as she stood up with the help of the maid, but she couldn't help it. She covered her mouth and ran outside the yard to vomit. Yin Sherlan could hear that Su was trying her best to suppress the indecent sound of her vomiting, but it was still clearly audible through the gate. Yunchi's face changed, and she slammed the spoon in her hand on the table. The servants and maids in the yard knelt down in an instant, and Ishio was also stunned for a moment. Kneeling at Yunchi's feet, Yunchi stretched out her hand and slowly pressed her throbbing temple. This scene was really disgusting. Even if she had a good temper, she couldn't keep making people feel disgusted again and again. Yunchi ordered that concubine Su, who had behaved inappropriately, should be punished to kneel for an hour to reflect on her behavior. Su's maid took a few steps on her knees. "Please show mercy. Concubine Su is 4 months pregnant, and the baby has just been born. It is really not suitable for her to kneel for a long time. I am willing to take the punishment on behalf of concubine Su." The maid kowtowed. Su cannot discipline her servants well, so she should be punished to kneel for 2 hours. Reflect on it. Yunchi's voice was gentle, but the words she said were tiring and cruel to Su. Yin Sherlan suddenly remembered that in her previous life, she was arrogant and punished Jin to kneel. Did she have such a hateful face at that time? Chapter 55. The second brother returns. It was still dark when Yin Sherlan woke up. Xiaoman noticed that she was awake and hurried forward to ask her if she needed anything. Yin Sherlan thought about it, nothing, and asked the time. It was only 3:30 in the morning. She didn't need to study, nor did she need to pay respects in the next few days, so she went back to sleep. But just as Yin Sherlan fell asleep, she came to the peony pavilion again. Jiang Fuhai poked his head out of Ishio's door to look at the house opposite, and then went in to report to Ishio. The servants in the peony pavilion were busy trotting, and basins of blood were brought out from the opposite room. Yin Sherlan knew that no one could see her, so she sat down on the chair to the right of Ishio. Jiang Fuhai whispered to Ishio, "Concubine, it seems that you will not be able to sleep well tonight. I heard that when Concubine Su had a miscarriage, there was still half an hour left before Concubine Su was punished to kneel. Concubine Su bled over there, which frightened Concubine Su's fetus, and the master didn't even come over to take a look." After a pause, Jiang Fuhai said again, "Would you like to go to the wife's place to check on her, concubine?" Ishio clenched the handkerchief tightly in her hand, as if she was suppressing something. It took a long time for her to speak. "Is Honghu asleep? Let the wet nurse take good care of him. He hasn't eaten well in recent days. How can he be healthy?" Jiang Fuhai bowed and replied, "Don't worry, concubine. The eldest prince has already gone to bed. He drank cold medicine before going to bed. I think he will be fine after a good sleep. Let's go to the elder sister's place. I am a concubine's sister. The elder sister was frightened. I should go to take care of her. Tell Chiu Mei to bring almond tea, and let the elder sister drink it to calm her down." After saying this, Ishio stood up and went out slowly. Jiang Fuhai followed her. Chiu Mei also followed with a food box. Yin Sherlan followed Ishio to Yunqi's place, and then she saw the 3 words written on the plaque of the courtyard, Xiong Yuyuan. Ishio was stopped outside Yunqi's house. Su Peisheng stood in the corridor. He bowed and explained to Ishio, "Please forgive me, concubine Su. The master is inside. Today, concubine Su suddenly had a miscarriage, which frightened concubine Su's pregnancy. The master said that no one should be seen, and concubine Su should rest assured to take care of her pregnancy." Ishio looked up at Yunqi's room, and smiled at Su Peisheng. "Please take this food box in. Eunuch Su. It contains almond tea that I made by myself, which is good for concubine Su's pregnancy. Since I can't serve concubine Su in person, I can only show my appreciation in these small things." Su Peisheng also smiled. "The concubine is thoughtful. I will definitely convey your meaning to the master and the concubine." Ishio nodded with a smile, and left Qingyu Garden with Jiang Fuhai and Chiu Mei. Yin Sherlan did not leave. When she heard that Injun was in the room, she followed Su Peisheng's footsteps and went in. When she went in, Yunqi was not lying on the bed, but sitting on the chaise longue, and Injun was holding Yunqi. Yin Sherlan looked up and saw Injun, and her breath stagnated. That was Injun she had never seen before. He looked like a young man of about 18 or 19 years old, with handsome eyes and a heroic look. Yunqi nestled in his arms, playing with his fingers with one hand, and said tenderly, "Suring, don't you want to go to the peony pavilion to check? I'm afraid Su's pregnancy can't be saved. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made her kneel today." As she spoke, Yunqi shed 2 tears. Injun gently stroked her back, wiping away her tears. His voice was very gentle. It was a gentleness that Sherlan rarely saw, with a tone that was unique to young people. "How can she compare with you? What happened today was because of her inappropriate behavior. She lost her baby. It was because she was unlucky. You don't need to blame yourself. Don't let this affect the child in your belly. This is our legitimate son." Yunqi raised her head and looked at Injun, about to cry. "Silang, don't blame me for being spoiled. I'm really scared. I'm afraid that Silang doesn't want me anymore," Yunqi said, hugging Injun tightly. Injun couldn't help but retract his arms around Yunqi. "Silly talk. How could I not want you? My Wanwan is unparalleled in the world. Wanwan. Wanwan." Yin Sherlan chewed on these 2 words, and suddenly laughed out loud. It turned out that the word she cared so much about in her previous life came from here. This man is really infatuated. But this infatuation has never been given to her. Yin Sherlan. In the previous life, there was no such thing. But in this life, no. Yin Sherlan knew what he saw in her. After Injun had comforted Yunqi, he saw Su Peisheng standing at the entrance, holding a food box in his hand. Su Peisheng put the food box on the table and reported to Injun, "My master. The concubine came just now." The concubine heard that the master was frightened and came to take care of him. But when she heard that the master was here, the concubine could not come in. So she left the food box, saying that this was the almond tea made by the concubine herself. It will be very helpful for Fu Jin's pregnancy. Injin nodded, and then spoke gently to Yunqi. Since it is your sister's intention, why don't I feed you something? Yin Sherlan was waiting to take another look, when she suddenly heard Songji calling her. Master, it's time to wake up. The master came back from the morning court, and said he wanted to see you. When Yin Sherlan opened her eyes, she saw Songji standing in front of the bed, with someone holding a basin of water, and a towel. She was stunned, and hadn't come out of her dream yet. Master? Isn't the master accompanying Yunqi? Yin Sherlan thought to herself. Yes. Master. The master has returned from the court early. He seems very happy. It seems that the second young master has won a victory, Songji said with a smile. The second young master Songji was talking about was her second brother Nian Gingyu. Yin Sherlan sat up, washed and dressed, and went to the front yard. Chapter 56. I don't know about spring tea. Yin Sherlan wore a normal bun today, and she simply pinned a few pearl flowers on the bun, and she didn't even wear pendants on her ears. She wore a half-new oleander pink jacket, and a jade-colored silk skirt under the jacket, and the handkerchief in her hand was also jade-colored, which made people feel comfortable. The color of the impatiens on her hand looked a bit abrupt, but with Yin Sherlan's face, which was more beautiful than any flower, it made people feel that it was really appropriate. In the past, Yin Sherlan always wore Manchu clothing. Although she was born a Han Chinese, the Yin family often wore Manchu clothing to integrate into the Manchu people in Beijing. Since Yin Sherlan married into Prince Yang's mansion, she has been wearing Manchu clothing on a daily basis. Today, she wore Han women's clothing. But she had a kind of beauty that was different from the palace rules and the royal family. When Injin saw Yin Sherlan walking into the front yard, he was also stunned. It was fresh. The women in the palace actually wore Han women's clothing, which was different from those ordinary clothes. Yin Sherlan walked to Injin and bowed politely. When Injin called her, she stood quietly in front of him. Injin stretched out his hand, and Yin Sherlan obediently placed her slender hand in Injin's palm. Injin gently held Yin Sherlan's hand and said, Why are you so well behaved today? I am not used to it. Yin Sherlan finally couldn't hold it back, and burst out laughing, and covered her eyebrows with a handkerchief. When she laughed enough, she took off the handkerchief and she looked at Injin with a pair of mischievous eyes. Master, you don't like obedient women? So, you are willing to pamper a spoiled girl like Sherlan? Injin couldn't help but flick her cheek. You are getting more and more unruly. It turns out that you are being obedient today, all to deceive me. Master, you heard me. My skin is so delicate, and master, you are willing to treat it badly. Yin Sherlan took the hand that Injin extended, and gently shook it to act coquettishly. Injin's eyes were full of smiles. Yin Sherlan looked into his eyes, and only saw her own figure. This dress looks good today, but the material doesn't look fresh. Ask the embroidery shop to make a few more for you to wear later, Injin said, looking at Yin Sherlan's oleander pink jacket. Yin Sherlan lifted the hem of her skirt and stretched it, turning left and right, and asked Injin, Master, are you not angry? I don't know what happened to me today. I just wanted to wear this dress, so I wore it. Wear it if you want. You are beautiful, and you look good in anything. Manchus and Han people are one family. From now on, except for the palace banquets, you can wear whatever you want. Injin smiled. Thank you for your love. Master, I am here to show my respect. Sherlan smiled coquettishly and bowed to express her gratitude. Injin grabbed her. Sit down obediently. I got the best tea called I Don't Know Spring today, and I specially asked you to taste it. I don't know spring. I don't know what spring is. Spring has already passed. It's a pity that the master is ill this spring. He really doesn't know spring, Yin Sherlan said, and took the teacup brought by the eunuch. Naughty. This I Don't Know Spring, also called Wikeishi, is picked in late spring every year, and must be roasted before the beginning of summer. The yield is very small, only about 20 to 30 kilograms per year. So it is only sent to the palace as a tribute. Today, I went to pay my respects to my father and mother, and only got half a kilogram of this tea. As soon as I returned to the mansion, I asked someone to call you to taste this tea. Injin also took the teacup, took a sip, tasted it. The tea had a clear and distant fragrance, and a soft taste, worthy of being a tribute tea. I don't know much about tea, It's fine if it doesn't irritate my throat. But I saw that my master was happy today. Is it because of this half a caddy of tea? Nien Sherlan gently placed the teacup on the table. And Su Peixiong hurriedly added water. Injin used the lid of the teacup to skim the tea foam. And said casually, "It's not all because of this tea. Your brother followed General Fei Yonggu to conquer Yungar. He rode alone with a spear into the enemy camp. Captured the enemy's main General Mammoth alive. Greatly crushed the enemy's morale. And our army won a great victory. The Yungar suffered heavy losses and retreated to heal their wounds. Your brother has made a great contribution." When Yin Sherlan heard this, she was overjoyed. But in her heart, she knew very well that this was inevitable. The rise of the Nien family in the previous life also began when the second brother Nien Gingya followed the Anbei General Fei Yonggu to conquer the Yungar. She also knew that after this battle, the wise Emperor Kangxi also appointed Fei Yonggu as the first-class Fubei general. It also gave Ishio in the previous life more confidence. Yin Sherlan had just thought of this when she heard Injin speak. Since your brother has made great contributions, the Emperor will naturally reward him. The Emperor heard that Nien Gingya rode alone with a spear and broke into the enemy camp. And he was very impressed. Your brother has been promoted to the position of Deputy Commander of the 4th Rank Guards, and rewarded with 100 taels of gold and a black iron spear. Injin stopped talking when he said this, and took a sip of tea. Yin Sherlan looked innocent and said, "I don't understand this, but the 4th rank should be a very high official. Right? You are obviously very smart, but you pretend to be ignorant in front of me. Your father is the governor of Huguang from the 2nd rank, and you are also the eldest daughter of an official family. Don't you usually listen to these things?" Injin was helpless, and stretched out his index finger to touch Nien Sherlan's forehead, just felt that she was very cunning, like a little fox. Nien Sherlan smiled and turned around, and picked up her teacup to drink tea. "Master is so boring. When I was in the boudoir, I heard that men like innocent girls. But why does my master want to expose them? Because you are not pretending well. Okay. Let's get down to business. Your brother has been promoted. I have sent a gift to him. You should go back to your parents' home to congratulate him. I am free tomorrow, and will go back with you." Injin regained his serious expression. "Is my master really partial to me to this extent? I am really worried. According to the rules, this expedition to Yungar, the chief general is Fu Jin's father, Lord Fei Yonggu. Why doesn't the master have to go to the general's mansion of Anbei to congratulate first?" Nien Sherlan asked in confusion. "It is said that Fei Yonggu is Injin's father-in-law. How can he go to the concubine's house instead of his father-in-law's house first?" Injin said indifferently. Fei Yonggu was conferred the title of the 1st rank Fubei general. I am afraid that the threshold of the general's mansion will be trampled recently. I will not join in the fun. I have also prepared gifts. And Fu Jin will deliver them herself. Why should I worry about it? Seeing that Injin seemed to be not very concerned about the affairs of the Olinara family, Nien Sherlan shut up and stopped asking. However, the doubts in her heart gradually grew. It was fine that Injin did not care about the dignity of Ishio, the successor wife. But could it be that he also did not care about the deceased legitimate wife? In the previous life, all kinds of things showed that Injin was very concerned about the deceased one. Nien Sherlan told Injin some boring things, amused him for a while, and accompanied Injin for lunch before returning to his Chang'an garden. Chapter 57 Save Some Face. The next morning, Nien Sherlan had breakfast and sent Xiao Linzi to report to Olinara, saying that the master had granted her a trip back to her parents' home today. Olinara had just finished breakfast, and was looking at the list of gifts she was going to give back to her parents' home with Xiaomei. There was a Jai Weiken on the list. Olinara looked at it for a long time. Giving a chin to a general who fought on the battlefield, what kind of statement is that? Xiaomei suggested crossing out the chin. "Master, this, forgive me for being so nosy. This zither doesn't look like it fits the general. Does it?" Olinara put the list on the table, and stared at the words on the list for a while. "It's okay. The master asked me to send this list, so prepare it according to this list." When Xiao Linzi came to Xingfuyuan to report, he lowered his head and bowed his body. "I pay my respects to the master." The concubine. Olinara had heard Jiang Fuhai's report that the master had someone harness the carriage early in the morning. Said that he wanted to accompany the concubine back to her parents' home. Now Nien Sherlan sent his personal eunuch to report again, just to give the concubine Olinara some face in the mansion. Otherwise, who would the master take out? What could the concubine say? This palace belongs to the master. Xiao Linzi reported to Olinara according to the procedures, then bowed and left Xingfuyuan and went back to Qinjinyuan to work. In Qinjinyuan, there are still a lot of things to take care of. Yin Sherlan sat in front of the mirror and put on her makeup. Guyu opened the dressing box on the dressing table and carefully selected jewelry. Xiaoman was carefully tying Yin Sherlan's hair. Today, she tied her hair into a proper bun. Guyu picked out a set of jadeite headpieces, matched with exquisite hairpins made of red gold. Li Xia followed Yin Sherlan's instructions and stood aside with a set of smoky-colored woven dark pattern Manchu clothing. Yin Sherlan looked in the mirror. Today, she looked bright and dazzling. Since I'm back home, I should let my family see that I'm doing well, so that they can feel at ease. The Yin family got the news yesterday. Prince Yong's mansion sent someone to explain that the prince and his concubine would come to congratulate today. Therefore, the Yin family packed up early, just waiting for Prince Yong to bring Yin Sherlan to the mansion. Yin Xiaoling returned to Huguang after Yin Gingyao went to war. Officials who were sent out to report to the capital should not stay in the capital for a long time. Mrs. Nian was in poor health and was getting older. It is not suitable for toiling and running around. And it is possible to live in the capital for a long time. The head of the Yin family at this time is the second young master Yin Gingyu. This is because the eldest young master Yin Xiu is a civil servant who is devoted to books. And Yin Xiu's wife is also a woman with a mild temper and no scheming. When the carriage of Prince Yong's mansion arrived at the Nian mansion, Mrs. Nian had already brought Yin Xiu, Yin Gingyao, and their families to wait at the door for a long time. Because the concubines in the mansion do not need to see guests. Or in other words, they are not qualified to see guests like the prince. So the family members standing at the door, apart from the wives of the Nian brothers, were the legitimate children of the Nian brothers. Although Prince Yong was his brother-in-law, there was a difference between the monarch and his subjects. The son of the monarch was naturally the monarch. Even if he was just a prince, he was still a member of the royal family and must not be neglected. The carriage of the prince's mansion stopped in front of the Nian mansion, and a young eunuch immediately brought a footstool over. Yinjing got off the carriage with the help of Su Peisheng. Then he turned around and stood beside the carriage. When Yin Sherlan reached out her hand from the carriage, he grabbed her hand and helped her down steadily. Yin Sherlan was surprised for a moment. She stretched out her hand, waiting for her maid to help her. Songji's left hand was still injured. She stretched out her right hand to help the concubine, but it was empty. Songji was also surprised. Why didn't her own prince be like an ordinary man, afraid of losing his face in public? But it was good. This way, her own eldest daughter would be more respectable. When the Nian brothers saw Yinjing get off the carriage and reach out to help their younger sister, they felt relieved. It seemed that their younger sister was doing well, even though Yin Sherlan always wrote home. She said that everything was fine in the palace. After Yinjing and Yin Sherlan stood firmly, Madame Yin led the family members to kneel and kowtow. Yinjing stepped forward, helped Madame Yin to stand up, and said, "Please stand up. Mother-in-law, I am here to accompany Sherlan as her husband today." Mother-in-law bowed. The son-in-law was terrified. Then he supported Yin Shi with one hand, and Yin Gingyao with the other, saying, "Please stand up. My two uncles. We are all family members, so there is no need to perform such a grand ceremony." Everyone in the Yin family stood up when Yinjing said, "No need to perform such a ceremony." Yinjing and Yin Sherlan came to the front hall amid the courtesy of the Yin brothers, and everyone sat down according to their ranks. Yinjing was a prince, so he naturally sat at the top. Yin Sherlan saluted her mother in front of Yinjing. Mrs. Nian saw that they were already in the room, unlike just now outside the palace. He also accepted the gift with a smile, seeing that his daughter was a concubine of the palace. But the prince actually called himself son-in-law. It can be seen that his daughter is living a good life. Yin Xia and Yin Gingya's wives always stood behind their mothers-in-law at this time. Yinjing spoke first, with a smile on his face. "I came here today, first, to congratulate my second uncle for his brave military exploits, and to promote the prestige of our army. Second, Sherlan has not been home for a long time, and it's time to come back to see the old lady." Madame Yin stood up with the help of her eldest daughter-in-law and nodded to Yinjing. "Your Highness is polite. My son Yin Gingya followed General Fei Yonggu to the battle. Thanks to the general's instructions, he was lucky enough to make a contribution. Your Highness also came to congratulate you in person. I am deeply grateful to you. Besides, concubine Yin has been spoiled at home since she was a child. Sometimes she behaves recklessly. I am always worried. Please don't offend your highness. Injin gestured to Su Patient to help Madame Yin sit down and said, Old lady, you worry too much. Sherlon is very sensible in her dealings with things in the palace. And she is also very dedicated to me. This is because the Yin family has taught their daughter well. I have to thank the old lady for giving up her love and fulfilling my love. Yin Sherlon felt really sad when she heard Injin speak. Since when did the serious Injin become so eloquent? Chapter 58 Jade Radish. After having dinner at the Yin family, Yin Sherlon said that she wanted to have some private conversation with her mother. Injin smiled, nodded and followed her. A girl must have something to say to her mother. Yin Sherlon took Songji and supported her mother to the backyard. Yin family women naturally followed Yin Sherlon and her daughter. Yin Qingya saw that everyone in the front hall had left, and then he stood up and clasped his fists and bowed to Injin. Your Highness, you are visiting my humble home today. I am very happy. Since my younger sister and mother have gone to have a private conversation, your Highness is sitting anyway. Why don't you honor me by going to my study to have some tea? Injin did not hesitate, and stood up and followed Yin Qingyo to the study. Yin Xia thought for a while, and realized that he still had an article to understand, so he went to do his own thing. Yin Sherlon and her mother went to her main courtyard, and Madame Yin looked at the women who followed them and said, You can go and do your own things, I will talk to Lanner for a while. The eldest daughter-in-law and the second daughter-in-law left with their people. In today's occasion, the concubines and the younger brothers and sisters of the Yin mansion did not need to come out to see people. There was no one else beside Yin Sherlon and her mother except the personal servants who served them. The mother and daughter were relieved to talk. Madame Yin took Yin Sherlon's hand, and before she spoke, tears fell. After all, my Lanner has been wronged. Yin Sherlon wiped her mother's tears with the silk handkerchief in her hand. And Songji, who was serving beside her, quickly changed a clean handkerchief and handed it to her. Why are you crying again? Mother? Look, aren't my daughter and the prince very harmonious today? Don't worry. Mother, I'm not wronged. Yin Sherlon let her mother hold her hand and comforted her. Mrs. Yin slowly stopped crying and looked at Yin Sherlon. My son could have been the first wife. Now, although I often hear you write home, saying that everyone in the palace treats you well, I am still worried. Because the concubine has not given birth to a child, my son can't even have a child to rely on. Madame Yin's eyes were red. Yin Sherlon smiled gently. Mother, you must not mention this to anyone else, or someone with ulterior motives might hear it, and think that your daughter has thoughts that she shouldn't have in the palace. Now that my second brother has just made military achievements, the Yin family is becoming stronger. My father is away on duty, and the Yin family's food is managed by my second sister-in-law, so mother should be careful with her words and actions. After all, my daughter is still young, and can still wait. If the wife is really infertile, I think the prince will not prevent our concubines in the courtyard from getting pregnant. Mother, don't worry. When Madame Yin heard Yin Sherlon mention her father, she couldn't help but feel sad again. You said your father, he is already old, he should have applied to return to Beijing long ago. He is still tired and running around, leaving me in this mansion, looking at Aunt Chi and Aunt Kong every day. I am so angry. Speaking of this, Madame Yin suddenly asked Yin Sherlon, You said, did your father hire another concubine while in office? That's why he doesn't want to return to Beijing? Yin Sherlon looked at her mother with a serious and puzzled face. I couldn't help but laugh and cry. Mother is really getting more and more imaginative. How could father be like this? You have a very good relationship with father. You are not together at the moment, so you have imaginative thoughts. If you are worried, why don't you let your brother take you there? Mrs. Yin suddenly became embarrassed in front of her daughter. Jinghun said, Your father and I are not inseparable. I know your father is busy at work. Why should I cause trouble for him? Yin Sherlon covered her mouth and smiled. He talked to his mother for a long time. In the backyard, there was a thin figure looking around. Xiao Lindsay pretended not to see it. The figure quietly groped towards the front yard. When the figure was about to reach the threshold of the front yard, Xiao Lindsay went forward to pay his respects. Miss San, the concubine has ordered that the prince and the second young master in the front yard are drinking tea in the study, and the concubine and the old lady in the backyard are talking. Please don't move around casually. Miss San. In case you offend the nobles, if it gets out, people will laugh at the Yin family for not being strict with their education. After hearing what Xiao Lindsay said, Yin Jilan's face instantly turned red. You are just a servant. I am the third lady of the Yin family. Since you know my identity, how can you speak so presumptuously? It is said that Nian Jilan was also well behaved before Nian Shiruan got married. When she saw her elder sister during the day, she was like a mouse seeing a cat. Today, I don't know where the temper came from. She actually scolded her elder sister's servant. While she was talking, she looked around the front yard. Xiao Linzi was stunned. He had heard Songji talk about the third miss before. The third miss was the concubine daughter of Aunt Chi of the Nian mansion. According to Songji, she was very submissive, especially when she met the eldest sister. She was just like avoiding a cat or a mouse. How come today it didn't seem to be what Songji said? Sister Songji, you have tricked Xiao Linzi again. Xiao Linzi thought so in his heart. But he didn't give in. Please forgive me. 3rd Mississippi. I have never been to school, and I was too direct in my speech. But the concubine has ordered that the prince is in the front yard today, and the women should not be allowed to go out, so as not to damage the reputation of the Nian mansion. Nian Jilan was furious. A small eunuch actually dared to laugh at her and damaged the reputation of the Nian mansion. She was about to speak, but heard a noise from the front yard. Nian Jilan and Xiao Linzi looked over together, and it was Injin, who came from the direction of Nian Gingyu's study, swinging his sleeves. He looked angry, and Nian Gingyu just followed behind him, bowing from a distance. I have offended the prince. This is not what I want. Xiao Linzi was shocked. What happened? It seems that Nian Gingyu has angered the prince. It's over. It's over. I have to tell the concubine quickly, see if she can mediate before she leaves the Nian mansion. It's not a good thing to offend the prince. Xiao Linzi didn't bother to stop Nian Jilan. He was about to run to find the concubine, when he heard a shout. Xiao Linzi! Xiao Linzi turned around with tears in his eyes. The prince had already arrived at the hanging flower gate. Go find your master. I will return to the palace immediately. Su Peixiong followed behind Injin, and winked at Xiao Linzi, signaling him to stop talking nonsense and go quickly. I obey your command. Xiao Linzi didn't care about much else, and stood up and trotted to find Nian Shiruan. Nian Jilan originally wanted to wander around the front yard to see if there was a chance to meet Prince Yong. Now that Prince Yong was standing in front of her with anger, she was a little hesitant. But thinking about how she could catch the prince's eye in one fell swoop from now on. Will my aunt and I no longer have to be so cautious in the Nian mansion? Nian Jilan mustered up her courage and stepped forward to pay her respects to Injin. My little girl. Nian Jilan greets the prince. May the prince be blessed with good health. Nian Jilan must have dressed up specially today. She had 2 buns tied up in her hair, with a few silver hairpins inserted in her buns, and a pair of teardrop-shaped jade earrings on her ears. She wore a brand new green jacket on her upper body, and a silk skirt of the same color on her lower body. She thought that this kind of dress should be fresh and elegant in the hot summer. She bowed her head and bowed before Injin. But in the eyes of the furious Injin, how could there be such a big carrot standing in front of him in the Nian mansion? Nian Jilan waited for Injin to call her, but there was no movement for a long time, so she raised her eyes to look at Injin. Injin was a man who had a wife and a courtyard of concubines. Nian Jilan's little thoughts, since the last time Injin accompanied Nian Shiruan back to see Madame Nian, were clearly seen. At this moment, Injin looked at the appearance that was far inferior to Nian Shiruan, and then looked at the jade-like dress. He seemed to be even more angry. Injin turned around and said to Nian Gingyao, who followed him, Nian Kamling, is it the etiquette of your mansion to let women show their faces in front of men outside? Fortunately, it is me today. If I lose face in front of others tomorrow, wouldn't it implicate the concubine? Nian Gingyao was furious at the situation in front of him. He cupped his hands and was about to speak, but heard Nian Shiruan approaching and speaking softly. Chapter 59 Heartbroken. What's wrong? I just talked to my mother for a while, and everyone seemed to be resentful. Are you fighting for the fruit? Are you angry? Nian Shiruan helped Madame Nian and walked slowly, said with a smile as she walked. Madame Nian patted Nian Shiruan's hand gently. Lauder, don't be naughty. Don't lose your sense of propriety in front of the prince. Mother, the prince is the most gentle, otherwise. How could my daughter dare to be so naughty? Nian Shiruan smiled and answered Madame Nian's words, while looking at Injin, her eyes deeply looking into Injin's eyes. Injin looked at Nian Shiruan's eyes, sighed softly, and said, Old madam, don't worry. This prince and Shiruan don't have so many shackles. This prince likes Shiruan's talkative and laughing nature. Xiao Linzi followed behind Nian Shiruan. and saw that the tense atmosphere just now finally eased. And he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Nian Gingya stepped forward and bowed stiffly to Injin. My humble sister loves to play when she is at home, and her personality is very unruly. If I have offended you, please be more tolerant for the sake of your relationship as husband and wife. The atmosphere had originally been relaxed, but when Yin Shuolan heard what her second brother said, it suddenly became tense again. What was going on? Wasn't everything fine just now? In the last life, didn't Injin and his brother have the best relationship as monarch and subject? Yin Shuolan wanted to interrupt, but before she could speak, she saw Nian Jilan suddenly kneel down. She said hastily, Your Highness, please forgive me. My elder sister was spoiled when she was at home, and she is used to being spoken to like this. Today, my elder sister offended you, and I am willing to take the blame on her behalf. Everyone present changed their expressions. Nian Gingyo was the first to rebuke her. How dare you? You have no right to speak here. Get out of here. You will not be embarrassed here. After saying that, Nian Gingyo bowed his head and said to Injin, Your Highness, please forgive me. My concubine sister rarely sees guests. I lost my manners today. It's because the Nian mansion didn't discipline me properly. I will discipline my concubine sister in the future and won't let her offend you again. Nian Jilan knelt on the ground without moving. Nian Shuolan looked at Injin's face. It was really like washing with a basin of water would turn into ink. Injin was too lazy to even put on a good show. He just asked Nian Shuolan, Can the concubine go back to the mansion with me? After saying that, he didn't wait for Nian Shuolan to answer. He left first. The servants who served the prince followed the prince to the outside of the Nian mansion. Nian Shuolan looked at her kneeling concubine sister and bowed to Madame Nian. My daughter will go back to the palace with the prince first. As for the family affairs, please urge me to handle them properly. After that, she turned to Nian Gingyo. Brother, don't be angry. Just do your own thing. Shuolan is doing well in the palace. The prince has always been good to me. Nian Gingyo softened his expression in front of his spoiled sister. Since his sister married into the palace, she seemed to have suddenly become sensible. Sister, go by yourself. I will handle the family affairs properly. Nian Gingyo said, and sent Nian Shuolan out of the house. Injin had already boarded the carriage, and sat in the carriage waiting for Nian Shuolan. Su Peisheng stood beside the carriage, waiting to help the concubine get on the carriage. Your humble servant Nian Gingyo respectfully escorts the prince and the concubine back to the house. Nian Gingyo watched his sister get on the carriage, and the carriage started slowly, and he said goodbye loudly. In the backyard of the Nian mansion, Nian Jilan knelt in Madame Nian's courtyard, and Anqi had been invited over by Madame Nian's maid at this time. She stood aside tremblingly. In the courtyard, there was also concubine Kong, who had been staying in her own residence all day, and another half-sister of Nian Shuolan, Nian Yulan. Madame Nian looked at Nian Jilan, and was really disgusted. Nian Jilan's mother, concubine Qi, was originally a second-class maid beside Madame Nian. When Madame Nian gave birth to Nian Shuolan, and was busy taking care of her daughter like a jewel in her palm, and neglected her husband Nian Xiaoling, she chose a night when Nian Xiaoling was drunk and climbed into his bed. After Nian Xiaoling sobered up, he looked at Qi, who was sleeping beside him, and was furious. He was also worried that his wife, Madame Nian, would know about it and make her sad. He could only swallow his anger and think of finding an excuse to get rid of Qi in 2 months. Therefore, Nian Xiaoling felt guilty towards his wife and treated Madame Nian better, as if this could alleviate his guilt. Madame Nian was busy taking care of her daughter during that period and had no time to pay attention to her husband's mentality. Nor did she get close to Nian Xiaoling. Feeling neglected, Nian Xiaoling drank to drown his sorrows. But this gave Aunt Qi an opportunity to climb into Nian Xiaoling's bed again. If Nian Xiaoling was drunk and didn't know what was going on the first and second times, he was half-hearted in the cold atmosphere of Madame Nian. And he did it with Aunt Qi the third and fourth times. Nian Xiaoling originally thought of finding an excuse to sell Aunt Qi in 2 months. But after 2 times, he was half drunk and half awake, and he couldn't bear to let her go. So he kept dragging it out. When Aunt Qi knelt in front of Madame Nian and said that she was pregnant with Master Nian Xiaoling's child. It had been 8 or 9 months since the birth of the eldest daughter Nian Shuolan, and she could no longer hide her pregnancy. Nian Gingyo, the second son of Nian Xiaoling, who was 9 years old at that time, came home from school and saw his mother's maid kneeling in front of her mother. The maid cried bitterly, saying that she was pregnant with her father's child. His mother was heartbroken and angry, and the young boy was furious. Nian Gingyo had a straightforward temper since he was a child. He also had a master who taught him some martial arts since he was young. So he had a rather perverse temper. He was about to kick the maid in the stomach, but was pulled aside by Nian Xiaoling, who came hurriedly. Stop! No matter how wrong she is. She is pregnant. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Nian Gingyo was stopped by his father, but he did not speak, only staring at Nian Xiaoling fiercely. Madame Nian could not help it, and she hugged Nian Gingyo and cried loudly. My son! Nian Xiaoling felt guilty and angry. In the end, she persuaded Madame Nian, who was weak by nature, to no avail. She kept the maidservant as a maidservant in a remote corner of the mansion to wait for her birth. When the maidservant gave birth to a daughter, Madame Nian allowed Nian Xiaoling to make her a concubine. But she still lived in that remote corner. During this period, Nian Xiaoling secretly visited Madame Qi, which made Madame Nian very angry. She simply made Madame Nian's sister Kong, the concubine of Madame Nian's sister-in-law. She became Nian Xiaoling's concubine. Men always like new things and dislike old things. With the gentle concubine Kong, and the remorse for Madame Nian, Nian Xiaoling threw concubine Qi behind his mind. But Madame Nian was kind-hearted. Apart from hating concubine Qi's means of climbing into bed, she never criticized them. She also sent Nian Jilan to the teacher at the age when she should learn things, and brought her up like the eldest daughter Nian Shuruan. The teacher taught her a lot in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, virtue, appearance, speech and merit. Nian Jilan was less talented, and she barely learned it. When Aunt Qi and Nian Jilan paid respects to Madame Nian disliked Nian Jilan's eyes, which looked timid but rolled around when she spoke. Nian Shuruan was a year older than Nian Jilan. When she was in the mansion, Nian Shuruan, like her mother, hated Aunt Qi's methods, so she always ordered Nian Jilan around. Nian Jilan usually looked timid and huddled, and Madame Nian was really annoyed by just looking at her, and rarely let them go to pay respects. Unexpectedly, she dared to show up in front of the prince today. She was really crazy. Chapter 60. Like falling into an ice cave. Nian Jilan's behavior today has brought shame to the Nian mansion, but after all, the Nian mansion still has Madame Nian in charge. So Nian Su, the second young lady who is in charge of the household affairs of the Nian mansion, excused that she had some trivial matters to deal with, and handed Nian Jilan over to her mother-in-law for disposal. Nian Jilan knelt on the ground, with no expression on her face, looking like she was ready to be beaten and punished. After all these years, she also knew that Madame Nian was soft-hearted, otherwise she would not have tolerated them for so long. And she wanted to say something, but she thought that she had been in the wrong for so many years, and she had no right to express any opinions in this mansion. The maid moved a chair, and Madame Nian sat leisurely in the shade of the corridor. It was summer, and although it was almost dusk, the weather was still very hot. When Nian Jilan's sweat from kneeling ran down her back and wet her clothes, and she stood by and was about to fall, and Madame Nian slowly spoke. In the past, I only heard that a dragon gave birth to a dragon, a phoenix gave birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son would dig holes. I still don't believe it. After what happened today, I believe it without a doubt. And she was very cunning back then. She took advantage of the fact that I had given birth to Lanner and had no time to take care of the master, and seduced the master to have sex with you. Today, the good daughter you gave birth to is even more anxious than you. She actually wanted to throw herself into the arms of her elder sister's husband in broad daylight, in public. She is so bold. She is so thick-skinned. As Madame Nian spoke, she became angry and slapped the armrest of the chair. The maidservant beside her was frightened and quickly held her hand and gently rubbed it. And she couldn't help but tremble. For so many years, every time Madame Nian mentioned this matter, she felt like being whipped on the face. It hurt and was embarrassing. Nian Jilan lowered her head, suddenly knelt straight and spoke. Madam, calm down. Today, Jilan was afraid that her elder sister had offended the prince, so she was anxious for a moment, and wanted to take the punishment for her elder sister. It has nothing to do with Aunt Qi. Madam, if you want to punish someone, just punish Jilan. You are punished on behalf of Lanner? Are you worthy? Not to mention that Lanner and the prince are harmonious and have never offended each other. Even if Lanner offended the prince, who do you think you are? How dare you say such outrageous words? Madame Nian was furious. She had tolerated Aunt Qi and her daughter for so many years, because Aunt Qi only schemed against her. Now, Aunt Chi's daughter schemed against her own daughter. Yin Sherlan. Madame Yin could not tolerate this at all. Madame Yin immediately sent someone to call the matchmaker. Instruct the matchmaker to find an ordinary family, to marry Yin Sherlan off, or to make her a concubine. If it weren't for the Yin family's reputation, Mrs. Yin would have wanted to sell Yin Sherlan. Madame hasn't reported to the master yet. Madame can't marry Sherlan off casually. When Aunt Chi saw the matchmaker really came, she didn't care about much. Can't? There's nothing I can't do in the Yin family. When the master comes back, just let him wait to be his father-in-law. Yin Sherlan suddenly looked up, staring at Madame Yin with hatred. Madam, we mother and daughter have lived obediently for so many years. If you don't like us, we will rarely appear in front of you. Now, Sherlan just showed her face in front of the prince once, madam. Can't you tolerate us? Madam, you are so anxious to give me to someone as a concubine, are you afraid that the prince will like me? When Madame Yin heard this, she laughed out of anger. She sneered. You are obedient? You have been too soft-hearted in looking at me for so many years. Right. Your mother is not a person who keeps to herself. And neither are you. Since you are so eager to show off in front of the prince, and want to be his concubine, well, I will be kind enough to fulfill your dream of becoming a concubine today. After saying that, Madame Yin was too lazy to care about Aunt Chi and her daughter, and just sent the matchmaker to find a suitable family. And quickly, Yin Sherlan knew that even if Yin Xiaoling was in the mansion, he could not control Madame Yin, who was furious. Her father and Madame Yin had always been deeply in love. She had to think of a way. She couldn't be a concubine of an ordinary family. On the way back to the mansion with Yin Sherlan in the carriage, Injin closed his eyes and rested his mind. He looked calm and composed, unlike the angry look he had at Yin's mansion. Yin Sherlan was puzzled. When he was at Yin's mansion, she saw Injin's face was full of anger. How come he looked like nothing happened now? No, she had to figure this out. The Yin family couldn't fall into ruin for no reason in this life. Yin Sherlan spoke carefully. Master, did you have any worries just now? Before drinking tea with my brother, Master looked fine. Injin raised his eyelids slightly, and closed his eyes again. What are you afraid of? Sherlan? Are you afraid that the king will vent his anger on the Yin mansion? Yes. Yin Sherlan's answer was concise and frank. Injin opened his eyes, and looked at her. Sherlan, don't be afraid. Even if your brother offends the king, you are still my concubine. Yin Sherlan stared at Injin. I know I can't get anything out of him. Forget it, when we get back to the palace, let Xiao Linzi find a chance to go out and ask his brother. Jiang Fuhai went to the front yard quietly at night, and went to find Elinara when he came back. Oh, really? Did the master really call Nian's mother his mother-in-law in front of everyone? Elinara asked Jiang Fuhai in surprise. Reporting to the lady, I have seriously asked the people who followed me to the front yard today, and they all heard it carefully. The prince calls the mother of the concubine his mother-in-law, and he calls himself his son-in-law. Jiang Fuhai leaned close to Elinara and whispered. Oh, the master is really devoted to Nian. He calls the mother of the concubine his mother-in-law. Then what should he call my parents? If the eldest sister was still alive, would he let her go back to her parents' home to give gifts today? Elinara felt chilled. It was a hot summer night, but her heart felt like it was falling into an ice cave. It was completely cold. Recalling the time when she first entered the palace, Injin was just an inconspicuous bale at that time, but he, who had just tasted the desire for love, also loved Elinara very much. He didn't mind that Elinara was a concubine, and once wanted to ask for an imperial decree to make her a concubine. But Injin's mother, and Ishio's aunt, Empress Defei, persuaded Injin that Ishio was a concubine, and that she should be a concubine first, and that it would not be too late to ask for her to be a concubine after Ishio gave birth to a son. At that time, Injin had only Ishio as a concubine in his house, and he didn't even have a maid. That was the happiest time for Ishio of the Elinara clan. Later, Ishio became pregnant, and her elder sister Yunchi followed the order of concubine to come to the house to take care of her younger sister Ishio. However, Injin fell in love with her at first sight. Injin ignored Ishio's pregnancy, and forgot that he had promised to ask for Ishio to be his legitimate wife. He didn't care, and was determined to be with Yunchi. Concubine Do was entangled by Injin, and couldn't do anything. She asked the emperor for him to marry Yunchi. Yunchi entered the palace as a concubine, treated the servants well, and took care of Ishio's daily life. Injin saw it, and was glad that he had the blessing of having two wives. During Ishio's delivery, Yunchi even said that she had to take care of her sister and serve Yunjin alone. And she was too busy to do everything. She also asked Su Lu, the daughter of Su Jiqing, a 6th-rank official in the court, to marry him as a concubine. At that time, who would not praise the 4th concubine for her virtue and generosity? Thinking of this, Elenara couldn't help but clench the handkerchief in her hand into a ball. Chapter 61 Menstrual Disorders. On the first day of July, Yin Sherlan was awakened by Songji early in the morning. Master, today is the first day of the month. It is the day for all the women in the mansion to pay respects to the wife. You can't delay. Songji brought a maid, and stood in front of Yin Sherlan's bed with a basin and a towel. Hearing Songji calling her, Yin Sherlan turned over and wanted to continue sleeping. Songji had no choice but to push Yin Sherlan's arm gently. In the past, she would not dare to do that. Everyone in the Yin mansion knew that the eldest lady was grumpy when she got up. Yin Sherlan was helpless. It's not even daybreak yet. Can I sleep a little longer? Songji smiled. It's already 2:45 in the morning. Master, the sky is already white. If you don't get up, I'm afraid it will be late again. Yin Sherlan ignored him. She just wanted to sleep. She didn't know why. She was always sleepy lately. Sleepy? Yin Sherlan suddenly thought of something, and sat up immediately. Songji saw that Yin Sherlan, who seemed to be sleeping till the end of time, suddenly got up. Overjoyed, she hurriedly ordered Li Xia and Han Lu to help the concubine wash. She also ordered Guyu and Xiaoman to dress the concubine. Yin Sherlan let the maid manipulate her like a puppet. She was now in doubt. In her previous life, she seemed to have symptoms of drowsiness when she was pregnant. Why did she say seemed? Because in her previous life, since the male fetus that had formed was gone, she didn't want to think about that painful memory anymore. She could only vent her anger on Qi, who brought her the abortion medicine. She felt better. She often blamed herself. If she hadn't trusted others so easily, whether her child would have been born safely. It was not until she died in her previous life that she realized that she hated the wrong person. Even if there was no bowl of medicine, her child would have been killed by other means, other people. Yin Sherlan sat in front of the dressing mirror in a trance. Since she entered the palace again, she had obviously drunk the contraceptive soup after each bedtime. Why? She still had the symptom of drowsiness. Until Songji whispered, Master, are you satisfied with your makeup today? Is there anything that needs to be added or subtracted? Yin Sherlan came back to her senses and looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was as beautiful as usual, and the clothes that Guyu found for her today were also bright and beautiful scarlet jacquard brocade. Even if she had a child in this life, she would try her best to save her life and the child's life, as well as the Yin family. In this new life, God would not let her come in vain. Let's go! Yin Sherlan stood up, and Songji and Han Lu hurriedly followed her out to the Xingfu courtyard to pay respects to the wife. Yin Sherlan was the last one to arrive. Elenara sat in the hall. Hu Gij and Shu Gij sat on the right, and Feng and Duan sat next. The left side was empty, and Yin Sherlan went there, and simply bowed to Elenara, and then sat on the left. Elenara felt uncomfortable, but her face was still kind. Is my sister feeling better? Have you still had nightmares recently? Have you taken any medicine? Yin Sherlan held the teacup, and smiled at Elenara. She was too lazy to stand up. Thank you, madam, for your concern. I feel much better. It's just that the nightmares still bother me, and I still can't sleep well, but it's much better than before. I was planning to take the opportunity of paying respects today, and ask madam to allow me to ask doctor when to check on me. Yin Sherlan smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Since my sister has asked, there is no reason for me to refuse. Besides, the master has already ordered that whatever Cheng Yuan wants, as long as it is available in the palace, will be given to my sister, Elenara said, and then looked at the women on the right. If you sisters need anything, you can also report it. I will ask the master and add it to you sisters. Hu Gij stood up first and bowed to Elenara. Thank you, master. I don't have anything to add. I always remember the words of the master, Mrs. Fujin, and I dare not exceed the quota. Elenara nodded with satisfaction. Hu, you are a good person. Your room now has a vacant first-class maid. I have been thinking about choosing a suitable maid for you for some time, but I have never been able to find one. Today, you can take Yinji with you. This girl has only been in my courtyard for a few days, but she is still needed. I will fill the vacant first-class maid in your room today. Thank you. Master Fu Jin, I obey your order. Hu sat down, and the maid named Yinji came to stand behind her. Shu, do you need any items or servants? Olenara asked Shugij with a smile. Shugij also stood up and respectfully replied, Thank you, Master Fu Jin, for asking. I don't have anything to buy. That's fine. If you need anything, you can ask someone to tell me so that I can give it to you in time. Olenara looked at Shu sitting down. Her eyes looked at Feng and Duan. Feng was about to stand up, but Duan stood up first. Master, my period has been irregular recently. I want to take advantage of the concubine and ask the imperial physician to see me. Feng turned her head to look at Duan, and then looked at Olenara. Olenara didn't expect Duan to suddenly ask for something. She opened her mouth and was about to speak, but Nian Sherlan spoke. Duan's period is irregular. Have you asked the imperial physician to see her first? Is the period early or late? Is the amount too much or too little? Duan turned around and bowed to Nian Sherlan and said, Thank you for your concern, concubine. I haven't consulted the court doctor yet, but today I happened to meet you by chance. I thought that my sister would ask the imperial physician anyway, so I might as well take advantage of my sister's help and ask the imperial physician to check my pulse. Nian Sherlan reached out and brushed her sleeves, as if talking to herself. My clothes are clearly newly made. How did you get covered in dust? It's not bad luck. Then she looked up at Duan and said with a smile, Okay. Logically speaking, you and I are both concubines of the master, and there should be no distinction between high and low in this palace, except for the wife who is the real mistress. We concubines should be treated the same. But according to the rules of our ancestors, a concubine is also a wife, and it is written into the royal jade book. Although you are also a concubine, you have the word servant added to it, so you are still a servant. However, the palace will need to ask doctor when to come, so I will do this for Madame Fu, and you can be treated by the doctor once as a reward. After saying that, Nian Sherlan looked at Olenara again. Madame Fu, do you think this is a good idea? You always said that the palace is full of tedious things. Today, I will share the burden for you. I hope you can agree. Nian Sherlan's words sounded polite, but also impolite. Duan blushed and wondered if she would agree or not. All of them are aggrieved. But the facts are in front of us. Concubines are indeed slaves. Olenara straightened her expression. If my sister thinks it's good, that's good. However, my sister has to wait until I return to the master to share the burden for me, lest the master sees my sister tired in the future and thinks that I am lazy and pushes the affairs of the mansion to my sister. Nian Sherlan's face was covered with a smile that did not reach the bottom of her eyes. Then, has the matter of today been approved by the lady? As for what I said just now, I will share the trivial affairs of the mansion with the lady. Please don't take it too seriously. The lady, I was just joking. I respect the lady from the bottom of my heart. How could I take the power of the household from the lady's hands? Just kidding. Whether in the last life or this life, Nian Sherlan has never been afraid of anyone in a verbal battle. Chapter 62. Say it straight. Olenara looked at Nian Sherlan's smile and felt it was very annoying. But she had to put on a smile. She was the legal wife, and should be generous. Sister Nian is used to joking, and sister is always feeling unwell, so we should ask the imperial physician to take a look. As for Duan, we are all sisters serving the master, so we should take good care of our bodies. Please ask the imperial physician when to take her pulse and prescribe a prescription for her. After all, the wife is generous, being a legal wife. Her tolerance is truly admirable. After Nian Sherlan finished speaking, she looked at the people sitting opposite her with a playful look. Hugij sat upright without looking sideways. Shugij glanced at Nian Sherlan secretly, and continued to lower her eyes, looking at her nose with her eyes, looking at her heart with her nose, and not caring about anything that did not concern her. Fengshe looked at Nian Sherlan, smiled and nodded. This Fengshe, in her previous life, was a princess in Nian Sherlan's room. Nian Sherlan indulged herself and was willful. She was always jealous and did not let Injin get close to Fengshe. She also often punished her out of jealousy. She gave Feng some food. Nian Sherlan's eyes passed over Feng and fell on Duan. Duan felt guilty when she was looked at by Nian Sherlan, but she thought of what Fu Jin had just said, that they were all sisters serving the master. Duan sat up straight, looked back at Nian Sherlan, and was nervous. Nian Sherlan looked at Duan, but said nothing. She just stood up and, facing Olenara, bowed nonchalantly. Fu Jin, please forgive me. I am tired. Now that I have greeted you, Let the sisters go. Elenara could no longer maintain the smile on her face. So she waved her hand, signaling everyone to go. She returned to the inner room. Xiao Mei instructed the servants in Xingfuyuan to prepare breakfast, and brought a cup of hot tea. Elenara sat at the table, gently rubbing her temple with the fingertips of her right hand. I don't know what's wrong with Nian. Every time she greeted, all of these can make Elenara's face look awkward. Master. Today, the concubine was so presumptuous. Why didn't you show your dignity as a concubine? And let her talk nonsense? Xiao Mei patted Elenara's shoulder. Her tone was quite unfair. She was just a concubine after all. She was just a concubine. Even if her master really punished her, who could say anything? Elenara finally calmed down. Today, she didn't say anything too excessive. If I punish her, it will show that I, the legal wife, am not generous enough. Seeing that she is now the apple of the master's eye and in the limelight. Why should I bother with her? Even if I talk to the master, it is just that she is a little willful, and the master will blame me for being intolerant. It is better to wait until the future, find out her mistakes, and punish them all at once. The master is the master. I just think she is disrespectful to you. I never thought that these things would come to the fore. Xiao Mei softened her tone, stopped massaging Elenara's shoulders, and whispered softly to her ear. The farm reported that Yulua's injury has almost healed. It's hard to believe that she survived after being beaten so hard, with her back bloody and bloody. I told the farm manager that Yulua should just take care of her injury. As for her face, I have secretly sent someone to Yangzhou to find the best doctor. I think it should be able to achieve the effect the master wants. Elenara nodded, and said nothing more. The maid served her breakfast. It was already afternoon when Xianqing arrived. Hanlu received Yan Sherlan's order, and went to Jianjiaxuan early to invite Duan to wait in Chang'an Garden. When Duan arrived at Chang'an Garden, when Xianqing had not arrived yet, Yan Sherlan asked the maid to pass on the message that she was changing clothes. The maid moved a chair to the courtyard and asked Duan to sit and wait for Dr. Wen. The maid placed the chair next to the small flower bed, where there was a grapevine. It is a cool place. Grapes are growing on the vines, but they are not red yet, so they are not fully grown yet. Duan sat under the vines, looked up at the flourishing grapes, and swallowed her saliva involuntarily. It is really strange. My period has been delayed for 5 or 6 days, and I have no appetite. Today, I want to eat a few grapes. However, this is Chang'an Garden. If it was in Jianjia Pavilion, she might have picked them herself. Duan was swallowing her saliva while looking at the grapes, and heard the eunuch announce, Dr. Wen has arrived. She stood up hurriedly, but Dr. Wen walked straight through the courtyard and stood at the door of Yan Sherlan's house. The maid had received instructions, so when she saw Dr. Wen coming, she lifted the door curtain and invited Dr. Wen to come in. Duan stood in the courtyard and watched, biting her lip. Then she slowly sat back in the chair. It was 3/4 past midnight, the hottest time of the day, not to mention summer. Even if you sit under the grapevine, there is a cool shadow. The weather in July was also hot. This kind of weather reminded Duanshi of the time when she was a child, she was humiliated by her mistress because she did not hold an umbrella for her younger sister in the sun. Duanshi's real name was Duan Ilian, and her father was Duan Xuanqi, a 6th-rank official in the capital. In this imperial city where a brick could hit an official, there were countless 6th-rank civil officials. Because the aunt who gave birth to Duanshi was not favored, Duanshi also grew up carelessly. Even her name was chosen carelessly. When Duan was 7 years old, her aunt died of illness. At that time, her father Duan Xuanqi was just a small bookkeeper in the imperial college, and he was afraid of his wife. So when the mistress of the Duan family used Duan as a maid for her legitimate daughter, Duan Xuanqi didn't say a word. The legitimate daughter of the Duan family was 2 years younger than Duan, and her temperament was not like her mother Duan Engshi at all. She was quiet and peaceful in her daily life. Duan followed her legitimate sister to serve her, although she was tortured by her stepmother Duanin. She also learned a few things secretly. However, she was unlucky. After finally growing up to 15 years old, she was forced into the young prince's mansion by her mistress Duanin to be a concubine, and a concubine of the lowest rank. Fortunately, the prince was still young and handsome. She wanted to seize the opportunity, so that one day, she could return to the Duan family with pride and step on her stepmother. Duan was still lost in thought when Xianqing went into the house, and Yan Sherlan was sitting at the table waiting for him. Your humble servant greets the concubine, may the concubine be well. When Xianqing performed the usual courtesy, Nian Sherlan did not care, just smiled and held out her hand for him to sit. Dr. 1, I have been feeling sleepy and absent-minded recently, and I have a doubt in my mind. Please take the trouble to take a look. Your humble servant will do whatever the concubine tells you. When Xianqing took out the pulse pillow, and when Nian Sherlan stretched out her hand, Songji, who was serving beside her, covered her wrist with a thin silk handkerchief. When Xianqing then took Nian Sherlan's hand and felt her pulse. After a moment, when Xianqing signaled Nian Sherlan to use her other hand, and waited for Songji to cover her with a silk handkerchief before he took her hand and felt her pulse. Nian Sherlan did not speak, but just stared at Wen Xianqing. Concubine, please allow me to speak frankly. Wen Xianqing pondered. Dr. Wen is always straightforward. Just speak frankly. Nian Sherlan put away her hand and watched Wen Xianqing put away the pulse pillow. Songji dismissed the people around him. I will take your pulse. Concubine has traces of using contraceptive medicine, and the effect of this medicine is too strong. If concubine continues to use this medicine, it will not only hurt her body, it will be difficult for her to get pregnant in the future. She will become increasingly sleepy, and then mentally confused, and even crazy. Rong Weichen dares to ask, where did concubine get this medicine? When Xianqing asked with doubt, Nian Sherlan's heart skipped a beat. She is not pregnant now, which is a good thing. But this medicine was found by her mother. Chapter 63 Duan is pregnant. Nian Sherlan suppressed her doubts in shock, and looked at Wen Xianqing. Dr. Wen only said, how should I regulate my body now? I must drink this contraceptive soup. To be honest, the legitimate son of the palace has not been born yet. I can't get pregnant before the wife. Before she was sure that Wen Xianqing was completely at her disposal, she would not let him participate in too many things. So she only said that because there was no legitimate son in the palace she, a concubine, did not want to get pregnant. Wen Xianqing was born in a commoner family, but he could imagine and hear about the methods used by the wealthy families. He nodded, showing his understanding. Don't worry, concubine. Since concubine doesn't want to get pregnant for the time being, I will make a mild prescription for you. This prescription will not harm your body. When Xianqing hesitated. In addition, I will also make another prescription and prescribe some warming and nourishing medicines. I will report to concubine that you were just frightened a few days ago. Still need to recuperate. In that case, I'll have to trouble Dr. 1. Nian Sherlan knew that. According to the rules, when Xianqing had to report to Elinara after the diagnosis, Duan was waiting impatiently in the yard. Hanlu came over and said that Dr. 1 had finished the diagnosis for the concubine, and asked Duan to come in for the diagnosis. Duan bowed to Nian Sherlan first after entering the house, and when Xianqing bowed to Duan, your humble servant greets the young lady. According to the rules, concubines have no status, and everyone in the mansion calls them young ladies. If the master is kind, he will allow the concubines to call themselves concubines. If the master does not allow them, they can only call themselves slaves. Duan also returned the greeting and sat down. When Xianqing felt her pulse, and Nian Sherlan sat on the side with tea, the young lady said that her period was delayed. Do you have any symptoms of loss of appetite? When Xianqing took Duan's left hand again, the imperial doctor really has a good pulse. It is because of loss of appetite. It's strange. I haven't been able to eat these days. I was wondering if it was because of the hot weather. Today, I saw the grapes on the vine in the concubine's courtyard, and I was very greedy. I thought, after the consultation, I would dare to ask the concubine for a few grapes. Duan smiled. She was telling the truth. When Xianqing carefully felt the pulse for a long time and stood up, I congratulate the young lady. The young lady has been pregnant for more than a month. Duan suddenly stood up. Is what the imperial physician said true? I dare not speak nonsense. It's just that the time is still short, and the pulse is not very stable. You should get more rest. When Xianqing still bowed his hands, and replied to Duan respectfully, Nian Sherlan saw Duan excitedly stand up, and said slowly, Congratulations, sister, on your pregnancy. Since you are pregnant, you should be more careful about your body. Sit down and talk. Duan turned around and bowed to Nian Sherlan. Thank you, concubine. I didn't expect that I would get pregnant so soon. Duan's words were respectful, but her tone was full of joy. When Elinara heard Wen Xianqing say, concubine was just too frightened, which caused her to be mentally tired at night and sleepy during the day, she was relieved. But when she heard that Duan was pregnant, she paused while turning the pages of the book and smiled. This is a great joy. There has been no child born in the mansion for many years. When the master comes back and knows about it, he will be happy. After Jiang Fuhai said when Xianqing out, Elinara put away her smile. Duan was really lucky. After just one night of happiness, she got pregnant. When Injin returned home in the evening, Elinara was already waiting in the front yard. I pay my respects to the master, and wish you good health and happiness. Get up. Fu Jing came here so late. Is there something wrong? Injin sat down, and the maid served him and Elinara tea. Elinara felt sad. Her husband, always so polite to her. I came here to congratulate the master on his great happiness. Duan is pregnant. Injin held the teacup in his hand, and was about to put it down. I heard Su Peixing's report in the evening. Duan is pregnant, so give her some useful people. In addition, tell the kitchen that starting tomorrow, Duan's food should be more refined. Don't let the kitchen talk about the quota. The wife will make the arrangements. Elinara did not see any joy on Injin's face, and saw that he was the same as usual. It stands to reason that there has been no pregnant woman in the mansion for several years. The master should be happy. Yes, I will arrange it. Then, do you want to go to see Duan tonight? I am tired today. I will go tomorrow. Injin looked indifferent. Seeing this, Elinara said no more and left. When the news of Duan's pregnancy reached Lufang Pavilion, Shu Gij looked indifferent. She just lowered her head and fiddled with a pile of bottles and jars, which looked like rouge and powder. Hu Gij couldn't hide her thoughts. A jealous look appeared on her face. Humph, she is so lucky. The master has only visited her once, and she is pregnant. Yutsue helped Hu Gij wash and brush her teeth, and spoke thoughtfully. Gij, do you want to send a gift to Miss Duan? I heard that the master and the concubines sent gifts today to congratulate Miss Duan. I don't have enough things for myself. How can I have extra to give her? Yutsue saw that Hu Gij was in a bad mood, so she stopped talking. As a servant, especially one whose family was under the control of the concubine, she only needed to serve Hu Gij silently. It was not difficult to add fuel to the fire at the right time. Now, keeping her mouth shut was the best choice. In Jianjia Pavilion, Feng had closed the door early, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Su Peixing had told all the courtyards that the master was tired today and had rested in the front courtyard. He did not need to serve the emperor in bed or go to anyone else's courtyard. Duan brought the sweet soup sent from the kitchen. Drink slowly. You said, I'm pregnant. Why didn't the master come to see me? Qianwu stood by and didn't want to answer. How could she, a servant, say that the master only slept with you for half a night? There was no love. How could she be happy? But Duan put down the bowl, looked at Changwu, and asked again. Changwu had no choice but to say it carefully. Don't worry. Miss, didn't Unixu say that the master was tired today, and he would come to see you tomorrow? You might as well take a rest first. Duan gave Changwu a blank look. Forget it. It's useless to ask you. You don't understand. Bring some water to wash up, Dr. Wen said. I need to rest more. Changwu breathed a sigh of relief. If she doesn't understand, she doesn't want to understand yet. Changwu just wanted to wait until she was old enough to ask for grace, to let her leave the house. Following Duan, she was always terrified. Chapter 64 Adding a Prince. Early in the morning, all the concubines gathered in Xingfu courtyard, waiting to pay respects to Elinara. Yin Shuruan got up early today, and was sitting and drinking tea. The servant who came with her to pay respects today was Hanlu, and Hanlu stood behind Yin Shuruan in a proper manner. Hu Gij looked a little dark under her eyes, and just sat there in silence, with her hands folded on her knees, and her eyes drooped. Even the delicate embroidered silk handkerchief in her hand looked listless. Shu Gij still had a low presence as usual, with light makeup and plain clothes. Not outstanding, nor wrong. Feng was also like Yin Shuruan, holding the tea, sipping it in small sips, with a calm expression on her face. Duan's movements were a bit exaggerated. She was diagnosed with pregnancy only yesterday, and it has only been about a month. Today, Duan was stroking her flat belly. When the maid from Xingfuyuan brought the tea, Duan stared at the maid and said, Thank you. But I am pregnant now, so I am not suitable to drink tea. Please change it to something else. The maid who served tea hurriedly removed Duan's teacup, and changed it to flower drink for her. Duan then took the cup and sipped it lightly. Yin Shuruan looked at Duan's behavior and just turned her head lightly. Just when the concubines were bored, Elinara came out from the inner room. Chiomei helped her sit down and stood behind Elenara. Last night, because of the settlement of the mansion, I slept a little late. And I didn't expect to get up late today. Thank you for waiting for me. Sisters, Elenara said with a smile. The concubine stood up and spoke at the same time. I pay my respects to the wife, and wish her good health and happiness. After paying my respects, Elenara said no need to be polite. And Yin Sherwan sat down first, and the others sat back slowly. Sister Nyin, did you sleep well last night? I heard the doctor when prescribed a new prescription. I wonder how effective it is. When Yin Sherwan heard Elenara's question, she smiled. Thank you, madam, for your concern. I slept well last night. Dr. Wen's prescription is indeed effective. Yin Sherwan sat there without standing up, and her words were ambiguous. The medicine was effective, but she didn't say how effective it was. So Elenara couldn't ask any more. So Elenara turned to ask Hu and Shu, and they naturally said everything was fine. When Feng saw Elenara looking at her, she stood up and answered, Thank you, Master Fu Jin, for your concern for us. I slept very well last night. Seeing that Feng was well behaved, Elenara nodded and smiled. That's good. Feng, you and Duan are both in the mansion. You should take care of each other. Jianjia Pavilion is a bit shabby. Now that Duan is pregnant, I'm afraid it will be bad for her to have a safe pregnancy. I want to renovate it. But Duan is pregnant, and it's not convenient to do it. Another thing is that the master said that the mansion has a lot of expenses. I thought, the more you can save, the better. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing what Elenara said. I am deeply envious of your kindness. Apart from being a little far from the kitchen, I think there is nothing wrong with Jianji Axuan, Duan said, stroking her flat belly. Even if I am greedy during pregnancy, it doesn't matter. I can just ask the servants to run a few more times to get food. Elenara looked at Duan, and her smile became even more intense. Duan, you are a blessed person. There has been no child born in the mansion for several years. When you came, you got pregnant in just a month. If you can give birth to a prince, your position will be more honorable in the future. Maybe, you can even become a concubine, Elenara said, while looking at Yin Sherwan. Yin Sherwan looked indifferent. In this life, Yin Sherwan looked indifferent to many things. She was the only concubine. Even if there were more, it was just a title to her. Duan was overjoyed to hear what Elenara said, and stood up and bowed again. Thank you for your consideration, madam. I also want to add a prince to the palace. Elenara smiled. You are pregnant now. Don't be tired. Sit down quickly. I was thinking of something to tell you, and I will tell you today when I pay my respects. Duan had just sat down, and when she saw Elenara said this, she wanted to stand up again. But Elenara raised her hand to stop her. Just sit down, and don't stand up and sit down all the time. It will tire you out. I was thinking that now that you are pregnant, Jianjia Pavilion is too small. If you were not pregnant, it would not be obvious for you to live with Feng. Yesterday, the master heard that you were pregnant and specifically asked me to give you a few more maids. In this case, Jianjia Pavilion will be too crowded. Elenara paused and continued. I thought about it all night last night. If I expand and renovate Jianjia Pavilion, not to mention that you are pregnant, it will cost a lot of money. If you are allowed to live alone, your current status is not in accordance with the rules. After thinking about it, it is not appropriate. Duansher hurriedly expressed her opinion. I will leave it to the master, the wife, to make the decision. Elenara nodded with satisfaction. Smiling, sister is really sensible and obedient. I thought about it all night. If I give you a yard to live alone, it is not in accordance with the rules, and the master and I are worried. I have already told people to go this morning. Clean up the left wing of Xingfu courtyard. Why don't you move in with me, so I can take care of you? Give birth to a healthy and plump little prince for the master and our palace. Before Mrs. Duan could speak, Yin Sherwan sneered. I hear every day that there are many trivial matters in the palace, and Mrs. Fu is busy with all kinds of things. If you let Sister Duan move to your place, wouldn't it be a burden on you? And you will be even busier? Mrs. Duan, who wanted to speak, stopped talking. She felt a little resentful. Why did the concubine stop her from living in the wife's courtyard? Was she afraid that she would be taken care of by the wife and become a concubine in the future and be on par with her? Elenara stared at Yin Sherlan's eyes, but her face was full of smiles. No matter how busy the affairs in the mansion are, there are always 1,000 things to think about. Right now, The first thing to be concerned about is the prosperity of offspring. Duan's pregnancy is a great joy, and I will naturally take care of her with all my strength. Sister Nian, from what you said, you don't seem to agree with what I said? Nian Shuolan still looked lazy, and said, I dare not. Fu Jin, you are the mistress of this palace, and you have the final say in everything. However, I think that Duan is pregnant, and it may be inconvenient to move around. Why don't you ask the master first? Or, let Feng live with me, and let Sister Duan live in Jianjiakshan alone, which is not beyond the status. What do you think? What concubine said makes sense, but I think that since the mistress is the mistress of the mansion, naturally we will listen to her in everything. Hu Gij, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, and then looked at Duan. Duan stood up again and said to Lenara, I will leave it to the mistress to decide. Lenara asked Duan to sit back, and then turned to Nian Shuolan with a smile. Sister, last night the master said that Duan's pregnancy should be arranged by me. So you don't need to worry about it. You just need to take care of yourself. Nian Shuolan stood up and bowed. I just said a few more words. If the mistress has nothing else to do, I will go back first. Chapter 65 Personal Serving. On the way back to Chang'an Garden, Hanlu carefully supported Nian Shuolan. Nian Shuolan glanced at Hanlu. What do you want to say? Hanlu glanced at Nian Shuolan's face, and saw that she looked normal, so she spoke carefully. I am curious. Why do you want to stop Miss Duan from living in Xingfu Courtyard? Nian Shuolan looked forward, and did not answer Hanlu's question, but asked back. What do you think of Fu Jin's temperament? I naturally think the mistress of the house has a very good temperament. She doesn't make things difficult for any princesses on a daily basis. I know that you promoted me with hope in your heart, and I can only serve you wholeheartedly. That's why I dared to ask for advice. Hanlu said carefully. Nian Shuolan smiled, without comment. After walking a few steps, she said slowly. I took you to follow me because I saw that you are smart. You are smart and can talk. But you still need experience to know people. I'm counting on you to be my right-hand man. Hanlu had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Did the concubine know something and deliberately test her today? When Nian Shuolan returned to Chang'an Garden, the eunuch in the front yard was delivering something. Reporting to the concubine, today the master came to the palace to pay respects to the Empress Tefei. The Empress heard that there was a happy event in the palace, and rewarded the master with a lot of things. The master ordered eunuch Su to send some to Xingyuan, and the rest, let the servants deliver it. I'll let you pick first. The rest, the master said, you can pick one at random, and I'll give it to Miss Duan, saying it's a gift from you to congratulate Miss Duan on her pregnancy. When the young eunuch saw Nian Shuolan, he knelt down respectfully, and held a tray high in his hands. On the tray were a fine Hitian jade ruby, a pair of rare blue jadeite piece buckles, a string of pink tourmaline bracelets, and a pair of shiny Lantian jade bracelets. Nian Shuolan took a look, picked up the string of pink tourmaline bracelets, and put them on her wrist. He pointed at the pair of piece locks, and said to the eunuch, Duan is pregnant, so give her this piece lock. May she give birth safely. The eunuch replied, Yes. Injin listened to the eunuch's report in the front yard, and said, I know. He sat in the study, stroking a foot ring taken from a pigeon's foot. The foot ring was empty, without a note or any text. But this pigeon flew into the palace from outside. The guards came to report that a carrier pigeon had been intercepted. But the pigeon was caught by the guards before it could fly into the inner courtyard of the palace. In the prince's palace, Yinring was looking at the person kneeling in front of him with a gloomy face. Didn't you say that your pigeons are well trained, and will never be easily captured? The person kneeling on the ground replied carefully. Yes. My pigeons are all carefully selected, carefully bred and trained to fly. But I didn't expect that. Looking at the Prince Yong's palace, which is not in conflict with the world, even the guards in the courtyard were extremely alert. But don't worry, Your Highness. To be on the safe side, I only released a scout pigeon. On the pigeon's leg ring, I specially engraved the mark of the Prince of Ji's mansion. No one can suspect that you came here. Oh, the fourth brother, he is not a person who does not fight with the world. Otherwise, he would not ask to marry Nian Gingyu's sister. But he did not expect that. Nian Gingya disagreed with him. Recently in the court, his brother-in-law who made great achievements in the war, but he did not stop him. Yinring originally exuded a dangerous aura. But after listening to the words of the kneeling man, he sneered. In the court, everyone knew that Prince Yong Yinjin had different political views from Nian Gingyao. Emperor Kangxi did a lot of mediation between his ministers and his son. It was just that Injun did not mention these things when he returned home, so Nian Sherlan did not know about them. Xiao Linzi was sent away by Nian Sherlan, saying that the rouge and powder purchased in the mansion were not good. My face itched after using it, so I asked Xiao Linzi to go to the largest gouache shop in Beijing, Xianzilu, to pick some back. When Xiao Linzi arrived at Xianzilu, the shopkeeper came up to him immediately. Although Xiao Linzi looked like a young boy of 12 or 13, and was still wearing casual clothes, he was a regular customer of Xianzilu. He often bought a lot of things, and they were all the best and most expensive. For this little god of wealth, the shopkeeper always entertained him personally. What do you want today, young master? The shopkeeper said to Xiao Linzi with a smile. Although Xiao Linzi was wearing ordinary clothes outside, the shop assistants all knew that the shopkeeper was an old fox. He must have seen that his identity was not ordinary, otherwise he would not be so respectful. Xiao Linzi also smiled. Shopkeeper, you are too polite. Our master said that the rouge and powder purchased in the mansion cannot be used. He asked me to see if you have any good stuff here. No matter the price, you can bring it to me and let me see it. If it is okay, I can take it back to report. The shopkeeper was very pleased with Xiao Linzi's politeness. Who doesn't like kind people? Kindness brings wealth. The shopkeeper called the waiter and asked him to bring all the best rouge and powder in the store for the young master to choose. Xiao Linzi was taken to the private room on the second floor. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiao Linzi asked the shopkeeper quietly, "Did the master find out who the master asked you to find?" The shopkeeper said helplessly, "I have already searched all the nearby villages. They all say that no strangers have been seen living in the village in recent months. There are also a few farms that I didn't ask about. Those farms are all the property of the palace. I heard that they are all managed by that person. I am afraid of disturbing that person." The shopkeeper pointed upwards while speaking. Xiao Linzi understood and comforted him. "It's okay. You try to find out first. I will go back and report to the master." Xiao Linzi heard footsteps coming upstairs, and then suddenly shouted, "Hey, as long as you take out the good things, are you still worried that my master can't afford the money? Our master loves beauty, no matter what the price is. Even if it's not good enough, I still have my master to pay for it." Yes, you are right, young master." The shopkeeper still sounded fawning for money. The footsteps stopped outside the door. The clerk said, "Shopkeeper, I have brought the things you want." The shopkeeper opened the door, watching the clerk put everything on the table. Xiao Linzi sat at the table, drinking tea with a cup in hand. "Okay, you go downstairs to greet other guests first. I will serve this gentleman personally." The shopkeeper waved his hand to send the waiter away. Xiao Linzi heard the footsteps going downstairs, and then whispered, "I'm sorry for offending you just now. Please don't take it to heart." The shopkeeper smiled. "You and I both work for the master. It's too polite to say these things. Although you are old enough to be my son, you are smart." Xiao Linzi laughed like a monkey. "Then don't think I'm a eunuch. Just treat me as your son." The shopkeeper's eyes dimmed when he heard this. "Come on. Don't embarrass me. If my son were still alive, he would be almost your age." Xiao Linzi continued to laugh. "Don't be sad. You haven't heard of your son's death for so many years, so he must still be alive. Maybe he is living a better life than you, and he may meet a good family and become their young master." The shopkeeper laughed again. "You naughty monkey, I'm afraid you haven't finished what the master told you to do?" Xiao Linzi exclaimed, patting his head. "I've been busy talking to you. I still have to go to the Nian mansion. I'll come to get the things later." After saying that, he stood up hurriedly, and the shopkeeper hurriedly walked to the wall of the private room, pushed the cabinet on the wall hard, revealing a door on the wall. Xiao Linzi opened the door, went down the stairs behind the door, and arrived at the back door of Xianzi building. There was someone guarding the back door, watching Xiao Linzi coming down, quickly opened the door quietly, and poked his head out to see if there was anyone around, and then let Xiao Linzi go out quickly. Chapter 66 Rouge and Powder. When Injun arrived at Chungyang Garden in the evening, Nian Sherlan was sitting at the table preparing to have dinner. The eunuch announced that the master had arrived. Nian Sherlan silently rolled her eyes, and even her meal was not in peace. But the moment Injun stepped into the yard, Nian Sherlan still put on a smile and greeted him. "I pay my respects to the master, and I wish the master good health and happiness." Injun looked at Nian Sherlan. She had a beautiful smile, and she was dressed refreshingly, making people feel like being bathed in the breeze in this summer evening. Yin Sherlan was wearing a light green homely Manchu dress, with her hair tied up in a simple bun, without any makeup, and her hair looked black and shiny, and refreshing and casual. Injin stepped forward and took Yin Sherlan's hand, and said, as he walked into the house, "Why are you wearing so plain clothes today? My Sherlan doesn't like luxury, but simplicity?" Yin Sherlan twisted her body in dissatisfaction. "My master is making fun of me. When did I like luxury? I'm at home, I usually dress like this." Injin pulled Yin Sherlan to sit at the table, looking at the dishes on the table, and sighed. Okay. I was wrong about you. Seeing your beautiful face, I thought you liked luxury. It was my fault. But, after all, you are wearing plain clothes. But you are not wrong by your food. On the table, there are conch, abalone and chicken pot, winter bamboo shoots and pork slices, peas and shrimp, and celery leaves in a cold salad, and a dish of morel stuffed with meat. The soup was fish maw and black chicken soup, but there was no staple food. Why are there only vegetables and soup? Don't you want to eat something else? After Injin looked at the dishes, he turned around and saw Mangzhong waiting with a basin of water and a towel, so he washed his hands. My master just said, I don't want to offend my mouth at all, and now you are asking why there are only vegetables and soup. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare any for you. These are all mine. Yin Sherlan pouted. She was really unhappy. In her new life, she just wanted to get rid of all those who had troubled her in her previous life. She didn't want to compete for favor, nor did she want to be attached to Injin every day. On the contrary, Injin saw that Yin Sherlan didn't like to stick to him, so he came to Yin Sherlan more frequently. It's hot in summer. What I mean is that you should eat light food. Injin coaxed Yin Sherlan in a rare good temper. If you want to eat light food, I will ask the kitchen to make some light dishes now. I don't like light food. I'm locked up in this house every day and can't go out. Now the master won't even allow me to eat this little bit of food? Yin Sherlan actually shed tears while talking. Injin was stunned. And then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just said that it's hot in summer. And I'm worried that you won't eat well and sleep well. Forget it. I won't say this anymore. Eat whatever you like. And I'll eat with you. Injin turned to Su Peixiang and said, Tell the kitchen, starting tomorrow, whatever concubine wants to eat, let the kitchen find a way to make it for her. The money will be drawn from my private treasury. Su Peixiang responded and went to instruct the kitchen. Songji went to the kitchen as early as when Injin first came and ordered a few dishes that Injin liked to eat, light and delicious. When Injin happily had a meal with Yin Sherlan in Chang'an Garden and was sitting in the courtyard to rest in the cool air, Ziyuan, the second-class maid from Xingfu courtyard, came. Ziyuan knelt in front of Injin and Yin Sherlan, with her head lowered. My lord, Miss Duan said she was not feeling well. And the lady sent me here. Please go and see Miss Duan. Injin looked at Yin Sherlan and said, Well, Lady Duan is pregnant, and I have not visited her yet. If you are free, please go with me. Yin Sherlan stood up, bowed, and returned to Injin. Thank you for your kindness. My lord, I will go to Xingfu courtyard and I must see the lady. I have taken off my hairpins and rings today. It would be disrespectful to the wife if I go like this. It would be time-consuming and laborious for me to dress up again. I will not go with the master. Please forgive me. Master. Injin looked at Yin Sherlan for a long time and laughed. My Sherlan is cute when she gets jealous. Yin Sherlan couldn't help rolling her eyes in her heart. Jealous? I am just lazy. But she replied respectfully. Master. You are joking. I am not a jealous person. How can you stay in a jealous jar all day long? Master. Please go quickly. Sister Duan is not feeling well. Don't let her wait anxiously. After sending Injin away, Yin Sherlan lay comfortably on the couch in the yard. Xiao Linzi came over. Master. I went to Xianzi Tower today and picked out some top-quality rouge and powder. Would you like to take a look? Yin Sherlan knew that Xiao Linzi had something to say. So she reached out and let Songji help her get up. Songji's left hand was almost healed. There is only one scar left. Dr. Wen said that he would prepare scar-removing medicine for her in a few days. Yin Sherlan sat in front of the dressing table. Songji stood beside her. Songji sent all the servants out of the room, leaving only Xiao Linzi near Yin Sherlan. Tell me, how is your trip today? Xiao Linzi leaned forward again, and then spoke in a low voice. The master guessed correctly. I went to find the shopkeeper of Shinzi Tower today, and he only knew that Yulua was not dead, and was not sold by the matchmaker. It must have been hidden by someone. As for where it is hidden, the shopkeeper needs to send someone to investigate. The shopkeeper also asked me to bring last month's account book. Please take a look. After Xiao Linzi finished speaking, he carefully took out an account book from his arms, and handed it to Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan flipped through the account book. Last month, I earned 5,000 taels more than the previous month. Shopkeeper Wu has made a great contribution, Xiao Linzi said with a smile. To work for you. It is his blessing. And it is also my blessing. Nian Sherlan tapped Xiao Linzi's head gently with the account book. Stop talking nonsense. How is the matter I asked you to investigate going? Xiao Linzi said in a serious voice. The master said that the contraceptive soup was given to you by the old lady. And I received it from the old lady myself. There shouldn't be any mistakes. But when I went to the mansion today, the old lady found out the result of the investigation 2 days ago. And she was furious. What's the matter? The old lady received your letter a few days ago, I asked secretly. The contraceptive soup was found by the nanny beside the old lady. It was your wet nurse, Nani Chin. Why is it Nani Chin? She must not harm me. Nian Sherlan was really surprised at this moment. When Xian Qin said that there was something wrong with the contraceptive soup, Nian Sherlan would never believe that her mother would harm her, but she didn't expect it to be Nani Chin. Master, don't be anxious. Listen to what I have to say. Songji couldn't help but knock Xiao Linzi's head with her right hand again. Can you finish your words at once? You are just scaring me with your panting. Xiao Linzi covered his head and said in one breath. Yes. Yes. Sister Songji. Stop hitting me. I will tell you right away. The old lady asked. Madame Qin had no intention of harming the master. It was that Madame Qin was afraid that the pharmacy would be recognized, which was inconvenient. After all, this medicine was not a common medicine, and ordinary people did not use it. So Madame Qin found a remote alley in a roundabout way. There was a new small clinic there. Nanny Qin asked someone to prescribe contraceptive soup. But what she didn't expect was that the clinic was actually run by Aunt Chi's brother. And when the old lady sent someone to look for Aunt Chi's brother, the clinic was already empty. Xiao Linzi said this in one breath. Paused, and then hurriedly said, I am also confused. How did the old lady know that the clinic was run by Aunt Chi's brother? So the servant asked. And the old lady said, the servant of the second young master's wife once saw Aunt Chi go to the clinic to deliver food. The servant was curious and waited for Madame Chi to leave to ask. And then he found out that it was Madame Chi's brother. But for some reason, the clinic closed not long after it opened. Now, the old lady has locked up Madame Chi and the third lady, and will deal with them after the second young master and the young lady have discussed and found out the reason. Yin Sherlan laughed sullenly. Whether it was in the last life or this life, why didn't these people want her to have a child? Although she didn't want to be pregnant now, it didn't mean that others could deprive her of the freedom to have children. Madame Chi. It was really surprising. Chapter 67 Misunderstanding. Injin went to Xingfu courtyard. Olinara was already waiting in the corridor. I pay my respects to the master. Olinara bowed respectfully. No need to bow. Injin rarely stepped forward to personally help Olinara up. The fabrics were thin in summer, and the warmth from Injin's hands made Olinara feel dazed for a moment. It seemed that this was the summer when she had just entered the mansion and had a deep relationship with Injin. What happened to Duan? The maid said she was not feeling well. But is the fetus in trouble? Have you consulted the court doctor? Injin asked. Olinara came back to her senses and put on a gentle smile. My master. Duan said she was not feeling well after dinner in the evening. I have asked the court doctor to see her and prescribed medicine to keep the fetus. But Duan still said she was not feeling well and wanted the master to come and see her. I had no choice but to disturb the master. Since that's the case, I will go and see her. Injin finished speaking. The servant led the way to the left wing where Duan lived now. When Duan saw Injin coming in, she hurriedly pretended to get up from the bed to pay her respects. Injin waved his hand to exempt her from the greetings. Su Peixing followed Injin and quickly scanned Duan's room. The room was larger than Jianji Actuan's, and there were more servants serving. I pay my respects to the master. Please forgive me. I am not feeling well and cannot get up to kowtow to the master. When Duan saw Injin, she was happy in her heart. But she was not that stupid. Her eyes were red, and she was about to cry. Why are you crying for no reason? Didn't you want to see me? Do you dislike me now? Or do you blame me for coming too late? Injin saw tears in Duan's eyes, and couldn't help frowning. But he suppressed his impatience. He hated women crying all the time. It would be fine if you cried beautifully, but it was not good to cry with snot and tears. It's annoying, Olenara said. I think it's because a woman is worried when she's pregnant. The master was too busy to see Sister Duan a few days ago. Sister Duan is upset. I have something to do. Master, please talk to Sister Duan. After saying that, Olenara took her servants out of Duan's room. Injin turned around and saw the court doctor waiting by the side, so he asked the court doctor. Dr. Fong just checked Duan's pulse, but what's going on? Why is she feeling unwell? Dr. Fong, the court physician, knelt down and reported. Your Highness, I took Miss Duan's pulse and it was stable. But she had signs of qi stagnation. I have already prescribed a prescription and asked the kitchen in the courtyard to cook it. Qi stagnation? Why? Injin was puzzled. Dr. Fong replied again. I think it is because Miss Duan was too worried during her pregnancy, and her mind was disturbed. I have already told Miss Duan that it is most important to keep the baby safe now. She should be open-minded and avoid having wild thoughts. Okay. You go first. Injin waved his hand to send Dr. Fong away, and then said to Duan, this is your first pregnancy, and you are still young. So it is inevitable that you have to think about a lot of things. The wife is kind and gentle, and she is worried that it is not suitable for you to have a healthy pregnancy in Jiangjiaquan. So she asked you to move to Xingyuan. Follow the wife, and she will take care of everything. I am relieved, and you can rest assured to take care of your pregnancy. If you need anything, you can ask the wife. I think she will arrange it properly. Duan looked up at Injin bravely. This prince was handsome and elegant, although he looked cold. But she was his concubine, and she should not be afraid of him. On the night of serving him, the candlelight was dim, and she did not dare to look up. So she only knew that the master was strong and powerful, but she had never seen his appearance clearly. Thank you for your concern, Master. I am here with Fu Jin, and everything is fine. But I have not seen the master for a long time, and I am always worried about him, Duan said, blushing, and lowered her head. This shy look fell into Injin's eyes, and he suddenly thought of Yin Sherlan. Yin Sherlan. Since the first time he saw her, he had never seen her shy in front of him. There was such a bold and frank woman in the world. Injin couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Duan thought that Injin was helpless and doting on her words. And she was happy. Men really fall for this. Su Peixiong saw it clearly from the side, and Duan misunderstood. Injin casually told Duan to take good care of the baby. Then he left Duan's house. There was a light in Olenara's house. Injin stood in the corridor and watched for a while, then said Su Peixiong to say something, and he went back to the front yard. Shu Gage was fiddling with a bunch of bottles and jars in Lufang Pavilion, and listened to Zijing saying that the master was invited by the concubine to visit Duan, but he only sat in Duan's house for a while, and then left. Shu Gage said indifferently, the master is the master of this house. He can't decide where to go. We just need to take care of ourselves. After saying that, she slowly put away the bottles and jars, putting the small ones inside the big ones, one inside the other, and finally put the pile of things into a square wooden box that was not very big. In the end, Shu Gage only had a small bottle in her hand. She looked at the bottle and put it close to her body. The 7th day of the 7th month is the Qiqi festival. A few days ago, the palace issued an order that all the princes who had established their own houses should bring their female relatives into the palace, and the queen would lead the female relatives to beg for skills, in order to obtain the ingenuity of needlework from the weaver girl. According to the rules, the concubine must also attend such occasions. So on the day of the Qiqi festival, Yin Sherlan was helped up from the bed by Songji at the hour of Yin. She sat in front of the mirror, looking at herself in the mirror with a bad temper. Since she entered the palace, she had never participated in a banquet in the palace. She should have entered the palace on the Dragon Boat Festival, but Injin was ill, and the entire Yongqing palace was closed and locked, so she was happy not to have to go to the palace to eat cold food. This time, she couldn't escape. But she didn't wake up. If she didn't wake up, she would be in a bad mood. When she was in a bad mood, she would get angry at everyone. Songji held a bowl of 100 flowers dew and offered it to Yin Sherlan with both hands. Master, you got up too early today. Drink this 100 flowers dew first. You won't be able to drink it after you put on makeup. Nian Sherlan took the 100 flowers due with her eyes wide open and drank it all. Come on, let's get started. Guyu and Xiaoman then began to dress Nian Sherlan. Today, the master must be dressed up beautifully and dazzlingly. A beauty like the master should be in full bloom. Nian Sherlan closed her eyes and let the maid dress her up. The maids in the palace knew the dressing rules in the palace and thought they would not make mistakes. So she was relieved. Guyu put rouge on Nian Sherlan's eyes and smeared lip balm of the same color. She combed Nian Sherlan's hair into a new bun, which was a hairstyle she had just figured out a few days ago. She also put on the ruby headpiece in the dressing box and matched it with ruby earrings. Xiaoman brought out a rouge-colored Manchu dress. The dress was embroidered with large peony flowers, bright and gorgeous. When Nian Sherlan was awakened by Sungji again, when she opened her eyes, the mirror showed a woman with delicate makeup, bright as clouds. Xiaoman came forward with clothes, wanting to help Nian Sherlan change clothes. Nian Sherlan glanced at the clothes in Xiaoman's hand and said lightly, "Today is a palace banquet. There is really no need to be so outstanding. Change to the pink and white embroidered one." Sungji said puzzledly, "Master, it is precisely because of the palace banquet today. There must be many beauties. The master is so beautiful, it would be a pity if she didn't dress up exquisitely and let others steal the limelight." Nian Sherlan knew that the servants wouldn't understand if she said too much, so she just said, "Change the clothes, and the makeup should also be changed. It's always better to be cautious when entering the palace for the first time." Xiaoman hurriedly changed into the set that Nian Sherlan asked for, and brought over the newly made pink and white embroidered Manchu dress. Guyu also took off all of Nian Sherlan's hair accessories, and replaced them with a few jade ornaments, which seemed to complement the clothes. There was no time to change her makeup, but her clothes and hair accessories were elegant, and she looked beautiful. Nian Sherlan then slowly went out, supported by Sungji, followed by Xiao Linzi, and went to Xingfuyuan. She had to pay her respects to Elenara first, and then followed Elenara to take a carriage to the palace. Nian Sherlan said in her heart as she walked, "We're meeting again, Empress Defei." Chapter 68. The wedding dress is damaged. Elenara sat in the main hall of Xingfu courtyard at noon. Today, because the wife and concubine were going to follow the master to the palace, all the princesses and concubines got up early to pay their respects and escorted the three masters out. When Nian Sherlan arrived at Xingfu courtyard, Jiang Fuhai was standing in front of the door. "I pay my respects to the concubine. Please come in." "Concubine," Nian Sherlan said lightly. No need to be polite. She didn't even look at Jiang Fuhai, and went straight into the wife's yard. In the previous life, this Jiang Fuhai had been an accomplice of the Olenara clan. Hu Gij, Shu Gij, Fengshi and Duanshi had already greeted the Olenara clan, and sat down on their chairs. Seeing Nian Sherlan coming in, the four of them stood up. After Nian Sherlan greeted the Olenara clan and sat down, the four of them respectfully greeted Nian Sherlan again. "Sisters, please sit down. We see each other every day. There is no need to be so polite. Sisters, you look very. It seems too bland. And the ancestral rules stipulate that the concubine should wear auspicious clothes when attending banquets in the palace. Why is your sister wearing ordinary clothes?" Elenara asked Nian Sherlan with a smile. Nian Sherlan looked down at her outfit today, looked up at Elenara's concerned eyes, and smiled charmingly. "Reporting to the concubine, I woke up early this morning and I found that there was a hole in the armpit of the auspicious clothes, which was bitten by some animal. I thought, although the ancestral rules require wearing auspicious clothes, but if the auspicious dress happens to be torn, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the royal family if I wear it out? Moreover, forgive me for being frank, our palace is not clean. Otherwise, how can we explain that there are small animals that can chew my clothes?" The faces of other people in the hall were puzzled. Could there be mice in this palace? How could even the auspicious dress of the concubine be bitten? Only Elenara's face remained unchanged. "In this case, my sister will not wear the auspicious dress anyway. My sister is just a concubine. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, my sister just needs to follow me. I will protect you and the reputation of the palace. Then I will trouble you. My wife." Nian Sherlan stood up and bowed, and then waited for Elenara to leave. Xiao Mei leaned over and said to Elenara, "Master, the time has come. It's time to go to the palace." Elenara stretched out her hand, and waited for Xiao Mei to hold her hand. And then she slowly stood up. Today, Elenara was wearing a light blue wedding dress. Her hairstyle was the etiquette for entering the palace to pay homage. And she also had a string of clam beads hanging around her neck, which made her look elegant and generous. Looking at Nien Sherlan next to her, she was wearing a white and pink embroidered Manchu dress, and the jade ornaments in her hair looked quite gentle, which made her look elegant and graceful. When Injin saw Olenara and Nien Sherlan go out one after another, he sighed in his heart that his wives and concubines were always suitable with heavy or light makeup. He did not bother about Nien Sherlan's dress, because early in the morning, Nien Sherlan sent Shaolinzi to report to Injin. The carriage of Prince Yong's mansion slowly moved to the outside of the Meridian Gate and stopped at the West Gate. It was almost 9 o'clock. Outside the West Gate, there were carriages of various princes and nobles, sedan chairs, and 2 guards saw the carriage of Prince Yong's mansion and hurriedly came to greet them. Injin and Olenara each brought their own personal eunuchs and maids. Nien Sherlan could only bring one maid according to the rules, so she naturally brought Songji. Mongzhong and Hanlu waited outside the palace gate with other servants in the mansion. After entering the palace, Injin and the women had to leave separately. Injin was taken by the eunuchs of the inner palace to pay respects to the emperor. The women had to go to see the queen first. A maid came forward to lead the way for Olenara. Nien Sherlan followed Olenara and thought to herself. At this time in the previous life, the queen had passed away. In this life, it seems that many things have indeed changed. Yes, even something like rebirth can happen. So what else can't change? Arriving outside Cunning Palace, Nien Sherlan looked at this slightly unfamiliar palace. In her previous life, when she was pointed out by Chao Qinma, Olenara slammed a chair in Jingren Palace and scolded her for being presumptuous. At that time, even if the Nien family had fallen, she would never allow herself to bow her head. She did not take Olenara seriously at all. Nor did she take Jingren Palace, where Olenara's empress lived, seriously. But Olenara, throughout her life, was not allowed to live in Cunning Palace, which symbolized the queen's orthodoxy. I guess in her heart, she hated her elder sister. Now, she would go in from here again, and start her lifelong entanglement with the palace. Nien Sherlan raised her head, and her eyes were calm and relaxed, which was different from usual. Olenara and Nien Sherlan waited outside the palace, and waited for the palace maid who went in to report to come out and tell the queen to summon them. And then, they were allowed to enter the palace. Chiomei and Songji, their personal maids, were not allowed to enter the queen's palace, so they stayed outside the palace. Olenara was in front, Nien Sherlan was behind. Entering the palace, the elegant lady sitting in the hall was Nyanyilu, who was later posthumously named Empress Zayas Horan. In the previous life, when Injin ascended the throne, this Empress Zayas Horan had passed away for many years, so Nien Sherlan knew her posthumous title. Now, Nyanyilu was sitting on the throne of the empress, and Nien Sherlan forgot the posthumous title she had remembered. After all, posthumous titles are only given to the dead. Nien Sherlan followed Olenara, respectfully performed the ceremony of kneeling 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, and followed Olenara in saying auspicious words. Your concubine, the wife of Prince Yong. And Olenara Ishio Nien Sherlan greets the empress, and wishes her a long life and eternal happiness. As the two knelt, the empress on the high throne smiled slightly, speaking in a gentle tone. Quickly, stand up. Olenara and Nien Sherlan thanked her together. She stood up with the help of the maids in the queen's palace. The queen smiled and said, The women of the 4th brother's family are good. Please take a seat. Olenara sat in the reserved seat, and Nien Sherlan stood behind her. In such occasions, a concubine is not qualified to sit. Nien Sherlan looked around and saw that many ladies were sitting on the left and right sides of the palace. Some of them she knew and were familiar with in her previous life, such as the eldest prince Ji Junwang's wife, the 8th prince Jing Bao's wife, the 9th prince's wife. There was also the wife of the 10th prince. There were also several noble ladies she didn't know, and those standing behind them, they should all be concubines like her. Nien Sherlan looked at the queen's lower head, the Empress Dowager in the previous life, now the Empress Tefei, but was looking at her. The look in Nien Sherlan's eyes when she looked at Empress Tefei was not like the first time she saw her, but smiled at her from a distance, and then looked away from her. Empress Tefei felt uncomfortable. This concubine of the 4th prince did not know the rules. Olenara saw where Empress Tefei's eyes were. She just smiled silently in her heart. Her aunt, it was time for her to come forward. Chapter 69 Meeting the Mother. After everyone had saluted and greeted the queen said, Today is the 7th day of the 7th month. It should be a festival to celebrate. But after all, this is a festival for us women. I have not seen you ladies for a long time. So I will take this day of begging for skills to meet you ladies. The queen is the mother of the country, and we will listen to your instructions." All the concubines and nobles stood up and responded in unison. The queen smiled. She extended her hand, motioning everyone to sit down. "No need to be polite. I have set up a banquet in Linchi Pavilion. Please go in first. I will change my clothes and come back." When everyone heard the queen say this, they all said goodbye and left the cunning palace. They were supported by their maids and went to Linchi Pavilion. Yin Sherlan was wondering why these ladies were so well behaved today. They didn't talk much in the queen's palace. In her last life, she didn't see many people who saved money. Olenara walked in front. She did not talk to anyone, and seemed to be heading straight for the banquet. "Prince Yong's wife, please stay." Suddenly, an older maid caught up with Olenara from behind. Olenara turned around and asked with a smile, "What can I do for you, aunt?" The maid bowed to Olenara and then said, "I am a maid in Yongha Palace. Our master, Empress Defei, said that it is too early for the banquet. Please ask the two wives to go to Yongha Palace for a chat." Olenara looked at Yin Sherlan with a smile. "Since mother has invited you, sister, then let's go." Yin Sherlan knelt down and bowed, obediently replied, "Yes." The maid led Olenara and Yin Sherlan towards the direction of Yongha Palace. In fact, Yin Sherlan would not go wrong with the road here even if she closed her eyes. When they arrived outside Yongha Palace, another maid came forward, first looked Yin Sherlan up and down, then saluted to the two of them. After saluting, she said, "Just now, the Empress Defei has issued an order to inform the two wives and concubines. Our master said that the wives and concubines have different positions. So please invite the wives to the palace to meet first. And please wait outside the palace for a while." Yin Sherlan sneered in her heart. How can such an old-fashioned trick of showing off power never get tired of it? Can't there be something new? Olenara turned around and said to Yin Sherlan, "Sister, I'm sorry to bother you for the time being. I'll go in first. You can come and see your mother later." Yin Sherlan watched Olenara's back disappear into the palace. She was fed up with such tricks. But she still stood outside the palace calmly. It was almost noon. The sun in July was the most arrogant. Songji stood beside Yin Sherlan anxiously. In such a strong sun, her master stood here waiting, without even a shady place. What if he got a heat stroke? Yin Sherlan didn't look at the way the palace servants in Yongha Palace looked at her. Those eyes were probing, curious, disliked and sympathetic. She stood quietly under the midday sun. She counted the time in her heart. If concubine Do was as smart as she was in her last life, she would not have troubled her for too long. Otherwise, don't blame her for giving Yin Sherlan a big gift when they first met. Time passed little by little. The sun was already at its zenith, and Yin Sherlan still stood still in the palace. After another half a minute, Olenara walked out of the palace with a smile. At this time, Yin Sherlan's delicate face had been sunburned red, and beads of sweat on her forehead flowed down her hair. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Mother held me to talk and wouldn't let me go. I forgot that you were still waiting here." Olenara walked down the steps, took Yin Sherlan's hand, and said sincerely. Yin Sherlan looked into Olenara's eyes, slowly pulled her hand out, and smiled back at her. "You're too polite, my sister." Yin Sherlan didn't finish her words suddenly. Her body softened and she fell down. Chiu Mei, who was behind Olenara, exclaimed, "Concubine," and hurried over Olenara to help Yin Sherlan. But at the moment when Yin Sherlan fell, Injin came over with big strides and caught her body. Following behind Injin was Songji, who had been sent by Yin Sherlan to find him. Before entering the palace, Yin Sherlan told Songji the detailed route to the Qianqing Palace. Although Songji was confused, her master used to be a servant, she had been to the palace only a few times. But she seemed to be very familiar with the palace. However, she was always loyal, even though she had doubts in her heart. She remembered the route that Yin Sherlan told her. On the way to the palace, she memorized the route and practiced the route to the Qianqing Palace in her mind. Injin held Yin Sherlan's soft but hot body and looked at Olenara with an inquiring look. The maids of Yongha Palace had already trotted into the palace and reported to concubine De that concubine Yin had fainted. Defei rubbed her temples. Could it be that what the fourth master said about concubine Jin's poor health was actually true? And Mu, the chief eunuch of Yongha Palace, walked out of the palace and said to Injin, Your Highness, our master said that concubine Jean fainted, and he has sent someone to invite the imperial physician. It will take some time for the imperial physician to arrive. Please move concubine Jean to the side hall, where it is cool and comfortable. Injin glanced at Anu calmly, picked up Nian Sherlan and walked towards the side hall. Thank the Empress Tefei on my behalf. And Mu was stunned. How could Prince Yong still be so unfamiliar with his mother? Imperial Doctor Wen hurried to Yonghe Palace. Nian Sherlan was still unconscious. Fortunately, when Xianqing was on duty today, when Su Peixing went to invite him, he was preparing medicine in the Imperial Hospital. When he heard that Nian Sherlan had fainted, when Xianqing immediately picked up the medicine box and followed Su Peixing to Yonghe Palace. Injin was relieved when he saw Xianqing coming in. Dr. Wen, please don't be polite. Let's go and see how concubine is doing first. When Xianqing was not polite either. He took the medicine box and went straight to Nian Sherlan's bed. Songji had already covered Nian Sherlan's wrist with a silk handkerchief. When Xianqing felt her pulse and observed Nian Sherlan's complexion, he saw her eyelashes trembling slightly. When Xianqing understood, after feeling her pulse, he stood up and said to Injin, Your Highness, concubine is usually delicate and pampered. She was suddenly exposed to the sun for so long today. She is suffering from heat stroke. Plus the weather is hot and humid. I am a bit irritated. In fact, while when Xianqing was feeling her pulse, Injin also saw Nian Sherlan's eyelashes trembling slightly. He sighed in his heart. It's no wonder that Sherlan did this today. The power showing of concubine Do was really not smart. Injin listened to Wen Xianqing's words and sighed softly. The health of concubine really worries me. This summer heat came suddenly, and the medicine needs time to boil. Why don't you let Dr. Wen give concubine acupuncture? Let her wake up first. This prince is relieved. Elenara was some distance away from the bed at this time. She did not see what happened to Nian Sherlan. Injin blocked her view. But Elenara always followed her husband. So she spoke. Your Highness is right. Please trouble Dr. Wen to give Sister Nian acupuncture to wake her up first. When Xianqing said respectfully, In this case, I will prepare to give you acupuncture. Nian Sherlan heard the conversation between the three people and thought, No. If she doesn't wake up, she will get another acupuncture in vain. So she suddenly exhaled lightly, moved her fingers, and slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 70 Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Songji, who had been guarding Nian Sherlan, exclaimed in surprise. The concubine has woken up. Injin looked back at Nian Sherlan and saw her innocent eyes, and he couldn't help laughing. This little fox was awakened because she was afraid of the needle. When Elenara saw Nian Sherlan wake up, she winked at Mu, who had been waiting at the door. And Mu nodded quietly and slowly left the side hall. Your Majesty, the old concubine woke up. The doctor said she had a heat stroke. And Mu knelt in front of concubine De and said with his head down. Concubine De looked to be only 37 or 38 years old, not more than 40. Her well-maintained face should have been full of energy, but now it looked a little dull. The fourth brother's concubine, she fainted at a really good time. The doctor only said that she had a heat stroke? But it wasn't because of her old illness? The maid behind concubine De gently patted her shoulders, and her tone was calm. And Mu looked up, looking at his master, and said softly, Yes. That's what the imperial physician said. According to my observation just now, the concubine's face was flushed, and sweat was pouring down her forehead. She must have been suffering from the heat stroke. Let's go, I'll go and see. After Defei finished speaking, the maidservant beside her hurriedly reached out and helped her up. When Defei slowly walked to the side hall, Injin was sitting beside Nian Sherlan's bed, holding her hand. I have asked someone to ask for leave from the queen. You are weak and have suffered from the heat stroke. So you cannot attend today's banquet. The wife will leave in a while, and you can just rest here. After the banquet, I will take you back to the palace. Nian Sherlan's face was red from the scorching sun at that time. It seemed that it had just eased. The maids were busy cooling her down with cold towels. When Xianqing was sitting by the low table writing, probably writing a prescription, the Empress Defei has arrived. And Mu cleared his throat and sang loudly. When Xianqing hurriedly stood up and knelt, lowering his head, Injin let go of Nian Sherlan's hand, stood up from the bedside, and strode towards Defei. Your son greets you. Mother. May you be blessed with good health. Injin half knelt down and saluted Defei. Stand up. I came to see. How is your concubine? Defei had a loving smile on her face. Injin stood up and replied. Thank you for your concern. Mother. Nian has woken up. Dr. Wen checked her pulse. Nianshur was just suffering from the heat stroke. This is inevitable in this hot summer. Da Fei looked at Yinjin, without saying anything, and turned her eyes to Nianshur Lan on the bed. Nianshur Lan struggled, and with the help of Song Ji, she got out of bed. She walked a few steps slowly. Yinjin hurriedly took her from Song Ji and supported Nianshur Lan's arm. Da Fei said slowly with a smile. Since you have just woken up, Nianshur, you don't need to be polite. Nianshur Lan walked to Da Fei, slowly kneeled down. Nianshur Lan, the concubine of Prince Yong, greets the Empress Da Fei. I wish the Empress good health and happiness for thousands of years. This is my first visit to the Empress today. However, I am not in good health and have behaved inappropriately in front of the palace. I have disturbed the Empress. I beg the Empress to forgive me. The Empress Da Fei looked down at Nianshur Lan with a kind smile on her face. Fourth brother, quickly help your concubine up. I told you not to be polite. But Nian performed such a great courtesy. I can't bear it. Yinjin replied respectfully. Mother is kind. Nianshur is meeting her for the first time, so she should be polite. After saying that, he helped Nianshur Lan stand up. Nianshur Lan looked exhausted and leaned against Yinjin. Da Fei looked at Nianshur Lan like this, knowing that she was indeed in poor health, so she felt relieved. Nian Gingya was becoming more and more powerful in the previous dynasty, and Nian Gingya and the fourth son did not get along, and he loved his sister. If Nianshur Lan is strong in the future, it is inevitable that she will be good at giving birth. It's a good thing that she's not feeling well now. The Prince Yong's mansion can still afford a sick concubine. Nianshur Lan finally figured it out in this life. The repeated hints from concubine Duan in her previous life. She said, if I was really guilty of a heinous crime, the emperor would not have let me live until now. Yes, she and concubine Duan were still in the mansion at that time. They were both concubines and were from military families. How could they not make Yinjin on guard and worry Yinjin's mother? Concubine Da? It would be better to borrow concubine Duan's hand. If we make all the daughters of this family unable to bear children, we will kill two birds with one stone. Wouldn't it be reassuring? Nianshur Lan spoke respectfully. Your Highness, I feel my legs and feet are weak, and I am afraid I can't attend the banquet of the Queen today. I ask your Highness to ask for leave from the Queen on my behalf, and when I am well, I will go to the Queen's palace to apologize myself. At this point, Yinjin suddenly said, Sure Lan. Don't worry, I have sent someone to report to the Queen. I think it will be very hot in such a hot weather. The Empress will understand. You have been standing outside for a long time, so it is understandable that you have caught a heat stroke. Mother, what do you think? Yinjin stared at concubine Da. When he heard Songji say that Nianshur Lan was waiting outside the Yonga palace, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. Although he and concubine Da were biological mother and son, he grew up under the care of imperial noble concubine Tong Jia and only returned to concubine Da after getting married. He knew from a young age that concubine Da had only a nominal mother-son relationship with him. In her heart, Da Fei's son was probably only the 14th. However, Yinjin thought that Da Fei should not make things difficult for the concubine he personally asked to marry. Since his first wife Yuji died early, he had not actively asked to marry any woman for a long time. Moreover, she was the younger sister of a general in the court. Da Fei looked at Yinjin's eyes, and suddenly a trace of fear for her son rose from the bottom of her heart. But her face was still gentle. You are my son, and Yen is your concubine. Naturally, she is my daughter-in-law. I will report this to the Queen. When Yen is well, I will personally accompany Yen to apologize to the Queen. After that, the Empress Da Fei was supported by An Miu, and went to Linchi Pavilion to attend the Qixi Festival banquet. Yinjin looked at his mother's back, and was silent for a long time. Nianshur Lan knew in her heart that she was just pretending to faint today, but it had pushed the already unharmonious relationship between Yinjin and her biological mother one step further. Killing people does not necessarily require the use of a knife. The best strategy is to destroy the heart. Su Peixian came in from outside, bowed respectfully, and reported to Yinjin. My lord, it's already 3:45 in the afternoon. The Queen has set up a banquet at Linchi Pavilion. We can't be late. Nianshur Lan gently left Yinjin's side, bowed. My lord, I feel much better now. Please go to the banquet first, and don't be late. I'm here, waiting for you to return home together. Yinjin looked at Nianshur Lan's little face. His eyebrows softened. He sighed softly, and took her hand and said, Then you can wait for me to take you back to the palace. I will leave Su Peixian here. He is familiar with the situation in the palace. If there is anything, you can send someone to tell me as soon as possible. Don't deal with it alone. Yin Sherlan looked up at Injin, blinked, and smiled softly. Master, I know. I won't deal with it alone. I know that the master will take care of everything. Injin looked at her smile. Although his face was still slightly red, he seemed to have recovered a lot of spirit. He hurriedly left Yonha Palace to attend the banquet. On the way, he kept thinking that it had only been half a year, and he had unknowingly become more and more indulgent to Yin. Chapter 71, Away from the Heart. Yin Sherlan watched Injin leave the side hall, before slowly lying back on the bed. Su Peixiong saw that there were maids from Yonha Palace waiting inside the hall, and Songji was also waiting nearby, so he quietly retreated to the corridor, outside the door, waiting to receive orders at any time. When Xianqing glanced at Songji, Songji understood, and said to the maids from Yonha Palace, Sorry to bother you two sisters, our concubine fainted today, and you two are tired of serving. Now the concubine has just woken up. I want to bring some soup for the concubine. May I borrow the palace kitchen? One of the round-faced maids replied to Songji. You are too polite. Sister, Unicorn has just told me that the concubine is weak, and will not have time to have breakfast when she comes to the palace in the morning. I have asked the kitchen to cook bird's nest porridge. I will bring it to the concubine right away. After she said that, she hurried out. Another maid was smart, and knew that this was Songji's excuse. She hurriedly made an excuse to change another basin of water. They also left the side hall. Yin Sherlan listened to the maids of Yonha Palace go out, and then sat up from the bed. When Xianqing was holding a prescription, and bowed to Yin Sherlan. What does concubine Jean want to tell me? Yin Sherlan looked outside the door, and said in a low voice, Dr. Wan, I want to know, is there really a doctor in this world who can change a person's appearance? When Xianqing looked at Yin Sherlan in surprise. Where did concubine Jean hear this rumor? According to my years of wandering among the people, I do know a doctor. But he has a weird temper. Although he doesn't live in seclusion in the mountains, like other people who have attained the Tao, he doesn't go out easily. Why did concubine suddenly ask this? Yin Sherlan looked at Wen Xianqing and said softly, To be honest, I am looking for someone, a woman who is similar to the old friend in my memory. But this woman can imitate the old friend's manner, but not the old friend's appearance. I wonder if Lord Wen can invite that doctor for me. I miss that old friend so much. Even if he only looks like her in spirit, I will have no regrets. When Xianqing pondered for a while, and was about to speak when she heard the maid outside the palace say, reporting to concubine, I have brought the bird's nest porridge for you to nourish your body. Yin Sherlan winked at Wen Xianqing, signaling him not to say anything. And she laid down again. And Songji said, Please bring it in, sister, and I will serve you the porridge. The maid moved to the bedside. He handed the bird's nest porridge to Songji, and stepped back. When Xianqing said here, This bird's nest porridge is the best for nourishing qi and body, and concubine can eat more of it every day. I will go to watch the decoction first, and I will have to serve concubine with medicine later. Then I will trouble Dr. Wan. Yin Sherlan had been helped up by Songji, leaning on a soft pillow with gold thread, and nodded to Wen Xianqing. Alanara had been sitting in Lingqi Pavilion for a while, and then she saw concubine coming slowly. Soon, Injin also came with a normal look and sat in front of her. Since Wang Taiji entered the pass and established the Qing dynasty, some old customs have been overturned. In the past, men and women sat at separate tables at banquets, and the seats for men and women were separated by a curtain. Even the couples of relatives and nobles did not sit at the same table during major festivals. But now, there is no distinction between men and women at banquets in the palace, and they are arranged according to their status. The female relatives brought by the royal relatives can be arranged behind their husbands. Alanara looked at concubine De, who was sitting below the emperor and empress. She always had a smile on her face. Alanara wondered in her heart, and wondered how concubine Yin was doing. The emperor saw that almost everyone had arrived, glanced around, and smiled. Today is the Chichu festival, and I was invited here by the empress. Those present today are all my sons, daughters-in-law, and my close ministers. It has been a long time since we have had such a lively time. I think of the Dragon Boat Festival 2 months ago. I also wanted to have a good time, but the fourth son was ill, and I was worried, and I had no mood to drink, so I just passed it hastily. Today, the fourth son is also here, and all my sons are gathered here, and I am very happy. The emperor raised his wine glass. Everyone hurriedly raised their wine glasses and said, "Long live the emperor." Injin waited until everyone fell silent, drank the wine in the glass, and then raised his own glass and stood up. "Thank you, your son, for your concern. Please accept my son's greeting again, father." After saying that, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. The emperor smiled instantly and turned to the queen and said, "The fourth son is a good one." The queen nodded in agreement. The emperor raised his own cup, waved it at Injin, and drank the wine. The queen watched the emperor put down the cup, and then turned to look at Injin, and said with a smile, "Injin, today is a good day. But I heard that your concubine fainted, unable to attend the banquet. I wonder if she is feeling better now. Have you asked the imperial physician to see her? I woke up early, and saw the child coming to pay her respects. She looked very beautiful. I miss her very much." Injin bowed to the queen. "Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your concern. I have settled Yin in a side hall of Yonga Palace. It is cool and comfortable there. The imperial physician said that it is suitable for relieving the heat. Don't worry, Empress Dowager. Yin is just a little weak and has suffered from the heat." "I see. Then I feel more relieved. That child looks good, you should treat him well." The queen smiled kindly. The emperor looked at the queen suspiciously. "Didn't the fourth wife bring her family members to your palace to pay respects this morning? How did she get a heat stroke?" The queen was about to speak, but concubine just stood up. "Your Majesty, I got up early and talked to the fourth wife, and asked Yin to wait outside my palace for a while. I didn't expect that the child was weak. She couldn't stand the sun and fainted. I hurriedly asked someone to invite the imperial physician. The imperial physician examined her, and said that the child had always been weak. It seemed that it was just a coincidence that her old illness had recurred, mixed with a little heat, and she fainted." Injin didn't say anything, didn't even raise his head, picked up the wine in front of him and drank it all. The emperor looked at Injin's face, and then at Defei's expression, and he had made up his mind. Defei must have wanted to show off her mother-in-law, but she didn't expect that the woman from a military family was so weak. Fainting at the critical moment instead made the fourth son feel uncomfortable. Forget it, the mother and son did not have much affection since childhood, and they were separated from each other. It was good this way, so he would worry less, so that he would not have to worry more about the prince like the mother and son of the eighth son. Thinking of the prince, the emperor looked at Inring's position, and saw him drinking by himself with a heartless look. The emperor could not help but sigh in his heart. If Inring's mother Heshley was still alive, as a father, there is no need to worry so much. Inring is the legitimate son of him and Empress Heshley. Although he is not the eldest son, because Empress Heshley died early, he has devoted all his efforts to nurturing this son, and made him the crown prince early on. He is also the first crown prince to be publicly appointed since the Qing army entered the pass. The emperor sighed in his heart. Over the years, his sons have gradually escaped his control. Only this fourth brother has always been obedient to his second brother Inring, the crown prince, and has been serving him at his beck and call. The emperor has seen it all. Chapter 72 Dance on the Drum. The eldest prince, Prince Ji, often leads troops to war. He happened to be in Beijing recently. Today, he also brought his wife to the palace. Other princes have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but this eldest prince has only one wife in the backyard. The wife gave birth to a daughter. In recent years, the wife has not been in good health. Prince Ji is also fighting outside, so she has never been pregnant again. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, Prince Ji stood up and raised his glass to the emperor. "It's rare for me to return to Beijing. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to show my filial piety to the emperor and to greet the Empress Dowager. I wonder what other programs the Empress Dowager has arranged besides the banquet and food, so that the ministers can join in the fun." The emperor looked at the Prince of Ji and laughed. "Injin is indeed my eldest son, so I will drink this glass of wine. Queen, today is your banquet. What programs are there? I will also borrow the light of you women to have some fun." The queen smiled. "The emperor is happy, I am naturally happy. Today, all the noble ministers and their wives are here. I have heard that the daughters of all the ladies are very outstanding. It is just right to take advantage of this festival to let the daughters show their talents. What do you think, Your Majesty?" "Yes, I think it is very good. The court is now a family of Manchus and Han people, and the talents of women should be exchanged. Most Manchu daughters are good at riding and archery, but in playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting and needlework, the Han daughters are better. Why don't we set up a small competition today? I will reward the winner, the emperor said excitedly. The 7th day of the 7th month is the day for girls to pray for good luck. The queen's proposal is just right. When Yin Sherlan heard that there was a talent competition in Lingxi Pavilion, she was glad that she fainted. She had learned music, chess, calligraphy and painting since she was a child. But she was not good at it. She was the daughter of a Han official. But she was better at riding and shooting. Last time she was attacked at the horse farm. She was brave and careful enough to catch Injin, who was almost off his horse. Injin was amazed afterwards. Yin Sherlan saw this situation. The palace banquet would not end for a while, so she just went to sleep for a while, and made up for her sleep. She was woken up by Songji at the hour of evening. Su Peixian was waiting in the corridor, and heard the maid come out and say that the concubine had fallen asleep, so he felt relieved. Although this master is only a concubine now, it seems that she has won the master's heart. In the future, it is hard to say what will happen. Besides, the concubine usually treats servants like them with courtesy. Servants are born to serve others. They are naturally touched to be treated as human beings, and they work more attentively. However, the master told him to keep an eye on Hanlu, who is beside the concubine. But seeing that the concubine has brought Hanlu with her when she goes out recently, it seems that Hanlu has won her favor. Su Peixian thought privately that he had to find a way to get rid of Hanlu. But he couldn't let the concubine get suspicious. We also cannot let that person realize that the master knows something. It's difficult. The ladies of Lingxi Pavilion showed their talents. The wives of the princes didn't need to show any talents. They knew that the emperor and the empress wanted to select some daughters of the ministers under the name of Chichu. It would be useful. The next one to appear is the eldest daughter of Qi Lianchen, the cloud guard. Qi Weibin, the eunuch sang. The servant, the daughter of Qi Lianchen, the cloud guard. Qi Weibin, I wish the emperor long live. Long live. Long live the emperor. I wish the empress long live. Long live. Long live the empress. Qi Weibin came from outside the pavilion and bowed to the emperor and empress. Injin heard the voice and looked up. Qi Weibin was dressed in red. She was not as delicate as other noble ladies. She was heroic and knelt straight on the ground. Injin looked at her from the side and could not see her eyebrows. But Yunqi, who was like him, also wore red. When he was still a prince, Ying danced and drank with him. Qi Weibin felt the gazes from all directions, but she still stood straight, without any fear. The emperor also had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Qi Lianchen's daughter, who was so outstanding. He smiled. Stand up. You are dressed in a dance costume. Do you want to dance? Qi Weibin stood up slowly, lowered her head, stepped back 2 steps, and then replied, reporting to the emperor, I see that the sisters have brought many wonderful talents. I am not talented. I only have a dance to present to His Majesty and His Majesty. Oh! What dance? The emperor leaned forward and asked with great interest. Your Majesty, it is the colorful skirt-breaking formation dance. I pray that our Qing dynasty will be invincible, and the country will be peaceful, and the people will be safe. Qi Weibin replied respectfully, lowering her head, speaking in a sonorous and powerful voice. Everyone in the pavilion was attracted by her. They had seen too many weak women, and this heroic beauty in red was too beautiful. It's rare. Okay. Well said. I'll take a look at your colorful dance. The emperor's tone suddenly became excited. They had just won a victory some time ago, and the morale of the army was high. This colorful dance, it was exciting to hear. Qi Weibin agreed, and slowly retreated to the outside of the pavilion. There was a palace servant carrying a big drum that could accommodate 10 people, and 2 drums smaller than the big drum stood on both sides. 1 foot away. Injin followed the eyes of the crowd and looked over. He sneered in his heart. I thought it was some wonderful show I had never seen before, but it turned out to be another old-fashioned dance on drums. Now looking at Qi Weibin's eyebrows and eyes, he only looks like Yunqi in outline. He lowered his head to drink. The 9th prince and the 10th prince whispered to each other, which was faintly heard by Injin. The 9th prince said, You said that women have always been beautiful for being gentle, but the daughter of Qi Yunhui's family wants to be in this shape to attract attention. The 10th prince was a fat and white prince. He laughed. 9th brother, you don't understand. This is what is called outstanding. The woman is gentle, but she is so heroic that attracts men's attention. Ninth prince snorted, but did not say anything else. Only the 10th prince ignored his wife's knife-like eyes behind him, and watched Chi Weibin dance with envy. Chi Weibin danced on the drum. Each move was full of strength, and the sleeves in her hands hit the small drums on both sides of the big drum as if they had eyes. With the close drum beats by the musicians, the hearts of all the people present were suddenly excited, as if thousands of troops were roaring forward in front of them. Good. The emperor took the lead in applauding. Everyone in the room followed his example, and there was a great joy in the pavilion. Injin stared at Chi Weibin, and suddenly felt that her dashing and heroic figure was a bit like Nian Sherlan. I wonder how Nian Sherlan is doing now, and whether she is waiting for him to take her back home. Chi Weibin danced on the drum, and secretly glanced at Injin. This prince, but she has been thinking about him ever since she saw him in the autumn examination last year. It's just that she has never had the opportunity to meet him. Last year, when she heard that he asked to marry the eldest daughter of the Nian family as his concubine, Chi Weibin was sad for a long time. If there is a chance, she would be willing to be his concubine. But looking at the emperor's eyes today, Chi Weibin is a woman, naturally recognizes that kind of eyes. But Chi Weibin just wants to marry the man she likes. Chapter 73. Who sent it? Injin looked up again, and accidentally met Chi Weibin's eyes, and his heart trembled. That was a look that was determined to win, but why was he looking at him? After the dance, Chi Weibin had stepped down from the drum. This dance of yours, I wish the Qin dynasty a peaceful and prosperous country, and peace and prosperity. Chi Weibin knelt down and bowed to the emperor and empress again. Good. Well said. The emperor clapped his hands and laughed, and seemed very satisfied with Chi Weibin's talent. Long live the emperor. Everyone stood up and left their seats, and shouted long live the emperor. Everyone, please stand up. I didn't expect that. The daughters of the Qin dynasty would have such ambitions. Although today is a festival for girls, it also allows me to see what it means that women are as good as men. The Qin dynasty will surely prosper. Chi Weibin also stood up with everyone else. She ignored the jealous or disdainful looks of the noble ladies at the table, and her eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over Injin. Nian Sherlan squinted for a while, when Xianqing watched as the kitchen boiled medicine to dispel the heat. Songji served Nian Sherlan the medicine and whispered to Nian Sherlan, "Master, I just took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and secretly checked. The brick wall on the side of Yonghe Palace was indeed tampered with. Some bricks can be moved." Nian Sherlan smiled. It seems that those bricks have been there for a long time. In her previous life, when the palace servant serving the Empress Dowager, who is now the concubine Da, passed on the news, the palace servants passed on the news through those bricks. Please ask around quietly to see if there is a maidservant named Gila around concubine Da. She should be about the same age as you. If there is, you can find a way to give her some money. Her sick father's life should be saved. Songji wondered how her master knew that concubine Da had such a maidservant in her palace. She didn't need to ask. When she went to the kitchen to see Doctor Wen decoct medicine, it was Gila who was waiting for the fire. Master, how do you know? Na Gila does look about the same age as me. She is just a maid. Why are you giving her money? Nian Sherlan waved her hand. If I ask you to do it, you can do it. I don't need her for now. I will find her when I need her. Songji took the bowl of medicine that Nian Sherlan had finished drinking to the kitchen. Su Peixiang was taking a nap in the corridor, and suddenly heard someone calling him. He woke up and saw a young eunuch who was unfamiliar to him. The young eunuch was looking at him flatteringly. Eunuch Su, I am Xiao Chongzi, who works at Lingqi Pavilion. Prince Yong just asked me to pass on a message, asking you to wait for the concubine to get up, and the prince will come to take the concubine back to the palace in a while. Su Peixiang looked at this unfamiliar young eunuch, and suddenly remembered that when his master was fighting a disaster in Hunan, there was also an unfamiliar young eunuch who said he was going to pass on the emperor's order, and summon the master back to Beijing, but he didn't expect that the master and his party were attacked outside the capital, and almost lost their lives. But this was in the palace, and the message was only to help the concubine get up. So it should not be the same thing. Su Peixiang nodded and said, "Please report to the master. I will serve the concubine right now." The little eunuch ran away after hearing the message. Su Peixiang looked at the sky and asked the palace servants in Yonghe Palace. It was almost the evening hour. He estimated that the banquet should be over. Su Peixiang stood outside the side hall door and said loudly, "Report to the concubine, the master just sent someone to tell me to wait for you to get up and wait. The master will come to take you back to the palace in a while." Yin Sherlan's voice came from the palace. I know. I'll get up now. In a moment, the little Chongzi who ran away came to Yonghe Palace again. He looked a little anxious. His face flushed. And he said anxiously, Eunuch Su, I just went back to report to the prince. But I didn't expect the prince to be drunk. The prince said, It's quite a distance from Linchi Pavilion. I am afraid that I am too drunk to handle it. The prince told you to wait for the concubine to go to the west gate. The carriage of the prince's palace is waiting there. He and the concubine will go ahead and wait in the carriage. Su Peisheng replied, Okay, I understand. Please wait for a moment. But when Xiao Chongzi turned around, he knocked him out with a knife, and took out a sweat towel from his bosom, and tied Xiao Chongzi's hands tightly. Songji was coming out of the palace with Yin Sherlan, seeing this scene. Everyone was stunned. The palace servants of Yonghe Palace had dragged the little Chongzi to the courtyard in a hurry, and let him lie on the bluestone slabs in the courtyard that had been exposed to the sun for a day. Eunuch Su, what's wrong? Who is this eunuch? Songji looked at Yin Sherlan's face and asked. Su Peisheng bowed to Yin Sherlan and replied, Report to concubine, this kid must be pretending to be a palace servant of Linchi Pavilion, and came to deliver a false message. I originally believed him, but he was too anxious. The second time he came to deliver the message, I saw through it. To prevent the concubine from being plotted against, I could only knock him out first. I will deal with him when the master comes. Yin Sherlan was surprised. This Su Peisheng is indeed the eunuch manager. He is really quick to react. At the 15th hour of the 12th month, Injin came in with big strides. As soon as he entered the gate of Yonghe Palace, he saw a eunuch lying on the ground. Looking down the corridor, Yin Sherlan was standing there. Su Peisheng and Songji were standing behind her. Alanara, who followed Injin in, was also stunned. Yin looked fine. But what was going on the ground? Yin Sherlan saw Injin coming in, and she came down the steps, stood in front of Injin, and bowed. My concubine greets the master. Are you here to take me back to the mansion? Injin frowned and looked at Yin Sherlan for a long time. I just finished the banquet, and I rushed here with my wife. What's going on the ground? Yin Sherlan looked down. Xiao Chongzi had been awakened by the heat of the floor tiles that had been exposed to the sun for a day. But his mouth was stuffed with cloth by the palace servants of Yonghe Palace. So he could only mumble, and could not speak. I don't know what's going on. Master, why don't you ask Eunuch Su? Su Peisheng hurried forward and whispered, reporting to the master. This servant came to Yonghe Palace at about twilight hour, and asked me to pass on a message, saying that you asked me to wait for the concubine to get up and wait for you to take her back to the mansion. After saying that, he left in a hurry. But he came back in less than a quarter of an hour, saying that you were drunk, and it was inconvenient for you to come to Yonghe Palace again. He and his wife went to the west gate to wait, and asked me to help her go to the west gate. I estimated the time from here to Linchi Pavilion, and I felt it was not right. In addition, I knew that my master could not get drunk easily. So for the sake of caution, I could only knock him out first, and then make plans. What Su Peisheng did not say in front of everyone was that his master was a loyal supporter of the prince on the surface. But he might have made many enemies in secret. Injin instantly understood what Su Peisheng was thinking. Take off this servant's cloth, and ask this king who sent him. Chapter 74. It's an opportunity. Su Peisheng followed the order, and stepped forward, lowered his body, knelt in front of Xiao Chongzi, pulled the cloth out of his mouth. But before he could ask him anything, he saw blood oozing from the corner of Xiao Chongzi's mouth. Su Peisheng was shocked, thinking that Xiao Chongzi had committed suicide by taking poison, and hurriedly opened his mouth. A piece of bloody meat came out of Xiao Chongzi's mouth. After careful identification, it was a piece of tongue. Yin Sherlan suddenly felt upset. Why did people want to make things difficult for her wherever she went? No. It should be why every time I go out with Injin, I have to see blood. Because many things have changed in this life. The people who should have died are still alive. The people who should have appeared have not appeared. And even Injin's title of Prince Yong was advanced by many years. Now what is going on? Yin Sherlan is not sure. But since I have decided to take this path, I will just deal with it as it comes. Injin is also tired of such things. There has been no day of peace recently. De Fei, who should have stayed in Linchi Pavilion waiting for the Chichia ceremony with the queen and others, she returned to her own palace. She looked at the little Chongzi who was shaking with pain on the ground, and spoke in surprise. Aren't you someone close to concubine E? How come you are in this state in front of me? The wrinkles between Injin's eyebrows became deeper. The person close to concubine E then. Is it not, the 9th Prince Injin? What does he want to do? Hasn't he always been close to the 8th Prince? Could it be that he is also interested in the throne? Yin Sherlan understood it when she heard it. According to her understanding of concubine E in her previous life, she would not use such a cheap trick to coax herself out. This little Chungzi, I don't know who he belongs to in private. Now that she has been caught, she might as well cut off her tongue, so that everyone will say that it is concubine E. Master, I have something to say to you. Yin Sherlan said to Injin. Yin, this matter should be decided by the 4th brother, you are a woman, so don't get involved. Da Fei stood aside, seeing that Yin Sherlan ignored her. I felt uncomfortable. I don't know what happened. This was the first time I met Yin today. But I just felt uncomfortable. Yin Sherlan heard what concubine Da said, and turned to her and bowed. Please forgive me. Concubine Da. Today's incident was caused by me. I think you want to harm me. Although I am a woman, I never think that I am inferior to men. When I was at home, I often rode with my brothers, and listened to them talk about history and national policy. The incident was caused by me. So I have room to speak. Sister Nian is too presumptuous. Mother is also doing this for the good of our palace. The pros and cons of this are probably not something you and I can fully understand. Alanara spoke slowly. Yin Sherlan sneered in her heart. You two have a deep relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. In her previous life, Yin Sherlan also truly loved Injin's biological mother, Waya. From the bottom of her heart. She loved Injin deeply at that time, and naturally loved the whole family. Knowing that Waya was the pain in Injin's heart that he wanted to get close to but couldn't, so she tried every possible way to please her. It was a pity that she was just a banner. She had never been a junior in the heart of Waya. Now she, Yin Sherlan, only wanted to settle accounts with those who had plotted against her in the previous life, so there was no need to be so humble and careful to please her. Yin Sherlan looked at Alanara with a half smile. I am a coarse-minded person. I can't see the pros and cons of this at the moment. I only know that I was almost harmed by the bad guys. May I ask? Fu Jin, how can I turn a blind eye? Da Fei wanted to speak. Injin interrupted. This incident happened in my mother's palace today. It is inevitable that it will be contaminated with bad luck. I will take the eunuch away now, and ask someone to fetch water to wash the yard for my mother. I will take my leave first with my wife and concubine. After saying this, he signaled Su Peisheng to drag Xiao Chongzi away, and he strode out of the Yonghe palace on his own. Alanara and Yin Sherlan bowed to Da Fei. For a moment, only Da Fei was left in Yonghe palace. There is also a courtyard of her palace servants. Concubine Da was in a trance. This son would never get close to her. Injin was walking on the palace road. At this time, the emperor had returned to the Yongxin palace. If he did not take the servant to see the emperor, so many people on the palace road would see the servant covered in blood. If he took him to see the emperor, perhaps the emperor would raise him high, and then put him down gently in order to balance the power of the various palaces and gardens. Yin Sherlan followed Injin and Ulanara and suddenly spoke softly. Master, why don't you take the servant with you to see the emperor? Injin thought for a moment and said, I will go to see the emperor myself. You and your wife can go back to the mansion first. Yin Sherlan and Ulanara were riding in the same carriage. She was very tired, so she leaned against the wall and didn't want to talk. Ulanara spoke. Yin, tell me, what sinister thing have you done? Why is it that every time you go out with the master, it doesn't go well? Yin Sherlan heard her call her Nian. I thought that I was not being hypocritical now. But Yin Sherlan was too lazy to pay attention to her. There was no one here, and Yin Sherlan didn't need to be so respectful. Injin knelt in the Yongxin palace, and the emperor sat on the couch. You mean? Someone said someone who served concubine E to trick your concubine out of the house in your name. Injin cowed out first, and then said, Your Majesty, you are wise. I was shocked when I heard this. Yin rarely went out when she was in the boudoir, and she never made enemies with others. After entering my mansion, he only followed me in and out. But today this servant deceived Yin Shi, and he must have come for me. I just don't know what his purpose is. The emperor hesitated for a long time and said, You get up first. Lock up this servant. I will ask concubine E first, and then make plans. Injin did not get up, but knelt. Your Majesty, please forgive me for talking too much. I think concubine E will not have any thoughts about my concubine. This servant must have been bribed to frame concubine E. It's a pity that he has bitten off his tongue. so he probably can't get anything out of her. The emperor stared at Injin. Tell me, what should I do? You have come here with great fanfare. But you said that concubine had nothing to do with this matter. What do you want me to do? Injin looked up, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Father, I have been raised by concubine Gui since I was born, and I have never been close to my biological mother. During the day, I have limited opportunities to pay my respects to you, and I have never had the opportunity to show my filial piety to the emperor. Recently, my son Lu was murdered, and I feel very sad. Please show mercy, Emperor, and give me a few skilled guards, so that I can always feel your love. The emperor looked at Injin's red eyes, and his heart softened. He had never spent any effort to cultivate this son, and concubine Tong Jia took care of him. But it was just care. They are not biological mother and son, so naturally they are not that close. This son does not fight or compete, and always protects his legitimate son with Queen Heshley. He is a staunch follower of the prince, so he should be treated better. Besides, he has always wanted to know whether Injin is true to the prince. And now is a good opportunity. Chapter 75 The Pigeon Visits. The emperor, in accordance with Injin's request, rewarded him with several carefully selected secret guards. As for Xiao Chongzi, he is useless, just give him death. After leaving the Yongxin Palace, Injin's face no longer had the sadness that he had when he knelt in front of the emperor just now. His face was calm and peaceful. Finally, he gave the emperor the opportunity to place people around him openly. This Xiao Chongzi also died a worthy death. Nian Sherwan returned home from the palace at nearly midnight. Songji helped her wash up. Just wait for her to rest. According to the rules, when the wife of Olenara returns to the mansion in the evening, a banquet should be held. But Olenara sent people to spread the word everywhere that Duan was pregnant, and it was inconvenient for her to participate in the Chi-Chi festival, which involved knives and scissors. She and the concubine were also tired after a day of work, so no banquet would be held this year. Before leaving the mansion in the morning, Olenara had arranged for the housekeeper to give food to the concubines who stayed in the mansion. And the Chi-Chi festival was over. Xiao Linzi walked back and forth outside the house for a few steps. I was thinking, it's already so late. Should I report to the master? Hanlu came out with a teacup to pour out the remaining tea, and saw Xia Linzi wandering around the door, and asked, what are you doing here? It's not your turn to be on duty today. Xia Linzi wanted to report to the master, but he kept saying it 3 times. He looked at Hanlu, mumbled a few words and left. Hanlu shook her head, walked over to pour out the remaining tea, and replaced it with a flower tea that can calm the nerves. Master, I just saw Xia Linzi wandering around the corridor. It's not his turn today. I wonder what he wants to do. Hanlu said with a smile, when she saw Nian Sherwan lying on the bed, and not sleeping. Nian Sherwan glanced at Hanlu and said, it's nothing. I'll ask him tomorrow. Nian Sherwan watched Hanlu put the fruit tea on the table, ready for her to drink tea in the middle of the night. Nian Sherwan remembered the scene she saw in Yonghe Palace during the day, when Xiao Chongzi was dragged and thrown to the ground by the palace servants of Yonghe Palace, inadvertently. A burn mark on her elbow was exposed. Nian Sherwan had seen an almost identical mark on Hanlu's elbow. However, Nian Sherwan only glanced at Hanlu's mark and Xiao Chongzi's mark in a hurry. She did not have time to look carefully, nor did she have the opportunity to compare them carefully. Nian Sherwan thought about what happened during the day again in her heart. As she was thinking, she felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. Hanlu, who was on duty at night, saw that Nian Sherwan was asleep, so she quietly slipped out of the door. Arriving at the base of the wall on the east side of Chungyang Garden, there was a pigeon perched in an inconspicuous place. The pigeon was black and gray. Even with the moonlight at night, it almost blended into the night. If you didn't pay attention, you couldn't tell there was a living creature there. The pigeon was well trained. It just paced lightly without making any cooing sound. Hanlu approached lightly, but the pigeon took a few steps toward her. At a glance, it was clear that the pigeon and Hanlu were old acquaintances. Hanlu took out the note in the ring on the pigeon's foot. She gently patted the pigeon's back, and the pigeon hopped a few steps and hid in the darkness. After Hanlu quietly returned to the house, the pigeon got up and flew away. However, neither Hanlu nor the pigeon noticed the pair of eyes in another corner of Chungyang Garden. Nian Sherwan saw her mortal enemy in her dream, Jin Huan. However, she was not dressed like Nian Sherwan before she hit the wall. That dress looked like a nunnery somewhere. The house was bare and extremely simple. Junhuan's originally beautiful and delicate face was haggard, and she was coughing. A circle of nuns surrounded her, and the nun in the lead had a sharp and mean face, and she did not look as open-minded as a nun. They were pointing fingers at Junhuan, and Huanbi and Shui Jinsi protected Junhuan, who was coughing non-stop. Yin Sherlan only saw their mouths moving, but could not hear any sound. Yin Sherlan knew that others could not see her, so she approached the group step by step, and still could not hear any sound. Suddenly the scene changed. Yin Sherlan found herself in another room. This room looked like that of a scholar. It looked simple and elegant. The furnishings in the room were not gorgeous, but they were all antiques. There were celadone vases from Ru Kiln, colorful small flower plates from Chum Kiln, and objects from the official kiln of Southern Song Dynasty. Before Yin Sherlan could take a closer look at the furnishings in the room, she heard a low voice. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw a bed. The person on the bed, she was so shocked that she woke up from the dream. Yin Sherlan woke up for a long time, and was still shocked. How could it be the 17th prince and Junhuan? She knew that the dreams she often had in this life were not groundless, and she was just waiting for an opportunity to verify her guess. In the dream, Prince Guo was hugging Junhuan with his eyes closed, with red cheeks. Junhuan was still dressed like a nun. What was going on? In this life, according to age, Junhuan should be only about 10 years old at this time. It's not the age for this election. Many things are different now than in the last life. Yin Sherlan is looking forward to the Yin family's rise. Will it be faster? Injin woke up at dawn and had to go to court. Su Peixian sent the maid in the front yard to help Injin change his clothes. While Su Peixian was changing Injin's clothes, he whispered, "My lord, last night, that person stood you up again. The emperor gave you the secret third, and you sent him to Chang'an Garden last night, and he saw you. However, and San also saw Xiao Linzi. But Xiao Linzi was a child after all, and did not notice San. Han Lu did not notice San, and Xiao Linzi either. My lord, do you want me to find a reason to arrest Han Lu?" Injin stretched out his arms, and let Su Peixian put on his outer robe. He then closed his front, and said to Su Peixian, "It's okay. Let San keep an eye on Han Lu first. As for Xiao Linzi, let him go. I will see what the concubine is going to do. There is no need to hide what happened last night. If San wants to report to the emperor, let him go. You just pretend you don't know." Su Peixian whispered, "I know, master." He just had to follow the master's instructions. Those secret guards would be judged by the master. The secret guards worked for the master, and their names were hidden. The emperor gave Injin 4 secret guards, and they were named from an E to an C. Yin Sherlan had not slept well since she woke up from the dream. She kept thinking about things. When Songji came to wake Yin Sherlan at the beginning of the morning, she saw Yin Sherlan staring at the ceiling with round eyes, and Songji was shocked. "Master, why did you wake up so early today? You didn't ask me to serve you after you woke up." Yin Sherlan sighed in her heart, and asked Songji to call Guyu Xiaoman to help her dress up. Grain and Ear and Cold Dew were on duty at night, and she went to rest at this time. Yin Sherlan never blamed her servants. She only asked her servants to be loyal. Xiao Linzi was waiting outside the door early, waiting to go with Yin Sherlan to pay respects to Elenara. Chapter 76 Brocade Purse. The summer day dawns early. Songji helped Yin Sherlan to walk slowly toward Xingfu Courtyard. Xiao Linzi followed behind Yin Sherlan. After leaving Qingjin Courtyard, Xiao Linzi looked around. Only a few eunuchs were working on the small road. They were far away. Besides him and Songji, there was no one else around Yin Sherlan. Xiao Linzi took 2 steps closer and whispered beside Yin Sherlan, "Master, I paid attention to your instructions last night. Han Lu took advantage of your sleep, walking to the southeast corner of the yard. There is a pigeon. The pigeon is black and hidden in the dark. I couldn't see it at first, until Han Lu approached and it jumped out 2 steps. Yin Sherlan stopped and looked at Xiao Linzi sideways. "Pigeon? My lord, it is a black pigeon. I have good eyesight. There is something on the pigeon's feet." Han Lu took it away and slipped back. "I sent the eunuch on night duty in advance, saying that I couldn't sleep and would keep watch for him. This gave Han Lu the opportunity to sneak in and out," Xiao Linzi said. Yin Sherlan turned around and continued to walk slowly forward. He met 2 eunuchs carrying water. When they saw Yin Sherlan from a distance, they knelt on the side of the road. They waited until Yin Sherlan passed before they stood up and walked away with the buckets of water. "Did you disturb her?" Yin Sherlan asked Xiao Linzi. My lord. Of course I didn't. I am small, huddled in another corner, and in the shadows, so she can't see me. Xiao Linzi continued to look around while talking. Yin Shuoan looked at him and laughed in her heart. She said, "Okay. Look openly. Don't look like a thief. It's good that you didn't alarm her. Otherwise I'm afraid she will get anxious and do something." In Xingfu courtyard, Yin Shuoan arrived not too early, but not too late either. Not too early, because Mrs. Hu, Shu and Feng have already arrived. It's not too late, because Duan hasn't come yet. Olenara didn't come out either. Yin Shuoan went to sit down below Olenara, and the other three bowed and greeted her. Yin Shuoan glanced at her, and then spoke lightly. "No need. Sisters, please stand up." The three stood up, and just sat down on the chairs while Olenara came. After everyone greeted them, they sat down again. Yin Shuoan spoke casually. "Why don't you see Duan today? Even if you live with a wife, you should follow the rules." Olenara looked at everyone and said, "Duan got up early today and sent someone to ask for leave, saying that she was not feeling well for the past 2 days. So I let her rest. Pregnant women are always more tired." Yin Shuoan smiled, pulled the handkerchief in her hand nonchalantly, and said, "I don't know where Sister Duan is feeling unwell. Has she asked a doctor to check it? After greeting her, I will also go to see Miss Duan, to see if I need to take care of her, so that the concubine won't be tired alone." Before Olenara could speak, Mrs. Hu suddenly spoke. "I think Miss Duan will feel tired in the early stages of her pregnancy. I heard that pregnant women need to rest, and it is not suitable to visit them. The concubine should go another day, and take us with her. Today, let the concubine send someone to take care of her." Olenara looked at Mrs. Hu. With a smile, nodding, "I agree with her. What Hu said makes sense. Since Duan is not feeling well, I will ask the imperial physician to check her pulse and help her with the pregnancy. Sister Nian, why don't you wait 2 days before going to see her? I will also tell Duan about your feelings." Yin Shuoan smiled and looked at Hu. "Oh, if I remember correctly, sister, you haven't been sleeping with me recently, right? Hearing what your sister said, it's as if she had given birth herself. I almost overlooked the word I heard." It must be said that Yin Shuoan can touch people's hearts. Even the servants in the palace knew that Hu Shi had served in the emperor's bed 5 or 6 years ago. If it weren't for the kindness of the concubine, such a half-slave without favor would have been bullied by other servants. Hu Gij blushed and stopped talking. Shu Gij and Feng Shi were even more obedient, so they naturally couldn't talk either. The atmosphere in the hall froze for a moment, although Olenara still had a smile on her face. Her tone was somewhat blaming. "Sister Nian is too picky. Who serves the master more, who serves the master less? We are all sisters. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Since sister entered the mansion, the master has been in sister's room the most, so sister should receive the most care. If you take it so seriously, wouldn't it ruin the harmony between sisters?" Yin Shuoan rolled her eyes in her heart, but her face was still nonchalant. "Fujin is really good at joking. When did I care about it? It was just a few jokes with Mrs. Hu." After saying that, Yin Shuoan stood up. "It's getting late. I'll go and see Mrs. Duan and then leave." After saying that, regardless of Mrs. Olenara's objection, she quickly walked out of the hall and headed for the left wing where Mrs. Duan lived. Songji hurriedly followed her master, and Xiaolinzi waited at the gate of Xingfu courtyard. Yin Shuoan came to the room where Mrs. Duan lived and saw that the door was closed. Just as she was about to ask Songji to push the door opened from the inside. Jiang Fuhai walked out from the door. He bowed. "I greet the concubine. I wish you good luck." Yin Shuoan looked at him and said, "Why are you here? Are you the servant serving Mrs. Duan?" Jiang Fuhai replied respectfully. Reporting to the concubine, Mr. Duan said that she was not feeling well this morning, and asked me to stew the medicine for pregnancy. I just helped Miss Duan drink it. Yin Shuoan stared at Jiang Fuhai's eyes and smiled. "Since you have helped Mrs. Duan drink the medicine, then move aside. I will go in and see Miss Duan." Jiang Fuhai opened his mouth to speak, but Olenara came with Hu, Shu and Feng. Jiang Fuhai, move aside. Let concubine Jean go in and take a look at Miss Duan. Jiang Fuhai listened to Olenara's words, then stepped aside and gestured. "Please come in." Concubine Jean. Yin Shuoan entered the inner room, and Duan had heard the movement at the door and was standing by the bed. Duan wanted to greet Yin Shuoan, but Yin Shuoan raised his hand to stop her. "No thanks. Sister Duan is not feeling well. Please lie down. I just came to take a look and disturbed your sister's rest. Thank you, concubine. I felt a little dizzy when I woke up this morning, and I reported it to the concubine. Fortunately, the concubine showed mercy and exempted me from paying my respects. Duan spoke, with a soft tone, sounding tired. Nien Sherlan looked at her face carefully, except for a slightly sallow complexion, but he couldn't see anything else. Sister, you have seen Duan. Can I still lie to you? Elenara smiled from behind Nien Sherlan. Nien Sherlan turned around and also smiled at Elenara. Madam, you are joking. I don't dare to take it as such. Sister Duan is not feeling well. I will not bother you for now. Nien Sherlan was about to leave after she finished speaking, but she saw a brocade purse on Duan's pillow. She walked over, picked up the purse, and looked it over in her hands. What an exquisite purse. The lotus embroidered on it looks like the real thing. Is it the work of Sister Duan? Elenara's face was expressionless. And she continued, This is the purse that she gave to Duan. It contains some flowers and plants that calm the nerves. My sister doesn't know that pregnant women, although they are sleepy, often have restless sleep. With this purse, Duan looks much better than a few days ago. Nien Sherlan took the purse and turned it over twice in her hands. Looking at Shu said, Shu Gij is really good at needlework. Can you give me a purse someday? Shu took a step forward and bowed. Thank you, concubine, for your appreciation of my craftsmanship. I will make one for you. I just don't know what kind of spices you like, so I can put them in. Nien Sherlan smiled and put the purse back on Duan's pillow. It doesn't matter what spices. Just don't be too cliché. After saying that, she bowed to Elenara, saluted, and went back to her Chang'an garden. Chapter 77 Death of Qi. After returning to Chang'an garden, Nien Sherlan asked for water to wash her hands first, and then asked Songji to serve breakfast. Songji stood by the table to serve Nien Sherlan, but Nien Sherlan kept smelling her hands. Songji said with a smile, Master, what are you smelling? You are still using the hand cream you usually use today. Nien Sherlan smiled. Nothing, I'll eat first. I had a lot of dreams last night. I need to catch up on my sleep later. Nien Sherlan used too many Huai incense in his previous life. She was too familiar with that scent. So today when she got the purse, she felt a jolt in her heart when she smelled the scent of the purse. How could it be? Similar to the scent of Huan Yixiang. In the Nien mansion, Mrs. Nien stood at the door of the woodshed, looking at the embarrassed mother and daughter in the woodshed. Mrs. Qi and Nien Jilan huddled together. Take them to my yard, and invite the second young master and his wife, Mrs. Nien said, and turned away. The servants grabbed Mrs. Qi and Nien Jilan. They dragged him all the way to Madame Nien's yard. When Nien Gingyao and Nien Su arrived, Madame Nien was sitting in the corridor, a maid was fanning her, and Aunt Qi and her daughter were kneeling in the sun in the yard. Son pays respects to mother. Is mother in good health? Nien Gingyao and his wife paid respects to their mother. Madame Nien looked at Nien Gingyao and sighed. You are finally back. Recently I heard from your wife that you are busy with military affairs and you are always busy. So I have been waiting. Wait until you come back to make the decision for your sister. Nien Gingyao had heard Nien Su's words roughly before coming here, but after hearing his mother's words again, he still hated Aunt Qi in his heart, but he was not an unreasonable person, so he asked clearly before making a conclusion. Aunt Qi was half a servant in the mansion, but Nien Gingyao had to consider Nien Jilan's face, after all. She was his concubine's sister. Although Nien Gingyao was tough in the army, he was still very patient with his family. He looked at Aunt Qi for a long while, and then said, I shouldn't have made the decision on this matter. If my father were here, he should have asked about this matter. But now my husband and I are in charge of the affairs of the mansion. And my mother is here. You know, I have always had a bad temper. One of you is my father's concubine, and the other is my half-sister. I won't use any tricks on you. Just tell the truth. Why did you tamper with the medicine? How did you know that my mother wanted to find medicine for Sherlan? Aunt Qi bit her lip tightly and said nothing. Nien Jilan looked up at Nien Gingyao. Her brother. He was not harsh to her. But she didn't know what medicine had locked her up. During the days, she was locked up in the woodshed. Nien Jilan kept asking Aunt Qi. But Aunt Qi just kept silent. When she asked anxiously, she said, Anyway, I am doing this for the good of us mother and daughter. And for your own good. Kneeling under the scorching sun today, Nien Jilan was already very thirsty. But Aunt Qi just wouldn't say anything. Nien Gingyao waited for a long time. But Aunt Qi remained silent. I won't torture you either. Fortunately, Sherlon discovered the problem with the medicine in time, and it didn't cause any major consequences, since Aunt Chi won't say anything. From today on, you can live alone in your yard, and I will have all the servants and maids removed. As for Sherlon, you are my sister, and I will naturally not do anything to you. But with such a mother, you can't marry into a good family. I will find a soldier in the army to marry you off. You can't be rich. You can only make ends meet. After saying that, he stood up and said to Madame Yin, Mother, our Yin family is a respectable family after all. It's not glorious to tell others about such a thing. Fortunately, Sherlon is not seriously injured. Mother, do you think your son handled it this way? Is it appropriate? Aunt Chi was instantly limp when she heard it. She had not been favored by the master for half her life. Fortunately, she had Jilon. She had been enduring humiliation and planning for Jilon. But today, Nian Gingyao did not beat her or scold her. He just casually said that he wanted to marry her daughter off. Who said that the second young master was just a rough man in the army? He was very good at observing people's hearts. Nian Jilon said anxiously. No. No. My father is not at home. You can't marry me off casually. I would rather die. I don't want you to marry me to a poor man. Why can the eldest sister marry into the palace? I am the third young lady of the Nian family. But she can only marry a poor soldier. Nian Su couldn't help but sneered. You still dream of marrying into the palace? With what your aunt did, do you think that the father-in-law can protect you? Don't dream. It's already a favor from the second young master to spare your life. Madame Nian looked at Aunt Chi. I know you have always been resentful of me, but you shouldn't have set your sights on my daughter. Do you think that, since my daughter can't have children, your daughter will have the opportunity to marry into the palace? That's the royal family. Not just any cat or dog can enter. Don't be angry. Mother, I'll report to father later and sell off Aunt Chi. Father treats Sherlon like a precious jewel in his palm, but she actually schemed against him. Seeing that Madame Nian was angry again, Nian Gingyao hurriedly advised. Nian Jilon shook Aunt Chi's arm. Aunt, tell me, what kind of medicine is it? Why did you give that medicine to my elder sister? I don't want to marry a poor family and work hard all my life. Aunt Chi's tears fell. It's not that she didn't want to say it, but she didn't dare to say it. But if she didn't say it, her daughter would have to suffer for the rest of her life. And her life would be far worse than hers these years. Aunt Chi gritted her teeth and said, Last time, the madam used the excuse of being sick. And when the eldest lady came home, I overheard the eldest lady asking the madam to find medicine for the contraceptive soup. So I tried to have someone mention it to Madame Chin. There is a small clinic in Xiaquajizi Lane. The clinic was opened by my brother from my mother's family. I asked him to prepare the medicine and just wait for Nani Chin to come. But my brother is a latecomer, and he doesn't have much skills. The prescription was given to me by someone. That person promised me that he would let Jilon marry into the royal family after the matter was completed. As soon as Aunt Chi said this, an arrow flew through the air, penetrated from her back, and hit her heart. Aunt Chi didn't have time to say a word, and fell to the ground and died. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned by this change. Nian Gingyao was the first to react, chasing in the direction from which the arrow came. Madame Yin was so scared that she collapsed in a chair. It was Su who was calmer. She ordered people to protect the Nian mansion. Nian Gingyao chased all the way, but he caught nothing. He stood in the afternoon sun furious. No matter who the other party was, he dared to commit a crime in his Nian mansion in broad daylight. Some things must be accelerated. 2 days later, when the news reached Nian Sherlon's ears, Injin told her personally during dinner. And she died, and Nian Jilon was placed under house arrest by the Nian family for protection. Injin looked at Nian Sherlon and asked her, Tell me, who did your brother offend? Nian Sherlon looked back at Injin, and suddenly smiled. I don't understand your men's affairs. I only know that I am safe in this palace because the master is protecting me. Injin looked at Nian Sherlon for a long time, and suddenly hugged her. Then you don't have to worry about it. With me here, no one can touch your Nian family, as long as your brother's heart is with me. Throwing Nian Sherlon on the bed, Injin leaned over, stroking Nian Sherlon's lips with his fingers, and said softly, You too. Chapter 78 White Feather Parrot. Injin got up early to go to court. Seeing that Nian Sherlon was still asleep, he tiptoed to get out of bed. The concubine slept on the outside of the bed. Injin got out of bed and stood still. But Yin Sherlan didn't wake up. Su Peixiang had already brought court clothes and helped Injin change clothes. Injin turned around and looked at Yin Sherlan, laughing in his heart. It seems that he really tossed her hard. She didn't even wake up after such a big move. It was just strange that he was almost the only favorite in Yin Sherlan's room. Why didn't Yin Sherlan get pregnant? If Yin Sherlan knew that in her next life, Injin actually wanted her to get pregnant, she would definitely think that Injin had encountered an evil spirit. In her previous life, he was most averse to Yin Sherlan's pregnancy, and the fetus that had finally taken shape was aborted. Yin Sherlan knew that the emperor was ruthless, but it was not until she died in her previous life that she realized that any man with ambition was ruthless. After Injin had put the ginseng slice in his mouth and walked for a while, Yin Sherlan slowly opened her eyes. Songji heard Yin Sherlan calling her, and hurriedly brought the soup cooked in the small kitchen into the house. Songji waited for Yin Sherlan to get up, and saw Mongzhong and Hanlu busy preparing things for washing. She held the soup and said to Yin Sherlan, "Master, I have cooked the soup according to the instructions of Dr. Wen, and it will replenish your body. Master, please drink the soup before you go to pay your respects." Yin Sherlan woke up when Injin just moved and got up. But she was too lazy to wait on Injin to go to court. She simply pretended to sleep. Now seeing Songji holding the soup, she knew it was the contraceptive soup that Wen Xianqing had just prepared. Yin Sherlan took the bowl from Songji, tried it to see if the temperature was just right, and drank it all. In recent days, the palace had nothing to do. Yin Sherlan would return to Chungyang Garden after greeting her every day, or think about things while looking at the flowers in the courtyard, or play with the white-feathered parrot. But the parrot had long been poisoned and silenced by Yin Sherlan, so it could only jump on the shelf. Yin Sherlan laughed out loud when she saw this. "Look at this parrot, how interesting." Seeing that Yin Sherlan had nothing to do these days, Songji suggested that Xia Lindsay go to the market to find some storybooks for the master to read. Yin Sherlan looked at Songji with feigned anger. "Your master, I look like someone who loves to read?" Songji stuck out her tongue. How could she have forgotten that, unless it was necessary, the master would not write or turn the pages of a book? Hu Gij had been peaceful these days. Except for the daily greetings, I hadn't heard anything. Shu Gij served him in bed again. Hu Gij, who lived with her, said a few sarcastic words. Fengsher still looked peaceful. Her family was not prominent, so although she was also a legitimate daughter, she was sent to the palace to be a concubine by mistake. However, she did not like to fight for anything since she was a child, which made her calm now. Duansher still said that she was not feeling well. Injin went to see her once, but she did not care that she was pregnant at all, and wanted Injin to stay with her. Injin scolded her for being unruly. When Elenara heard this, she only uttered 2 words. "Stupid," Chiomei said beside her. "Master, Miss Duan is pregnant, why is she not favored?" Elenara held the tea lid in her right hand, and skimmed the tea leaves in the teacup. "Miss Duan is lucky to be pregnant, but her mother's family is not highborn, and she herself has no status at home. It's not easy for a woman to live her life, so I might as well protect her pregnancy, so that people in the courtyard don't do things they shouldn't do." Chiomei sighed. "Master, you are really kind-hearted. However, there is no legitimate son in this mansion. But she got pregnant before you did." Lenara put the tea back on the table. She skimmed the tea leaves for a long time, but did not drink a single sip. "So what if she is pregnant? I was appointed as the concubine by the master. No woman in this mansion can surpass me. There is no need to be upset about these trivial matters in the future. Go to the small kitchen and see if the dishes that Duan wants to eat today are ready. Don't let her eat less." Chiomei replied. "The kitchen manager has just reported back that the roast chicken and other dishes Miss Duan wants to eat have been prepared. However, Miss Duan is less than 2 months old, but she has gained weight. The embroidery shop is already rushing to make new clothes. The master is really kind, allowing her to eat whatever she wants." Elenara smiled. "It's rare for a woman to have an appetite when she's pregnant. Since she hasn't eaten yet, just eat whatever you want. Tell the kitchen to use the best ingredients." "Yes. I'll go to the kitchen and tell them again." Chiomei went downstairs. Elenara lowered her eyes. She also wanted to get pregnant, but except for the 1st and 15th day of the month, the master never came to her main courtyard during the day. Even if the master came, he hadn't performed the Zhoulong ceremony with her for a long time. When Duan saw the dishes she wanted to eat at lunch, she was very happy. The master was really generous and kind. When she was at her mother's house, she never had the right to eat whatever she wanted. Many times. Even if it was the leftovers from her younger sister. Her mistress Duan would not easily allow her to eat them. Duan's maid Changwu looked at Duan's round face in just half a month. And could not help but persuade her. Miss, breakfast is ginseng stewed with fish soup. And lunch is fat chicken and duck. I am worried. I heard that you will gain a lot more weight in the later stages of pregnancy. And I am afraid that you will have difficulty walking. Duan was just picking up a chicken leg and putting it in the bowl. Hearing this, she glared at Changwu. Why did I eat a little more? The mistress hasn't said anything yet. But it's your turn to speak? Changwu lowered his head and said nothing. When Duan finished her meal, Changwu offered her tea to rinse her mouth. But Duan suddenly covered her mouth. Changwu quickly put down the tray in her hand and brought the spittoon over. Duan couldn't help it anymore and vomited into the spittoon. After she vomited all the lunch, then she was weakly helped to the bed. The maid cleaned up the filth. Changwu hurried to report to Elinara. Elinara asked the court doctor who came to take her pulse. Dr. Fong, please take a look at Duan. I wonder if she ate something wrong or used something wrong. The court doctor, Dr. Fong, took Duan's pulse and replied to Elinara. I took Miss Duan's pulse. Miss Duan's pulse is fine. It should be that she just started to have morning sickness earlier, according to my experience. This shows that the fetus in Miss Duan's belly is developing well. It's a good thing. Elinara's face relaxed. I was still worried just now. Today's diet was not suitable. I had ordered people to detain the people in the kitchen. But they were wrongly accused. It seems that the kitchen really did a good job in diet. So the fetus can grow fast. Dr. Fong bowed his hands. Fujin is wise. That's right. Elinara asked again. Dr. Fong, do you have any way to relieve this morning sickness? Dr. Fong replied. I will prescribe a prescription first. You can try. Generally, when a woman is pregnant, she has to go through this process. Elinara asked him to prescribe a prescription, and she sat beside Duan's bed. Although her face was fatter, her complexion was sallow. Duan spoke weakly. How could I be so kind to you, my mistress? And I will never forget your kindness. Elinara comforted Duan to sleep, and left the left wing. Looking at the people in the small kitchen kneeling in the yard, she said, Today I made a fuss. I have wronged you. You should serve Miss Duan wholeheartedly in the future. Everyone hurriedly thanked her. Elinara instructed the housekeeper again. Reward them 2 months' salary each later, to make up for the humiliation today. Everyone could not help but admire the kindness of the master, the concubine, and they served Miss Duan even more wholeheartedly in the future. This is a story for another time. Miss Duan could not sleep well, turned over, smelled the fragrance of the purse beside the pillow, and could not help but retching. Changwu hurriedly took the purse away and put it away. Chapter 79, Transformed into a Monkey. Injin heard about Duan's incident today in the evening, and said calmly, I am busy, and thank you for your hard work. Su Peixiang, go to the warehouse to pick out a few good things, and send them to your wife. After a pause, he said again, pick out 2 more things, and send them to your concubine as well. Su Peixiang took the order, and went to work. And Yi appeared in the study. Injin looked at him and said, I know that you need to reply to the emperor every few days. This prince doesn't care about these things. But now you are my man, you must do your best to do what I send you to do. Otherwise, this prince will report to the emperor, and you can just go back. The returned secret guards, they know what they have to go through. And he looked at Injin in surprise. It is said that this prince is very cunning. He does not show his emotions, but speaks so frankly. Injin did not miss the surprise in Yi's eyes. He smiled. This prince will not let you do anything like killing people and robbing goods. You just need to help me keep an eye on those who want to harm my second brother. You also know that the situation in the court is complicated now. I just want to keep my second brother safe. And Yi respectfully said yes, took a piece of paper from Injin, and disappeared again. And Heir only pretended to be Injin's personal follower during the day. And Sam was sent by Injin to protect Nian Sherlan's Chang'an garden. There is also an NC, who is a woman. Injin twisted the black chess in his hand, looking at the endgame in front of him. He was playing a game with himself. Nian Sherlan had just washed her face and hands, and stretched out her hands for Songji to apply hand cream. She looked at the scar on Songji's hand. Didn't I ask you to ask Dr. Wen for medicine? Why is this scar still so conspicuous? Songji had just applied hand cream to Nian Sherlan, and spread the cream evenly. She raised her hand to look at her scar, and replied with a smile. Master, don't worry, my scar is fine now. Dr. Wen has prescribed scar removal medicine for me, but if I want my hand to be restored to its original state, it will take a little more time. Yin Sherwan then laid down on the bed with peace of mind. Nian Gingyo was still in the study late at night. He got the news and continued to oppose Prince Yong in the court. It was the end of the month. Xiao Linzi took the card and left the palace early in the morning. He was going to buy rouge and powder for his concubine. After leaving the palace, walking through 2 streets, Xiao Linzi entered a small alley. When he came out again, he came out from the other end of the alley. He had changed his clothes. Xiao Linzi is less than 13 years old, but he is tall. Yin Sherwan does not restrict the servants in his courtyard from eating. After serving Yin Sherwan for more than half a year, Xiao Linzi has grown a lot taller. However, no matter how much he eats, he does not gain weight. Therefore, Xiao Linzi always wears clothes under his clothes when he goes out. Shopkeeper Wu of Xianzi building was waiting in a small courtyard. Xiao Linzi looked around and saw no one. So he gently opened the door and went in. Shopkeeper, you found a good place. A quiet place in the bustling city. Xiao Linzi laughed when he saw Wu. You naughty monkey, this is called hiding in the city. When Wu saw Xiao Linzi, he also smiled. Xiao Linzi looked around and asked Wu, why is there only one person? Wu just smiled and said nothing. He just walked towards a small house in the yard. Xiao Linzi followed him like a busy monkey. When they got into the house, Wu closed the doors and windows tightly and turned on the lights. Xiao Linzi saw a person lying on the Kong, a woman. Xiao Linzi went closer to take a look. The woman had a calm face. Lying on her back, she must have fallen asleep or fainted. Xiao Linzi looked at shopkeeper Wu suspiciously. Is this the person you found for the master? Did you drug her? Shopkeeper Wu slapped Xiao Linzi's head in annoyance. Xiao Linzi quickly shrank his neck. Don't talk nonsense. This is the person the master wants to find. I dare to drug her? I'm not a kidnapper. Shopkeeper Wu said, and walked to the wall again. There was actually a door there. Xiao Linzi didn't see it at first, but he saw it now. Shopkeeper Wu bit his fingers and knocked on the door. The door creaked open, and it was another room. In the room, a middle-aged man dressed in a rather strange way was busy preparing medicine. There were a bunch of messy jars on the table. The child who opened the door stared. My master doesn't like to be disturbed when he is preparing medicine. Shopkeeper Wu bowed and smiled. Okay, I just want to ask, does your master need anything else? The little boy turned around and looked at his master, and the middle-aged man didn't even turn his head. No, close the door. Xiao Linzi stuck out his tongue behind Shopkeeper Wu, and followed Shopkeeper Wu back to the room where the woman was lying. Let's go, please excuse me, and go to Xianzi Tower with me again. I need to take some things back, so that I can report to the master. When Xiao Linzi returned to the mansion with a few boxes of rouge and powder, he took out the things at the gatehouse, and showed them to the guards at the gate. Then he ran back to Chang'an Garden. Yin Sherlan heard Xiao Linzi whispering in her ear. Master, we have found the woman you are looking for. I have seen that she looks 50% like the one you asked the painter to draw. However, there is still a scar on her chin that is not healed yet. She still needs to be nursed back to health. Yin Sherlan smiled and looked at her nails nonchalantly. No hurry. You need Manager Wu to take care of her. You don't need to let her go out for the next 2 years. But she must learn piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Do you understand? The nails are still dyed with bright red marigolds. The color of the last dye is faded. This is the new dye yesterday. It looks much brighter than the last time. These nails are getting better and better. In the evening, news came from the front yard. Today, Feng Shi was sleeping with the emperor. Yin Sherlan was enjoying tea and snacks in Chang'an Garden. A dish of freshly made pea yellow, a dish of crab roe crisps that she loved to eat, a dish of crystal hibiscus cake. Songji took the pot and poured freshly made milk tea for Yin Sherlan. Xiao Linzi reported that the master went to Feng's Jianjiaxuan, and now she lives alone in Jianjiaxuan. It is said that the master saw that the place was simple, and intended to let the princesses and concubines live with the concubines and concubines like in other princes' palaces. However, there is only one concubine, Duan, in Prince Yong's palace now. Because she is pregnant, she made an exception and moved into the main courtyard of the concubine. The 2 princesses live together in Lufang Pavilion, and the living conditions are not bad. Feng lives alone now. The master said, it's against the rules. Yin Sherlan ate the crab roe crisp in her hand. Now is the season to eat crabs, and this crab roe crisp is even more delicious. She took the milk tea handed over by Songji, and the thick milk melted in her mouth. making Nian Sherlan feel very comfortable. After Hanlu took a handkerchief to wipe Nian Sherlan's hands, she slowly spoke. In this mansion, I am the only concubine now. Are you going to stuff them all into my Chang'an garden? If the master really wants to do this, then just point to Feng. I don't think she is a troublemaker. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Linzi's clothes, which were shorter at the hem. Songji, give Xiao Linzi some money tomorrow, and ask the housekeeper to get him new clothes. He is dressed like this, so people will think that I am poor in Chang'an. Xiao Linzi looked down at his clothes, smirked and scratched his head. Master, you have a good eye. I haven't noticed it yet. I am embarrassed for you. My clothes have always been short in the past few months. I have grown a little fast. Hanlu also covered her mouth and laughed beside her. I was watching Xiaolinzi all day and didn't notice it. Now that you said it, I realized that. You have really grown taller, but you still look skinny, like a monkey. Xiaolinzi squinted his eyes and laughed. Sister Hanlu is really good at teasing me. If I were a monkey, I would perform monkey tricks for my master every day to make him happy. Nian Sherlan also laughed. You are so talkative. I think you would be a bad monkey if you turned into a monkey. Nian Sherlan chatted and laughed with the servants for a while, and then Songji helped her wash and go to bed. However, in the middle of the night, Hanlu quietly tied a piece of paper to the pigeon's feet and went back to the house. This time, San quietly caught the pigeon that had just taken off. Chapter 80. Emphasis on culture over martial arts. San copied the contents of the note on the pigeon's leg, put the note back into the leg ring, held the pigeon in both hands, and pushed it forward. The pigeon was frightened by being caught by a stranger, and immediately flapped its wings and flew away as soon as it was free. In the morning, Nian Sherlan greeted Elinara, had breakfast, and was about to catch up on sleep, when Xiao Linzi came in. Nian Sherlan dismissed the others in the room, leaving only Songji to serve. Xiao Linzi leaned close to Nian Sherlan and whispered something. Master, I saw the pigeon delivering a letter again last night, and Hanlu also replied. Did you read the contents of the letter clearly? Nian Sherlan asked Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi scratched his head and spoke calmly. Master, it's too dark, and I can't read. Nian Sherlan felt a headache. How could he forget this? Xiao Linzi told me about his life experience. He was picked up by a lame eunuch in this mansion. Lame eunuch. Nian Sherlan suddenly thought of something. Xiao Linzi. Let me ask you. You said the man who picked you up was a eunuch in this mansion. What is his name? Where does he work now? Xiao Linzi was surprised why his master suddenly asked this. But he still answered honestly. My master? The man who picked me up is now my master. His name is Zhou Anhai. And he is currently in charge of the stables. Zhou Anhai? Nian Sherlan's heart moved. Do you know how old your master is now? Xiao Linzi scratched his head again. I really haven't asked this. The master never told me his birthday. Then do you know why your master is lame? Nian Sherlan stared at Xiao Linzi and continued to ask. Xiao Linzi was stunned for a moment. What happened to the master today? Why did he think of asking his master? The key is, he doesn't know either. Nian Sherlan saw that Xiao Linzi didn't know anything, so he simply said, Call your master after lunch, and tell others that I want to ask him about raising horses. Besides, find someone who can read, and you can learn from him too. You have to be illiterate to work beside me. Xiao Linzi agreed in a daze, and went to his master to tell him something while he was puzzled. Songji was secretly a little proud in her heart. Luckily, she had followed her master since she was a child, and heard a lot of things, so at least she knew a lot of words. Nian Sherlan said she was catching up on sleep, but she was not sleepy at all. She remembered that in her previous life, after she entered the palace, she had a eunuch in charge. Zhou Ninghai. He was also lame, but the lame leg came from following Nian Sherlan to the autumn examination. The horse that Nian Sherlan was riding got angry. In order to hold Nian Sherlan's horse, Zhou Ninghai was unable to dodge, and was trampled by the horse's hoof, and his leg was broken. He did not recover well, and became disabled. Because of this, even though Zhou Ninghai was a lame eunuch, Nian Sherlan still used him. Facts have proved that, although Zhou Ninghai was lame, his ability to do things was not lame. It was just that he could not bear the torture later and confess some of the things that Nian Sherlan had done. Nian Sherlan did not blame him. In this life, it was still early for him to enter the palace, after all. The emperor was in good health. Xiao Linzi was lucky, because he was efficient in his work and caught Nian Sherlan's eye. Although he was young, he was also useful. Injin saw the contents of the note copied by San before he went to court in the morning. It wrote what Yin Shiruan had eaten and done during the day, but it did not write too much, after all. The note was heavy, and it was a burden for the pigeons to fly. When Injin went to court, he was still thinking. His second brother was really interesting. Tudget to arrange the details of Prince Yong's mansion. Is it to listen to your preferences of Fujin? What do he want to do? But fortunately, the Dark Guard was rewarded by the Emperor. They don't know this pigeon, but His Royal Highness of the Emperor's carefully protected prince was released. It is already early August. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. The palace has begun to prepare. In the early dynasty, the Ministry of Households played the silver too for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Ministry of Rites played the specific process of the festival. The Emperor sat high on the dragon throne, listening to the minister's reports, and sighed. I did not go to the old summer palace to escape the heat this summer. The Queen also planned the Chi-Chi festival with frugality, which saved a lot of money. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather will be cold, and the money saved in the palace can be used as military expenses. I wonder what you think. The court officials looked at each other, wondering what the Emperor meant by saying this suddenly. The Emperor waited for a while, and saw that the court officials were just discussing privately. But no one dared to stand up. So he pointed to the first-rank Fubei General Fei Yonggu, who had won a victory some time ago. Fei Yonggu walked out from the military officers. Your Majesty, I think that your Majesty can save money in the palace to use for military expenses, which is a blessing for the Qing dynasty. I, on behalf of the soldiers in the army, thank your Majesty for your grace. After saying that, he kowtowed. The Emperor called him up. Please stand up. My dear minister, I know that this little money is just a drop in the bucket for the army, but it is also a little thought from the harem to the army. The Emperor and his ministers said a few more words that were neither painful nor itchy. The others had nothing to say, and the court was dismissed. After the court was dismissed, the chief eunuch Liang Jiogong beside the Emperor stopped Injin, and said that the Emperor had something to tell him. Injin followed Liang Jiogong to the imperial study, where the Emperor was reviewing memorials. Injin bowed respectfully and greeted him. Your son greets the Emperor, and may the Emperor be blessed with good health. Get up. Fourth brother. I called you here today, because I want to ask your opinion on something. Injin replied respectfully. I don't know what the Emperor is doing. Although I can't share your worries, I want to try my best to comfort you. The Emperor put down the red pen in his hand, closed the memorial he was reviewing, and looked up at Injin. I heard recently that there are complaints in the court about me not rewarding meritorious officials. Have you heard about it? Injin also looked at the Emperor, with a calm face. I haven't heard about it. The Emperor has been conferred the title of the first-rank Fubei General. The rest of the people have all been rewarded. I don't understand. What else should be done to be considered a heavy reward? The Emperor laughed after hearing Injin's words. My son said it well. It's just that there are rumors in the court recently that I value civil over military. Our Qing dynasty won the world on horseback, so it's nonsense to say that I value civil over military. 2 days ago, Yunhui envoy Qi Liansheng came to the palace to ask to see me, and said that his legitimate daughter, the lady who danced the colorful skirt-breaking formation dance last time on the Chi-Chi festival, Qi Weibin, wants to marry my fourth son. She said she didn't ask for a high position. As long as she could stay by your side, she would be satisfied. Injin listened respectfully, without saying anything. The Emperor looked at him for a long time, and continued. The Yunhui envoy is a fourth-rank military officer, and is stationed in the capital. Injin, if you marry his daughter, you will have 2 daughters of generals in your house. What do you think? Injin knelt down and replied to the Emperor, reporting to the Emperor. Everything I have is granted by you. I will obey you in everything. The Emperor did not speak, nor did he ask Injin to stand up, but just stared at him. I have too many sons, but I only have hopes for your second brother. He is also the only candidate for my public succession. You have always respected Inring. Tell me the truth today. Are you sincere? Of course I am sincere. In public, you are the king and I am the minister. Whatever the king wants me to do, I will obey. In private, you are the father I want to be close to and love the most. Whatever my father wants me to do, it is in accordance with the will of heaven, and I have no objection. I know that the only heir to the throne in my father's heart is the crown prince. I will do my best not to let my father worry. Injin looked at the Emperor firmly. The father and son looked at each other for a long time. And then the Emperor smiled and spoke. Stand up. I believe in you. Be the right-hand man of the crown prince, and enjoy a life of glory. Injin lowered his eyes, with a slight tremor in his voice. I don't care about glory. I don't value him. I, your son, just want to be valued by the Emperor a little more. The Emperor sighed, and suddenly felt relieved. In this case, I will grant Qi Lianch's request, and give his legitimate daughter to you as your concubine, and you must treat her well. Injin was silent for a moment, and then he responded reluctantly. Your son thanks the Emperor for his grace. When the imperial decree of marriage was passed to the Qi mansion, Qi Yuebin breathed a sigh of relief. Such a happy result, it was not in vain that she risked her face to ask her father to fight for her once. Nian Sherlan woke up from a nap and her eyelids twitched. She wondered, could it be that she didn't sleep well? Xiao Linzi had brought Zhou Anhai to wait in the courtyard. When he heard that the concubine had gotten up, Xiao Linzi took Zhou Anhai to meet the concubine. Chapter 81 Just the Right Taste. When Nian Sherlan saw Zhou Anhai, she felt her whole body go numb. It turned out to be the eunuch in charge of the kitchen in the palace that she had seen in her dream. The one that Jiang Fuhai called Eunuch Shou. But Zhou Anhai in the dream was not lame. And he looked more energetic than now. The Zhou Anhai in front of her was still as thin as in the dream, wearing a set of eunuch clothes that looked like they had been washed many times. He bowed to Nian Sherlan and his legs looked very inconvenient when he stood up. His face looked older than in the dream. Nian Sherlan suppressed the shock in her heart and spoke as calmly as possible. Eunuch Shou, I heard Xiao Linzi always mention you, saying that you have a lot of experience in raising horses. I invited you here today, because I want to ask you some questions about horses. Zhou Anhai wanted to kneel down again, when he heard Nian Sherlan being so polite. Nian Sherlan waved his hand to signal Xiao Linzi to hold his master steady, so there was no need to kneel down. This was the first time Zhou Anhai had seen such a polite master. A trace of gratitude welled up in his heart. Servants like them are worthless in the eyes of their masters, otherwise he wouldn't be lame now. I thank concubine for your consideration. When I found Xiao Linzi, he was only 7 years old, and he didn't even know his own name. I have no ability, and I am afraid that he would die if he wandered outside. I could only be hard-hearted, and ask the housekeeper to keep him in the palace. Concubine, please ask me for any opinions, and I will tell you everything I know. Zhou Anhai bowed his body, with great respect. Nian Sherlan saw that he was leaning even when he was standing, and it was even more difficult for him to bow his body, so she simply ordered Xiao Linzi to bring a stool and allowed him to sit. Zhou Anhai's face flashed with surprise. No wonder Xiao Linzi had only been with the concubine for more than half a year, and he was already loyal. The concubine treated the servants as human beings. Xiao Linzi helped Zhou Anhai sit down, and Nian Sherlan spoke again slowly. This time, she smiled. Eunuch Shou, you don't have to be so reserved. Xiao Linzi is very useful to me. The only shortcoming is that he can't read. It's inconvenient for him to work for me now. I wonder if Eunuch Shou can read. Zhou Anhai lowered his head and answered. To the concubine, I can also read a few words, but not many. I can barely read 100 family names and 1,000-character classic. If the concubine is relieved, you can let Xiao Linzi come to see me every day, and I will do my best to teach him. Nian Sherlan was also happy to hear this. In that case, what else do I have to worry about? You took care of him and he grew up, so even if he calls you his savior, it's only natural. Nian Sherlan asked a few more questions about how to control a hot-tempered horse, and Zhou Anhai answered Nian Sherlan as best he knew, and then he returned to the stable in the backyard. Xiao Linzi was smart, and took the opportunity to send Zhou Anhai back, and asked quietly as if unintentionally. Master, I still don't know what's wrong with your leg. Zhou Anhai limped and walked slowly. He stopped when he heard Xiao Linzi asking questions. He looked at Xiao Linzi, sighed, and continued walking. You monkey. You don't know what I am thinking. You are asking for the concubine. Xiao Linzi saw that he couldn't hide it from Zhou Anhai. So he laughed. Master is worthy of being a master. What's going on? Zhou Anhai didn't say anything for a long time. When he spoke again, he instructed Xiao Linzi. Boy, since you have won the favor of the concubine, you should do your job well. As servants, we have to do whatever the master says. If the master wants our lives, we have to give them. But your master, I am not as lucky as you. I followed the wrong master and messed up my job, which is why I am in this situation. After a pause, Zhou Anhai continued. This concubine is a very lucky person. If you follow her well, there will be many good things. Xiao Linzi nodded repeatedly. It means that what the master said is right. I know. Master, don't worry, I will follow the concubine well. By the way, Master, you are like Shaolinzi. Don't you have your own family? How come I have been following you for so many years, and I never heard you mention your family? Zhou Anhai sneered. Family? Boy, remember, I am different from you. You were kidnapped by a kidnapper. You still have a family. Your family is still alive and well in the world. I have no family. When I was 12 years old, my hometown was hit by a flood. My parents sold my brother and me to a nobleman from the palace for 2 taels of silver. My brother was only 4 years old, just as old as you were when you were kidnapped. My brother and I were taken to the palace and castrated. Later, I was assigned to this palace. At that time, the master was still a prince. I never saw my brother again. I don't know if he is still alive. Where is my home? Where do you think I am from? Shaolinzi was stunned. It turned out that his master had such a story. This time, he had hit his master in the heart. Master, do you remember your brother's name? I have also been trying to find out. Who knows, you 2 brothers may meet again. In order to cover up the atmosphere, Shaolinzi said with a smile. Zhou Anhai thought about it. Shaolinzi had more opportunities outside than him. Following the concubine, he would be able to enter the palace frequently in the future. Forget it, tell him, just in case. My brother's name is 1 character different from mine, called Zhou Ninghai. If he is still alive, he should be 20 years old now. Shaolinzi counted on his fingers. Ah? Master, you are only 28 years old? Zhou Anhai turned his head and glared at Shaolinzi. Why? Not like that. I look old? I just suffered a blow, and I look older in the past few years. Huh? Shaolinzi waved his hands and said with a smile. Master, don't be angry. I didn't say you were old. I meant that you are at a good age now, and you should be more energetic. The concubine is very good to us servants. Master, would you like to? Zhou Anhai said. Boy, just follow the concubine. I won't be able to help you. Master is behind you. Shaolinzi said quickly. Okay. I feel relieved when you say that. When Shaolinzi returned to Chang'an Garden, he reported the news he asked about in detail. Yin Sherlan sent him away. As expected, because of her rebirth, even the trajectory of the people around her changed. Yin Sherlan sat under the grapevines in the yard. There were several bunches of grapes that were often exposed to the sun and were ripe. They were purple and made people want to taste them. Songji called Shaolinzi over, picked 2 bunches, washed them with water, peeled them, and put them in a small white jade bowl, and placed them on the small table in front of Yin Sherlan. Yin Sherlan took the silver fork handed by Songji, pick up a grape and put it in your mouth. It tastes sweet and sour, and it's just right. Shaolinzi, pick 2 more ripe ones, wash them, and send them to the master. Yin Sherlan swallowed the grapes in her mouth and said casually. Shaolinzi responded, and quickly picked the grapes, picked them, washed them, put them on a plate, and sent them to the front yard. But when Shaolinzi came back, he brought back a message. Chapter 82 Compassion. That evening, everyone in the palace knew that the master was going to marry a new concubine. The servants received the order and began to prepare for the wedding. The whole palace was filled with joy. This Prince Yang's palace had 2 concubines in 1 year. The master was really lucky. The date was set for 3 months later. Now it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Ministry of Rites set the wedding date as November 27th. A concubine was a concubine, and the ceremony was simplified. 3 months is enough. This concubine will be able to enter the palace for the Laba Festival banquet. By then, there will be 1 concubine in the palace and 2 concubines. Just looking at this beauty will make the master proud. Yin Sherlan was not surprised to hear the news. In her previous life, when she entered the palace, Shi Weibin was already a concubine. She came late, and Shi Weibin usually looked calm. So Yin Sherlan did not doubt when she drank the bowl of pregnancy-preserving medicine she brought. In this life, Yin Sherlan entered the mansion first. Then, take your time. Olenara sat in the hall, staring at the servants busy in the courtyard. Stunned. It was already dark. But she did not let the servants light the lamp. The whole house was only lit by a little light coming in from outside the door. Xiao Mei stood beside her, not daring to say anything. She knew that Fu Jin was sad. There were more and more women in the courtyard, and there would be more and more pregnant women in the future. But her own masters, Hu Gij and Shu Gij, did not make any move after hearing about this. They were just half slaves and half masters, so they just let it go. Feng was the lowest-ranking concubine among all the women. She had no name or status, so she naturally would not fight for anything. She just wanted to live a peaceful life in this mansion. As for Duan, she was only 2 months pregnant, but she had already imagined countless times in her mind the scene of a mother becoming noble because of her son. She always remembered Ilinara's words. Maybe she can even be a concubine. When she heard that the master was going to marry another concubine in 3 months, Duan couldn't help but smash the soup bowl in her hand. Chongwu cleaned up silently and didn't dare to say anything. Duan was pregnant and had a bad temper. Injin looked at the grapes in his study. Su Peixing reported that these were sent by the concubine. They were the grapes grown in the concubine's yard, or the concubine picked and washed them herself. Injin smiled slightly. Sherlan was unusually sensible today, and diligent, rare. As soon as Nian Sherlan fell asleep, she came to Yunqi's Cheongyu garden. It seemed that Yunqi's belly was getting bigger again, looking like she was about to give birth. Ishio was kneeling beside her holding a bowl of milky white soup. Eldest sister, please have almond tea. Today's almond tea, according to your taste, has more sugar, you can use more. Yunqi stroked her round belly, and said with a smile. Sister, you came a little late today, I don't want to drink it now. Pour it out? Ishio was still kneeling. And Yunqi did not call her to get up. It was unknown how long Ishio had been kneeling before Nian Sherlan saw this scene. Nian Sherlan would not sympathize with Ishio. Anyway, no one could see her. So she sat aside and watched coldly. Ishio replied respectfully to Yunqi. Please forgive me, elder sister. I was grinding almond powder in the kitchen by myself. And I missed your tea time. I will never miss it again next time. She still kept her hands high holding the soup. Nian Sherlan felt her hands sore from watching. Yunqi just smiled and said nothing. Ishio knelt for another quarter of an hour, and the eunuch from Kaianjuan announced that the master had returned. Yunqi winked at the nanny beside her, and the nanny immediately helped Ishio up steadily. Yunqi took the bowl from Ishio's hand while talking. Sister, you are such a pain. I told you that it's too hard to do these things yourself every day. Just leave it to the servants. But before Yunqi could bring the bowl to her mouth, she saw Injin striding over. Yunqi put down the bowl in a hurry. The maid beside her helped her to stand up. When Injin saw Yunqi stand up, he walked to her side in 2 steps and supported her arm. I pay my respects to the master. May the master be blessed with good health. When she saw Injin, Yunqi smiled sweetly, and her voice was like an oriole. Injin supported her with heartache. I told you not to be polite when you see me. Don't do that in the future. You are not feeling well. I am scared when I see you. Then Wanwan will just treat Silang as an ordinary husband. Silang, my waist is so sore. Can you rub it for me? Yunqi acted coquettishly. Nian Sherlan was stunned beside her. Wanwan? Wanwan. Or Wanwan. No matter which one, it reminded her of her mortal enemy in the previous life, Shenhuan. Oh, I see. Injin smiled and rubbed Yunqi's waist, and was about to help her into the house, but when he turned around, he saw Ishio beside him. I meet the master, I pay my respects to the master. Ishio half knelt and bowed. And when she stood up, she was a little unsteady. Injin didn't notice this, and just waved his hand casually. I'm not in the house. Thank you for taking care of the concubine. After all, you are sisters, and I'm relieved to let you take care of the concubine. Nian Sherlan almost couldn't hold back the embarrassed mood in Ishio's eyes. She really wanted to laugh. Being deprived of favor by her own sister in one day. It should be pitiful. But unfortunately, everything Ishio did in the last life, all of this made Nian Sherlan unable to sympathize with this woman whose husband was robbed by someone else. Yunqi seemed to have just remembered Ishio, and took Ishio's hand, and said to Injin, Silang's tone is ruthless. Before I entered the mansion, my sister accompanied Silang for a long time, and now my sister is accompanying me. Silang should be nicer to me. Injin looked at Yunqi's delicate little face, which had not changed even a little bit due to pregnancy. Lovingly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Peixing, go to the warehouse and pick out some good things, and send them to Xiaoyao Pavilion. After saying that, she ignored Ishio, and was about to take Yunqi into the house. Ishio lowered her eyes, and said to Injin and Yunqi, I still have to go back to see Honghu. I'll take my leave first. Injin said indifferently. Go ahead. The king will go to see him later. Ishio slowly took a few steps back, turned around and limped out of Cheongyu Garden. Injin didn't see Yunqi's laughter coming from the room. Nian Sherlan thought to herself, how boring. Why do you always let her see these things? It's really unlucky. Yin Sherlan watched Ishio leave the house. She thought for a moment, and hurried to catch up with Ishio. Arriving at Xiaoyao Pavilion, Yin Sherlan looked at the child with a red face on the bed in the inner room and felt compassion. Yin Sherlan loved children. Whether in the last life or this life, she could be cruel to adults. But she could never be cruel to children. It didn't matter whose child it was. Seeing Honghu, who was about 3 years old, burning all over, the maid kept cooling him down with a wet towel. Ishio asked why the imperial physician hadn't come yet. The maid replied, reporting to concubine, the imperial doctors on duty today are all in the palace. The palace gates have been locked, so there is no way to invite the imperial doctors. Ishio said anxiously. What about those who are not on duty? The maid nodded. Those who are not on duty? Didn't you meet them when you came back just now? They were all invited away by Cheong Yiyuan. Ishio gritted her teeth and turned to go out. I will go and invite them myself. Yin Sherlan looked at Honghu's face, thinking, if her child was born, will it be cuter than Honghu? She couldn't help but reach out to touch Honghu's face, but was awakened by Sungji shaking her arm. Yin Sherlan's eyes were blurred for a long time. How did she wake up? Chapter 83 Gentle and Harmless. Hanlu has prepared the washing utensils. Mongzhong is putting the towel into the basin. Guyu and Xiaoman are waiting outside the door, just waiting for Sungji to call them to dress up for the master. Yin Sherlan sat in front of the mirror, letting the maid dress her up, thinking about the dream last night. She thought of the dream she had several times before, and suddenly recalled a medical book that Elinara had read, and there was a sentence in it. Almond tea is a good tonic for longevity. Peach kernels are very similar to almonds, but the effect of breaking blood and removing blood stasis is greatly increased. Pregnant women should avoid eating it. Something flashed through Yin Sherlan's mind. But the flash was too fast. Yin Sherlan couldn't catch it. But she had a vague premonition. August 14th came soon. During these 10 days, Injin was busy and rarely saw people. He only summoned Feng to sleep with him once, and came to Chang'an Garden twice. Yin Sherlan wanted to ask, did Injin often send jewelry to Chi Yuebin like when she was still at her parents' home? The words came to her lips. But Yin Sherlan swallowed them back. Since she had decided to treat Injin as her master, she should not indulge in these meaningless romances. On the 14th day, Yin Sherlan went to pay her respects to Elinara on time as usual. Hu Gij and Shu Gij had already arrived. But Feng was late. I greet the master, the wife, and wish you the best of luck. Feng was still panting as she spoke, and it was obvious that she was afraid of being late to pay her respects. So she walked hurriedly on the way. Elinara smiled generously. Get up, Sister Feng. Why are you in such a hurry? It's so early in the morning, and you've sweated so much, and your makeup has all been ruined. Feng thanked her, and stood up, still panting slightly as she spoke. Thank you, Master Fu Jin, for your kindness. Today I was lazy, and got up late, and was afraid that I wouldn't be able to pay my respects to Master Fu Jin in time, so I hurried away. Elinara still smiled. It's okay, we are all sisters. Greetings are just a token of my heart, and it is not a major matter. You can come slowly next time. Yin Sherlan looked at Hu Gij and Shu Gij, and smiled coquettishly. Did you hear that? Sisters? Fu Jin is generous. If you are late one day, you can come slowly. Hu and Shu looked at Yin Sherlan in fear, but did not dare to answer. Elinara had to put on the same smile. Sister Nien is joking again. Tomorrow you and I will follow the master into the palace to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, sister. You must put away your playful nature, lest you lose manners in front of the emperor and empress. Yin Sherlan smiled indifferently. Don't worry, madam. I naturally know what to say in different occasions. My family background also taught me etiquette. Speaking of family background, Sister Nien, your mother's father is a high-ranking official in the court, and your second brother Nien Gingyo has just made military achievements, and has been promoted and rewarded. Your family background is indeed not low. I heard that this sister who is about to enter the mansion, her family background is comparable to yours. Her grandfather was a general sent out to the southwestern region. Her father is now a 4th-rank cloud commander. In the future, you should get along well with each other. Elinara still had that smiling face. Yin Sherlan felt it was fake. She really couldn't stand Elinara's mask, always gentle and harmless. That's indeed comparable to mine. But no matter how prominent the mother's family is, we, the married daughters, can only rely on our husbands. You obey your father at home, and you obey your husband after you get married. Your mother's family, Fu Jin, is not lowborn, but the master, Doesn't it need it? You say. Isn't it? Fu Jin. Elenara listened to Nian Sherlan's sarcasm. The last time her father Fei Yonggu was conferred the title of the first-rank Fubei general, Injin did not accompany her to her parents' home to give gifts. Her expression changed several times, and she barely maintained a smile. Nian Sherlan felt relieved, stood up, and bowed to Elenara. Please forgive me, madam, for my exhaustion. I cannot accompany you any longer. After saying that, she turned around and went back to Chang'an Garden. Elenara watched her walk out, and her expression finally turned cold. Hu, Shu, and Feng sat there, not knowing whether to leave or not. It was not until Elenara spoke up and said that the greetings were over for today that the three of them felt as if they had been pardoned, and hurriedly bowed and left. Hu Gij was walking on the way back to Lufang Pavilion, and Shu Gij was walking beside her. This concubine is too unruly. She contradicts her master every day. You and I are both from the general's mansion. We have both served the concubine. Why don't you speak up to protect her master? Shu Gij glanced at Hu Gij. You didn't say anything either? At this moment, Shu Gij's usual quail look was gone. Her face was cold. Hu Gij sneered. You are finally favored. But you are not polite at all when you speak. Shu Gij stopped and looked at Hu Gij. Are you being polite? Shu Gij said. And then she turned around. She had planned to go back to have breakfast and catch up on her sleep. But now she had no appetite, so she might as well go for a walk in the garden. Hu Gij stared at Shu Gij's back and curled her lips. Why are you pretending to be noble? You just cling to your master whenever you get the chance. Yu Chui stood behind Hu Gij and sighed secretly. Nian Sherlan returned to Chang'an Garden and saw the eunuch in the front yard holding a tray. The tray contained a wedding dress. The tray held by another eunuch contained a set of headgear that matched the wedding dress. The lake blue wedding dress and the headgear with kingfisher feathers were Nian Sherlan's favorite in her previous life. The eunuch who delivered the gift kowtowed and greeted Nian Sherlan as soon as he saw her. Nian Sherlan stood up and said, The wedding dress last time was torn by something. This time, it won't happen again. Right? The two eunuchs said hurriedly. Report to concubine, today's auspicious dress was personally delivered by me from the embroidery clothes shop. I never asked anyone else to do it. Please check it first. Madam Consort. Hanlu looked at Nian Sherlan's eyes, stepped forward to shake out the auspicious dress, looked at it carefully, and checked the stitches that were easy to break, and then put it away. Forget it. If there is any problem with the auspicious dress again this time, I will let the master only ask the embroidery clothes shop. Go down with Xiao Linzi to receive the reward. After Nian Sherlan beat the eunuch, Xiao Linzi quickly took out 2 purses from his bosom and gave them to the 2 young eunuchs. The 2 men, who were still trembling with fear because of Nian Sherlan's beating the moment before, took the purse containing about 2 taels of silver from Xiao Linzi's hand the next moment, and immediately forgot everything with joy, and went back happily. On the way back, the 2 men were still talking. Concubine is really generous. Xiao Linzi is so lucky. That night, Nian Sherlan was served to wash and rest early. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they have to get up at Inshur again. It's terrible. Chapter 84 Eyebrows and Eyes Lawsuit. At the hour of evening on the Mid-Autumn Festival, all the courtyards of the palace had already risen, and servants were shuttling between them, and the lights were brightly lit. Ordinarily, the Mid-Autumn Festival moon worship is in the evening, so there is really no need to get up so early. But this year is the year of Jiaxu, according to the Qin dynasty rules, in the years of Chou Chun Wei. And Su, the emperor must personally go to the moon altar to worship the moon, and in other years, he can let the ministers go on his behalf. So from the palace to the princes and nobles, everyone must get up early. At 2 a.m., the eunuchs in the palace arrived with the dishes and mooncakes that the emperor had given to the princes' residences. Injin led Elenara and Nian Sherlan to express his gratitude. The eunuchs in the palace smiled and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. The emperor has given a verbal order that Prince Yong has made great contributions to disaster relief and epidemic prevention. The palace is under strict rule, and has not allowed the epidemic to spread. He has specially granted 8 dishes for the emperor, 2 manors in the suburbs of Beijing, 6 pieces of Sichuan brocade, 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, and the rest of the rewards. All are on this list. The eunuch took a list from the tray held by the eunuch next to him. Injin and the women knelt down and took it with both hands, saying, Thank you, Father. After the palace servants left Prince Yong's mansion, Injin opened the list and took a look. It was full of rare antiques, which seemed to be things that Injin usually liked. Injun handed the list to Elenara. Keep 4 pieces of Shu Jin for the wife, and give 2 pieces to the concubine, and the rest, Fu Jin can keep whatever she likes. Fu Jin will have people count the rest, and store them in the warehouse. His face was cold. Yin Sherlan was thinking. What gifts did Injun give when he came back from disaster relief in the last life? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember. That's right. In the last life, he only cared about fine clothes and delicious food, and didn't care about other things. Yin Sherlan lowered his head and laughed at himself. And when he raised his head again, he was arrogant as usual. Elenara took the list from Injun, unfolded it, and took a look. She smiled gently. I took a rough look, and they are all what the master likes every day, which shows that the emperor loves the master. Injun was in a trance. Does the emperor love him? But because he is now a loyal supporter of the prince. The palace's standard dishes were prepared early in the morning, and they were delayed on the way, so they were all cold food. Injun ordered the housekeeper to distribute the standard dishes according to the status, and he went to the palace with his wife and concubine. Hugij looked at the standard dishes delivered with breakfast, sighing. She was of low rank, and even the said dishes were only 2 small plates, and the moon cakes could only be seen when the masters returned to the mansion in the evening, and the whole mansion had a banquet. Hugij quietly ate half of the said dishes, and had a bowl of breakfast porridge, and shared the rest of the dishes with the servants in her room. The servants who served Hugij were very happy, and they didn't expect that they could also have a share of the dishes bestowed by the emperor. Although it was cold, the taste was not very outstanding, but it was bestowed by the emperor. Mrs. Feng was the most honest one. She finished the 2 small plates of standard dishes, and distributed her breakfast to the servants. Mrs. Duan looked at the standard dishes in Xingfu courtyard, her face turning pale. Not to mention that she was pregnant, and couldn't eat these 2 cold dishes. Even though they were given by the emperor, they were not as appetizing as the breakfast that the concubine ordered the kitchen to prepare for her. Mrs. Duan took the chopsticks, picked up a chopstick of the standard dish, and ate it while forcing herself to endure the discomfort in her stomach. As a result, as soon as she swallowed it, the morning sickness came again. She vomited until she was dizzy. And then she gave up. Xianwu waited for Duan to finish vomiting, and then brought milk. She watched Duan reluctantly drink a few sips before she felt relieved. The medicine prescribed by the court doctor to relieve morning sickness did not seem to have much effect. However, Xianwu saw that Duan had vomited for so many days, and she did not lose weight. On the contrary, because of the kindness of the concubine, she ate the dishes that Duan liked when she could eat, and her figure became rounder, which was also strange. It was only noon when Yin Sherlan followed Injun and Elenara into the palace. She had not had time to eat breakfast before she arrived, and was already hungry on the way. Fortunately, Songji was careful and brought a small and exquisite food box, which simply put 2 kinds of fruits that Yin Sherlan liked to eat. Injun and Elenara rode in the same car when they came, and Yin Sherlan was a concubine, so she rode in a car by herself. Yin Sherlan did not have to face Injun or Elenara, and she was happy and at ease. Songji poured tea for her, and Nyanchalan ate 2 fruits with the tea. When Songji put away the food box, Nyanchalan regained her noble and arrogant appearance. Songji couldn't help laughing in her heart. Her master was really cute. Injun went to the palace of heavenly purity, and Nyanchalan followed Elenara to the queen's palace of cunning. The concubine of Prince Yong. Elenara, and the concubine, Nien, pay my respects to the queen. May the queen live 1,000 years, and 1,000,000 years. The queen looked at Elenara and Nyanchalan kneeling respectfully. There was a proper smile on her face. Get up. Please take a seat. Thank you, queen. The 2 of them also thanked her in unison and stood up. After Nien Sherlan sat down, she saw that Qi Huibin was also in the queen's palace. Qi Huibin looked at Nien Sherlan and smiled when he found that Nien Sherlan was looking at him. The 2 of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. Nien Sherlan remembered that when she first met Qi Huibin in her previous life, she had a gentle smile on her face and stroked Nien Sherlan's hand and said, Sister, you and I are both serving the master, so we should take care of each other in the future. At that time, Qi Huibin, as she said when she first met Nien Sherlan, treated Nien Sherlan gently, because the 2 lived together. Nien Sherlan, who had been proud since childhood, became much closer to her. But later, Qi Huibin took care of Nien Sherlan's male fetus and lost it. Since then, Nien Sherlan hated her to the core. But she had no choice. because Qi Yuebin's family background was similar to Nian Sherlan's. Qi Yuebin's father also made contributions to Injin's enthronement. Nian Sherlan could not fight Qi Yuebin to the death, so she killed her fertility with a bowl of safflower. Qi Yuebin suffered for many years under Nian Sherlan. Whenever Nian Sherlan thought of her, she wanted to eat her flesh alive. In this life, Nian Sherlan finally understood Qi Yuebin's original hints and knew the mastermind behind it. But she still could not forgive the murderer who killed her child, even though she had to do it. Even if she is just a puppet who has been punished for others. Nian Sherlan suppressed her thoughts, looked arrogant, turned her head, and did not respond to Qi Yuebin's smile. Qi Yuebin sighed inwardly. Although he had seen Nian Sherlan before, and knew that she had a strong temper, he had made preparations, and became the woman from each courtyard that Prince Yong's concubine would face. But looking at Nian Sherlan's appearance today, she might have strong feelings for Prince Yong, and competing for favor with such a woman, she didn't know what kind of means she would encounter. However, since Qi Yuebin dared to enter the palace, she was naturally not a doe that could be needed by others. The wife of the 8th prince saw it clearly. The eye-to-eye dispute between the two concubines of Prince Yong was really interesting. Chapter 85 I Am Not Drunk. Injin and other princes were outside the Qianqing palace, waiting for the emperor to come out, performing their greetings, and then following the emperor's procession to the moon altar. This year is the year for the emperor to personally offer sacrifices to the moon. The emperor must offer sacrifices to the moon at the moon altar, praying for good weather, good crops, and a peaceful life for the people in the coming year. After the moon offering ceremony, it was already the end of the Yu hour, and the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet was held on Qianghua Island. Nian Sherlan looked at the food in front of her, and had no appetite. Qi Yuebin did not ask to perform again today. She had already attracted the attention she deserved. From now on, she would only dance for that person. Qi Yuebin looked at Nian Sherlan across from her casually, seeing her lazy demeanor and drinking by herself. She suspected that the hostility she felt during the day was an illusion. Nian Sherlan had participated in too many banquets like this in her previous life, so there was nothing new about it. However, due to her status, she could not walk around the palace freely, so she could only drink a few glasses of wine in depression. Injin sat with the male guests opposite the female guests today. When he looked up and saw Nian Sherlan's slightly drunk face, he lowered his head and smiled, and poured himself another glass of wine. However, Prince Inring, holding the wine glass, looked at Nian Sherlan, and then looked at Injin, and was very amused. His brother, the concubine on the other side, was very thoughtful. Inring thought of Yin Gingyao, a young and promising military general. If he could use him, it would be a pity that even the 4th brother could not drive him. It is said that Nian Sherlan is the most favored eldest daughter of the Nian family. But her brother and Injin often disagreed with each other in politics. The secret guards around the prince found out that Nian Gingyao seemed to have a close relationship with the 9th prince in private. Inring thought of the 9th prince and looked at Concubine E. Concubine E was holding a wine glass to toast the emperor, and the emperor laughed heartily. This Concubine E often accompanied the emperor on incognito visits, and they had a friendship in times of trouble. As long as he had not ascended the throne, the 9th prince should not be underestimated. But the emperor always regarded the prince as the apple of his eye, and the prince should naturally pray for the emperor to live long and long. Inring thought of countless things at once. Nian Sherlan drank 2 more glasses of wine, secretly complaining. Wasn't it said that the battle for the throne among the 9 princes was extremely fierce? Why did she see everything was calm and peaceful the 2 times she entered the palace? The princes were also harmonious and polite to each other. They didn't say a single harsh word to each other, let alone a moment of tit-for-tat. Boring. After finally waiting until the banquet was over, it was already the end of the hour of Su. Nian Sherlan followed Injin and the others back to the palace. It was already 3/4 past midnight. The housekeeper had already set up a banquet in the palace garden. Hu Gij, Shu Gij, Feng Shi and Duan Shi have been waiting for a long time, waiting for their master to come back to the palace, to enjoy the moon together. Nian Sherlan had drunk some wine, and felt sleepy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard a sigh. She opened her eyes, and saw Shu Gij dancing in the moonlight with the music of the musicians. However, she was not dancing alone, but butterflies that came from nowhere, dancing with her. The mid-autumn moon was huge and clear, and the palace garden was brightly lit. Shu Gij danced gracefully in a white gauze dress. Butterflies flew around her, and in the eyes of the drunken Nian Sherlan, she was as beautiful as a fairy under the moon. The servants in the garden stood there in a daze. not to mention the amazement in Injin's eyes. Alinara admired Shu Gij's dance with a smile on her face. But her eyes were cold. She didn't know that someone from her own hands had such dancing skills. Yin Sherlan suddenly spoke. As heroic as a man. Good. You dance so well. Everyone looked at Yin Sherlan in surprise, but she seemed to be immersed in it. Songji hurriedly covered Yin Sherlan's mouth and whispered. Master. You are drunk. Let me help you to rest. MMM. Yin Sherlan waved her hand to break Songji's hand covering her mouth. I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. Reward? Give me my jade bracelet. Reward her. Songji heard what Yin Sherlan said, and was so scared that she tried to cover Yin Sherlan's mouth again, but she waved it away. Fell on the table, and the cups, bowls, and plates were thrown all over the floor. The musicians had stopped playing. Shu Gij was so frightened by this that she fell to her knees, and everyone in the courtyard had already knelt on the floor. This sudden change, if known to someone with ulterior motives, I am afraid that the palace will be in great trouble. Injin stared at the drunken Yin Sherlan, with an unpredictable look in his eyes. Alinara knelt in front of him. Master, Yin suddenly became so presumptuous. It is my fault for not keeping her in check. Please forgive me. Master. Sherlan was already drunk on the chair. Songji looked desperate. Her master was doing this. This was extremely treasonous. The emperor was still healthy. The prince was also the public heir, and her master actually called himself this palace. Injin watched everyone kneel for a long time, and suddenly laughed heartily. Sherlan, why did you use the words in the storybook here? This is really presumptuous. Songji saw that her master was already drunk, and should not be able to reply, so she suddenly had an idea and said loudly. Master, please forgive me. It's all my fault. I bought a storybook at the market that day to entertain my concubine. But I didn't expect her to indulge in it. She kept talking to me about the ancient love between the talented scholar and the beautiful lady and the imperial concubine. Today, I think it was because my concubine saw the deep love between the master and the concubine that she couldn't help but recite the sentences in the storybook. Everyone knew that Songji's explanation was far-fetched. But Injin laughed. You are a very honest servant. Even such trivial matters are explained clearly. In the future, don't buy random storybooks for your master to read. They are all compiled by literati, just to fool your master. A woman who is not very experienced in the world. Songji counted like pounding garlic. Thank you for your master's understanding. I will never do it again in the future. I will persuade concubine Jean not to read these miscellaneous books. She knew that the prince wanted to let her master off today. But in the future, I am afraid that concubine Jean will not have such a good life. The Mid-Autumn Festival family dinner was hastily dispersed. Yin Sherlan was carried back to Chang'an Garden. She was confused and cried about headaches all night. She vomited twice without any consciousness. She was mumbling something. But Injin couldn't hear a word. Songji was nervous all night. She was afraid that her master would say something more rebellious in her dream. But she couldn't cover her mouth. Injin was beside Yin Sherlan, watching the maid clean up for her and open the window for ventilation. He just looked at her quietly. I thought she was pretending to be drunk. But I didn't expect she was really drunk. And so drunk. When Injin got up to attend the court, Songji sat down on the ground exhausted. Injin knew that what happened last night should have reached the emperor's ears. After all, he had a secret guard personally appointed by the emperor. Last night, Yin Sherlan said the same thing in public. Sure enough, after the court was dismissed, Injin hesitated and didn't leave. Liang Jiogong, who was beside the emperor, came over and politely invited Prince Yong to the imperial study. Chapter 86 Special Fragrance. When Yin Sherlan woke up, it was already Sishi. She had a terrible headache. Aren't all the wines in the palace fine wines? How can people get drunk like this? She vaguely remembered that she had seen the fairy Chang'e last night. The grain in ear awakened Songji, who was taking a nap beside Yin Sherlan's bed. Songji rubbed her eyes, and saw Yin Sherlan wake up, and almost shed tears. Auntie, you finally woke up. Yin Sherlan sat on the bed, with her hand on her forehead, asked Songji. When did I come back last night? Songji had a sad face. Master, it doesn't matter when you came back. There are more important things to do now. Yin Sherlan was helped off the bed by Mongzhong. She sat at the table waiting for someone to help her wash up. What's the important thing? Bring me a bowl of hangover soup first. Han Lu quickly served the hangover soup that had been prepared long ago. Songji watched Yin Sherlan drink the soup, and then told her everything about the Mid-Autumn Festival night. When Yin Sherlan heard that the fairy Chang'e she saw was Shu Gij, she laughed at herself. Drunkenness makes things go wrong. Songji looked at Yin Sherlan and laughed, and became anxious. Master, you are still laughing. I was so scared last night. How could you call yourself that? I really have no choice but to make a bunch of nonsense explanations. I don't know if the master believes it or not. This morning, I asked Xiao Linzi to go out secretly to find the storybook. What if? I was thinking, what if the master settles accounts with you in the future? At least there will be an explanation. What are you afraid of? It's just drunken nonsense. What did the lady say? Yin Sherlan put his arm on the table, raised his hand, and gently supported his temple. This head still hurts. I missed the greeting today again. Songji sighed helplessly. The master asked Eunuch Su to go to Xingfu courtyard this morning. I don't think the lady will say anything. Elenara stared at the purse in her hand. It was the one she had placed on Duan's pillow a few days ago. Xiaomei said carefully. Master, this purse, I remember, is it the one that Shugij gave to Miss Duan as a pillow? Elenara nodded silently, put the purse back on the tray in Xiaomei's hand, and spoke expressionlessly. This Shu, I never realized that she was a cruel person. Because Duan was pregnant, she had a sensitive sense of smell, and kept complaining that there was a strange smell in the room. Chongwu checked all the things that could smell, and finally found the purse that she had put away a few days ago in the cabinet. Duan covered her nose and said that the purse was too irritating, and asked Chongwu to take it and throw it away. Chongwu then sent a little maid to throw the purse away. But the little maid was seen in the yard with the purse. Xiaomei smiled and asked the little maid what she was doing with the purse. And the little maid told the truth. Xiaomei was puzzled. How could such a good purse, made of fine fabrics and filled with flowers and plants that were said to calm the spirit, be thrown away? She asked the little maid for the purse. When she brought it to Elenara, she still felt sorry for the purse. Elenara never used spices, but she knew how to make some spices. So when she smelled the scent, she carefully identified it and smelled a special fragrance that was covered by other strong smells. Xiaomei didn't know what was in the purse that would make her master say that Shu was a cruel person. But she had been with Elenara for a long time and had some guesses in her heart. Go and put this purse away, it must be hidden tightly, and its smell must not be released. Elenara instructed Xiaomei, seeing that she wanted to say something. Why? Just say it if you have something to say. Xiaomei spoke. Yes, I will definitely keep it well. As for Shu Gij, Elenara chuckled, lowered her head, folded her hands together, placed them on her knees, and when she looked up again, her face was calm. Let her go for a while. Duan's pregnancy, I must keep her alive. Xiaomei sighed. After all, the wife is kind, and Miss Duan is really lucky. She has caught your eye. If she can give birth to a little prince in the future, it will be a blessing. Elenara said nothing, watching Xiaomei retreat, and called Jiang Fuhaiyan. Is the kitchen still doing its best to provide meals for Miss Duan every day? Jiang Fuhai bowed. My master, we are doing our best. The kitchen delivers meals to Miss Duan every day. All of them were ordered by her personally. Even if some of the food was incompatible with her, the small kitchen manager, he would try his best to replace it with something similar in taste and not incompatible with her. Miss Duan was very satisfied and thought about the benefits of Fu Jin's care every day. Duan is almost 3 months old. Once her pregnancy is stable and she stops vomiting, it will be even better. Elenara smiled gently, looking like a generous mistress. Yes, master. Such a generous mistress, even in the whole capital. There is no second one like her. Jiang Fuhai was praising her, but he also had a doubt in his heart. This Fujin was really kind. As for the cheese and banana, fortunately, only he knew about it. Xiao Linzi hurried back from outside the mansion. Today, he took the secret road behind the stable again. When he came back, he brought meat buns for Zhou Anhai. When he returned to Chang'an Garden, he took out a few storybooks from his arms, and the storybooks exuded the fragrance of meat buns. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Master, it's not that I am greedy, it's that I always bring back meat buns from my family for Master every time I go out. Master loves to eat that. Yin Sherlan was still drunk, and when he smelled the smell, he felt even more dizzy, and waved his hand to ask Xiao Linzi to take the book away. Xiao Linzi took the book out again, and told the maid in the corridor to take the book out to dry while the sun was shining. He ran back to the servant's room, rummaged through his clothes for a long time. found a clean set to change into, turned around a few times on the floor, made sure there was no odor on his body, and then ran back to Yin Sherlan's main room. Songji didn't know where she was, and she was not serving Yin Sherlan. Mongzhong was changing the tea in the room. Xiao Linzi walked in, looked at Yin Sherlan, and said with a playful smile, "Master, I just changed my clothes. I'll help you sit in the yard. The air there is fresh." Yin Sherlan knew that Xiao Linzi had something to say, but was afraid that the person serving her was not Songji. "Look, you are really becoming more and more like a monkey." Yin Sherlan stretched out her hand, and Xiao Linzi hurriedly stepped forward and took her arm, helping Yin Sherlan to sit down in the corridor. The white-feathered parrot jumped around in the cage in the corridor, but it had a thin gold chain tied to its feet, tied to the cage, and it could only look at Yin Sherlan with resentment. "Mongzhong, go peel some sunflower seeds. Feed this little thing." Yin Sherlan sent Mongzhong away, and the other servants in the yard were busy with their own things. "Okay, tell me, is there anything going on today?" Yin Sherlan glanced at Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi smiled, approached Yin Sherlan, and spoke in a low voice. "Master, there is a movement from Hu Gij, manager Wu has found out where the jade hairpin came from." Chapter 87 Dream Forest Mystery. Yin Sherlan was still lazy. Xiao Linzi patted her shoulders and whispered in her ear. "Hu Gij's maternal uncle is the famous owner of Jinbao Pavilion in Beijing. After your last hairpin incident, I followed your instructions to tell shopkeeper Wu to keep an eye on Jinbao Pavilion. The other day, there was a man who looked like me, or more like a eunuch. He went to Jinbao Pavilion and had a long secret talk with the owner, and left from the back door of Jinbao Pavilion after the talk. You have a good eye, master. Shopkeeper Wu may seem like a rude shop owner, but he hired quite a few experts. Even that expert was not discovered after listening in the corner of Jinbao Pavilion for a long time." Speaking of this, Xiao Linzi paused and continued. "Shopkeeper Wu said that the jade hairpin was not originally made by Jinbao Pavilion. Instead, someone borrowed Jinbao Pavilion to give it to Hu Gij 2 years ago. Hu Gij then presented it to Fu Jin, and Fu Jin gave it to you as a gift." Yin Sherlan listened to so many twists and turns, and thought about it. "No. Then the original target of this hairpin was not me. I am afraid whoever gets it will be unlucky." Xiao Linzi couldn't help but say, "Master, why do you think so?" Yin Sherlan looked at Xiao Linzi with a hard time explaining. "I praised you for being smart the day before yesterday, and now your brain is covered with lard? I only entered the mansion at the end of last year." Xiao Linzi suddenly realized. "Yes, considering the time, it's really not for my master. It's just that this Fu Jin, who smiles every day, is really not a good person. That Hu Gij, although she has a bad temper, I'm afraid she's just a scapegoat. As long as she doesn't think about scheming against me, I'll let the master deal with this matter." After Yin Sherlan finished speaking, he muttered to himself, "I don't know if the master might find out about this. Anyway, I've let Hu go, but I'm not a scapegoat. Next time, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xiao Linzi was silent, but he was thinking in his heart, "Humph, his master is the best master in the world. If anyone wants to harm his master, he, Xiao Linzi, will be the first to disagree." Xiao Linzi also thought that his body has grown taller, but his strength is still not much improved. He needs to find someone to teach him a few tricks, so that he can protect his master at the critical moment. If Yin Sherlan knew what Xiao Linzi was thinking, she would definitely be relieved. Fortunately, this child is not just growing taller, but not smarter. Injin had been standing at the door of the imperial study for nearly an hour. Liang Jiugong only said that the emperor was busy with government affairs, and Prince Yong had to wait a little longer. Injin nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, the state affairs are heavy, and I will wait here." He just stood in the sun. The weather after the Mid-Autumn Festival should be getting cooler, but it was almost noon, and there was no shelter in front of the empty steps of the imperial study. Liang Jiugong stood in the shade of the corridor, sighing in his heart, and there was nothing he could do. The emperor asked Prince Yong to wait at the bottom of the steps. He didn't dare to ask Prince Yong to go to the corridor on his own initiative. After another quarter of an hour, Liang Jiugong heard the emperor summon Prince Yong to the imperial study. Injin looked up at the sky. The sun was blazing. The sweat on his back had soaked his clothes. "Your son pays respect to the emperor. May the emperor live long and healthy." Injin entered the imperial study and knelt down to pay his respects. The emperor lowered his head and flipped through the book in his hand, letting Injin kneel. Injin fell to the ground, touching his forehead to the ground. Without hearing the emperor call him up, he did not dare to stand up without permission. The emperor flipped through a few more pages of the book. Stand up. Injin thanked him, and stood up. Seeing the book in the emperor's hand, it was not a history book, but a book called Dream Forest Mysterious Interpretation. I don't know why the emperor summoned me here. Injin looked at the emperor calmly. The emperor looked up at Injin, and saw that he did not seem to have any guilty conscience. I had a dream last night. Today, I wanted to ask the Imperial Observatory to interpret the dream. But I am afraid that this dream will cause unrest in the court. I heard the prince mention before that you, the fourth brother, have a lot of experience in these dream interpretation notes, and you often interpret dreams for the prince. Today, you will interpret this dream for me. Injin bowed. Reporting to the emperor, I have not done any in-depth research on metaphysical dreams, but just read a few pages of miscellaneous books to relieve my boredom when I am bored during the day. Your father is the true dragon emperor, and your dream, ordinary people may not be able to interpret it. But I really want to hear the emperor's dream, so that I can gain some knowledge and get a glimpse of the secrets of heaven. The emperor closed the book in his hand and handed it to Injin. I think my eyesight has deteriorated. I have been looking for it in this book for a long time, but I can't find what it means to dream of a snake biting me. You come and find it for me. Injin took the Dream Forest Mysterious Interpretation with both hands, flipped through it carefully, and raised his head after a while. The emperor is in his prime. I looked for a long time, but couldn't find it. I am a vulgar person, so it is even harder to find it. In my humble opinion, dreams are often contrary to the facts. I dare to guess that your dream indicates that you will get a great helper to relieve your worries. Then tell me, what are my worries? The emperor smiled and looked at Injin. I am stupid. I only know that under the rule of the emperor, the Qing army was strong, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. It was a prosperous era rarely seen in history books. I really can't imagine what the emperor, who is in charge of this peaceful and prosperous world, has to worry about. After listening to what Injin said, the emperor laughed. Forget it. I was worried today because I was bitten by a snake in my dream. I was afraid that there was someone plotting against me. After your explanation, I realized that I was worrying too much. I heard that your concubine, Nian, was already drunk when she left the palace yesterday. Did she bother you when she returned home? Injin put the book back on the table next to him and replied respectfully. The emperor teased me. My concubine came home drunk yesterday, which made me sleepless all night. I don't know how many books she read while trapped in the mansion. One moment, she wanted to turn into a butterfly and fly away, and the next she cried to get married. From her mouth, I called her Zhang Sheng and Shanhua. It really gave me a headache. I thought that Nian was only in her teens, and she had lived in seclusion for a long time. I was afraid that she was obsessed with reading storybooks and regarded herself as a character in the storybooks. When I return home today, I will throw away all her notebooks. After saying that, he knelt down again. Your Majesty is the Emperor. Your Majesty can do anything. No matter what your Majesty dreams about, please don't worry, I will never betray you in my life. My hair and skin are all from you, I will obey you. The Emperor put away the expression in his eyes, and put on a smile. Okay, I am blessed to have you as my son. On the way back home after Injin left the palace, Su Peixiong whispered, My lord, when the Empress Defei heard that the Emperor had summoned you to the Imperial study, she was very worried. Injin said calmly, I will go to pay my respects to my mother another day. Go back home first. He did not ignore the eyes staring at him in the dark. For now, it would be better to go back home. Besides, he still had something to ask Nian Shiruan. Chapter 88 What a disgrace. Nian Shiruan looked at Injin, who was expressionless in front of her, knowing that he had something to say, so she sent away the servants around her. Master, you are in my courtyard now. Do you miss me? It's still a while before dinner. Nian Shiruan said with a sweet smile, looking at Injin with her charming eyes. Injin poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip slowly. Why, there's a place in this palace that I can't go to? Or in Shiruan's eyes, is it that the only thing I want to do is to have dinner with you? Nian Shiruan deliberately ignored Injin's slightly dissatisfied tone, and continued to talk and laugh. The master is joking with Shiruan again. This palace belongs to the master. Even the rat hole in the corner. If the master wants, Eunuch Su will have to bring people to dig it up at night, and invite you to sit in, Nian Shiruan said. But her soft little hand quietly pulled Injin's sleeve under the table. Injin's face showed a trace of helplessness. Looking at Yin Sherlan's graceful appearance, considering Yin Gingyi's sturdy and stern appearance, are these two siblings really from the same mother? Sit down. It's only afternoon. How can you behave like this? Injin scolded softly. Yin Sherlan was stunned. Her beautiful eyes looked at Injin in disbelief, and she pouted stubbornly. What's wrong with the master? He came to my Chang'an garden with a cold face. I tried to make the master happy, but he turned his face away from me. I know that the master was dazzled by the fairy last night, forget it. Sir, please go quickly, lest you find everything in Chang'an garden of mine unpleasant. After saying that, she shook Injin's sleeve, turned around, and turned her face away. Now it was Injin's turn to be stunned. What fairy last night? Didn't he just say that Yin Sherlan pulled his sleeve in broad daylight? Which was inappropriate. How did he bring up the fairy again? Injin thought about it carefully, and suddenly realized that it was right. Yin Sherlan was probably talking about Shu Gij, who was dancing gracefully in a white gauze dress surrounded by butterflies last night. Injin took Yin Sherlan's hand and returned inside. Sherlan, stop making trouble. There is no fairy here. Even if the fairy Chang'e came down to earth, she can't compare to you. I just said that your status is precious in this mansion. It would be inappropriate to be seen by the servants if you were tugging in broad daylight. Yin Sherlan thought it was almost over, but she still pretended to be unhappy and tugged with Injin for a while before turning back. Injin looked at Yin Sherlan's little face that was smiling again, thinking to himself, what ambitions can such a woman who only knows how to be jealous and act good every day have? Turning his head, Injin looked at the scattered storybooks beside the imperial concubine's bed under the window. That's all. It seems that the explanation given by the servant last night is not far-fetched. It's just that I have to pick up these storybooks in the future. I can't let those literati compile and beautify the stories and mess up Sherlan's mind. Su Peixiong said loudly outside the house. My master, the master Fu Jin sent someone to invite you. Go to Xingfu courtyard for dinner. The master said, ask the kitchen to cook the dishes that the master likes. Injin's voice came from the room. Got it, I'll go there in a while. Yin Sherlan gently pulled her hand out of Injin's, pretending to be indifferent, and said with a hint of bitterness, Master, go quickly, don't make the master wait anxiously. After the master is busy these few days, I will set up the table and invite the master to have dinner. Injin laughed. Why are you jealous when the master and the lady have a meal? I can't be with you all day long. Yin Sherlan snorted. My master? You worry too much. I dare not be jealous of Fu Jin. It's just that I met you late. You were not born when I was born. And you were old when I was born. Go quickly. My master. I don't know when Sherlan likes to read poetry and books. But you are so jealous. I am already old in your heart? It seems that Sherlan dislikes me in her heart. Injin smiled. Yin Sherlan said casually, while pushing Injin out of the door. The master is in his prime. Still very young, I just said it casually. You are only a few years older than me, but you can live forever. Injin originally wanted to tease Yin Sherlan, but when he heard the second half of her words, he felt like he was struck by lightning, and he quickly covered her mouth. Don't say it casually. If others hear it, it will feel presumptuous. Yin Sherlan. She struggled to free Injin's hand, and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Master, you have been too careful all day. There are only you and me here. I was just saying it casually. Injin had no choice. After leaving Chang'an Garden, he remembered that he had come here to question me, but he was sent away with just a few words. Yin Sherlan said, Farewell, master, and stared at Injin as he left Chang'an Garden. There was a coldness in her eyes. Injin. Oh Injin, I have already hinted at this point. It depends on what you do. Yin Sherlan is a woman who is bound by rules and etiquette and confined to a deep house. But the tragic struggles she experienced in her previous life have made her more resolute now. In her previous life, she only had Injin in her eyes, cried for him, laughed for him, went through fire and water for him, and was heartbroken for him. In this life, she is occasionally confused by Injin's tenderness, but she can't forget the tragic ending of her previous life. Today, I have come to the end. Did she really just say that? Injin sat in Xingfu courtyard, watching Elinara personally prepare the dinner. He who was always calm and self-controlled was actually in a state of confusion. Yin Sherlan's unintentional words easily touched upon his hidden thoughts, which he had never expressed to anyone in the world, nor could he. He was slowly laying out a plan, making a plan where everyone was willing to support him in achieving great things. Before that, He had to be a good son without any flaws in the eyes of everyone, good husband, good brother, good prince. Elenara watched the servants prepare the dinner, and then sat opposite Injin. Master, what are you thinking about? So absorbed. Master, take a look. Are the dishes prepared by the kitchen today to your liking? Injin came back to his senses, looking at Elenara's usual smiling face. But he could not find the shadow of Yunchi on her face at all. They are sisters. Nothing. I just watched you prepare the dinner. I remember when you first entered the palace. It was the same. You prepared meals for me every day. I was lost in thought for a moment. It has been 7 years since you married me, but I have spent very little time with you. Fortunately, you are taking care of this palace. Thank you for your hard work. Elenara didn't expect Injin to say this, and she was overwhelmed for a moment. She raised her hand to touch her face, and then sighed and put it down. The master is busy, and you need to make decisions inside and outside. I am a woman. I cannot show my face in public. I cannot advance and retreat with you. I can only do my best in the trivial matters in the mansion. It is the master who does not think I am stupid. I should be grateful to the master. Injin looked at Elenara carefully. She was also 17 years old when she became his concubine, which is the same age as Sharon now. In a blink of an eye, he could see fine lines in the corners of Elenara's eyes. He thought again. If Yunchi was still alive, you and I are husband and wife. We should advance and retreat together. Is Duan's pregnancy safe these days? Injin took the tremella soup in front of him and took a sip. Elenara also took the soup bowl and said with a smile, I would like to thank the master on behalf of Duan. Duan is doing well. The discomfort symptoms in the past few days have been alleviated a lot. That's good. In this case, I will trouble the wife to take care of her. Elenara put down the soup bowl and personally served Injin. Master, why do you have to be so polite to me? Husband and wife are one body. I should naturally share my master's worries. It's just that what happened last night I am worried. Injin knew that she was referring to Sherlan's nonsense, and he explained to Elenara patiently. Sherlan is young, and her mind is unstable. She reads too many storybooks during the day, and it's inevitable that she will be involved in the story. Fujin is older than her, so she can only be treated as a child. There's no need to bother with a child's drunken talk, nor to pay attention to it. Elenara couldn't help but complain in her heart, the master's heart is really biased. A 17-year-old woman who is already married. Is she still a child? But she would not offend Injin, and only smiled and replied, Yes, I think so too. Master, please try the deer tendons that were newly brought in today. You always like this the most. Injin did not say much, and just ate it. There was a noise in the courtyard. Chapter 89. The youngest son is innocent. Jiang Fuhai's voice came from outside the house. Miss Duan, please stop. The master and his wife are having dinner. If you have anything to say, please wait a moment. After the two masters have finished their dinner, you can come back. Please go back to your room and have a good rest. Duan's voice came. Eunuch Jiang, please get out of the way. I am pregnant with the master's child. If you accidentally touch me, if anything goes wrong, you can't bear the responsibility. Su Peixiang looked at Injin's face. She walked out of the house in 2 steps. Why are you making such a fuss? The two masters are having dinner. If there is anything, why can't we wait until they finish their dinner? Duan saw that it was Su Peixiang who came out, and said politely, Please be lenient. Eunuch Su, I will say that I heard that the master is here, and I want to pay my respects to the master. Su Peixiang did not report immediately. He looked at Duan and replied, Miss Duan, I have already said that the two masters are having dinner. If you want to pay your respects, you have to rest for a while before coming back. Su Peixiang winked at Qian Wu behind Duan. Qian Wu spoke carefully. Miss, why don't you go back to your room first? I'll wait here. I'll let you know when the master finishes his meal. Duan turned around and slapped Qian Wu. You're such a jerk. You want to show off in front of the master because I'm pregnant? Don't you even consider whether you deserve it? Qian Wu's face flushed instantly. She cried out in humiliation, Miss, I am loyal to you. The noise outside the room could not make Injin eat in peace. He put down his bowl and chopsticks with a cold face. Su Peixiang, let Duan come in. Su Peixiang had no choice but to step aside to make way for Duan. Duan lifted her skirt, stepped over the threshold, and entered the Fujin's room with a happy look on her face. I greet the master. I greet the Fujin master. I greet the two masters, and I wish the two masters good health and happiness. Injin looked at Duan coldly, but did not call her. He turned to Elenara. How does the lady deal with the unreasonable servants? Elenara knew that Duan was stupid, but she did not expect her to be so arrogant. Elenara felt tired. She stood up and replied, Please forgive me. Master. Sister Duan must have not seen you for a long time, so she came to pay her respects specially. You haven't seen me for a long time? I remember that I saw you a few days ago. After saying that, he looked at Duan again. Duan had already been unable to stand while maintaining the posture of greeting. Injin looked at Duan's face, which was originally pretty, due to the uncontrolled eating in the past 2 months. Her face had become rounder. Looking at Duan's figure, although she was not even 3 months old, she was already so fat that her previous clothes were tight on her body, and she looked a little clumsy. His disgust gradually overflowed. In addition, Duan's disturbance today made the left cheek of the maid behind her red. Injin couldn't stand it. Duan is so spoiled by her pregnancy. She is rude to her superiors and violent and arrogant to her servants. She is punished to be confined for 3 months. Stay in your room and don't leave the Xingfu courtyard. Take good care of your pregnancy. After saying that, she still ignored Duan and walked away. I respectfully send my master off. Elenara sent Injin away, looked at Duan again, and sighed. Okay. My master is gone. You should get up too. Go back to your room and stay there. Don't run around. All the things needed for the pregnancy are the same as before. Duan had already become weak and limp. Xian Wu hurriedly supported her. How could the master, how could he be so cruel? I am pregnant with this child. Elenara looked at the tears on her face, and was very annoyed. Duan, don't lose your temper. The master is already kind enough. He only confined you for 3 months, which is just the right time for you to take good care of your pregnancy. If the master is really cruel, you won't be here anymore. Go down, don't cry here, and make the servants laugh at you. It was the second day that Yin Sherlan heard about the incident at Xingfuyuan. She went to Xingfuyuan to pay her respects. Elenara hadn't come out yet. She overheard the servants gossiping. Songji looked at her and quietly stepped back to ask. When she returned to Changanyuan, Yin Sherlan listened to Songji's gossip while having breakfast. Then she knew what was going on. She said nonchalantly, This Duanshi is asking for trouble. No one can save her. Originally, I thought she was pregnant, and the child was innocent, and I wanted to protect her. In this case, I can only mourn for her in advance. Only Songji and Xia Linzi were serving in the room today. Songji was puzzled. Why did the master protect her? I have to say something unpleasant. If she was not there, wouldn't there be one less woman in the courtyard? Yin Sherlan put down her chopsticks, looked at Songji and smiled. How old are you? She has a vicious mind. I am not protecting her, I am protecting the baby in her belly. The youngest child is innocent, but she is not doing well now. There is nothing anyone can do, let her fate take her. Xiao Linzi interrupted. The master is kind-hearted, but Sister Songji is also planning for the master. I am also confused, the wife and the master are not pregnant yet, and she got it first. Yin Sherlan laughed. Are you so eager to defend your sister Songji? Do you think being pregnant is a good thing? Look at that Duan. It's only been 2 months since she was diagnosed with pregnancy, and her face has changed. I don't want to be like that. After saying that, he picked up the chopsticks again and slowly ate. Xiao Linzi and Songji didn't say much. Yin Sherlan knew that Elenara had promised on the surface that she would do her best to take good care of Duan's pregnancy. But in her opinion, this child might not be so easy to give birth to. Didn't Xu Gij already take the purse she saw that day? Xu Gij didn't talk much, on the contrary. He is a cruel and merciless person. In the previous life, there was no such person in the palace. At noon, Xu Gij was in Lufang Pavilion, fiddling with her bottles and jars. Her maid Zijing was drying some lily petals in the yard. Xu Gij leaned against the door and looked into the yard. What is your master doing? The whole yard is full of drying petals. Zijing replied while spreading the petals. Reporting to the princess, our princess is going to make some rouge and powder. The princess said that the rouge bought is not as reliable as the one made by yourself. Xu Gij sneered. I think your Gij is too idle. There is a quota of rouge and powder in the mansion, but she has to take the trouble to make rouge by herself. She might as well practice dancing instead of that time. We followed the lady into the mansion together, but I didn't know that my sisters could dance. I wonder if that dance is specially learned to seduce men. Zijing looked up at Xu Gij. Gij, be careful with your words. Our Gij, you can also make rouge and powder, you have to practice dancing. 2. You can't stay in Lufeng Pavilion forever. After saying that, he ignored Hu Gij's anger and turned to go into the house. Shu Gij heard the noise in the yard from the house. Seeing Zijing coming in, she said in a calm voice, "You too. Why do you say so much to a vulgar woman like her? Remember in the future, never tell others about things that you haven't done yet. Besides, you are too talkative. Whether you live in Lufeng Pavilion or not is not up to us. If I can get the master's favor and make further progress in the future, it will be good. If not, wouldn't what I said today be a slap in the face?" Zijing was indignant. The princess is too cautious. Are we afraid of her? She always speaks in a sarcastic way. She is obviously much worse than you. Although there are people in her family serving in the army, I have inquired and found that he is just a soldier. How can he compare to your father who is a scholar? It's because you have a good temper that you are always bullied by her words. Shu Gij held a small bottle, raised it to the light from the window. Since you know she is rude, you don't have to bother with her. What's the point of her speaking louder? In the future, you will still have to kneel at my feet. Zijing was delighted to hear this, and she moved closer to Shu Gij. Have you studied the book left by your grandfather? Shu Gij turned around and looked at Zijing. You just can't keep your temper. I have said it so many times. In this palace, even if you and I are alone, you should call me Gij to avoid hearing from others. Don't worry. I have not been idle these days. I will make those who have bullied us pay for my father's injustice and my mother's illness. Zijing stuck out her tongue and bowed to Sister Shu. Yes, I will follow your command. Then, sister, do you need me to sew another set of the underwear you made before? Sister Shu was still indifferent. Make another set. This time, use the best yarn. Go get the money from my dressing box and buy the best cloth. Zijing took the order and left. Shu Gij looked at the sunlight coming in through the window covered with paper. She thought, I must get the favor of the master. Chapter 90 Endless Troubles. After finishing breakfast, Nian Sherlan watched the servants tidy up the house and asked Hanlu to take the box of plum blossom cake-shaped spices. Hanlu followed Nian Sherlan's instructions and took out the spice box from the cabinet. As soon as he opened it, a plum fragrance hit him. Nian Sherlan picked up a fragrant cake, put it under his nose, and took a deep breath. It was only the end of August, and it would be a long time before the plum blossom season. Nian Sherlan was lost in thought while holding the fragrant cake. She had seen a graceful woman dancing under a plum tree in her dream. The snow was white, and the red plum blossoms were dotted. The woman seemed to be an elf flying through the snow, stretching her arms and legs. In her dream, Nian Sherlan could not see her face clearly, but she vaguely remembered that her dancing posture was very beautiful. Hanlu saw Nian Sherlan holding the incense cake in a trance, and called out carefully, Master, do you want me to light the incense? Light it up. Take out the 2 new clothes I made. Use this incense to fumigate. Nian Sherlan put the incense cake in her hand back into the box, and then took the handkerchief handed over by Mengzhong and wiped her hands. The handkerchief was also stained with a little plum fragrance. Although the weather was after the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was still not cool in the afternoon. Nian Sherlan sat lazily by the window. The window was open. The cold dew in the shade of the courtyard fumigated the clothes, turned around and saw Nian Sherlan in the window. The concubine was really beautiful. Her face was delicate and majestic. Her eyes were looking around, and she glanced lazily. She brought out 1,000 graces. Dongwei was only 18 years old, but she exuded a kind of noble temperament, which was different from her delicate face. Hanlu was stunned. She remembered the letter brought by the pigeon. The letter asked her to report the daily life of Prince Yong's concubine, but did not assign her any other tasks. Nian Sherlan noticed that someone was looking at her. She casually followed the gaze, and saw that it was Hanlu, who was looking at her like he was in a trance. What are you looking at me for? You are so absent-minded. Nian Sherlan waved the round fan in her hand from afar through the window. Hanlu heard the sound and blurted out as if she had found her soul. My master is so beautiful. I am stunned. Nian Sherlan smiled indifferently. You are too ignorant. How beautiful can I be? You need to know that a woman's beauty must be matched with corresponding talents to complement each other. If you only have beauty, it is not certain whether it is a blessing or a curse. If it were Nian Sherlan in the previous life, she would definitely not agree with these words. In the previous life, Nian Sherlan only knew that women dress up to please themselves. All her thoughts and beauty were shown to Injin. She thought that as long as she had beauty, she could get the love of men for a lifetime. Later, she realized that she also needed brains and means to be invincible. At least, her beauty defeated Bai Zhenhuan's tactics. Songji leaned over and whispered, "Master, do you want to take a rest? I think you are sleepy." Yin Shuan wanted to say that she was not sleepy, but seeing Songji's expression, she knew that she had something to say, so she left the window and sat in the courtyard where the servants could not see her and her servant. "What's wrong?" Yin Shuan was still lazy. Reporting to the master, Xiao Linzi went out secretly today, and the letter you asked him to deliver has been delivered to the second young master. After reading the letter, the second young master asked Xiao Linzi to tell you. "Don't worry," Songji whispered while looking out the door. Yin Shuan asked again, "Have you seen the mark on Hanlu's elbow that I asked you to see?" Songji replied, "I haven't found a chance yet. As you know, I don't live in the same room with Hanlu. And Hanlu is much smarter than I thought." "Master, I don't understand. Since you think Hanlu is suspicious, why don't you find a chance to get rid of her? She was allowed to communicate with the outside world. Of course I have to send her away. But not now. I still don't know who she belongs to. Why is she here by my side like this?" After Nian Shuan finished speaking, she felt a little sleepy. Songji helped her take a nap. In the evening, Xu Gij walked towards Yinzhen's front yard with Zijing. Zijing held a green porcelain bowl of soup on the tray in her hand. Su Peixing was in the yard, quietly scolding the servants for not serving the master wholeheartedly. The master likes to drink tea that is 8/10 hot. But the servant brought the tea only when it was 7/10 hot, which caused Su Peixing to be scolded by the master. Su Peixing saw Xu Gij coming, and hurriedly bowed to her. "Good luck, Gij." Xu Gij nodded slightly, and said politely to Su Peixing, "Thank you for the message, eunuch. I am Xu, thinking of the master's hard work during the day, and specially stewed qingxin lily and lotus seed porridge to serve to the master." Su Peixing said with difficulty, "Please forgive me, princess. I am not the one who will pass the message on to you. However, the master is not seeing anyone right now." "What's the matter? Is the master feeling unwell?" Xu Gij asked. Su Peixing thought for a moment and spoke thoughtfully. "To answer your question, the master is busy today and is not in a good mood. How about you come back another day?" Xu Gij said softly with a smile. "In that case, please ask eunuch Su to convey this soup to the master. I will go back first." After that, he asked Zijing to hand the tray to Su Peixing, and he took Zijing back the same way. Su Peixing looked at Xu Gij's back, sighed, and carried the tray into the house. Zijing saw that there was no one around, and whispered, "Gij specially bathed and dressed up today, but didn't see the master. It's a pity." Xu Gij just walked forward and said lightly, "Why are you in a hurry? Didn't you hear what the eunuch Su said? The master was in a bad mood today. In this case, it's a good thing that he didn't see him. Why should I bump into her at this moment?" "Gij is right." Zijing said no more, following Xu Gij's lead. Elinara was listening to Jiang Fuhai's report in Xingfu courtyard, saying that Xu Gij went to the front yard with soup, but did not see the master. She stroked the jade ruby in her hand and chuckled. If she didn't see him, then she didn't see him. There are not many people in the mansion now. She can fight for favor however she wants. Chiomei said, "Master, are you not angry?" "Why should I be angry? It is not up to me to decide who the master wants to call to bed. It is not up to me to stop him from going to someone's room. Why bother to make trouble? It is better to wait for Duan to give birth and fulfill my duty as a mistress." Elinara asked Jiang Fuhai again, "Is Duan's pregnancy safe?" "My master, Miss Duan's pregnancy is fine. I also followed your instructions today and asked the imperial physician to check Miss Duan's pulse. The imperial physician also said that everything is fine. Just wait for the birth with peace of mind." Jiang Fuhai lowered his head and bowed. "Is there any movement from Yen?" Elinara handed the jade ruby in her hand to Chiomei, watching her carefully put the jade ruby on the tray. "Be careful on weekdays. This jade ruby was my sister's favorite thing. If you accidentally smash it, I can't protect you." Chiomei replied, "Yes." Jiang Fuhai looked at Elinara and whispered, "Master, don't worry. I have asked people to keep an eye on Chang'an Garden, and no one has been seen leaving the house. In Chang'an Garden, since the last time that Lulua committed suicide, there is a vacancy for a second-class maid. Will the master arrange for someone to go there? It's not the right time yet. The last incident may have alerted the enemy. By the way, have you settled Lulua's family?" Elinara remembered that Lulua committed suicide by taking poison without saying a word in order to save her family. But if you don't remove the root of the problem, there will be endless troubles. Jiang Fuhai heard the question and moved closer to Elinara. I followed your instructions, and was going to give her family some silver. Your master is kind, and is grateful that she has served the palace for a long time. Unfortunately, when I went there, all the neighbors around her knew that her family had eaten something wrong and died. The coroner also examined her, and said that they died of food poisoning. Poor her family of 7, including her brother and sister-in-law's newborn son. Only 2 months old, because the adults ate the wrong food, the child also died. Elinara's eyes were indifferent, but she said, "Oh Amitabha, what a sin. Go and burn more paper money for her family, and by the way, see if there are any survivors, and settle them down together. I obey your command." Jiang Fuhai responded, and hurried out in the night. Chapter 91 Plum Dance Fragrant Cake. Every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month is a big day for the women in the courtyard to get up early and pay their respects. Although they have to pay their respects on a daily basis, the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month is more solemn. This day is the 1st day of September. Nian Sherlan is lying in bed and doesn't want to move. Songji comes with a plate of crab roe crisps, puts the plate on the table, and walks to the bedside of Nian Sherlan. Calls softly, "Master, wake up. Today is the 1st day of the lunar month. The small kitchen started making your favorite crab roe crisps in the middle of the night. It's just right now, just when it's soft and delicious. I'll help you get up. You can fill your stomach first, and then have breakfast after you greet me and come back. Is that okay with you?" Nian Sherlan had no choice but to sit up with the help of Mongzhong. "Crab roe pastry again? Don't you order any fresh pastries?" Songji was stunned. Doesn't the master like crab roe pastry the most? Why does he seem annoyed today? "Master, please forgive me. If you don't like crab roe pastry, I'll go and change it for something else." "Forget it, you don't have to work, help me wash up." Nian Sherlan got out of bed. Guyu Xiaoman helped her wash up. Songji first served a bowl of fragrant tea. After Nian Sherlan ate half of it, she then brought the crab roe pastry, and let Nian Sherlan eat some first. Nian Sherlan ate the crab roe pastry, and it tasted like chewing wax. She didn't understand. How did the pastry she loved the most in the past feel so tasteless overnight? When Nian Sherlan arrived at Xingyuan, as expected, she was the last one. Hu Gij, Shu Gij and Feng Shi were already sitting in the hall drinking tea. Unexpectedly, Duan Shi was also there today. Nian Sherlan greeted Elinara Shi, took a seat, and looked at Duan Shi carefully. Duan Shi had dark circles under her eyes, and drooping eye bags. Obviously, she had not slept well. Duan Shi stroked her belly, which was not yet pregnant, and smiled at Nian Sherlan. "I haven't been out for a long time. Is my concubine well?" Nian Sherlan looked at Duan Shi's full moon face, and her figure, which could no longer be described as plump. A trace of sadness welled up in her heart. It's not easy for a woman to come to this world, so why bother to make things difficult for each other? It's just that she didn't want to do evil with people who had nothing to do with her, but others had to come up to her and stretch their faces for her to hit. She had never seen such an unreasonable request before, so she had to reluctantly satisfy that person. "Thank you for your concern. Sister, I'm fine. I heard that my sister was punished by the master to be confined to her house a few days ago. I thought I wouldn't be able to see my sister in the next few months. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to sit here and chat with my sister today. After all, the concubine is virtuous." After Nian Sherlan finished speaking, she ignored Duan's expression, and just turned her head to Songji and said, "I had a pimple on my left cheek before I went to bed last night. I didn't notice it when I woke up this morning. Can you see if it's still there?" Songji understood and said hurriedly, "The concubine is naturally beautiful, even if she occasionally gets a pimple on her face. She is sensible. That pimple, when it appeared last night and saw your beauty, I was so ashamed that I hid it. Only that night pimple, that's why it keeps showing up. The concubine just needs to suppress it with medicine. Yes. If this person is like acne, it should also be suppressed." Nian Sherlan turned her head and looked at Duan. "Sister, you say, am I right?" Duan opened her mouth to speak, but Elinara spoke in time. "Sister Nian's dress today is so good. As soon as you come in, it makes people's eyes light up. This material is the shoe brocade that the master gave you last time. Right? It's just right for you." Everyone in the hall looked carefully at the clothes on Nian Sherlan. As expected, the clothes were bright in color, new and beautiful. Nian Sherlan took a sip of the teacup, and then said, "Fujin has a good eye. But she was wrong about the material. It is not the shoe brocade that the master gave last time. Such precious material as shoe brocade, how can it be worn daily? I am not that extravagant. This material is from the master's private storehouse. The master said he remembered that there was such a brightly colored material in the storehouse. After thinking about it, only I can wear it. Once he was happy. He rewarded me. Olenara nodded with a smile. Yes. At your age, you should wear something brighter. When you came in just now, you brought in a breeze, which smelled very good. Like plum blossoms? Yin Sherwan stood up, walked to Olenara, bowed, pulled up her sleeves, and turned around twice in front of Olenara. I specially asked the servants to use the spices that Fu Jin rewarded you a few days ago. I added the spices I like, and burned them together, and stained the clothes with this scent. Fu Jin, please smell it. Does it smell good? After saying that, Yin Sherwan deliberately walked in front of the other people. Sisters, please smell it too. Do you like this smell? If you like it, ask Fu Jin for it, and wear it on your clothes. Wouldn't it be good? Yin Sherwan observed the expressions of the people while walking. Hu Gij looked indifferent, and Feng smiled to suit the occasion. Duan rubbed her belly, lowered her head, and quietly covered her nose with a handkerchief. Before Yin Sherwan had time to look at Hu Gij, she heard Olenara laugh. Don't blame the master. Nyen's sister is still a child. This has spices, and I am eager to let the sister smell it. However, Duan is pregnant and is a little sensitive to fragrance. It is better for the sister to sit down first, and after greeting, I will let the sister smell it. Yin Sherwan shook her sleeves gently again and sat back in her seat. I like this scent, and I can't wait to recommend it to you sisters. But I don't know. What kind of scent is this? Given by the wife? It smells so good. It can be seen that the wife is also a fragrance lover. But why don't you see the wife burning incense in daily life? As long as you like it. I gave you this scent called Plum Dance. It is shaped like a plum blossom, and its smell is derived from the fragrance of plum blossoms. It doesn't have any meaning. It just smells good. This scent was given to me by Sister Shu, since I don't like burning incense. And seeing that my sister likes spices, I will give them all to my sister. If you like them, you can also ask Sister Shu to make some more. However, I heard that these plum dance spices are made from the plum blossoms that Sister Shu harvested last year. This year's plum blossoms will not bloom for some time. I'm afraid that my sister will have to wait a little longer. Olenara smiled peacefully. She guessed that Nyen had asked someone to look at the incense, so she simply pushed Shu out. When Hu Gij heard what Olenara said, she stood up, bowed to Olenara first, then bowed to Yin Sherwan, and spoke in a meek manner. What the wife said is true. I didn't know that the wife didn't like burning incense, but I found out when I brought this carefully prepared incense that day. If the concubine likes it, I have more. Or, if the concubine likes any incense, please tell me, and I can try to mix them one by one for the concubine to smell. Then I'll trouble you. Sister Shu, if you need anything, I will ask someone to tell you another day. Yin Sherwan looked at Hu Gij, and seeing that she looked calm, she knew that her goal today had been achieved. This Hu Gij was the maidservant of Olenara's dowry. But after today's disturbance, I'm afraid that the rift between them could be used by her. Chapter 92, The Rules of the Royal Palace. News came from the Nyen mansion that Nyen Jilan, who had been imprisoned for many days in the Nyen family, was kidnapped on the way to the manor to recuperate. Nyen Gingyao sent all the guards, who were responsible for escorting Nyen Jilan to the army, except for the two who died, and asked them to start as soldiers. If they couldn't even handle such a small matter, there was no need for them to follow him. Nyen Gingyao thought in the Nyen mansion. How could a little concubine she be found by someone outside? It can be seen that the Nyen family has been feared by others. Now another Nyen Jilan has been kidnapped. He sneered, the Nyen family, but did not participate in the party's struggle openly. There were undercurrents in the court. Prince Yong's mansion was peaceful. At least, it looked peaceful. When Yin Sherwan learned the news, she was no longer like in her previous life, and she was anxious at the slightest disturbance. She just said lightly, I know. She fiddled with the bonsai under her hand again. In the huge flower pot, Yin Sherwan created the scenery for it with her own hands, and placed smooth pebbles. The short 5-needle pines seemed to stand alone on the vast mountaintop, and would not be easily bent by the wind. Yin Sherwan was busy with his hands, and his mind was not idle either. In the previous life, the concubine's sister Nyen Jilan married the son of a minor official in the court, and became the mistress. She was not rich, but she lived a peaceful life. Because she was a married woman, she was not affected when the Yin family fell into decline. Instead, she managed to save her biological mother, and settled her down. She thought that her second half of life should be smooth. Now, she didn't know who kidnapped her. However, Yin Jilan was also a daughter who was raised by the master in the Yin mansion. If she was smart enough, she could just spare her life in the future. If she planned to use someone else's hand to do something to the Yin family, then she really underestimated her elder sister Yin Sherlan. Yin Sherlan stood up, dusted off her hands. Guyu had already stood by with a basin of water. How come the people and events of the previous life did not follow the previous trajectory in this life? It was a mess. Injin was on leave today. He was thinking that he would have dinner at Chang'an Garden in Sherlan last year. Before he could ask Su Peixian to pass on the message, he heard Su Peixian come in and report that Hu Gij brought a stew pot, saying that she had borrowed the kitchen and specially stewed chicken soup for a day. Injin frowned. The rules of the palace were really just for show. Anyone can serve soup. Su Peixian, how long have you been with me? Su Peixian was asked, and answered hurriedly. My lord, I have been with you since I was 8 years old. Injin tapped the edge of the table with a fan in his hand. Every time he tapped, Su Peixian's heart trembled. After serving his master for a long time, even though he did not show his emotions, Su Peixian had already figured out some of Injin's likes and dislikes. Such actions often represent, the next moment, someone was going to be in trouble. Injin stopped knocking on the table and looked at Su Peixian. You have been following me for 16 years, but you don't know the rules of the palace? Su Peixian's back was covered with cold sweat, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Master, please forgive me. I will go and tell Hu Gij right away. Seeing that Injin didn't say anything, Su Peixian quickly took 3 steps back, turned around and went out. After leaving the house, Su Peixian dared to raise his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Hu Gij, please don't make things difficult for me. According to the palace rules, no one can offer food to the master at will. I know you mean well, but rules are rules. Please go back. Su Peixian bowed and said respectfully to Hu Gij. Hu Gij glanced at the stew pot in her hand and said with a smile, I heard that Hu Gij brought soup at dinner time the day before yesterday. Although the master was busy and didn't see her, her soup was personally served to the master by Eunuch Su. Today, Eunuch Su stopped me. I guess he thinks I am not as good as Hu Gij? Hu Gij smiled, but her words were not polite at all. Su Peixian frowned, thinking, I have been punished for helping you report. If I go again, I will be courting death. I dare not take what you said. Hu Gij, I am just a servant who follows orders. If you make things difficult for me, I can't do anything. The rules of the palace are there. Hu Gij saw Su Peixian frowning, sneer. Since Eunuch Su has repeatedly brought up the rules of the palace, then I have nothing to say. Please ask Eunuch Su to pay respects to the master on my behalf. After saying that, he turned around and left with the tray. Su Peixian stood in the corridor, watching Hu Gij walk out of the front yard, and threw the tray hard at Yutsue's hand. The force was so great that the lid of the stew pot was overturned, and the soup seemed to spill on Yutsue's hand, and she only heard Yutsue cry out in pain. Hu Gij turned a deaf ear to him, and kept scolding Yutsue in a low voice for being delicate. Yutsue stopped talking, but she turned back quietly, and her eyes met Su Peixian's from a distance. Su Peixian sighed secretly, saying, They, as servants, have no choice. Yutsue was like that, and so was he. It was not yet dinner time, and Hu Gij had made such a scene. So Injin simply went to Chang'an Garden. When he arrived, he happened to catch Songji watching the servants prepare the meal for Nian Sherlan. And the eunuchs of Chang'an Garden stood at the door and sang loudly, The master is here. When Injin was escorted into the yard, Nian Sherlan then walked out of the house with Songji. My concubine greets the master. Long live the master. Nian Sherlan bowed to Injin. She was wearing a scarlet homely dress today, not a Manchu dress. She also had her hair tied up in a bun, but without any jewelry, and her black hair was of excellent quality. She had a pair of big eyes, a small nose and red lips, and her delicate face was full of life, which made people feel excited. Injin stepped forward and took Nian Sherlan's hand. Why don't you wear jewelry? The color of the clothes is good. My Sherlan needs such bright colors to match. Nian Sherlan gently pulled her hand out of Injin's hand and lowered her head. Master, You are here just in time. Please come in. Wash your hands and have dinner. I didn't know you were coming. I have asked someone to tell the kitchen to bring a few more dishes. The moment she pulled her hand out, Injin felt a corner of his heart empty for a moment. And he smiled. Why are you so polite to me today? As if he was unfamiliar with her. Yin Sherlan looked up at him. My master has a bad memory. Didn't you emphasize in the front yard just now that the rules of the palace must be followed by all the concubines? I naturally cannot go beyond the rules. She bowed again. Injin was stunned for a moment, and then laughed out of anger. You have good hearing skills. You know what I said half an hour ago? Yin Sherlan heard this, and blinked her innocent eyes. Hugitch cried so hard, everyone in the backyard knows about this. I don't want to upset my master, so I'd better be more self-aware. Forget it. Forget it. You are the one who thinks the most. Wash your hands and have dinner. Injin didn't care that Yin Sherlan's innocent eyes were about to sparkle. He took her hand and walked into the house domineeringly, made her sit on the chair, waited for the servant to wash their hands, then looked at Yin Sherlan with a smile. Let's have dinner first. I haven't been out for a day today, so I'm hungry. Yin Sherlan also smiled, using the jade chopsticks inlaid with silver chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, carefully removed the bones, and poured vinegar on the small bowl next to the plate, and placed it in front of Injin, without saying anything, just smiled and looked at him. My lord. Remember, this fish doesn't seem to be eaten this way. Injin looked at the fish in front of him with vinegar, and chuckled. Yin Sherlan still smiled, picked up another piece of fish for herself, also poured vinegar on it, picked up a chopstick, and put it in her mouth, chewing it carefully. After swallowing the piece of fish, Yin Sherlan said, Master, please eat quickly. This fish with vinegar has a special taste. Su Patient was waiting on the side, and was confused at this time. What does this concubine mean? Chapter 93 half a foot. Su Patient thought, the master doesn't like sour food, so this piece of fish must be left on the plate. The next moment, Injin took the chopsticks, picked up a small piece of fish, and put it into his mouth. The sour taste of vinegar spread on the tip of his tongue. Injin frowned slightly, restrained himself, even skipped the chewing process, and swallowed it directly. Yin Sherlan watched the change in Injin's expression on the opposite side, and couldn't help but giggle. Injin calmed down his expression, and said to Yin Sherlan, with a look of resentment, This fish with vinegar, except a little sour, has no special meaning. If you like this, you can ask the kitchen to cook it often. Why bother to make fun of me? Yin Sherlan stopped laughing and said seriously, My master is very tolerant of me. I am deeply moved. This fish, I don't like to eat. But now, my master, please enjoy your meal first. After the meal, I will tell you the reason. Injin was increasingly confused about Yin Sherlan. When he first saw her, he was amazed. She was sitting on a horse in a red dress, and she looked so bright and free under the autumn sun. He thought she was just a simple and carefree young lady from a noble family. The next time he saw her was after the imperial decree of marriage was sent to the Yin mansion, and when the Yin mansion was preparing for her wedding. He had heard that she was out, and specially arranged a chance encounter of hero-saving beauty. But she accidentally saw through him. He thought she was a thoughtful and smart woman. Later, she followed the imperial edict and entered the palace. She looked heartless and only knew how to eat, drink and have fun with him. But in the matter of Lulua's death, she persuaded him to use herself as bait to lure out the mastermind behind it, and showed courage and strategy. Now Injin unconsciously focused more on her, to see what other side she had. Yin Sherlan saw Injin lost in thought, picked up the silver chopsticks and jade chopsticks beside him. She picked up a piece of treasure quail meat, and put it into Injin's bowl. Master, what are you thinking about? You are so absent-minded. Don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping, but the ancestors didn't stipulate that you can't eat. Injin looked at Yin Sherlan and laughed, so he smiled. Then don't talk while eating. After the two of them finished dinner, Yin Sherlan watched the servants clear away all the things on the table, and served fragrant tea. She stood up, took a cup of tea from the maid who served tea. She held the tea in both hands and brought it to Injin. Master, please have some tea. Injin took the tea and asked, Can you tell me now? What's the reason? Yin Sherlan stood in front of Injin, bowing, and then looked into Injin's eyes, and said seriously, I didn't tease you when we were having dinner just now. How dare I do that to a man as upright as you? It's just that I heard about Hugitch's incident today, and I feel sad. Yin Sherlan saw that Injin didn't respond, then she continued, I know, Because I am usually jealous, my master must think that I am jealous today, and I am being petty, and I am wronged. Injin took a sip of the fragrant tea in his hand, which was the Phoenix Dansong tea that Yin Sherlan loved to drink. Then tell me your injustice, and I will listen to it too. Yin Sherlan heard Injin's self-reference to her change from this king to the master, and knew that Injin was paying more and more attention to her. If he had noticed her at the beginning, it was because of her beauty. And later he asked for her hand in marriage, because of her family background. At present, he should have a little sincerity in it. But if it was more, she was not sure. Yin Sherlan continued. Master, have you ever thought about it? Before I entered the mansion, there was only one wife and 2 princesses in the mansion. Master, you don't usually go to the 2 princesses, and you don't know how the 2 princesses are looking forward to you. Later, when I entered the mansion, I was almost the only one favored by the concubine. I was naturally happy. But I am also a woman, and I can understand the feelings of other women in the palace. Today, Hu Gij said that she heard that Shu Gij served soup the day before yesterday. So she borrowed the kitchen and cooked chicken soup for a day to serve you. But you said that it was the rules of the palace that you could not serve food to the master at will. Hu Gij was so embarrassed that she went back to the backyard and cried. If you were like this to everyone, it would be fine. But why did you only do this to Hu Gij? I also served soup, Shu Gij also served soup, but you didn't drink Hu Gij's soup. She was not favored, and I don't know how the servants will frame her in the future. After listening to Yin Sherlan's long speech, Injin chuckled. So is it my fault? I don't know, since when did Sherlan become so virtuous, and she looks like a sister to the concubine. Yin Sherlan smiled, sighed, took 2 steps forward, and gently hooked Injin's little finger with her left little finger. Master is such a smart person, why would you tease me for this? What I want to say today is, either, Master, you can favor me, but you have no children yet, and only Duan is pregnant, and you are still indifferent to her. Or you can treat everyone equally, not favoring anyone, nor neglecting anyone, wouldn't that be good? Otherwise, I am the woman who sees Master the most, and I am afraid I will be eaten alive by the women in the backyard. A tall tree attracts the wind, Master must understand better than me. Injin laughed. After all this trouble, it turns out that Sherlan thinks that I have brought trouble to you? Then I will not come, so that you will not become the target of public criticism. Yin Sherlan squeezed Injin's fingers tightly, and said coquettishly, How can you say that wind is rain? I just want you to treat everyone equally, but you are teasing me. Then tell me, how can you treat everyone equally? Injin squeezed Yin Sherlan's white and tender hand, and rubbed it in his palm. Yin Sherlan let him squeeze her. How can I be the master of this? I'm afraid the master and his wife should discuss this. For example, who will be the master on certain days of the month? And who will be the master on other days? This is also the rule of the palace. There will be more and more women in the backyard in the future. And there will be no jealousy between sisters. What do you think? Master? Injin looked at Sherlan's coquettish look, and couldn't help but hold her in his arms. Sherlan has been talking for a long time. And it seems that she mentioned that the master has few children. When, you will also give me a fat little prince? Yin Sherlan's heart tightened when she heard this. Although she knew his intentions in this life, she did not want to bear children for him. Many things have changed in this life, and many people have changed. The government seems stable, but in fact, there are undercurrents. The princes are fighting secretly, and it is still unknown who will win. Moreover, the experience in the previous life was too painful. She did not want to bear children for him, and did not want her children to be born in such a situation. Will a child born to a mother who resented her father be happy? Yin Sherlan thought about this and gently pushed Injin's arms. But Injin did not move at all. She gave up and smiled softly in Injin's arms. Had a little prince? Master, don't you like little princesses? Injin held the girl in his arms, and his tone became gentler. He rested his chin on Yin Sherlan's head and said, I like it. As long as it's born by you. I like it. A good night in the morning. Yin Sherlan was out of character. She got up early to wait on Injin to go to court. And Sam watched Injin leave from the roof, and then quietly returned to the beam where he often hid. However, when he looked down, he saw Songji carrying a bowl of medicine into the house. Master, the medicine is ready and warm. Do you want to drink it now? Songji asked Yin Sherlan, with the medicine bowl in her hand. Yin Sherlan did not respond, but took the medicine bowl and drank it all, and then handed the medicine bowl back to Songji. Drink it. Why not? And Sam was thinking about what kind of medicine this was. Why did the concubine drink the medicine as soon as Prince Young left? Songji seemed to sigh. Master, I don't understand. The master is increasingly fond of you. Why don't you want to get pregnant? Other princesses and concubines, including the concubine, all dream of getting pregnant. If you are pregnant, won't you be more favored? Yin Sherlan said disdainfully. What do I need this favor for? Do you think a man's favor can make you live better in this deep house? Many times. Too much favor is nothing more than a death talisman. All right. Help me wash and dress. And follow me to pay respects to the wife. Songji heard this, and called Gu Xiaoman in. Yin Sherlan sat lazily in front of the dressing mirror, and took a hand mirror, and placed it flat in front of her eyes. She originally planned to let the maid take it later, and she would use it to see if the pattern of the bun on the back of her head was good-looking. But she didn't expect that the mirror spread out on the dressing table allowed her to see half of the sole of the foot on the beam. Chapter 94. Angering the Concubine. Yin Sherlan was in a state of panic, and she didn't know how much this person had heard and seen. But she remained calm, and didn't even look at the flat mirror again, but picked up the mirror and handed it to Xiaoman, who was standing beside her. You hold it first, and show me how the bun looks like later. Xiaoman took the mirror and held it respectfully. Yin Sherlan looked at the hand mirror reflected in the dressing mirror, and the bun on the back of her head was in the hand mirror. Guyu has a pair of skillful hands, and can always come up with new ideas for dressing. Yin Sherlan sent Guyu and Xiaoman away, leaving only Songji in the room to help her change clothes. I don't know who the hero is on the beam, and I don't know whether you are there all the time, or just occasionally. But now I have to change clothes. If you still have some shame, please step aside. Otherwise, I don't mind having someone call the guards in the mansion over. Yin Sherlan put her hand on the lapel of her nightgown and pretended to unbutton it, while speaking casually. Songji opened her mouth in surprise, wrapped the clothes in her hand around Yin Sherlan, and opened her mouth in anger. Whose family is this pervert? How shameless. Anson awkwardly withdrew his feet on the beam. His parents died, he wandered the streets, joined the dark guard camp at the age of 9, practiced killing skills, wore night clothes, walked on the beams, and suffered the most. I didn't expect that today in the Prince Yong's mansion, he would fall in this small concubine's room. If he had not been appointed by Prince Yong to protect the concubine, he would not have been insulted. And San complained in his heart, but dared not say a word. If the other three knew about this shameful thing, they would definitely laugh their heads off. If the master knew, there would be only one way out. Yin Sherlan looked up, and saw that the half of the foot that was accidentally exposed was gone. He did not know whether the man had left. In order to avoid trouble, Yin Sherlan went to the side room to change clothes. And San was very angry. As a secret guard, he had a chance to capsize, and was seen by others. But looking at Yin Sherlan, he seemed calm. And Sam was powerless to look up at the sky. Although he could not see the sky at the moment, he could only see the darker roof. Yin Sherlan took Songji to pay respects. Songji was still in shock, and looked around suspiciously all the way. Yin Sherlan smiled. Don't look at him. That man should have no ill intentions. According to my guess, he should have been eating and living there. But I accidentally found him today. Songji finally couldn't hold back and asked, Master, aren't you afraid? I was so scared just now. What if he gets angry and kills someone? Are you still afraid? I saw you were so powerful just now, you called him a lecher. Yin Sherlan covered her mouth with a smile, teasing Songji. Songji pretended to be angry and stomped her feet. Master, you still have the mood to laugh at such a big thing. Why don't you call the guards to capture him? Let him spy on you. Yin Sherlan said carelessly. Call the guards? The guards in the palace are probably not his match, otherwise how could he appear on the beam? If calling the guards angers him instead, it will be bad. For a person like him, it is easy for him to take our lives. He didn't do it, which means our lives are not his target. Besides, I don't know his identity yet, but seeing how you and I humiliated him, he didn't show up in anger, which shows that the person behind him is very powerful. It is better to let him go first. Just think of it as a guard dog lying on the beam. If Ansan heard these words at this moment, he would definitely spit out blood. They are secret guards, can die, but cannot be captured, cannot be humiliated, and even more cannot be treated as dogs, let alone guard dogs. Songji was still frightened. The master was really generous, such a guard dog. But what if he is bad to the master? It shouldn't happen. This fat meat that is delivered to the door, I still have use for it, Nian Sherlan said, looking up. They were almost at Xingfu courtyard. Songji prayed silently in her heart. That was not an assassin. When Nian Sherlan arrived, Fengshe had not arrived yet, which was rare. She was almost always the first to arrive. Olenara sat at the head of the table in high spirits. Nian Sherlan greeted her, took her seat, and served her tea. This was the routine every day. Nian Sherlan drank half a cup of tea before she saw Fengshe rushing in. Fengshe respectfully greeted Olenara. She waited for Olenara to say that she was invited to sit down before she took her seat. All the sisters are here. It's rare that Sister Nian is here so early today. Olenara smiled and said, looking at Nian Sherlan. She was wearing a light green Manchu dress today, which made her look very refreshing even in this autumn. Nian Sherlan raised her hand to stroke her hair, and responded with a smile. What Fujin said, I really can't bear it. The master went to bed late yesterday, and the master went to court early this morning. After I finished serving the master, I have hurried over to pay my respects to you. I am neither early nor late. Why do all the sisters in the hall not care about me, but only pick me out? Ah? Nian Sherlan knew that in her previous life, Olenara had gone through the cruel struggle of imperial power, and her mind was extremely meticulous and cunning. In this life, Olenara was only 24 years old. She usually dealt with the women in the mansion, and her character was far from reaching the state of enlightenment. Since Nian Sherlan entered the mansion, Olenara, I have never gotten the upper hand from her. The only time she was drunk and called herself this palace. Olenara almost caught her wrong, but she didn't expect the master to suppress it lightly. Now she said one word, and Nian Sherlan had 10 words waiting for her. Her wife was really frustrated. Sister Nian, I think I am too lenient to my sisters. Are you talking to me politely? Fortunately, this is in the palace. If it gets out, what do outsiders think of the palace? I am afraid that my sister cannot bear the charge of insubordination. Olenara forced a smile. Her eyes were cold, staring at Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan, however, did not care, and smiled coquettishly. Please forgive me. Madam, I said something wrong. Madam, you have always been generous and kind, and everyone in the palace praises you. I was too presumptuous. How about, I will punish myself by confining myself to my room for 3 days. Olenara understood that Nian Sherlan was looking for an excuse not to come to pay her respects. If she agreed, for these few words, she would have a reputation of being mean, and all her previous lenient behavior would be in vain. If she didn't agree, this Nian was really too presumptuous. Olenara remained calm, but secretly took a deep breath, and must not be thrown off balance by Nian. Sister, you worry too much. Since you can realize your mistake in time, I am not an aggressive person. In the future, sisters, take this as a warning, correct your mistakes if you have any, and encourage yourself if you don't. Hugij spoke first. The lady of the royal family is kind and generous, and wins people over with virtue. We, the concubines, share the lady of the royal family's grace. Hugij had no choice but to respond with Feng. Yes, we, the concubines, share the lady of the royal family's grace. Olenara saved some face, and her smile was also sincere. She looked at Nian Sherlan. What do you think? Sister? Nian Sherlan stood up and raised her hand casually. We, the concubines, share the lady of the royal family's grace. After paying respects and parting unhappily, Songji followed Nian Sherlan back to Chang'an Garden. Master, you have embarrassed the wife in front of so many people today. What should we do? Nian Sherlan stopped and looked at the Xingfu courtyard, which was already some distance behind him. Are you afraid that she will attack me? I am only afraid that she will not attack me. Songji blurted out. Are you deliberately provoking the wife? Why? After saying this, she realized that she had not returned to Chang'an Garden yet, and was afraid of being seen by so many people. So she covered her mouth quickly. Nian Sherlan continued to walk forward and spoke slowly. You will know in the future. Chapter 95 Leaking like a sieve. Nian Sherlan returned to Chang'an Garden. Xiao Linzi was waiting at the door. Congratulations, Master. The Master just sent someone to pass on a message. From today on, please assist in the affairs of the palace, and the Master has also sent someone to inform the concubine. Nian Sherlan thought about it. In her previous life, when she was in the palace, she was not given the power to assist in the affairs of the palace. I know, I will go to thank you in person when the Master comes back. Nian Sherlan walked slowly into the main house. As if she glanced at the beam unintentionally, it was all black. Hanlu served tea, and Songji looked at the breakfast. Everyone, go down. Songji will serve you. Xia Linzi was the first to leave, followed by Mongjong. Hanlu hesitated for a moment, and also left. Yin Sherlan's breakfast today was still porridge and side dishes, which looked exquisite. But it was the same thing every day, which was inevitably boring. She put down her chopsticks after a few bites, and drank half a bowl of porridge. And the breakfast was finished. I wonder if the hero on the beam is here. Would you mind giving me a chat? Yin Sherlan finished speaking, and waited for a long while but nothing happened. Forget it. Anyway, I saw you. No matter who sent you. I'm afraid you won't be able to report to your master. If I call the guards, you can't escape. Why bother? Since you're here, and you're not here to kill me, why not help me do something small? I'll give you 2 days to think about it. Once you've thought it over, show up. If you don't show up in 2 days, I will not let you go even if I have to sacrifice my life. Songji's heart was beating fast when she heard Yin Sherlan's words. When did her master become so bold? He was not afraid of anything, and was willing to risk everything. After Yin Sherlan finished speaking, she asked someone to clear away the breakfast and ordered the dishes for lunch and dinner. All of them were fat chickens and ducks, delicacies from the mountains. And San did not dare to move on the beam. Listening to Yin Sherlan's words, there were only 2 words in his mind. It's over. Isn't this concubine a lady from a big family? Why doesn't she play by the rules? Aren't they afraid of death? Although he wouldn't dare to do anything to the concubine even if he had 30 guts, but San felt miserable. In the past, the concubine didn't know of his existence, and he was at ease. Now, the concubine knows that there is a master on the beam, and asked him to do some small things at his convenience, and threatened that he would ask the guards to catch him. If the incident comes to light, wouldn't it be easy for the master to know that he has been discovered? At that time, he would not be able to bear the punishment from the secret guard camp. And San struggled in his heart, not knowing what the concubine asked him to do. But he thought that his master awarded him to Prince Yong. And Prince Yong was his second master. Prince Yong asked him to protect the concubine. So as long as he protected the concubine and did some small things, it should be fine. Right? Yin Sherlan waited until Songji was the only one left in the room, and then spoke again. Listen, the one on the beam. No matter what your mission is, as long as it is not to take my life, we can achieve peace. I will not make it difficult for you to kill people and set fires. I just want you to help me train someone who can protect me closely. Think about it carefully. And San heard this. I am good at this. Isn't this a coincidence? It coincides with my mission. And San is only 16 years old. And he immediately wanted to show up, after thinking about it. She held back. Think about it again, what if it was a trick? Seeing that she had said so many things, there was still no movement on the beam. She didn't care. She had lived for nearly 60 years in 2 lives, and except for those hatred and resentment, she was not afraid of anything. It was just a little headache. This Chang'an garden, it was leaking like a sieve. She pulled out a green radish, committed suicide, and died without telling the person behind her. There was a cold dew lurking. She knew it was a spy, but because she wanted to find out who was behind her, she let it go. Now she found a watchdog on the beam. And she didn't know how many other spies were hiding in the dark. Chang'an garden had only Songji, a first-class maid, Mongjong and Hanlu, 2 second-class maids, Guyu and Xiaoman, another first-class maid, and a third-class maid for washing and dressing. The rest were 4 maids for sweeping and cleaning, and 3 maids for rough work. Chang'an garden had no chief eunuch, only Xia Linzi and 2 other young eunuchs. Yin Sherlan wanted to promote Xia Linzi to be the chief eunuch, but he is a little young. Let's wait until next year. Since Injin suddenly gave her the right to assist today, then take the opportunity to clean up Chang'an garden. Xiaomei accompanied Olenara to practice calligraphy in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The autumn wind was refreshing, and the pavilion in the middle of the lake was cool and comfortable. Xiaomei knew that. Whenever Olenara was in a bad mood, she would practice calligraphy to calm her mood. Olenara was good at writing big characters. Xiaomei looked at the rice paper on the table, and a word, he, appeared on the paper with the ink not yet dried. The force penetrated the back of the paper. Olenara put down the brush in her hand, and asked Jiang Fuhai, who was serving beside her, to lift up the words she had just written. She watched the rich ink on the words flow down the paper lines, and the gloom in her eyes was no longer concealed. Xiaomei caught a glimpse of Olenara's eyes, and in this warm September weather, she shuddered in her heart. Hugij looked at Shugij sitting leisurely in the corridor opposite her. In front of Shugij was a small table. There were 2 kinds of fruit, and a pot of tea on the small table. Hugij couldn't stand Shugij's behavior, and spoke with sarcasm. "Oh, we are all princesses. And you have tea and snacks. I remember that there was only 1 piece of fruit in our share. Your other piece looks exquisite. Where did it come from?" Shugij didn't even look at Hugij, and spoke softly. "Of course, I got it by currying favor with the master. How about it? Are you satisfied with this answer?" Hugij was furious. Since when did this Shugij stop looking like a quail? It seems like it was since the master called her to sleep with him. "Shusuyin, you and I have the same status. Why did the master only call you to sleep with him? You must have used some seductive tricks. I heard that your father is a scholar, but he raised a daughter like you, which is a misfortune for the family." Shugij raised her eyes, and looked at Hugij. That look made Hugij shudder, but that look was fleeting. Hugij even suspected that she had seen it wrong. "You also said that. You and I have the same status. Either you use tricks to get the master to summon you, or you shut up, or I will drive you out of this palace. If you don't want to be driven out of the palace, you should be honest." Hugij was angry. "Shusuyin, who do you think you are to teach me a lesson? It's not certain who will be kicked out of the palace." Shugij opened her lips lightly. "Idiot." She simply stopped drinking tea in the corridor. After being served by Zijing, he went back to his room, leaving only the resentful Hugij in the courtyard. Xiao Linzi jumped into Nian Shilan's room at night. "Master, I went to inquire." Nian Shilan looked at Xiao Linzi and winked at him. Xiao Linzi immediately stopped talking. Instead, he ran to the table in front of the window, picked up the paper on the table, and took out a small brush from his bosom and started to paint. Nian Shilan looked at the painting drawn by Xiao Linzi and laughed. The painting shows a fat person without a waist, but it is obviously a fat woman. And there is a word Duan written crookedly next to it. Nian Shilan thought about it for a while, and it was not a secret. So he signaled Xiao Linzi to speak directly. Xiao Linzi was smart. When Nian Shilan winked at him, he guessed that there was an ear in the wall, but he didn't know that the ear was now on his head. He approached Nian Shilan and whispered, "Master, you guessed it right. Duan is only more than 3 months old now. She has a round figure. I have asked doctors outside. It is true that women should eat more good food when they are pregnant, but they should not eat too much. Otherwise, the baby may be too big and difficult to deliver. If you meet the black-hearted midwife again, it is easy to have 2 deaths." Nian Shilan sneered after hearing this, without disguising her voice. "I knew that Fu Jin was not so kind. She just ordered the kitchen to send food to Duan like water. She probably wanted to be a cheap mother." Xiao Linzi said, "The master now has the power to assist. Do you want to intervene in this matter?" Nian Shilan looked down at the silk handkerchief in her hand, which had a strong bamboo embroidered on it. "How can I have that ability? It depends on Duan's own luck." And San didn't hear what Xiao Linzi said. He was scratching his head anxiously. His mission was to protect the concubine, but it didn't stop him from being curious. Later, after listening to the concubine's words, he became even more confused. The concubine was sending food to a pregnant woman like water. Isn't this to love the pregnant woman? Before he could continue thinking, he heard Nian Shilan say, "Xiao Linzi, I found a master for you, to teach you some martial arts. Are you willing to learn?" Xiao Linzi was overjoyed. There is such a good thing. The master has already asked Zhou Anhai to teach him to read, and now he has found a martial arts master. Is this something a little eunuch like him can learn? And Sam rolled his eyes in his heart. So the little things that can be done by chance that concubine Jean said. Is this? Well, think about it again. Chapter 96 Farm Accounts. Nian Shilan's lunch was prepared according to the highest standard of the quota, with all the fat chickens and ducks, which were delicious and tasty. She put down her chopsticks after a few bites, saying that she wanted to eat before, but now she had no appetite. At her instruction, Xiao Linzi took a fan to the table and gently fanned the delicious food on the table. The fat chickens and ducks were not roasted as usual, but the kitchen chopped them into pieces according to the instructions of the concubine, and cooked them with the method of braising and stewing. A delicate table stove was set up, and the dishes were roasted on the stove, giving off an enticing aroma. And San silently swallowed his saliva on the beam. Fortunately, he could hold it back. When it was time for dinner, Nian Shilan ordered the kitchen to roast lamb legs, still using a small stove to simmer the fire. And the lamb legs were roasted on the fire until they were sizzling with oil. The kitchen staff wondered why concubines suddenly ate such greasy meals, and they followed the instructions carefully. Xiao Linzi was quick and nimble, and served Yin Shirlan with his meals. He took a delicate knife, carefully sliced off a few pieces of lamb leg meat, and placed them on the plate in front of Yin Shirlan. Yin Shirlan still ate a few bites and then stopped. Xiao Linzi, I'm full. Let's share these dishes. Yin Shirlan wiped the corners of her mouth elegantly with a handkerchief. And San rested on the beam, touching the dry food in his arms angrily. Yin Shirlan seemed to be talking to himself again. This chicken, duck, fish and meat, I seem to never get tired of eating them. I really don't know how those who only eat dry food live. Fortunately, the palace is rich, and as long as you follow me, you can have any good food. Finally, Yin Shirlan looked at Songji, blinked, and asked her, Is that so? Songji? Songji immediately knew what Yin Shirlan meant. Who says it's not so? Master, if I were to say, this person, living his whole life, can't eat good food, can't drink fine wine, what's the point of living? Master, you said that those mountain kings who kill people in the rivers and lakes, are they living happily? Yin Shirlan tapped Songji's forehead with her finger painted with kohlrabi. You, use your brain to think, they are worried and frightened every day, how can they be happy? And San was speechless and choked on the beam. He is a secret guard, but he is also a young boy of only 16 years old. In the secret guard camp, only those excellent secret guards, who have achieved good results, have the right to eat and drink as much as they want. A third-class secret guard like him can only make a living. Before, the concubine didn't know he was on the beam, and he could occasionally sneak into the kitchen in the mansion, or the small kitchen in Chungyang Garden in the middle of the night to pick up some cooked meat that he liked to eat. After being discovered by the concubine, it took only one day, and he was already very greedy. The 10 taels of silver in his arms. Since he was assigned by Prince Yong to protect the concubine, he never had the chance to spend it. He also heard the concubine instruct the kitchen and small kitchen in the mansion to be careful of rats stealing meat. He must have strengthened the inventory and protection of the kitchen. And San was in pain, but he could still hold on. At night, when everyone was silent, the light was still on in Injin's study. He listened to the news that an E had gathered for him. Your Highness, I have been hiding in the Nian mansion for the past few days, and I have not seen Lord Nian Gingyo interacting with any of the princes. He only went to the morning court during the day, and then went to the military camp to train. At night, he studied the art of war in the study, and did not want anyone to disturb him. He even often forgot to drink the tonic soup that was sent to him. Madame Nian was quite resentful. The couple had a quarrel because Lord Nian Gingyo had not stayed in her room for the past few days. Lord Nian simply stayed in his study these 2 days. I sneaked into his study while Lord Nian was attending the morning court. On the surface, there were only books on military strategy. In secret, I found nothing. Injin put his right hand on the table and tapped his index finger lightly. I know. It seems that I am too suspicious. He has repeatedly disagreed with me in the court. I originally thought that he wanted to support a certain prince. I thought that since he could not be used by my second brother, he must have been used by someone else. Now it seems that I was too suspicious. Withdraw the spies from the Nian mansion and ignore him for now. Keep an eye on those who are ready to make a move for me, and pay more attention to my second brother in case someone is trying to harm him. Be sure to protect my second brother. And he lowered his head and said, Yes. Injin knew very well that the emperor's doubts were not so easy to dispel. Yin Shirlan got up early, and was still dressing up. Several servants were kneeling in the courtyard of Chungyang Garden. When Yin Shirlan had finished packing and left the house, standing in the corridor, a servant spoke clearly. Reporting to Concubine, Concubine said, the farm reported the harvest today, and Concubine has to personally count the furnishings that Concubine brought into the mansion, and really can't spare the energy to look at the farm's account books, so Concubine hopes you can sort out the farm's accounts. Yin Shirlan listened to the report from the subordinates. I just felt bored. She sneered in her heart. Elenara wanted to use the methods of her previous life again, allowing the managers of several manors to report muddled accounts, making Yin Shirlan, who had no interest in housekeeping since childhood, flustered. Finally, she was forced to use her dowry private treasury to fill the gap, but Elenara proposed to recheck the accounts, stigmatizing Yin Shirlan as not good at management in front of Injin, and took away her assistant power for quite a long time. Later, Injin proposed to let her assist in the trivial matters of the palace, and Elenara had nothing to say. Yin Shirlan had thought about it carefully in this life. when Injin proposed to give her the right to assist again. She just thought that Injin had deep feelings for her. In fact, it was just because Nian Gingya won several battles in a row at that time. And Injin wanted to let Nian Gingya know that his sister was doing well in the palace, so as to win her over. Now, Nian Shuolan didn't want to be strong and do things she was not good at like in the previous life. In that case, I would like to thank Madame Fu for her trust. I will go to pay my respects to Madame Fu, and I will discuss this matter with Madame Fu in person. If you have anything to say, please wait until Madame Fu and I have discussed it before reporting it. You can go down first. The servant who spoke was very obedient. He bowed his head and responded, and left Chang'an Garden with the other servants, who still wanted to report. Nian Shuolan thought silently in his heart, in this life, this assistant power came suddenly, and even the trap of the Olinara family came smoothly. You have to be careful. At the gate of Xingfu courtyard, Nian Shuolan met Hu Gij with Yusui. When Hu Gij saw Nian Shuolan, she bowed her head and bowed politely. She stood aside, waiting for Nian Shuolan to enter the courtyard first, and then she went in. I pay my respects to Madame Fu Jin, and I wish Madame Fu Jin good luck. Nian Shuolan, contrary to her usual casual demeanor, seriously bowed to Olinara and paid her respects. Olinara was full of smiles. Get up, sit down. Seeing Nian Shuolan sitting down, Olinara spoke again. First of all, congratulations to Sister Nian. Sister Nian is really lucky. Yesterday, the master sent people to each courtyard to tell her that she should help with the trivial matters in the mansion. Sister Nian has been in the mansion for less than a year, and she has such power. It is really impressive. Nian Shuolan was out of character again. She stood up, earnestly bowed to Olinara, and spoke slowly. I thank the master and the lady. I am terrified. When I was at home, my mother often taught me some things about housekeeping. But I am lazy. I haven't learned much. Now I am suddenly asked to help manage the affairs of the mansion. I am afraid I can't do it well. Everyone listened to Nian Shuolan's serious voice, and they thought she really didn't have the ability to manage things. Hu Gij covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed softly, but didn't say anything. Hu Gij brought tea and drank it silently. Feng didn't make any moves, didn't look at anyone, just treated her as a decoration. Duan was still under house arrest, and was only allowed to come out on the 1st and 15th days of the month to pay respects to the wife. Everyone can see her, Olinara said with a tolerant smile. Sister Nian is too modest. The master gave you the power of assistant, which is your blessing. You will accept it. I heard that a servant went to Chang'an Garden to report to you early in the morning, but you rejected him. I have arranged it. From now on, the accounts of the farm will be checked every 3 months, and you will be in charge of it. I hope you will not refuse it again. Nian Shuolan sighed helplessly. What Madame Fu Jin said really frightened me. Money accounts are not trivial matters. If I am right or wrong, or if I missed something, will Madame Fu Jin guarantee that I will not be punished? I heard that the furniture and furnishings for Madame Chi's arrival in the mansion have not been arranged yet. Why don't you show mercy and let me do this? Nian Shuolan was also testing. This time, no matter what Olinara said, she had a plan to deal with it. Chapter 97, Accepting the Insane. After Nian Shuolan finished speaking, she waited for Olinara's reply. Sister, please sit down first. Nian Shuolan also smiled, thanked Olinara, and sat back. Sister, you worry too much. There are several accountants in the mansion to help you with the farm accounts. I have ordered people to do half of the furniture purchased for concubine Chi in the past 2 days. I am afraid that you will have trouble after you take over. I will not trouble you to figure it out again. Hearing this, Nian Shuolan knew that the reconciliation could not be postponed. Anyway, she was no longer the inexperienced little girl in her previous life. Nian Shuolan had already developed a solid ability to check the money accounts while assisting the 6 palaces in her previous life. Since the wife trusts me so much, I have no choice but to give it a try. I hope the wife will forgive me for any inappropriate behavior. Nian Shuolan smiled respectfully, and looked at Olinara with an indescribable look. Duan listened to the end of the greeting outside, and the maids from each courtyard accompanied their masters back home. She was anxious. Why don't you let me go out? I'm pregnant. Am I not as noble as them? I'm trapped in this room. I'm almost going moldy. Duan swept all the tea sets on the table to the ground, and there was a rustling sound of broken porcelain. Changwu hurriedly stopped her. Girl, calm down. Your anger is not good for the development of the fetus. Duan stared at Changwu viciously. In the past, in Duan's house, You helped my sister to keep an eye on me. Now in the palace, you still want to help Fu Jin to keep an eye on me? Changwu was shocked. Miss, be careful with your words. I have always been loyal to you. Miss, you have wronged me. Loyal? Wronged you? Oh, I advise you to be a hero if you know the times. Now I am just a concubine with no name or status. When I give birth to a little prince, you can't catch up even if you flatter me. Go. Open the door. I want to go out. You said you are loyal. I'll see how loyal you are. Changwu dared not say a word, nor open the door. She was just a little servant. How could she dare to disobey the prince's order? Duan was making a fuss. Xiaomei pushed the door open and walked in. I greet the young lady. I wish you good luck. Xiaomei bowed. Duan stood up with her pregnant belly. Auntie, are you here to let me out? I'm so suffocated. Xiaomei smiled and shook her head. Please forgive me. Young lady. I came here on the orders of the lady. Fu Jin said. The order of house arrest was issued by the prince himself, and she did not dare to go against the prince for the girl's affairs. But Fu Jin felt sorry for the girl's suffering, and Fu Jin said, as long as the girl wanted to eat, play, she would satisfy her. Duan was silent for a long time, and sat back down. Changwu helped her sit steadily. I know. Aunt, you can go back. Xiaomei carefully looked at Duan's current appearance. She was only about 4 months old, and she was rounder. She nodded and left Duan's room. Go back and report to Elenara. Elenara heard about Duan's current situation and smiled softly. Let her stay here for now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that if anyone in this mansion has the intention to harm others, she will accidentally bump into them. Xiaomei said. The master has really done his best for her pregnancy, but I'm afraid she won't know what's good for her. Elenara looked outside the door. The autumn weather was clear, and the leaves were floating. The maid in the yard was squatting on the ground picking up the fallen leaves. People teach people, but they can never learn. Things teach people, and they will learn it once. If she makes trouble again, let her make trouble. And don't stop her. I want to see what she can do. The master obviously doesn't take her seriously. Nian Sherlan stood in the corridor of Chang'an Garden, watching several maids sweeping pictures in the yard with fallen leaves. After watching for a while, she went into the house, sat at the table, took the tea from Songji, and spoke lazily. Songji, go to the front yard later. Seeing that the master has returned to the mansion, go and invite the master to come over. Just say that my Chang'an garden is not clean. I need to borrow a few guards to take turns day and night, otherwise I am very scared and can't sleep. Songji responded immediately. Yes. I will serve you dinner and then go. And San knew that. It was the concubine who forced him to show up. If Prince Yong knew that he was so careless, and the concubine found his tracks, what was waiting for him was probably the torture of the secret guard camp. In the past 2 days, Nian Sherlan combined her experience in her previous life and could probably guess that if the man on the beam was not sent by others to kill her, he was probably a secret guard to monitor her. No matter who it was, as long as her life was safe, she would not waste it if she did not use the fat meat that was delivered to her mouth. She was worried recently that Xiao Linzi was smart, but he had no martial arts skills, which was inconvenient. If she asked someone from outside to teach Xiao Linzi, there was no rule to ask a master for a eunuch. Let Xiao Linzi go outside to find someone to learn. Firstly, there is not enough time. And secondly, it is inconvenient. Nian Sherlan saw that there was no movement on the beam, and said to Songji, let's go now. Let Mongzhong and Hanlu serve breakfast. Songji responded, and said, as she was about to leave. And Sang gritted his teeth, jumped down from the beam, and landed in front of Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan remained calm, pouring tea for himself. Are you willing to come down? I don't know who you are. Why do you hide in my house every day? And San knelt on one knee and saluted with his fists. Please forgive me, concubine. I have no intention of hurting you. I am a man of the underworld. Because I was hunted by someone, I had nowhere to go, so I could only hide in the palace quietly. Seeing that concubine's house was spacious and comfortable, I dared to be a guest on the roof. I swear, I am only staying here temporarily, and I will leave when I find a suitable opportunity in the future. Nian Sherlan didn't care whether what he said was true or not, as long as he showed up. It would be easy to deal with. She looked at Insan carefully. He looked young, with no expression on his delicate face. He was wearing night clothes. and his strong features did not match his appearance. "What's your name? Since you are a man of the underworld, I won't ask about your grudges. However, you can't bring the people who are chasing you here. I am very afraid of death." Nianshirlan smiled, and San didn't dare to look Nianshirlan in the eye, and lowered his head to answer. "Thank you, concubine, I will never let you down. You can call me Li Ku." Nianshirlan looked at San with interest. "Li Ku? The name is easy to remember. Since you have shown up, I will protect you from now on. You just need to teach my personal eunuch some boxing skills. One day when you return to the martial arts world, I will also give you money, so you don't have to live on the edge of a knife anymore." And San looked up at Nianshirlan in surprise. "This concubine is so generous. Thank you very much. Concubine, I can teach your personal eunuch kung fu. I only ask the concubine to keep my whereabouts secret and never let anyone else know." Nianshirlan answered readily. "Don't worry." After that, he called Xiao Linzi in and asked him to recognize this chief master. Xiao Linzi suppressed his doubts, looked happy, and immediately became a disciple. From then on, and San still lived on the beam during the day, and taught Xiao Linzi some simple kung fu in the dark of the courtyard at night. Nianshirlan would let Xiao Linzi take out a separate portion of food every day, leave it to San. On the days when Hanlu used pigeons to send messages, San and Xiao Linzi would hide in the dark and watch her. The messages they sent were nothing more than the daily life of the concubine. San was careful and wrote down the content of each message and compiled it into a book and secretly showed the book to Injin every few days. The morning after Nianshirlan accepted Li Ku, she waited for the accounts reported by the farm and handed the accounts to Xiao Linzi and went to the front yard to wait for Injin. Chapter 98. Good luck to the four sister-in-law. After the morning court, Injin was walking on the way out of the palace. Someone called him from behind. "Fourth brother. Fourth brother." Injin turned around and saw his youngest brother, Old 17. Old 17 was born to Shupin, and was only 8 years old, which was the age that even naughty dogs hated. But the emperor spoiled him because he was young, and made him much less worried than those adult princes. "It's Inli, you don't go to school today. Why are you here? Where are the people following you?" Injin smiled when he saw the 17th brother. Because this younger brother was young, he was very respectful to him, calling him fourth brother all the time, and was much closer to him than Injin's biological brother. The 14th brother. Injin and the 14th brother, Inji, were both born to concubine Da, and were biological brothers from the same father and mother, but the child grew up with concubine Da, and was not very kind to Injin, his biological brother, who was raised by concubine Tong Jia. When they met, they were very cold. The 17th brother Inli took 2 steps forward and bowed. Inli greets the 4th brother. "Good luck to the 4th brother. I should have studied today, but to be honest with the 4th brother, I don't want to go. I study hard every day, and I am very tired. The people who follow me are stupid. I turn left and right in the imperial garden, and leave them all behind." Injin saw Inli pouting, looking like an unwilling child, and laughed out loud. "You are not obedient. Be careful that the emperor father will find out and punish you." Inli sighed, like an adult at such a young age. "What's the point of studying hard every day? I don't have to be an emperor. Wouldn't it be better for me to be an idle prince?" People were coming and going on the palace road. Injin quickly covered Inli's mouth and scolded him. "Don't talk nonsense. The emperor likes you, you should have some sense. Let you study, so that you can understand the truth, distinguish right from wrong, and have your own opinions on major issues." "Release the hand covering Inli's mouth," Injin asked. "Then tell your 4th brother that you don't want to study today. What do you want to do?" Inli's eyes lit up instantly, and he said anxiously, "Can your 4th brother take me to ride a horse? I heard that the horse farm in the suburbs of Beijing is very big. I haven't seen it yet. The emperor always says that I am still young and won't let me go," Injin said with a fierce face. "The emperor doesn't let you go. How dare I take you there privately? Do you want to see the emperor break my legs?" Inli said hurriedly. No, 4th brother, I don't have such bad intentions. I just don't want to study today." Injin had a headache. This younger brother, usually polite and respectful, but today he didn't want to go to school. But when he thought about the time when he didn't want to study when he was a child, he felt that he understood the 17th brother. "Su Peisheng, go and report to the emperor, and ask for his instructions. Yunili will not go to school today. I will take him to my house as a guest." After Injin gave Su Peisheng instructions, he bent down and asked Inli, "You can't ride a horse, How about this arrangement? I'll take you to my house for a walk. Ainley nodded repeatedly. As long as he is not allowed to study, I can do anything. Also, I will send someone to find the palace servants following you. You have thrown them away like this. Have you ever thought about what punishment they will receive? Injin said to Ainley. Ainley nodded again and again. Injin saw that Ainley was so well behaved, and touched his head. The two stood together on the palace road, and waited for Su Peixiong to report to the emperor. After about 3/4 of an hour, Su Peixiong came hurriedly. He was seen jogging all the way, panting. When he saw Injin and the others, Su Peixiong hurriedly bowed. When the emperor heard that the 17th prince did not go to school, he was angry at first, and I was so scared that I dared not say a word. Later, I dared to say that Prince Yong wanted to take him to the palace for a visit, and the emperor reluctantly agreed. He also said that he would send the 17th prince back to the palace before the evening hour. Injin touched Ainley's head. The emperor really loves you. Let's go! Yin Sherlon was sitting in the front yard waiting for Injin. Suddenly, she saw him bringing in a little boy. She tried to avoid him, but it was too late. The little boy was very open and bowed to Yin Sherlon. Ainley greets the 4 sister-in-law. May the 4 sister-in-law be blessed. Yin Sherlon was stunned. Ainley? Is this the young Ainley? In his previous life, his name was Yunli. After Injin ascended the throne, he had to avoid using the name of the elder. Changed to Yunli. Yunli was already an adult at that time. Yin Sherlon only knew that he broke into the Kun Palace and took away Jin Huan, who was punished by her to kneel. She thought he was just thinking about the royal heir. Later, Yin Sherlon had that dream and realized that in the previous life, Yunli might have been deeply in love with Jin Huan. But he didn't do anything to Yin Sherlon. Yin Sherlon was still surprised. Injin just thought she was shy, and said to Ainley, "This is my concubine. You deserve to be called 4th sister-in-law." "But why do you call her concubine?" Ainley opened his mouth and scratched his head embarrassedly. "My brother is rude? I hope 4th brother will not blame me." Yin Sherlon recovered and smiled at Ainley. "It's okay. I am the one who took advantage of you. You are unworthy of being called sister-in-law by you. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Lon." Ainley saw that Yin Sherlon was so calm, and he was overjoyed. "Hello, Sister Lon, I am the 17th child. You can call me 17 or Ainley." Injin saw that Yin Sherlon was friendly to Ainley, so he felt relieved. After a year of getting along, he knew that Yin Sherlon was cold and arrogant in her bones. It was rare to see her so gentle to someone when they first met. Yin Sherlon smiled kindly. "Okay, then I will call you 17. Injin glanced at Yin Sherlon. It seemed that she was avoiding Injin's name. Yin Sherlon turned to Injin and said, "I was talking to Prince 17 just now, and I didn't have time to pay my respects to the master." Injin sent a young eunuch named Xiaoku in the courtyard to take Prince 17 to go somewhere else. When he came in, he saw the account book in the hands of Xiao Linzi, who was following Yin Sherlon. Ainley happily followed Xiaoku to the palace garden. Xiaoku said, as they walked, that he wanted to take the young master to see the beautiful scenery in the garden. Injin saw Ainley leaving, and took Yin Sherlon's hand with one hand, smiled. "It's okay if you don't greet me when I see you. You came here so early in the morning. Is there something wrong?" Yin Sherlon's hand was held by Injin. She recalled many moments in her previous life. Injin also held her hand like this, talked with her, and whispered to her. But now, she deliberately didn't get too close to Injin. She was afraid that she would not be able to bear it when the time came. Chapter 99. My concubine is frightened. Yin Sherlon quietly pulled out her hand from Injin's palm, with a cute smile on her face. "Even if the master loves me, I can't break the rules. I came here today for 2 things. One is to ask the master, why did you suddenly give me the power of assistant? I have never taken care of household affairs, and I am afraid I can't do it." Injin liked Yin Sherlon's delicate and pretty face. He gently pinched Yin Sherlon's cheek, and said with a smile, "Others are eager to be in charge of the household affairs, but you are lazy and don't want to manage. I can't bear to see you being so idle all day, either playing with birds or sitting idle, so I'd better find something for you to do." The servants around saw this scene and lowered their heads, not daring to look up again. Injin went into the house after he finished speaking. Su Peixiong had already opened the curtain before Injin turned around. Yin Sherlon followed Xiao Linzi in, and she signaled Xiao Linzi to present the account book in his hand to Injin. "Master, please take a look." This morning, the manager of the farm brought many account books, saying that they were the harvests of the previous 3 months. I dare not make a decision on my own. So I will ask for the master's instructions first, and then make a statement. Injin looked at the thick pile of account books and frowned. You have just started to take care of the general affairs of the palace, and Fu Jin is relieved to hand over all the silver and money accounts to you. Yin Sherlan observed Injin's expression, and her tone was slightly coquettish. Yes, I am terrified, I have already declined. But Fu Jin refused to give in, saying that this was the master's intention. I thought about it, and decided to ask the master's intention first. Injin did not answer, but asked Yin Sherlan instead. You said you came here for 2 things today. What about the second thing? Yin Sherlan blinked. I have been talking for a long time. Isn't this a big deal, Master? Injin laughed. This is also a big deal? You are embarrassed, and you came here specially to ask for help? If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Send someone to return the account book to Fu Jin, and let her pick the easy tasks, and you can learn to manage them slowly. Yin Sherlan looked at the man in front of her. In the last life, he also doted on her, but she was too strong-willed, and she had to handle all the chores herself. She liked the feeling of holding the power firmly in her hands. In this life, it seems that he dotes on her more than in the last life, but Yin Sherlan no longer believes in unwarranted doting. She knows very well that in Injin's heart, for the sake of imperial power, he can abandon anyone. The master trusts me, and gave me the power to assist. I naturally cannot live up to the master's trust. I want to try my best, but I have no experience. The wife is busy with the affairs of the concubine she entering the mansion, so I have to come to the master to ask for help. Please give me some advice. Yin Sherlan stood up and bowed. Please sit down. You always stand up and bow. Don't you feel tired? How can you teach me? I am very busy all day. Injin waved his hand, and Yin Sherlan sat down again. She heard Injin ask her, and she spoke without hesitation. I know that my master is busy, and my master can just lend me a few servants. If possible, my master can hire 2 accountants from outside to serve me. You've gone through so much trouble, and you're just waiting for me here, right? Then, I want a few. As for the accountant, my master can ask Su Peisheng to go out and find one. Yin Sherlan saw that Injin responded happily. Her eyes instantly smiled. My lord, 6 servants are enough. My Chang'an garden cannot support so many people, and it is not in compliance with regulations. So I will only use these servants for a few days, and then let them go back to their own places. When Olenara heard that, Yin Sherlan ran to the front yard to ask for someone. She was flipping through a medical book in her hand, and said to Chiomei lightly, let the concubine ask for someone. This is her first time to handle the affairs of the palace, and she is unsure. It is common sense to act like a spoiled child to the master, but I didn't expect that she didn't refuse anymore. I will see how she handles this account. Chiomei massaged Olenara's legs. Seeing that the book in her hand was treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases, Chiomei said, the master has been studying medical books recently, and has not been around the master, which has given those people a lot of opportunities. Olenara looked at the book, without even raising her head. So what if they gave them an opportunity? In the master's heart, except for my sister, there is no room for others. I just need to do my duty as a concubine. Only when I have power in my hands can I feel at ease. Chiomei was silent for a moment, and nodded. I don't understand. Doesn't the master also guard against that concubine? She seems to be very favored. Olenara closed the book, and looked at Chiomei, who was massaging her legs. Favored? Oh, it's just a novelty. I was also in love with the master in the past, and then what? The master forgot everything when he saw my sister. A man's favor is just a passing cloud. Chiomei lowered her eyes, and continued. In a few days, it will be the anniversary of the death of the first wife. The master used to stay in Cheongyu Garden alone for a long time, but he went less often this year. Do you want to? Chiomei didn't say anything else. Olenara naturally understood. Tomorrow I will personally supervise the cleaning of Cheongyu Garden. My sister still has a lot of relics, and I should also wipe and organize them. This is also the affection between us sisters. If my sister knew, she would be happy to see that the master is no longer depressed. Yes, it must be so, Chiomei responded, and stopped talking, concentrating on massaging Olenara's legs. Yin Sherlan took Shaolinzi back to Chang'an Garden. When they passed by the garden, something suddenly flew towards them, almost hitting Yin Sherlan. A little eunuch jumped out from the side, grabbed the thing, it rolled over several times, and crashed into the flowers. Xiao Linzi was so scared that he threw away the account book and protected it in front of Yin Sherlan. After Yin Sherlan was frightened, she looked carefully and saw that the little eunuch who threw the object with all his strength had a colorful shuttlecock in his arms. The shuttlecock was bigger than the ones kicked by ordinary children, and the feathers were whiter, longer and more beautiful. It didn't hurt when it hit the body, but the servants saw that it almost hit the concubine, so they tried their best to throw it. Sister Lan, I'm sorry, I accidentally kicked the shuttlecock away just now. I scared Sister Lan. Yin Sherlan looked at Ainley, who was running in front of her, with a smile on her face. It seems that 17 is not very good at this shuttlecock, and he kicked it away. Ainley's embarrassed face turned red, but he refused to admit defeat. Just now it was an accident. From what Sister Lan said, you can also kick shuttlecock? Yin Sherlan said with disdain, deliberately looking at Ainley with a sidelong glance. More than that, before I married your fourth brother, I was the best shuttlecock player in the boudoir. Ainley blinked his eyes. I don't believe it. Sister Lan looks gentle and generous. How could she play such a tiring game as shuttlecock? Sister Lan must be lying to me. Yin Sherlan pretended to roll her eyes, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. She raised her hand to stroke her hair and raised her handkerchief. Oh, 17th brother is still young, but he knows how to provoke others. What a pity, Sister Lan. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Don't try to provoke me. Ainley saw that Yin Sherlan was not provoked by him. He smiled and said frankly, I was discovered by Sister Lan. My little trick embarrassed me in front of Sister Lan again. But these eunuchs don't know how to play shuttlecock. No one plays with me. It's really boring. Fourth brother has official duties to attend to, and can't play with me. Everyone in the palace is afraid of me. I read and write every day. It's boring. Ainley's mouth drooped as he spoke. Yin Sherlan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What this little guy said was so pitiful. Enough. Enough. Just watch Sister Lan being soft-hearted. Wait for me to change these shoes with flower pot soles, and then play with you. Ainley became happy when he heard it, and clapped his hands, and said he wanted to go to Qingjin Garden to wait for Sister Lan to change her shoes. That won't work, the backyard is for women, you are a man outside, you can't enter without permission. Just wait here. Ainley blinked, and obeyed, and just had a cup of tea and a break. When Yin Sherlan changed her clothes, she brought Sungji, Hanlu and Xia Linzi to the garden. Hanlu saw Ainley, and bowed her head to pay her respects, and kept bowing her head. Chapter 100. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 101. Deep love between husband and wife. Ainley took a closer look at the maidservant beside Yin Sherlan. Xiao Linzi was watching closely. Ainley thought to himself, how strange. This is the first time he has come to the mansion of his fourth brother since he could remember. Why does this maidservant look like someone he has seen before? Yin Sherlan changed into a light riding suit. She didn't have any strong clothes, so she could only make do with it, and put on the riding suit to play shuttlecock. Sister Lan, kick over here. Kick over here. Ainley was a child after all. With Yin Sherlan playing shuttlecock with her, she soon forgot what happened just now. Yin Sherlan kicked the shuttlecock with great agility. She jumped up and kicked the shuttlecock towards Ainley. Ainley had short calves, so he barely caught the shuttlecock, stretched his toes, and kicked it out again. Yin Sherlan watched the shuttlecock fly over, and with a move, she turned her soul up from behind and caught it steadily. Ainley clapped his hands and cheered. Sister Lan is so awesome. The two of them, one big and one small, had a lot of fun playing back and forth. Injin was surprised when he heard from Su Peisheng that Yin Sherlan had changed her clothes and was playing shuttlecock with Ainley in the garden. After putting away the things in his hands, Injin walked into the garden. As soon as Injin walked into the garden, Yin Sherlan saw him out of the corner of her eye. Yin Sherlan was in a playful mood, and the shuttlecock that was originally intended to be kicked at Ainley changed direction with a beautiful single flying swallow and went straight to Injin's face. Ainley watched the shuttlecock change direction and exclaimed anxiously. Injin put his hands behind his back end. He didn't even take his hands out. He took a step back, avoided the shuttlecock that was hitting his face, caught it with his knee, and turned in the air again, kicking it to Yin Sherlan. Seeing Yin Sherlan's toes straight and steady to catch the shuttlecock, Injin laughed. You are so naughty. You have learned to plot against me. Yin Sherlan kicked the shuttlecock into Xiao Linzi's arms casually, and ran towards Injin with a giggle. Master, please forgive me. I just saw you, I was nervous. So I kicked the ball in the wrong direction. He winked at Ainley in the other direction. 17. Isn't that right? Ainley nodded like crazy. Yes. Yes. Fourth brother. Sister Lon didn't mean it. She must have seen that you were too nervous. Injun laughed. In front of him. Nien Sharon gave Ainley a look. Do you think he is blind? But at this moment, he was happy to be the blind man. What kind of magic potion did you give Ainley? He has only seen you for half a day. And he has spoken for you. My fourth brother has watched him grow up for 8 years. And he has never spoken for me. Nien Sharon heard Injun's jealous tone and laughed out loud. She didn't care that Ainley was there and covered Injun's mouth with her hand. Master, please stop talking. You have watched 17 grow up. How many times have you played with him? Children like to be lively. You have a stern face every day. It would be strange if children like it. Injun gently brushed away Nien Sharon's hand, patting her back with one hand. Okay, I'm sorry, I haven't played with Ainley before, then I'll play with you today. Nien Sharon looked at Ainley with a smile. Why don't you thank your fourth brother? Ainley looked at his fourth brother and sister Lon like this, covering his mouth with his little hand and laughing. Fourth brother. Please listen to sister Lon. Is this the deep love between husband and wife mentioned in the book? Nien Sharon took the shuttlecock from Shaolinzi's hand, kicked it a few times casually, and said while kicking, 17 can't talk nonsense. Married couple can only refer to your fourth brother and his wife. Sister Lon is a concubine, but she doesn't deserve this term. Ainley shook his head and looked around. But, I just think that Sister Lon is worthy of my fourth brother. Nien Sharon smiled and said nothing more. Injun touched Ainley's head. You are still young, you will understand when you get married in the future. Lunch was prepared by Su Peixing in the pavilion in the middle of the garden, according to Injun's instructions. The weather in October is already a little cold. Nien Sharon hadn't played shuttlecock for a long time. After playing today, she sweated a lot. Her delicate face was flushed, and there were a few drops of sweat on the tip of her nose. Songji had asked Hanlu to get a cloak from Chang'an Garden, and put it on Nien Sharon when she washed her hands and sat down to eat. After Hanlu handed the cloak to Songji, she said that there were still some tasks in Chang'an Garden that needed her to supervise, and she changed to Mengzhong and rushed to the garden to serve. Ainley was a little kid, he was tired from playing, and it was hot, he was stubborn and refused to put on more clothes. The palace servants who followed him looked at Injun tremblingly, hoping that he could persuade the little prince to put on more clothes. Injun looked at Ainley and said, Ainley, put on more clothes before sitting down to eat. Ainley looked at his fourth brother, who was like a little adult again. He sighed helplessly and stretched out his arms to let the palace servants put on more clothes for him. Elenara heard from Jiang Fuhai that the master and the concubine were playing with the 17th prince in the garden, and they also set up lunch in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Elenara, who was having lunch alone, paused for a moment. Then tell the kitchen to add a few snacks that children like to eat, and send them over after lunch. Also make a pot of milk tea. I think old 17 will like it. Yes, I'll do it right away. Jiang Fuhai took the order and went to set up the kitchen. Chiomei stood by the table and served the dishes to Elenara. Elenara picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and slowly put it into her mouth to chew, with extremely elegant movements, but her face was expressionless. She was thinking about the words that Jiang Fuhai had said. The couple is deeply in love. Oh, she had underestimated the enemy before. I don't know how this Nianshur had won the master's heart, and made him tacitly agree to the words of the couple's deep love. If he and Nianshur were couple, then what was she? The wife. Like? And where did she put her sister? As early as when Nian Gingya was rewarded for his first military exploits, Injun accompanied Nien Sherlan back to the Nien mansion to give gifts, and he called Nien Sherlan's mother-in-law. At that time, Elenara thought Injun was just trying to save face for Nien Sherlan, because he was new to her. Now it seems that they are sincere. Elenara thought that Injun suddenly gave Nien Sherlan the power of assistant. But was he trying to win over Nien Gingyao? But Elenara's mother's family told her that Nien Gingyao was a general under her father Fei Yonggu, and that he often disagreed with Injun in the court, and often complained that Injun was soft-hearted to the enemies on the border. The food tasted like wax in Elenara's mouth, so she simply put down her chopsticks, saying that she was full and asked Chiomei to share the food. Hugij heard that Injun was having lunch in the garden, so she dressed up in a hurry and broke into the garden as if by accident. Su Peixing's heart skipped a beat. He had already sent people to inform all the courtyards that the master was entertaining guests in the garden, and because there was a man from outside, The women in each courtyard had to regulate their words and deeds. But Hugij came in dressed in red and green. The eunuch at the door almost stopped him. Su Peixiong was serving the master's dinner. He heard a voice coming from the direction of the garden gate. He looked in the direction of the voice. It was Hugij. He hurried to the hanging flower gate connecting the backyard and the garden. Your servant greets you. The master and the concubine are dining in the garden. There are guests today. Please do not enter without permission. Hugij bit her lip. She felt embarrassed to be stopped outside the door. She raised her voice. I want to pay my respects to the master. Will eunuch Su stop me? Su Peixiong had no choice but to persuade him kindly. Princess, please forgive me. It's not that I don't want you to see the master. It's just that there are guests today. So it's not appropriate. Hugij looked at the pavilion in the middle of the lake from a distance. And her voice did not drop. I will go in and pay my respects to the master and leave. Please pass the message. Su Peixiong was having a headache about how to persuade Hugij. And he couldn't drag her away by force. Su Peixiong. Injin's voice came from afar. I'm here. Su Peixiong turned around and ran to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Who is at the gate of the garden? Didn't I ask you to order everyone in the backyard not to move around without permission? Chapter 102 The Name of Ishio. Su Peixiong reported the truth. My lord. It was Hugij at the door, saying that she wanted to pay her respects to you. Injin took a piece of food and ate it, and then spoke. The concubine is in charge of the household affairs. In your opinion, how should this matter be handled? Yin Sherlan put down her chopsticks and tried to stand up, but was held down by Injin. My lord, I thought that you had already given the order. But who insisted on coming? First, it is against the rules. And second, it does not take into account the dignity of the master. After Yin Sherlan finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Hu in the distance. She saw that she was wearing a light blue Manchu dress today, and she looked very bright from a distance. Injin also put down his chopsticks and said, What does the concubine think? How should we deal with it? Yin Sherlan listened to Injin's heavier tone. This was the second time he asked her how to deal with it. She knew that Injin was tired of Hu's stupid behavior again and again. She reached out and picked up the soup bowl in front of Injin. She served him snow pear soup and placed it in front of Injin and said seriously, I have just been granted the power of assistant to the household by the grace of the master, and I have no experience in handling matters. Please give me clear instructions. Master, are you kidding me? She, Sherlan, has just taken the power of assistant to the household on the second day, and she has already taken action against Hugij? Although she doesn't like Hugij either, she doesn't want to be talked about by the people in the mansion. She has just taken action against the concubines in the mansion on the second day after taking power. She must be a resentful woman. Injin smiled and shook his head, thinking, this fox is afraid of offending people. He wanted to help her get to a higher position. But she was a little hesitant. This is good. Not as flamboyant as Niang Qingyao. And can save a lot of trouble. Then watch it. Just think of it as my master teaching you. Yin Sherlan nodded. Looking respectful. Su Peixiong. Tell all the courtyards that Hu Shi did not listen to the advice, and repeatedly committed crimes. Because the new year is coming soon. She will be confined to her house for a month. At the same time, a 1-month salary deduction will be made to see the effect. The servants who followed her could not persuade their own masters, and they would be deducted from their salaries for 2 months. Go and pass it on. Su Peixiong agreed, and first went to convey the master's order to Hugij. In Hugij's astonished eyes, 2 young eunuchs almost pushed her back to Lufang Pavilion. Yinli looked at Injin curiously. Fourth brother, what did she do wrong? Didn't eunuch Su say that she just wanted to pay you respects? Why did you confine her? Injin had lost interest in eating, so he stopped eating and patiently explained to Yinli. This is not the first time. I forgave her for the previous times because she was my daughter-in-law. But I didn't expect her to become more daring. She knew I was entertaining guests today, but she pretended to be arrogant and came to pay her respects. Do you think she should be punished? Yinli shook his head, still confused, and Yin Sherlan smiled and said, Master, please don't tell 17 about this. He is still young, how can he understand these things? I just hope that, if I say something wrong, do something wrong, my master will at least consider my face and punish me quietly, okay? Injin also laughed. You are such a smart girl, if you say something wrong, do something wrong, it must be intentional. When the time comes, I will not let you off easily, and you don't have to beg for mercy from me. When Olenara heard that Hugij was under house arrest, She just waved her hand. She refuses to serve me. And is so stupid. So let's just confine her to her house. And teach her a lesson. Shiome said. Concubine Chi will enter the palace at the end of next month. And then, there will be the Laba festival in the palace. And then the New Year's Eve. Master, do you want to ask for mercy from the master and release Hugij in advance? So that she will follow you wholeheartedly from now on? Besides, I can't figure it out. She was just a dowry maid before. After all, with the same status as a servant. I should be loyal to my master. Alinara was lost in thought while holding the teacup. After a long while, she spoke. You have been with me for so many years. You should understand. I am a concubine's daughter. Since I was a child. All the good things belong to my elder sister. From food, drinks, toys, and things to use, I was taught to respect my elder sister. There are only 2 daughters in the mansion. My elder sister and I. But the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children is clear. I was born for my elder sister. What my elder sister is unwilling to do, I will do it. The food that my elder sister doesn't like to eat, she throws it to me. The clothes and jewelry that my elder sister has out of season, she gives me 2 pieces according to her mood. Until, the person that my elder sister doesn't want to marry, forces me to marry. Hu and Shu were not friends since childhood. They were found by my stepmother for me, when I was a substitute marriage, just to save face. You say, will such people be of the same mind with me? After saying that, Olinara lowered her head, and continued to drink tea. The tea was cold, but Olinara seemed to feel nothing. She swallowed the cold tea. Shiome was silent. 2. She had been with Olinara since she was a child. How could she not know these things? But today, she complained unintentionally, and it brought back the sadness of her master. Olinara had a name. Before the eldest sister entered the mansion, Injin and her were in harmony. Although she was only a concubine at that time, there were no other concubines in the mansion, not even a maid. When Olinara was forced to marry, she felt as if she had died. After getting married, she found that her husband was handsome and kind to her. She thought that she would no longer have to live in fear. Injin always called her Ishio affectionately. Ishio had lived under the shadow of her elder sister for too long in her mother's family. She felt ashamed of herself, and even the name Ishio was a shame. She was not called this name originally. The servants in the family only called her the second lady, and her elder sister and family only called her the 4th child. Because she was the 4th child in the family. Only her biological mother-in-law will call her Yunha and no one. Yes, my father gave her name Yunha, but the eldest sister was obscure from the novel. No one is allowed to call her name. She is like a puppy without name. He was called in the house. I heard that the emperor wanted to give the eldest sister to Sigu. The elder sister cried endlessly, forced his father Fei Yonggu for the emperor's grace. There are 2 daughters in Uranara's house. Little daughter Jiomu Cc, for the younger daughter. I asked for this relationship. The emperor pondered for a while, and changed the original marriage with Fei Yonggu's family, from Injin marrying a legitimate wife, to a concubine. There are 6 ceremonies for marriage, Natsai, Wenming, Naji, Najing, Qingqi, and Qining. Yuna's name was changed to Ishio from Wenming. The mistress said that the name was taken to mean suitable for the family, cultivating virtue and establishing innovation. And Ishio should remember that even if she is a married woman, in addition to having children for the royal family and consolidating her own status, she should not forget the kindness of her mother's family in raising her. The so-called grace of education means that on the day of her wedding, she invited a maid from the palace to come and teach her the rules all night long. After entering the mansion, Injin said, "Your name is Ishio, but it comes from Chusi? The beauty is waiting for Ishio, and the boat of Gui is my favorite. It's a good name." From then on, Ishio forgot the explanation of her mistress, and was only happy with Injin's explanation. Ishio is a sentence used to describe a beautiful appearance, and is a suitable embellishment to praise a beautiful woman. Chapter 103 Origin of Cold Dew. Injin, Nian Sherlan and Inli had lunch in the garden. Nian Sherlan said she was going back to Chung'an Garden to change clothes. Inli tilted his head and looked at her. "Sister Lan, don't you want to play chess with 17 before going?" Nian Sherlan gathered her cloak and sighed. 17, you know how to throw stones at Sister Lan's heart. Master, do you know that? I am very unfamiliar with the arts of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Inli turned his head and looked at Injin. Will 4th brother play chess with me? Injin just thought that he still had official duties to attend to. So he might as well find a eunuch who could play chess to play 2 games with Ainley. The eunuchs who were serving nearby looked around and lowered their heads silently. Only Xiao Linzi looked at the 3 masters with burning eyes. Injin pointed. I will borrow him from you. Nian Sherlan looked in the direction Injin pointed. And it was indeed Xiao Linzi. You can have whoever you want. This whole mansion belongs to the master. Not to mention the servants around me. Nian Sherlan looked at Xiao Linzi again. Xiao Linzi, since the master has honored you, you must serve the 17th prince carefully. If anything goes wrong, I will only ask you. Xiao Linzi nodded respectfully, and replied, I obey your command, with unconcealed joy in his eyes. Recently, his master Zhou Anhai taught him how to play chess, so he could just serve the young master for a while. So Injin took Ainley back to the front yard, he had to work, and asked Su Peixiang to take Ainley to the side room, let him play by himself. Nian Sherlan was supported by Mengzhong, and went back to Cheng'an Garden to rest. Xiao Linzi played chess with Ainley. But he had only learned the art of chess for a few days. And he could not beat Ainley, who had learned the 6 arts of agility since childhood. Ainley could not help but call Xiao Linzi a lousy chess player. Xiao Linzi laughed and begged Ainley to teach him. Ainley, who was originally looking for someone to play chess with him, became Xiao Linzi's master for half a day, until Su Peixiang came in to remind Ainley that it was time to return to the palace. They stopped. Ainley sighed at Xiao Linzi. The servant. What a bad chess player. Go back and practice hard. Next time we meet, if you play like this again, I will let Sister Lan fine you your monthly salary. Xiao Linzi still smiled cheekily, and respectfully escorted Ainley out of the house. After spending half a day together, he liked this little prince. Su Peixiang led the way, Ainley walked 3 steps away, Xiao Linzi followed by his side. Ainley's own palace servants were not as close as Xiao Linzi. Ainley walked and talked to himself. I remember that maid. I saw her at my elder brother's place 2 years ago. How come she is following Sister Lan now? Xiao Linzi was close, and heard clearly. He was sorting out the royal family relationships in his mind. Ainley's elder brother. Isn't that the Prince of Ji? I heard that he only had 1 wife in his backyard. And he didn't even have an extra concubine or maid. His wife only gave birth to a daughter. According to the seniority of the Prince of Ji, his daughter should be Duoluogij. His master was the 4th prince. But he was a prince of a higher rank than his elder brother, the Prince of Ji. But according to what his master had told him, the Prince of Ji was not very concerned about the affairs of the court except for leading troops to fight. How could his maid enter the Prince of Yang's mansion? Moreover, as early as when Nian Sherlan discovered that Hanlu had ulterior motives, Xiao Linzi had secretly checked Hanlu's origins. According to the records of the palace, Hanlu was sold to the palace by a matchmaker, and the contract was a death contract. Xiao Linzi was confused for a moment, but he did not stop, and followed Ainley until he sent him outside the palace, and watched him get on the palace carriage, and was escorted back to the palace by the palace guards. Then Xiao Linzi hurried back to Cheng'an Garden to report. Nian Sherlan was having dinner. She had spent so much time playing with Ainley today that she had no appetite for lunch. But when it was time for dinner, she had a good appetite. Xiao Linzi waited outside the house for Nian Sherlan to finish her meal, and listened to Nian Sherlan telling Hanlu to remove the dishes on the table, distribute it to the servants. Hanlu and Mengzhong went to work by themselves. Concubine Jean was generous, and her allowance was high in the past. Following her, we ate good food. Xiao Linzi watched Nian Sherlan rinse her mouth after the meal, and Songji offered her another cup of fragrant tea. Then he told Nian Sherlan everything that happened today. Master, we finally know who Hanlu belongs to, but I heard that the Prince of Ji seems to have no interest in anything except leading troops to fight. Why did Hanlu go to such trouble to stay by your side? Nian Sherlan was drinking tea, with a faint smile on her lips. She is here, and there must be a reason for her to be here. Liku, don't you think so? And Sam was chewing the chicken leg that Song Ji threw to him on the beam. His hands were covered with oil, and he dared not speak at the moment because he had something in his mouth, for fear of spitting out the food residue. After finally stretching his neck to swallow the food in his mouth, and Sam responded, "What concubine said is very true." Nian Sherlan rolled her eyes slightly. I said, Liku, you are a man who travels the world. Haven't you ever eaten chicken? Slow down. If you choke to death on my roof, I won't be able to explain it to the prince. And San stuffed his mouth with chicken thigh meat again, sobbed and agreed, stretched his neck and tried to swallow. But his mind was not idle. He was very confused. According to the information he had, Han Lu should be the prince's talent. He didn't tell Prince Yong this. When the emperor sent them to Prince Yong, they knew that everything they did was done by the emperor to support the prince. It was really interesting. What did the Prince of Ji want to do? After thinking about it, and San felt that this was not something he should worry about. Forget it. Nian Sherwan thought of some things and slowly connected them together. In the previous life, the Prince of Ji also participated in the fight for the throne. And even the second deposed Prince Enring was instigated by him. In this life, the prince has not been deposed yet. And the Prince of Ji still looks like a humble elder brother. Strictly speaking, Prince Ji Injin should be the fifth. But the emperor's first 4 sons all died in infancy, and were not ranked. So Prince Ji became the eldest son. But he was also born to a concubine. Strictly speaking, he was the eldest son of a concubine. The current crown Prince Enring was born to the emperor's first wife, Empress Heshli, and is undoubtedly the crown prince of the Qing dynasty. In the previous life, until Injin ascended the throne, Yin Sherwan only heard about Prince Ji. It was already mid-October, and the weather was cool at night. Yin Sherwan said to Insan lightly, "Liku, please help me check whether there is any other information sent out of the mansion during Hanlu, and where it was sent." Insan sighed secretly, just had a meal of chicken legs, and he had to do this much work. Luckily Prince Young didn't know. Insan said, "Don't worry, concubine, I'll go check it out." After sending Insan away, Yin Sherwan felt relieved, and motioned Xiao Linzi to come over and tell him something. Xiao Linzi said that he was not on duty today, and he went to have tea with his master, and went to the stables leisurely, and repeated his old tricks, taking advantage of the night to get out of the hidden dog hole. Chapter 104 Fangs Moving. The next day is the big day of the 15th day. Yin Sherwan went to pay her respects to Ulanara at the end of the Mao hour. Hu Gij, Shu Gij. Duan and Feng had been drinking tea for a long time, and had changed 3 cups of tea. "I pay my respects to Madame Fu Jin. Madame Fu Jin is blessed with good health." Yin Sherwan half knelt and bowed. Ulanara, with her usual smile, called her up and offered her a seat. "Are you feeling unwell today, sister? You seem lazy and don't like to move." Yin Sherwan did not reply immediately. She took a sip of the excellent Phoenix Dansong tea, and then smiled at Ulanara. "Thank you for asking, madam. I am fine. I just checked the account book on the farm a little late last night. I slept a little today, and almost missed the important event of paying respects to madam. Fortunately, madam was generous, and did not blame me," Ulanara said with a smile. "My sister is too diligent. She checked the account book late at night. Be careful of the candlelight hurting your eyes." Yin Sherwan put the teacup back on the tea table next to her, and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for your concern, madam. I am not good at this kind of affairs. So I thought that the early bird catches the worm. But I didn't expect that the account book was a mess. And I was exhausted. Fortunately, the master loves me, and I think he will ask someone to come to the mansion today to help me with the accounts." Ulanara's heart tightened, but she remained calm. "Oh, my sister is really lucky. This is my first time to handle affairs, and I need the master's guidance. I, the elder sister, am not as lucky as my younger sister. Back then, when I just took over the affairs of the palace, the master took the order to go out on errands, leaving me to figure out how to deal with it alone. It was such a headache. Hu Gij and Duan are still under house arrest. But today is the 15th day, and Ulanara allowed them to come out to pay respects. Now Duan's figure is getting rounder. She touches her 5-month pregnant belly, he said. "Fujin, you are the mistress of this mansion, you are naturally capable, and you are capable of dealing with various affairs, so you don't need anyone's help." Yin Sherwan listened to Duan's blatant mockery of standing in line, and was already very annoyed with such fools. "I repeatedly stopped her from living in this courtyard, and I also pitted the innocent fetus in her belly, but she stood on the side of Ulanara. I really don't know how she survived to enter this palace with such a brain. Could it be like what the concubines in the previous life privately said, a pregnancy makes a woman stupid for 3 years? So when Mrs. Duan opens her mouth now, she says such obviously unreasonable things?" Yin Sherwan looked at Mrs. Duan, said with a half smile, "Which new sister was it? I was still thinking, why is the master so picky now, and he secretly brought in a concubine, and didn't even let anyone know. Just now, when I heard my sister talking, I looked carefully, I realized it was my sister Duan. TSK, my sister is only 5 months pregnant, I couldn't recognize you. And almost mistook you for someone else." I heard that the concubine arranged the kitchen, and all 3 meals a day are prepared according to my sister's taste. I don't know what delicious food my sister ate, but the wrinkles on her chin are almost as big as the poodles in my mother's house. I advise my sister to eat less. I think the embroidery house will be busy with these clothes. Duan was very angry, and she stood up, holding her pregnant belly, and said, I am greedy, and the concubine taught me that. But the baby in my belly is the master's own child. Concubine Jean compared me to your mother's dog. Doesn't that mean she also compared the baby in my belly to a puppy? Concubine Jean is disrespectful to the master. Yin Sherlan covered her mouth and laughed, as if she heard a funny joke. After a while, she stopped and looked at Elenara and said, Sister Duan is so presumptuous. Is concubine Jean going to sit back and watch? She said that the baby in her belly is the master's own child. Then where will you be placed? Madam? I see. Sister Duan want to take advantage of her status as a mother and son. If I remember correctly, Sister Duan is still under house arrest. Madam is generous. Let her out to walk around. But madam, keeping such a person around, I am really worried about you. You send food to certain people 3 times a day. You might as well feed it to the dogs outside the mansion. The dogs will not care about your position after eating your food. Duan said hastily. Master Fu Jin, please know clearly that I am loyal to you. Yin Sherlan said disdainfully. Loyal? How can you prove your loyalty if you can't show your heart to Fu Jin? In my opinion, your loyalty is fake. Duan wanted to say something else. Olenara stopped her. Enough. Sisters, please say less. You came to pay your respects properly. But why did you make a scene? Duan, you are a concubine. You shouldn't talk back to the concubine. After you pay your respects, go back to your room and rest. Try to stay out as little as possible. After that, he turned to Yin Sherlan. Sister Yin, don't get angry. You are the concubine, and you are in charge of the household affairs. You have a high position in this mansion. Why bother with a little concubine? In a moment, I have some newly arrived high-quality tangerines. I will ask someone to pick some good ones and send them over. I think your yard is still short of a first-class personal maid. Why don't you pick the servant you like in my courtyard? Yin Sherlan smiled at Elenara. Thank you for your advice. Madam, it's fine with the mandarin oranges. I'll ask the servants in your courtyard to bring them to you later. But as for the personal maid, I'm used to Sonji's service, so I won't take Madam Ai's servant away. If there's a need in the future, I'll pick a servant and report it to Madam. Elenara nodded, smiled. Okay, my sister is now helping with the household affairs. If you have any servants you like, please feel free to call them over. Elenara turned to look at Shu Gyij and said, Sister Shu, you have been serving the master for several months. It is time for you to have a baby for the master. Look, how lucky Sister Duan is. She got one overnight. You have to work harder too, Shu Gyij said shyly. Thank you for your concern. Master, I am not as lucky as Sister Duan. Even though the master has summoned me twice, it's just that the master feels sorry for me. As for the matter of offspring, I'll just let it go. Elenara smiled and said to Feng. Feng, since the concubine proposed to the master, the sisters in the backyard should serve the master on a certain day. I remember that you also served twice. I don't know. Is there anything missing in Jianjiaxuan? You can report to the concubine, and add it according to the rules. Don't let yourself be wronged. Feng was sitting there blankly, seeing Elenara talking to her. She stood up quickly. Thank you, Master Fu Jin. I don't lack anything, Elenara said distressedly. Feng, you have never fought or competed since you entered the mansion. You are a good person. But I also feel sorry for you. If you lack anything and feel wronged, it will be boring for the servants who serve you to see it. Feng smiled obediently and replied, I am grateful for Master Fu Jin's care. Jianjiaxuan has everything. But I live alone, and feel a little lonely. Yin Sherlan looked at Feng and said, Then Sister Feng should move to Chang'an Garden and live with me. Anyway, I live alone, and according to the rules, 2 ladies should live together in the courtyard. But there are few people in the mansion now, and although you are a concubine, it is not beyond the rules to live here, and you can also keep me company. Feng was surprised. Ah, she said lonely just now, but it was just a polite remark. She lived alone, and felt comfortable, but she didn't know how to reply to Yin Sherlan. She was getting anxious. Elenara smiled. Sister Nyin, it's rare for you to invite someone to live with you. But Sister Feng is of a low rank. It may be inconvenient for her to live with you. Yin Sherlan stroked her hair and smiled at Olenara. Madam, you worry too much. It's not inconvenient. I'll report to the master today. Sister Feng can move to my place. It's just the right time to vacate Jinjia Pavilion and renovate it. It's too shabby now. Olenara looked at Yin Sherlan deeply and said with a smile, Since my sister has made up her mind, I have nothing to say. Sister Feng, you are lucky to follow Sister Nian. Feng had no choice but to stand up and thank Olenara and Yin Sherlan. Then, after the greetings were over, she went back to Jinjia Pavilion to pack her things and move to Chang'an Garden on a chosen day. Chapter 105 Sisters' Feelings. Olenara watched everyone in the backyard pay their respects and return to their own courtyards. And then she weakly supported her temples with her hands. Xiaomei served breakfast. Today, I have to go to Qingyu Garden to sort out my sister's belongings. Xiaomei watched the servants in the courtyard serve breakfast, while Jiang Fuhai went to the front yard to inquire about the time when the master would return. Yin Sherlan accidentally learned a few days ago that October 15th was the death anniversary of the deceased wife, and she remembered that in her previous life, Olenara always had the feelings of her deceased sister to protect her. Yin Sherlan wanted to see, in this life, how long her sister's kindness could protect her. These days, Xiao Linzi followed Zhou Anhai to learn to read during the day, and was caught by Ansan to learn boxing at night. Luckily, he was young and energetic. Songji secretly said to Yin Sherlan, Master, you haven't seen that Xiao Linzi has been eating too much recently. In the past, there would always be a lot left over from your regular dishes, but recently, there is not a single bit left over from every meal, and most of it goes into Xiao Linzi's stomach. I just discovered yesterday that Xiao Linzi is now half a head taller than me. And the eunuch clothes he changed into 2 months ago are much shorter. Yin Sherlan smiled. That's good. You just need to eat more. Xiao Linzi is too thin. Wait until he learns some martial arts. Then he will be more useful. Yin Sherlan stayed indoors after breakfast, and Xiao Linzi only announced to the outside world that the concubine was looking at the account book. I can't go out today, so as not to offend the master. Yin Sherlan was eating melon seeds leisurely. She touched the storybook and flipped through 2 pages, seeing that it was full of stories about talented scholars and beautiful women. She sneered and threw it aside. She was so bored that she actually opened the account book to take a look. As she read it, she became interested. The spring and autumn style of writing in this account book was very similar to what she experienced when she was helping to manage the 6 palaces in her previous life. After breakfast, Olenara was supported by Xiaomei to Qingyu Garden. She stood at the door and looked up at the plaque hanging at the gate. Qingyu Yuan, when my sister was still alive, the master wrote it himself. A servant saw the wife coming and stepped forward to open the gate. The courtyard looked clean and exquisite. Even the pomegranate tree planted when my sister entered the mansion was well taken care of. Pomegranate is a symbol of many children and good fortune. Olenara stepped into the courtyard, and the scenes she saw were all scenes when my sister was alive, as if she could see my sister's smile when she lifted the curtain of the main house. Xiaomei supported Olenara. She said softly, I followed your instructions and asked someone to clean the house several days in advance. All the furnishings in the house are still the same as when the wife was here. The wardrobe still contains the wife's favorite spices. The clothes in the wardrobe smell really good. Would you please go in and take a look? Master? Olenara smiled and walked slowly into the bedroom. She sat on the bed in the bedroom and touched the clothes on the bed with her bare hands. The best lake brocade, touched in her hands, as soft as water. 3 years have passed, and it is still bright and beautiful, worthy of being the tribute satin awarded by the emperor. With such good material, Olenara could not imagine how comfortable it would be to wear it. After touching the clothes, Olenara looked at the ornaments placed on the bed. All she saw were luxurious treasures and jades, which were carefully maintained by the craftsman and shone with a dazzling luster. Olenara raised her hands again and stared at the pair of jade bracelets on her wrists. I remember when I first entered the mansion, the master gave her this pair of jade bracelets, and once said to her with deep affection, I wish I could have these rings, and see you day and night. Olenara came out of her memories, and saw Injin standing at the door. I pay my respects to the master, and meet you. Olenara stood up, and walked towards Injin. Injin's face was unusually gloomy. Get up. Why is your wife here? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to enter or leave this room? Olenara was not in a hurry, with a hint of sadness on her face, and bowed again. My lord. It's not that I don't listen to you. It's just that today is my sister's death anniversary. I, like you, can't help but feel sad when I think of your care for me. I came here without knowing it. I was sorting out my sister's belongings, but I didn't expect that you and I would be in tune. And come here too. She shed a few tears as she spoke. Injin's face was hidden in the darkness of the door, and his voice was calm. If Fujin has nothing else to do, I want to be alone. Olenara turned around and looked at the bed. Sighed. She turned around and said to Injin, I know that the master is sad. I will go to the side room first to sort out some things that my sister had prepared for the second prince. Hearing this, Injin felt a pain in his heart. His Yunchi prepared so many things for the child, soft baby clothes, golden longevity locks, silver chopsticks, jade bowls, and countless baby things. Many things were even prepared by him and Yunchi together, but fate was unfair. His Yunchi didn't even have time to see the child. Both mother and child died. Injin ignored Olenara and let her leave the bedroom. Injin sat by the bed. All he could see was Yunchi wearing lake brocade. She was pregnant at that time, but she still waited for him to finish his official duties every day. She threw herself into his arms, calling out Siling tenderly. He couldn't help himself, and reached out to take a jade hairpin on the bed. The hairpin was carved by Injin himself for Yunchi. But as soon as Injin got the hairpin, it broke into 2 pieces. Injin couldn't believe it, and suddenly stood up from the bed. Supation was caught off guard, and almost didn't support Injin. Injin held the half of the hairpin tightly in his hand, suppressed the anger in his heart, and gritted his teeth. Supation, call the concubine over here. When Olenara came over from the side room, Injin was sitting on the bed, and half of the hairpin head was exposed in his clenched hands. It was the jade hairpin that his sister loved most when she was alive, and it was carved by Injin himself. I don't know, what is the matter that the master called me over here? Olenara hadn't realized yet why the hairpin in Injin's hand only had the hairpin head. Injin didn't say anything, but put his hands together and put the jade hairpin into a complete shape. Fujin, take a look. Do you recognize this thing? Olenara was shocked. She had no idea what was going on. She answered subconsciously, Of course I recognize it. This is the jade hairpin that my sister loved most when she was alive. The master gave it to my sister. But I don't know why it appeared in the master's hand in 2 pieces. Injin sneered. I want to know too. You have always taken care of Yunchi's relics. No one else has the chance to touch them. Why did it happen today that I found it was broken so thoroughly when I took it? Olenara's eyes widened. Master, do you suspect that I have damaged my sister's favorite things? I have no reason. Master, my sister is my biological sister. How could I intentionally damage my sister's things? Please understand. Master. Chapter 106 Take the initiative. The sadness in Injin's heart grew little by little. He could not forgive others for destroying Yunchi's things. Yunchi was no longer here. These things were the few remaining evidences that she had been in this world and by his side. You said it wasn't you, but when I came in, you were the only one sitting here. A few days in advance, you were the only one who sent servants to clean up here. How can I believe it wasn't you? At this time, Olenara understood it's useless to say anything today. But she still wants to defend herself. So she speaks loudly. I have no reason to break my sister's things. Since the master gave concubine Yin the power to assist in the household 4 days ago, she also has the power to mobilize servants. Why don't I ask Sister Yin and ask the housekeeper to call all the servants who have been cleaning these days to see who broke it? What do you think? Master? Injin waved his hand impatiently. Someone cleaned this room. But I know that. You have always taken care of Yunchi's clothes and jewelry yourself, never asking others to do it, let alone these servants who do rough work. Well, since you don't admit it, go back to your Xingfu courtyard first, and temporarily hand over all the affairs of the mansion to Sherlan. Olenara looked at Injin in astonishment. For a long while, she finally took a deep breath, bowed and left. Jiang Fuhai, go and check for me. Who has been in and out of Cheongyu Garden these days? Everyone in the mansion should know that Cheongyu Garden has been closed since my sister passed away. No one is allowed to come in and out at will. As soon as they left Cheongyu Garden, Olenara gritted her teeth and ordered Jiang Fuhai. Yes. Jiang Fuhai left in response. Chiomei said worriedly. Master, who is the one who framed me today? Olenara stopped and looked at Chiomei. Since my sister entered the mansion, the master has been very cold to me. Today's matter must be investigated thoroughly. Xiao Linzi was whispering in front of Yin Sherlan at this time. Master, the master found the broken hairpin, but... Just what? Go on. Yin Sherlan turned 2 pages of the account book again. But the master suppressed his anger, and only asked the concubine to return to Xingfu courtyard, and said that all the affairs in the mansion would be handed over to you to handle. I think Eunuch Su will inform all the courtyards in a while. Does the master mean to put the concubine under house arrest? Xiao Linzi whispered. He glanced at the account book casually, and found that he actually recognized a few of the words in the account book, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Yin Sherlan put down the account book in her hand, took the tea handed by Songji, took a sip and chuckled. Why would the master confine the concubine? He just asked her to go back to the yard to rest for 2 days. In 2 days, the household affairs of the mansion will still be managed by the concubine. The Olenara family is not only the mother's family of the deceased legitimate concubine, but also the mother's family of the current stepmother. I heard that our current concubine was not favored in her mother's family. However, her father is still an official in the court, and he led the army to victory not long ago. You say, can our master confine the daughter of the first-rank Fubei general to the backyard? Xiao Linzi thought for a while, and whispered. I don't understand these. I was hiding in the corner at that time, and saw Fu Jin give a few instructions to Eunuch Jiang, and then Eunuch Jiang left. I think Eunuch Jiang should go to investigate the matter of the hairpin. Master, how should we deal with it? Yin Sherlan looked at Xiao Linzi, asked. You are the only one who knows about this. Right? Are there any clues left? Xiao Linzi patted his chest immediately. Master, rest assured, I am always cautious in my work. That's good, then you don't have to deal with it. Let her investigate. Why should we worry about it? Just watch the fun. Yin Sherlan thought of Olenara Ishio in the previous life, who was a virtuous wife, and he avoided her in daily life. Later, concubine Xian had a miscarriage, Fucha's miscarriage. Chao Qingma and she analyzed it afterwards, and realized that Olenara must have played a trick. As for the bitch Shenhuan, before Yin Sherlan died, she said that she miscarried because of the Huani incense in Yin Sherlan's palace. But after Yin Sherlan was reborn, she thought about it carefully. Jin Huan was only in her Kun palace for 3 or 5 days. Was the effect of Huani incense so strong? It's a pity that Injin didn't specially make Huani incense for her in this life. Yin Sherlan came back to her life, considering what Olenara did in her previous life. It is not necessarily that she was not involved in Jin Huan's miscarriage. Although Yin Sherlan was jealous of the favor between the concubines, she never disdained to attack a little baby. Today was the first time she took the initiative. Instead of waiting for Olenara to set limits everywhere, it was better to take the initiative. Injin calmed down, holding the broken hairpin in his hand and thinking. If Olenara wanted to break this hairpin, there was really no reason. When Yunchi first entered the mansion, Injin was worried that Ishio would be jealous and dissatisfied. However, Ishio did not. She even took good care of Yunchi when he was not in the palace. Every time, Yunchi looked smooth and beautiful, but Ishio looked gloomy. Every time, Yunchi would apologize softly, blaming herself for her poor health and causing trouble for her sister Ishio to take care of her day and night. Ishio would always smile meekly and say that it was her blessing to serve her sister. When Yunchi died of dystocia, Ishio fainted 3 times at the funeral, which moved the onlookers to tears. Such a rare pair of good sisters. What reason did Ishio have to damage her sister's relics? Then, who could have damaged it? Injin held the broken hairpin in his hand. No matter who it was, he would not let it go once he found out. Yunchi's relics, if one was damaged, would be one less, which was extremely precious. Anson was chewing the chicken wings that Xia Linzi threw to him on the beam at dinner time. After finishing the meal, he touched his stomach with satisfaction. And suddenly, he was startled. Has he been eating too much recently? Why does his stomach seem to be a little rounder? No. I can't go on like this. If the other 3 secret guards know, how can I put my face down? Tonight, I will increase the intensity of Xiao Linzi's training, and I will practice with him. Xiao Linzi felt that his ears were a little hot, and he thought that he was wearing too much today. Jiang Fuhai returned to Xingfuyuan at midnight, and Olenara had not gone to bed yet. She drank tea, sitting in the hall waiting. Your servant greets the master. Jiang Fuhai bowed, and took 2 steps forward to approach Olenara. Chiome was very considerate and made room for her. Go on, Olenara said indifferently. My master, I am incompetent. After checking around, Almost no one saw anyone entering or leaving Cheongyu Garden in recent days. The servant who guards the yard said that he never left. After Jiang Fuhai finished speaking, he carefully looked at Olinara's face. Olinara's hand holding the teacup was tightly clenched, and her joints were white from the force. But she spoke in a low voice with her teeth gritted. That's because you are useless. Go check again. I obey your order. But I heard from Xiao Hezi, the eunuch guarding the Cheongyu Garden, that 2 days ago, when he woke up in the morning, he vaguely saw a woman sticking her head out of the gate. But now it's a little late in the sky, and he didn't see who it was. Olinara sneered. Then you take Xiao Hezi with you. Go and see who it is in each courtyard. Jiang Fuhai hesitated. What excuse should I use? Olinara loosened her tightly clenched hands and regained her indifferent tone. Just say that I have not been feeling well these past 2 days, and I will let Nian concubine take care of the affairs of the mansion. If there is anything in each courtyard, please report to Chang'an Garden. There is no need to pay respects. Jiang Fuhai took a step back and replied. Yes, I will go early tomorrow morning. It is too late today, and I am afraid of disturbing the master. Olinara stood up and walked towards the inner room. Okay, you must find that woman for me tomorrow. Chapter 107 and San changes the medicine. On this night, just after midnight, Han Lu sneaked out of the servant's residence in a sneaky way, and Sam was hanging upside down under the eaves, eating chicken legs. Han Lu sneaked out in the first place. When she turned around, she saw something black hanging in front of her eyes. She was so scared that she lost consciousness as soon as she opened her mouth. Xiao Linzi, who was waiting by the door, smiled and looked at his hand proudly. He just used the hand knife that San taught him to knock Han Lu unconscious. Xiao Linzi dragged Han Lu to the back of the servant's residence and took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. There were only 4 words written on the paper. Internal strife has begun. Xiao Linzi said pa to the unconscious Han Lu with disdain, and took out the paper he had prepared long ago from his arms. The handwriting on the paper was clearly in Han Lu's, and it said no movement for the time being. The words on the paper were actually written by Wu's subordinates. Xiao Linzi went to Wu with the 2 pages of accounts that Nian Sherlan asked Han Lu to copy a few days ago. Shopkeeper Wu had a unique skill of imitating handwriting, which he used just right here. Xiao Linzi took the note that Shopkeeper Wu had imitated, and waited for Han Lu to communicate with the carrier pigeon again. In the dark place in the southeast corner of Chang'an Garden, the carrier pigeon was already there. Xiao Linzi sneaked over, caught the pigeon in one go, took off the pigeon's leg ring, put the note back in, and let the pigeon fly away. And San finished eating the chicken leg, and wiped his oily hands on Xiao Linzi's clothes. Xiao Linzi wanted to cry, but had no tears. He searched Han Lu's body again, and took out a packet of medicine powder. And San tactfully put the medicine powder into his pocket, then took out another packet from his arms, and instructed Xiao Linzi to take 1/3 of it, and feed it to Han Lu. Master, what kind of medicine is this? Xiao Linzi was sweet-mouthed, and always called San master. San was only 3 years older than Xiao Linzi, but he found it very useful. Boy, this is the must-have drug for us when we travel around the world. It can ensure that she sleeps until dawn. I can't remember what happened last night, San said proudly. Xiao Linzi smiled and complimented San. Master is really amazing. I want something as amazing as this. But he was complaining in his heart. What is Medanson? The name is so casual. It sounds like it was given by someone who can't read or write like Xiao Linzi. I don't know how effective it is. How about I give it another blow? Xiao Linzi was secretly thinking about giving Han Lu another blow. San grabbed his collar and started training. Xiao Linzi was miserable. When it was Insure, Xiao Linzi was about to rest, San touched his stomach and felt hungry again. He lay on the beam and couldn't sleep, and silently planned to ask the concubine for food for the day when it was dawn. At Maosher, Jiang Fuhai brought Xiao Hezi, the eunuch guarding the Cheongyu Garden, and waited at the gate of Chang'an Garden. Nian Sherlan just got up, and heard Xiao Linzi report that Jiang Fuhai had come early in the morning. Send him, and let him report outside the door if there is anything. Nian Sherlan sat lazily in front of the dressing mirror, letting Mongzhong help her wash. Why didn't I see Han Lu today? Are you not feeling well and still sleeping? Nian Sherlan asked knowingly. Mongzhong hesitated for a moment, and then said, reporting to concubine, I didn't see Han Lu today either. It's strange, I didn't see her when I opened my eyes, and I don't know where she went so early in the morning. I was in a hurry to serve concubine, so I came here first. Yin Sherlan was washing her hands without stopping, just said lazily. This girl has learned to be lazy. Forget it, let Xiao Linzi find her later. Wait until I come back after paying my respects to the concubine. Mongjong agreed, and went downstairs with a basin of water. It was Guyu and Xiaoman who dressed Yin Sherlan. Jiang Fuhai stood outside the door. Xiao Hizi beside him had been rolling his eyes since entering Cheng'an Garden, and he went through all the servants in the courtyard. Your servant Jiang Fuhai pays his respects to the concubine, and good luck to the concubine. Jiang Fuhai's voice came through the door curtain. Yin Sherlan replied from inside the door. Eunuch Jiang, please stand up. But does the concubine have anything to say that needs to be settled now? Jiang Fuhai said. The concubine is very good at predicting things. Our master is not feeling well today. So he asked me to come and tell the various courtyards early in the morning that there is no need to greet the emperor in the next 2 days. All the affairs in the mansion are handled by the concubine. Jiang Fuhai said, and waited quietly for the response from inside the door. Yin Sherlan paused while gesturing with the hairpin. Gently putting the hairpin back into the dressing box, without any emotion in her voice, replied, Is the concubine unwell? Do you want to arrange for the people in the backyard to take care of her? After a while, I will go to see the concubine after I have dressed up. She is the mistress of this palace. I am afraid that I will not handle the household affairs properly, and make the servants laugh at me. As a respected person, I am weak and incompetent. Jiang Fuhai replied respectfully. Reporting to the concubine, our master is infected with a cold. The master said, since the women in the backyard are all weak, there is no need for you to take care of them. I am afraid that the disease will spread to you. There are imperial doctors to treat them. So there is no need to bother Concubine Jean. Concubine Jean only needs to take care of the affairs in the mansion. Our master also said that if Concubine Jean can't make up her mind, she can wait for a while and make a decision after Concubine Jean is well in 2 days. Yin Sherlan said. That's good. Concubine Jean is very thoughtful. It's me who lacks experience. Then please tell Concubine Jean, I must not let her down. I will handle those matters well. Yin Sherlan stood up and walked towards the bed. She heard Jiang Fuhai say goodbye, and then said to Songji, It's still early. I'll sleep for a while. Songji advised carefully. Master, you just took the power of assistant manager, and I don't know how many eyes are staring at you in the mansion. I'm afraid that those servants might deliberately bring some complicated matters. Now that you are awake, how about I let Guyu and Xiaoman continue to do your makeup? Guyu and Xiaoman felt that Songji was right. They were staring at Yin Sherlan eagerly. Guyu was holding a rhinoceros horn comb in her hand. Yin Sherlan glared at Songji. Whoever wants to stare can stare. Even if the master is here, I will sleep for a while. If I don't sleep enough, I won't have the energy to deal with things. Songji saw that Yin Sherlan was unhappy, and she didn't dare to say anything. She helped her lie down again and quietly pulled the bed curtain. Songji simply stayed by Yin Sherlan's bed, waiting for the second quarter of the morning to wake her up. And Sam was stunned on the beam. This concubine was very casual. What a wonderful person. Xiao Linzi sent Jiang Fuhai away, and then went to the back of the servants' quarters to wake Hanlu. Sister Hanlu. Sister Hanlu. Wake up. Hanlu woke up in a daze, looked at the enlarged face in front of her, and suddenly woke up. She subconsciously jumped up to stand up. But Xiao Linzi was caught off guard and was hit on the nose by Hanlu, and fell to the ground. Chapter 108 Nightwalking. Xiao Linzi cried out in pain. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts so much. Sister Hanlu, what are you doing? It hurts so much. Hanlu then saw that it was Xiao Linzi. She quickly helped Xiao Linzi up. I got up too hard just now, and hurt you, I apologize. But, why are you here? Why am I here? Hanlu took the opportunity to help Xiao Linzi's arm, and touched Xiao Linzi's sleeve, but there was nothing. Xiao Linzi has learned a few things from Insan these days. He knows that Hanlu has discovered that the medicine powder on her body is missing, and she thinks it is on him. Xiao Linzi remained calm, and still cried out in pain. Sister Hanlu, I didn't realize you were a kung fu expert before. You turned over so quickly, and it hurt me so much. Sister Mongjong helped the master wash up early in the morning. The master didn't know where you went, so he asked me to look for you everywhere. But you slept here to cool off. You still want to hit me. Hanlu saw that Xiao Linzi was still an ignorant boy, and slowly relaxed her guard. I told you that I was too impatient. What kind of kung fu do you know? I am just a servant. Where can I learn kung fu? Maybe you are too weak. So you are crying out in pain. Did the master find out that I am gone? Xiao Linzi shouted loudly. Nonsense. You are such a big person, and you are missing. The master will naturally ask about it. Sister Hanlu, are you sleepwalking? You are sleeping here. It took me so long to find you. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Hanlu quickly covered Xiao Linzi's mouth. Little ancestor. Stop yelling. Do you want everyone to know that I have sleepwalking? Hanlu just recalled what happened last night, but she only remembered that she said to Mangzhong before going to bed. Wake me up early tomorrow. I'm afraid I'll sleep too deeply and miss the time to serve the master. Why did she open her eyes behind the house today? But facing Xiao Linzi, she could only pinch her nose and admit that she had sleepwalking. But the powder on his body was gone. Jiang Fuhai took Xiao Hizi to walk around the courtyards. And in the name of delivering a message, he let Xiao Hizi see the servants in each courtyard, especially the maids. Xiao Hizi followed Jiang Fuhai back to Xingfu courtyard. My lord, I took Xiao Hizi to each courtyard. Xiao Hizi said that he did not see anyone who looked like the woman he saw when he woke up that morning. Olenara's eyes were dark, and it was obvious that she did not sleep well at night. But her demeanor was dignified and impeccable. If you can't find it, just keep looking. The palace is big, but it's also small. You should figure it out yourself. If you can't handle such a small matter, what's the use of you? Yes. Jiang Fuhai bowed and left. Olenara touched the jade ruby in her hand and fell into deep thought. When Yin Sherlan got up again, it was already 2:45 in the morning. Mangzhong and Hanlu brought water to serve Yin Sherlan again. Hanlu, what's wrong with you getting up so early today? Why don't you come to work for a good time? Even the person is gone. Hanlu lowered her head and knelt down. Master, please forgive me. I had a sleepwalking attack last night, and I walked to the back of the servant's room without knowing it. If you hadn't asked Xiao Linzi to find me early in the morning, I would have been frozen to death there. Thank you so much for saving my life. Yin Sherlan was surprised. Sleepwalking? How do you have sleepwalking? Have you always had it, or when did it attack? Hanlu bit her lip, and her mind turned for a while, replied. I dare not lie to my master, but I guess it is sleepwalking. After all, I have never had this problem before. I think it has only occurred recently. Yin Sherlan waved her hand. Forget it. No matter when you get this disease, just go and see the palace doctor. You are my servant, you can't get into trouble. Hanlu said gratefully. I thank you for not punishing me. Yin Sherlan didn't care. What's there to punish? Everyone has the disease. See if the treatment is effective. You go and send this account book to Fu Jin later. And tell her that I found some mistakes in this book. I shouldn't have disturbed Fu Jin while she was recovering. But I'm not familiar with the manager of the farm. And I don't know if there are people who can't be moved. Please let Fu Jin know clearly. You can go and rest after that. I don't need you to serve me today. Hanlu replied. Yes. And retreated with Mang Zhong. Then he took the account book that Yin Sherlan pointed out and went to Xingfu Yuan. Yin Sherlan watched Hanlu go out, called Xiao Linzi in. Go to the front yard and wait for the master. When he comes back, invite him to Chang'an Garden for breakfast. Xiao Linzi took the order and left. Yin Sherlan also told Sungji to go to the kitchen to pass on the message, to prepare a few breakfasts that the master liked, and prepare them. She looked at herself in the mirror, beautiful and delicate. Xiaoman held a jade hairpin behind her, and gently inserted it into her hair. The texture of the jade made Yin Sherlan reflected in the mirror look 3 times more gentle. When Olenara heard that Chang'an Garden had sent someone to deliver the account book, she said indifferently, Xiaomei, just send her away. Just tell her that I am ill, and should not be involved. Such a small matter, the concubine can handle it. Xiaomei came out of the inner room, and walked to the courtyard. Xiao Hizi was going back to Cheongyu Garden to work. When he met Hanlu coming towards him at the door, he was stunned and suddenly patted his head. Look at my memory. I forgot what Jiang Gonggong said just now. What was it? Xiao Hizi turned around and looked for Jiang Fuhai while talking to himself. You said, the woman you saw that day is now in our courtyard? Did you see it clearly? Jiang Fuhai stared at Xiao Hizi and asked. I saw it clearly. It was her. Even the clothes were the same. The figure. Height. Clothes. There is no mistake. Xiao Hizi patted her chest to guarantee. Jiang Fuhai patted Xiao Hizi's head. Go and take a look. If you see it clearly, I will report it to the master. This matter cannot be sloppy. Xiao Hizi turned around and looked at Hanlu, who was talking to Xiaomei. I guarantee it's definitely her. There's no mistake. Jiang Fuhai nodded and went in to find Elinara. Chiome followed Elinara's words and told Hanlu to tell her master. Hanlu said to Chiome, "Thank you for telling me, Aunt. I'll go back and report." After saying that, she returned to Chang'an Garden, and Chiome also went back to Elinara's inner room. When Chiome went in, I saw Elinara frowning. "You mean, the servant in Cheongyu Garden that day saw Hanlu? The servant in the concubine's courtyard?" Jiang Fuhai bowed and replied, "Yes." Xiao Hezi repeatedly patted his chest to guarantee it. Elinara said, "I knew that Nian was not a quiet person. After a while, go to Chang'an Garden and call the servant to me. Just say that I am in a better mood now, and take a look at the account book that Chang'an Garden just sent." Hanlu returned to Chang'an Garden, go to Nian Sherlan to report. "Master, please forgive me. I am incompetent. Master Fujin asked Aunt Chio to report to me, saying that she is not feeling well, and let you make the decision." Nian Sherlan smiled. "It's okay, you have tried your best. The result is not something you can control. You can go and have a rest. You are not needed to serve me today." Hanlu thanked her profusely and left. Nian Sherlan looked at Hanlu's back end, smiled coldly. Chapter 109 Special Hairstyle. Injin returned home after the morning court session, and saw Xiao Linzi waiting in the front yard. When Xiao Linzi saw Injin, he knelt down and greeted him. "I greet my master. May my master be blessed," Injin said as he entered the house. "Get up. Your master sent you here." "What's the matter?" Xiao Linzi quickly stood up and followed him. "My master? Our master got the best deer tendons. I have asked the kitchen to cook them. Please do me the honor of coming to Chang'an Garden to have breakfast with us." Injin was just stretching out his hand, letting the maidservant help him change out of his court clothes. "Oh, deer tendons are hard to cook, and it's hard for your master. Did you prepare it last night?" Xia Linzi lowered his head and said respectfully, "Master, you are wise, that's true. Our master said that you like to eat this dish of roasted deer tendons, so he always thinks about it, and thinks of ways to make it for you to nourish your body." Injin had changed into his dark casual clothes and laughed. "Your master is willing to do it. Deer tendons are not easy to come by, and I don't know if your master's monthly allowance is enough for her to find these foods for me." Xiao Linzi thought for a while, and replied, "My master, as far as I know, the monthly allowance you give is enough. Our master is always grateful for your indulgence towards her, and naturally thought of a way to find it for you." Injin looked down at Xiao Linzi. "You, my servant, are very clever. Let's go to your Chang'an Garden." Xiao Linzi hurried to lead the way, taking Injin to Chang'an Garden. There was a garden between the front yard and the back yard. Xiao Linzi walked in front. He had good eyesight. He watched Jiang Fuhai and Hanlu walk around the corner of the garden and go to Xingfu courtyard. Xiao Linzi deliberately moved to the right quietly, blocking Injin's sight. When Jiang Fuhai's figure could no longer be seen, he continued walking as usual. Songji stood beside Nian Sherlan. Breakfast was ready, and they were waiting for Injin. "Master, I see. The concubine said that you are in charge of the affairs of the mansion. But she still seems to be worried. Look." Hanlu went to give the account book to the concubine. But the concubine said she didn't want to read it. Then she said Jiang Fuhai to take the account book. "Master, what does the concubine mean?" Nian Sherlan was drinking tea, waiting for Injin. "Bored? No matter what she means. Just read it if you want," the eunuch at the door announced. "The master is here." Songji helped Nian Sherlan stand up and walk towards the door. "My concubine greets the master. I wish you good luck." Nian Sherlan bowed coquettishly and saluted Injin. Injin smiled and supported Nian Sherlan's arm with both hands. "Get up. The hairpin you wear today is very beautiful. It suits your current status, gentle and unpretentious, and looks good." Nian Sherlan stood up and smiled at Injin. "My master only praised my hairpin, but not my outfit today. The material of my concubine is new these days." Injin took Nian Sherlan's hand and went into the house together. Nian Sherlan deliberately lagged behind him half a step. "My Sherlan looks good in anything, but this hairpin is even more outstanding." Nian Sherlan smiled and called the servants in the house. "Quick! Help the master wash his hands. The master must be starving after coming back from court." Injin washed his hands, sat at the table, looked at the breakfast on the table, which was delicious, and laughed. "Sherlan is really considerate. She knows what the master likes to eat. Then let's have dinner together." Nian Sherlan sat down and first served a bowl of soybean milk to Injin. After the two had breakfast, the maid brought tea. Injin and Yin Sherlan rinsed their mouths first, then took the teacup from another maid and drank the tea. Injin sighed. Sherlan really understands the master's preferences, and knows what dishes will suit the master's appetite. Yin Sherlan smiled and responded. The master just doesn't think I'm stupid. What I was thinking was, I have been by your side for 2 lifetimes. How could I not know your preferences? Planara looked at Hanlu, who was kneeling in front of her. Raise your head. I only ask, you only answer. Hanlu slowly raised her head, but her eyes refused to look directly at Alinara. Alinara had no smile on her face today, and her words, which fell into Hanlu's ears, also had a bit of seriousness. What's your name? Hanlu trembled, and replied. Hanlu. Jiang Fuhai was standing by, and he scolded her. You should add the word slave when you answer your master's questions, so that you are not disrespectful. Are you so ignorant of etiquette when you are working for your master? Hanlu quickly bowed down, touched her forehead to the ground, and kowtowed to Alinara. My name is Hanlu. My mistress? Alinara looked at Hanlu and said slowly. Hanlu, do you admit your guilt? Hanlu looked up in astonishment. My mistress? I don't know what you are talking about. Jiang Fuhai had pushed Xiao Hizi out. Xiao Hizi knelt in front of Alinara and pointed at Hanlu. Master, I was not mistaken that day. It was indeed her. Hanlu looked at Xiao Hizi from the side. Her face was blank. Who was this little eunuch? He looked unfamiliar. Master, I don't know him. Hanlu cried out, feeling confused. Alinara pointed at Jiang Fuhai. You tell me. Jiang Fuhai said to Hanlu. He is Xiao Hizi, the servant guarding the Qiongyu garden. Yesterday was the anniversary of the death of the deceased first wife of the Qiongyu garden. The master found that the first wife's belongings were damaged. Someone pointed out that you had been peeking at the gate of the Qiongyu garden a few days ago. That's why I called you here, Hanlu said anxiously. I am innocent. Please ask the master to look into my mind. Except for following the concubine to pay respects to the Xingfu courtyard, or taking orders from the concubine to get things from the kitchen, I never dared to walk around the mansion. I don't even know any servants from Qiongyu Yuan. Even Qiongyu Yuan, I just heard about it today. In fact, Hanlu didn't lie. Qiongyu Yuan was a forbidden area in the palace. Ordinary servants couldn't even get close to it. Alinara had a blank expression on her face. She took the tea and took a sip. She said lightly, Xiao Hizi, was it really her you saw that day? Did you make a mistake? Xiao Hizi kowtowed and said hurriedly, I dare not lie. I looked everywhere today. It's her. Her hairstyle is special, slightly different from other servants in the palace. I will never make a mistake. Hanlu felt cold in her heart. The servants in Chang'an Garden, because Guyu always loves to invent new hairstyles with her deft hands, like to secretly change their hairstyles. The master's concubine never cares about these trivial matters, so the maids in Chang'an Garden always have hairstyles slightly different from those in the palace. Because they don't walk around the palace on a daily basis, this trend is not popular among the servants in the palace. Alinara said to Hanlu. Did you hear that? Do you want me to repeat it? Hanlu pulled herself together. I beg you, my lady, to look into my matter. I have never done anything to damage the deceased wife's belongings. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask the concubine. I really didn't do that. Hanlu thought, the concubine is usually nice to the servants. I think she will protect me. Chapter 110 Concubine catches a cold. Injin drank tea, and stood up to go back to the front yard, saying that he had some official business to go out. Su Peixiang was just drawing the curtain, and Yin Sherlan respectfully saw him off. I respectfully see you off, Master. Injin turned around and smiled. Today is the 16th. I will come to see you again in the evening. Yin Sherlan showed a shy expression at the right time. Xiao Linzi stopped Jiang Fuhai, who was about to step into Chang'an Garden. Eunuch Jiang. Wait a moment, Master is inside, having breakfast with concubine. If you have anything to say, let me pass it on. Jiang Fuhai smiled, tilting his mouth. Then go and pass it on quickly. Our master asked the concubine to come to Xingfu Yuan. Xiao Linzi asked in confusion. Your servant is nosy. I need to ask clearly before telling the concubine. Didn't you say that the master was infected with a cold? And because you are afraid that the disease will be passed on to others, you don't need to take care of the sick? Why is it only an hour later? And you want to see the concubine again? Jiang Fuhai stared at Xiao Linzi. The smile disappeared from his face. Just as he was about to scold Xiao Linzi, he saw Injin coming out. Xiao Linzi reacted quickly and bowed. Your servant respectfully sends off the master. Jiang Fuhai reacted and bowed to Injin. Your servant greets the master. May the master be well. Injin looked at Xiao Linzi. Then at Jiang Fuhai. He saw that Xiao Linzi had stopped Jiang Fuhai at the door. Why are you here? How is your master? I heard from my concubine. Didn't you come here early in the morning to tell your master that the concubine had caught a cold and didn't need anyone to take care of her? What are you doing here now? Jiang Fuhai knelt on the ground. He couldn't get up unless Injin called him. My master. The concubine said that there is a small matter to discuss with the concubine. Please ask the concubine to go to Xingfuyuan. Injin understood that he had asked Olanara to go back to Xingfuyuan to rest yesterday and handed the general affairs to Nian Shuruan. In order to save face, Olanara sent someone to tell all the courtyards early this morning that she had caught a cold. Since the wife has caught a cold, just take a good rest. It's no big deal. It's not enough for me to pass the message. The concubine must go there. Jiang Fuhai didn't expect Injin to be there when he came. Now he hesitated and didn't know what to say. But he didn't dare to make up an excuse. My master? Yes. It's related to the damage of the wife's belongings. A clever eunuch had already run into Chang'an Garden and reported to Nian Shuruan. Nian Shuruan was at ease and went out with Mengzhong. What are the relics of the legitimate wife? Isn't it said that the relics of the legitimate wife are always sorted by the wife? Why do you involve me today? Nian Shuruan said, bowing to Injin. Master, please forgive me. I heard from you that eunuch Jiang was sent by the wife to summon me to Xingfuyuan. I was originally confused. The wife had just sent someone to tell me that it is not suitable to take care of the sick due to the cold. But now, he has sent someone to invite her. I wonder what the big deal is. On the one hand, I heard that it is related to the legitimate wife. I am really confused and have no idea. I dare to ask if you are not in a hurry. Injin thought about it. No one knew about what happened yesterday. Since the Olanara family has made a fuss today, I will take a look. Sherwan entered the mansion late, and he had never shown too much affection for Yunqi in front of her. He had never mentioned it to her, so how could she be related to what happened yesterday? Injin raised his foot and walked towards the direction of Xingfuyuan. I will go and see what the concubine wants to say to the concubine. Nian Shuruan followed Injin with Mengzhong, and Xiao Linzi also got up and followed. Jiang Fuhai was sweating all over his forehead, and how would the concubine explain the cold? Olanara was sitting in the hall, sitting upright and waiting for Nian Shuruan. What she didn't want to wait for was the eunuch announcing the arrival of the master and the concubine. She was stunned for a moment, then stood up and went out to greet them. I pay my respects to the master, Injin said indifferently. No need to be polite. Please stand up. Concubine. The concubine asked me to invite the concubine. And it happened that I had just had a meal in Chang'an Garden. During the meal, I heard from the concubine that the concubine had caught a cold and was not suitable for taking care of the sick. So I came with the concubine to take care of her. I wonder how the concubine's cold is. Olanara stood up. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, coughed twice, and said, Thank you for your concern. Master, I caught a cold. But it's not a big deal. I took medicine this morning and have recovered a little. But I thought that all the sisters in the backyard are women, and they are weak and fragile. I am afraid that the disease will spread to the sisters. So I will temporarily hand over the affairs of the mansion to my younger sister. Last night, I was thinking about the damage to my sister's relics, and I tossed and turned. This morning, Jiang Fuhai brought Xiao Hizi, a servant from Cheongyuan, come to report to me, saying that a few days ago Hanlu, a servant of Chang'an Garden, peeked in at the gate of Cheongyu Garden. Hanlu insisted that I should ask Sister Nian in person about this matter. I had no choice but to send someone to ask Sister Nian. I did alarm the master, and I feel guilty. Injin walked into the hall and saw a servant kneeling on the ground. He sat at the top, watching Olanara and Nian Shuruan take their seats according to their positions, and then said, I have some official business to attend to later. Fu Jin, please ask quickly. Look at the hairpin yesterday. What's the matter? Olanara nodded, looked at Nian Shuruan and said, Sister, is this servant close to you? Nian Shuruan was rarely respectful, stood up and replied, Reporting to Fu Jin, this servant's name is Hanlu, and she is indeed a second-class maid in Chang'an Garden. I wonder what she did today. Olanara looked at Nian Shuruan's respectful appearance and smiled. The deceased legitimate Fu Jin, she is my eldest sister. I think my younger sister Nian should have heard of her before she entered the palace. Yin Sherlan was still respectful. Yes. Before I entered the palace, I heard that the legitimate wife treated everyone in the palace well, and was loved by everyone in the palace. But she died young. Both the legitimate wife and the young prince died. I didn't have the chance to see the legitimate wife's grace in governing the palace. But I heard that you and the legitimate wife are sisters. I thought you two sisters probably acted in the same way. Later, when I entered the palace, I saw all kinds of things. As expected, the wife is a kind and generous person. When Injin heard the words both the wife and the little prince were killed, even though it had been 3 years, he still felt a dull pain in his chest. The smile on Olenara's face seemed to be frozen instantly. She brewed her emotions for a while, and shed 2 tears. What Sister Nyan said is very true. Sister is very good. She is a rare smart woman in this world. It's just that she spent too little time with the master. Sister passed away and left many relics. Among them is a jade hairpin, which was carved by the master for my sister. The hibiscus flower on the hairpin is my sister's favorite. The hibiscus on the embroidered face blooms with a smile, and leans against the duck to set off her fragrant cheeks. My sister's beauty is like a lotus emerging from the water, bright and beautiful. Since my sister passed away, the master has sealed up the Cheongyu garden where my sister lived, and no one is allowed to enter or leave at will. My sister's relics can only be touched by the master and me. Yesterday was my sister's death anniversary, but the master accidentally discovered it. That jade hairpin that my sister loved the most broke into 2 pieces. Olenara wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief, but her eyes were silently observing Yin Sherlan's expression. Yin Sherlan sighed deeply, as if lamenting the sad scene of, "The beauty is gone. Please accept my condolences, madam. The dead are gone, and we, the living, have to look forward." Olenara wiped away her tears and smiled with an effort. My sister is right. It's just that the master was furious yesterday, and I was also very sad. I ordered Jiang Fuhai to check how the hairpin broke. This morning, a servant guarding Cheongyu garden pointed out that it was my sister's Chang'an garden, and this servant named Hanlu was sneaking around the door. I summoned this servant, hoping that she would confess her crime to comfort my sister's spirit in heaven. Unexpectedly, this servant repeatedly raped my sister. Today, the master is also here, so my sister should take this opportunity to make it clear. If it is really my sister's confusion, just admit your fault. I don't think the master will investigate further. Yin Sherlan opened her ignorant eyes and asked Olenara, "I don't understand. What fault do I need to admit? The wife caught a cold and had a fever. There is no cause and effect. Hanlu said that I ordered it. Where are the witnesses and evidence? If it's just empty talk, then tomorrow, can I also accuse others with empty talk? Besides, what reason do I have to instruct the servants to damage the relics of the legitimate wife?"